The blue planet has been chosen by a mysterious force, compelling all its inhabitants to participate in the Multiverse Conquest game. Each individual is randomly bestowed with a talent and transported to the novice continent, where the weak are eliminated and the strong are revered. Lin Tian awakens his SSS level talent, Enhancement. Slaying foes grants him enhancement points, capable of infinitely upgrading all items to higher tiers. He resolutely utilizes 2 opportunities with no consumption cost to activate his talent, Enhancement. Talent, Enhancement, Unique. Tier, Transcending Divine Level. Effect, Killing guarantees enhancement points, allowing for one-time upgrades of any item, skill, or talent without consumption, transcending all limits. Henceforth, an existence that surpasses the rules has been born. Slaughter becomes his path to ascension. Chapter 1. The Universal Transmigration Game. The afternoons in G-City are perpetually enveloped in a sticky heat, the leaves of the phoenix trees curling under the sun, while the cicada's cries resonate like taut bowstrings, vibrating in the air. Lin Tian trudges along the sidewalk, his legs heavy as if laden with lead, the back of his white shirt, freshly squeezed from the talent market, drenched in dark sweat, while the corners of the resumes he clutches are crumpled from his grip. At the age of 22, he has just graduated from a second-tier university. This marks the 3rd month of his job search. Last week, during an interview with a certain company, the HR smiled warmly and said, "Our base salary is $3,000, with 1 day off and no social insurance during the probation period," at which point he nearly crushed the cup in his hand. Passing by a bubble tea shop, he notices the television in the glass window, broadcasting a recruitment advertisement, with bold letters proclaiming, "A monthly salary exceeding $10,000 is not a dream," causing his eyes to ache. Is the current job market in enmity with people? Lin Tian kicked a small stone by his feet, which ricocheted off a trash bin with a dull thud. 3,000 yuan to hire a beast? 1 day off is already too much, and they expect us to be on call. Whoever loves this shift, let them take it. He shrank back in the shadow of the bus stop sign, pulled out his phone, and scrolled through a recruitment app where the latest job postings remained. New media operations, no experience required, but must be skilled in editing, writing, video shooting, and customer service. Frustrated, Lin Tian shoved his phone back in his pocket, gazing up at the overcast sky as his throat tightened. "I'm so exhausted. I truly wish Blue Planet would explode, so I wouldn't have to submit resumes, attend interviews, and be treated like a fool." As soon as the words left his lips, he caught a glimpse of a peculiar orange-red hue rising at the horizon. The color spread rapidly, initially resembling spilled orange juice, then swiftly blurring into a crimson akin to the evening glow. Within mere seconds, the entire sky appeared as if drenched in a bucket of boiling blood, a dense dark red pressing heavily upon the cityscape. "What is that?" Someone pointed at the sky, screaming. The people beneath the bus stop all looked up, their bubble teas, phones, and documents scattering to the ground. Some individuals pulled out their phones to capture the moment, the blood-colored sky shimmering with an eerie glow. Others rushed chaotically into shops, shouting, "It's the end of the world." A few high school students, just released from classes, held their phones aloft, excitedly exclaiming, "Wow, this special effect is even better than Pacific Rim." Lin Tian's heart lurched, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Though he had perused apocalyptic novels before, when this scene unfolded before him in stark reality, an instinctive terror engulfed him, cascading through his limbs like icy water. At that moment, a voice devoid of emotion penetrated the minds of all present, as if etched into their nerves with a steel needle. "Congratulations, Blue Planet has been selected to participate in the Multiverse Conquest game. In 1 minute, the game will commence, and all individuals will be forcibly transported to the game space." Auditory hallucination. A bespectacled office worker adjusted his glasses, his complexion a ghastly white. "I've been working overtime excessively lately." "It is not an auditory hallucination. I heard it too." An elderly lady beside him shrieked, grasping his arm tightly. "A game of interdimensional conquest? What is that? Does it involve killing?" "Incredible." A youth with green-dyed hair leapt up, his phone screen still displaying a competitive games interface. "Have I crossed over? Finally, it is my turn to be the protagonist. I hope my talents are somewhat decent." Someone clasped their hands in prayer, their voice trembling. "Please, let it not be a pathetic start." The crowd erupted into chaos, cries, gasps, and exultant howls merging together like a boiling pot of porridge. Lin Tian stood at the epicenter of the turmoil, feeling a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. Had his earlier quip about the explosion of Blue Star truly come to fruition? "No way," he shouted towards the blood-red sky, his voice nearly swallowed by the surrounding cacophony. "I was merely jesting. Was that a mistake? I actually adore my job. I would even work for 3,000 yuan with a single day off. Please, do not make me participate in any game." Yet the sky remained unresponsive, and that voice did not resound again. The ticking of the second hand resonated amidst the heartbeat of the crowd as Lin Tian silently counted. 50 seconds, 30 seconds, 10 seconds. In the fleeting moment when the final second elapsed, he felt as if all the blood in his body had been siphoned away, only to be gripped by an immense force. The blood-colored sky, the chaotic crowd, and the clammy warm wind rapidly faded from view. His body transformed into a blinding white light, vanishing completely alongside the city where he had resided for 22 years. The sensation of dizziness felt like leaden cotton, completely obstructing Lin Tian's senses. He was unaware of how long he floated until a sudden cool sensation at the back of his head jolted him awake. Before him lay an expanse of pure white. It was not the stark whiteness of a hospital, nor the frigid white of snow, but a gentle yet omnipresent white, as if the entire world had been immersed in milk. He lay upon a smooth surface, cool to the touch, bearing a hint of metallic texture. However, it was not as unyielding as steel. Lin Tian struggled to sit up, realizing he still wore the damp white shirt, yet his resume had vanished. Tentatively, he reached into his pockets, only to find his phone missing as well. Evidently, during the transfer, nothing but his person had been brought along. "Is anyone there?" he called out, his voice reverberating through the vast emptiness, forming faint echoes that quickly dissipated, leaving no trace of ripples behind. In the white void, he was utterly alone. There were no walls, no ceiling, and he could not discern up from down, as if he floated in an infinite abyss. Lin Tian stood and spun in place. Fragments of a science fiction film he had watched in college suddenly surged into his mind. Tales of consciousness being imprisoned and bodies obliterated sent a shiver down his spine. He attempted to call out, "System?" No response. "Game sprite?" "GM." Still, silence prevailed. He began to pace, his footsteps making no sound against the white surface. Time seemed to lose all significance here. He was unaware of how long had passed, counting his breaths to pass the time. Inhale, exhale. Upon the 127th inhale, he halted, staring blankly at his palm. The anxiety, fear, and resentment he had felt moments ago in G-City seemed filtered through this white expanse, leaving only a sense of numbing bewilderment. The game of interdimensional conquest, what could it possibly entail? Is it a slaughter game akin to PUBG, or a nurturing game reminiscent of The Sims? What happens if one dies? Can one truly return to Blue Star? Countless questions swirled in his mind, yet none could find an answer. Just as he was on the brink of madness from the silence, a ripple suddenly stirred the air ahead of him. A fist-sized orb of colorful light materialized out of thin air, hovering half a meter away. The surface of the orb shimmered with red, blue, and purple hues, resembling a crushed rainbow candy. "Greetings, esteemed adventurer." A crisp, childlike voice emanated from the orb, its gender indiscernible, imbued with a hint of mechanical quality. "I am your game guide sprite." Lin Tian felt as if he had grasped a lifeline and took 2 steps closer. "Game guide sprite? What is this place? Can I exit the game and return to Blue Star?" "This is the initial data space." The orb swayed gently. "All life signs participating in the game of interdimensional conquest will be digitized here and will generate their initial talents." It paused momentarily and spoke in an utterly impassive tone. "Once selected, one cannot withdraw. You must remain until the conclusion of the game, or until you are irrevocably disqualified." Lin Tian felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. What does it mean to be disqualified? It means that your soul data will be completely erased. In other words, death signifies true demise. The game he had heard about in City G was no trivial matter at all. Lin Tian opened his mouth, wishing to utter something, yet found his throat constricted, rendering him incapable of producing a single word. "Would you like to review the game rules?" the guiding sprite inquired. "Yes." No sooner had he spoken than a semi-transparent blue panel materialized before Lin Tian's eyes, densely populated with black text, comprising over 100 entries. He forced himself to regain composure, scrutinizing the text word by word. Summary of the rules of the Multiverse Competition. All participants will be transported to different novice continents, where they will enhance their levels by completing quests, slaying monsters, and plundering resources. Talents, skills, and equipment are categorized into 10 tiers. F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, and Divine, with higher tiers providing greater effects and presenting more formidable challenges to acquire. The initial talent is capped at the SSS tier. Death within the game does not result in the immediate erasure of soul data, but it will cause a loss of 1 level and randomly discard 50 of the items in your inventory. Chapter 2. Talent. Lin Tian's gaze lingered upon the line indicating the maximum initial talent level of SSS. He recalled the fervent prayers of those amidst the crowd, yearning for a favorable talent, evidently understanding that talent is the pivotal determinant of one's commencement in this game. Thankfully, death was not the end. He exhaled in relief. Although losing levels and equipment could be dire, at least he had a chance to start anew. Just then, the voice of the guiding sprite resonated once more. "Adventurer, your physical data has been digitized, and your initial attributes and talents have been generated. Would you like to view them?" Lin Tian's heart raced unexpectedly. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and commanded, Open the attribute panel. Reveal my talent. The translucent panel refreshed instantaneously. Lines of golden text materializing. Name, Lin Tian. Level, 0. Race, human. Physical attack, 10. Magical attack, 10. Physical defense, 5. Magical defense, 5. Speed, 5. Mana, 5050. Health, 5050. Strength, 5. Stamina, 5. Agility, 5. Intelligence, 5. Mentality, 5. Luck, 0. Note: all participants have an initial base value of 5 points for each attribute. The attributes were rather mundane, consistent with the remarks, devoid of any remarkable qualities. Lin Tian's gaze swiftly descended to the talent section. Talent, enhancement, unique talent, tier, SSS, effect. Upon slaying a target, there is a probability of obtaining enhancement points. Enhancement points can be used to elevate the tier of any item, skill, or talent, with a maximum elevation to SSS tier. Includes 2 opportunities for enhancement without cost. Lin Tian's pupils dilated in shock. SSS tier. He recalled the rules stating that the highest initial talent is SSS, and that the higher the tier, the lower the probability of acquisition. The game rules explicitly noted that the appearance probability of such a top-tier talent was approximately 1 in a billion. With Blue Star harboring 7 billion inhabitants, this meant that at most, merely 7 individuals could possess an SSS-tier talent. And he, astonishingly, was one of them? Wow. Lin Tian couldn't suppress a curse. The earlier dread and confusion instantly dissipated in a surge of boundless elation. What extraordinary luck had he stumbled upon? He scrutinized the enhancement talent again, and a bold thought suddenly emerged. Can this talent enhance itself? He tentatively inquired of the guiding sprite. The colorful orb swayed. Enhancing a talent requires corresponding enhancement points of that tier. The specific value must be discovered through trial by the adventurer. Lin Tian inhaled deeply and silently recited to the attribute panel. Enhance the enhancement talent once. Notice, to elevate enhancement, SSS tier, to divine tier, 100, 000. 000 enhancement points are required. Do you confirm? 100 million? Lin Tian nearly bit his own tongue. He currently possessed not a single enhancement point. This figure was nothing short of astronomical. Wait, the talent description stated there were 2 opportunities for enhancement without cost. His heart began to race again, as if it might leap from his throat. He focused on the phrase opportunity without cost on the panel, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. The system had indicated that it could reach a maximum of SSS tier, but what if he utilized the opportunities without cost? He licked his dry lips, a glimmer of madness flashing in his gaze. Could he break the limitations? Lin Tian promptly communicated with his talent. Use the opportunity without cost to enhance the enhancement talent. Confirm the use of 1 opportunity without cost to enhance enhancement, SSS tier. Confirmed. The colorful orb suddenly radiated a blinding brilliance, and Lin Tian felt his consciousness enveloped in a warm current. The enhancement talent on the attribute panel began to flicker intensely, the SSS in the tier column gradually fading, replaced by 2 golden characters. Divine. Talent. Enhancement, unique talent. Tier, divine. Effect. Upon slaying a target, there is a high probability of obtaining enhancement points. Enhancement points can be used to elevate the tier of any item, skill, or talent, with no upper limit. Lin Tian's breath became heavy as he fixated on the panel, nearly shouting. Again, use the second opportunity without cost. Confirm the use of the last opportunity without cost to enhance enhancement, divine tier. Confirmed. This time, the entire white space began to tremble. The light emitted by the colorful orb was so brilliant that he could hardly keep his eyes open, and it felt as though countless thunderclaps echoed in his ears. When the radiance subsided and the text on the attribute panel transformed once more, Lin Tian was utterly stunned. Talent. Enhancement, unique talent. Tier. Effect. Upon slaying a target, you will definitely obtain enhancement points. Enhancement points can be used to elevate the tier of any item, skill, or talent, without limit. Infinite enhancements available for each item or skill without cost. Infinity? It seemed as though there was no tier limit to the talent level. Lin Tian blinked, questioning whether he was hallucinating from sheer excitement. He distinctly remembered the game rules stating that the highest tier was divine, yet now, the tier following his talent was an emblem representing infinity. What could this possibly mean? He murmured, his voice trembling with incredulity. No limit? It can be continuously enhanced. Moreover, each item and skill could be enhanced without cost once. Unfortunately, the talent's enhancement opportunities had vanished, so no further enhancement was possible. If the SSS tier talent could solidify his standing in the game, then the divine talent could elevate him to a position of power. What then? Could this tier of talent signify? Lin Tian clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. He could almost envision the future. Transforming a piece of scrap metal into a divine artifact with enhancement points, elevating a basic skill to cataclysmic levels, or even augmenting his attributes to unparalleled heights. Ha! He could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter that echoed throughout the expansive white space. Adventurer, please pay attention. The guiding sprite's voice timely interrupted his exuberance. There are 5 minutes remaining until teleportation to the novice village. Please prepare yourself. Lin Tian took several deep breaths, forcing himself to regain his composure. He cast one final glance at the divine tier talent on the attribute panel, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. Notice, the adventurer is about to be teleported to novice continent number 9527, novice village number 10086. The familiar sensation of weightlessness washed over him once more, a brilliant white light enveloping him as his figure vanished from the white space. Chapter 3. Choosing a profession on novice continent number 9527. The damp scent of earth weighed heavily in the crisp morning air, infused with the distinctive aroma of the primordial forest humus. In the heart of the newbie village No. 10086, a colossal altar looms like an ancient beast lying in wait amidst the mist. The surface of the bluish-gray stone glistens with a metallic sheen under the faint morning light, silently narrating the weight of time. At the altar's periphery, 5 majestic statues, each standing 10 meters tall, rise like silent guardians. The warrior's massive sword reflects a cold glimmer. The mage's staff is entwined with elemental sparks. The assassin's shadow appears to flow, the archer's longbow is taut with potential, and the priest's gestures emanate a soothing aura. The chilling metal and fluttering fabric intertwine in the morning breeze, exuding an awe-inspiring solemnity. Suddenly, without warning, the ancient runes inscribed on the central magic circle of the altar erupt in a blinding white radiance. Thousands of beams of light, like blades breaking free from the earth, instantly tear through the enveloping morning mist, piercing the heavens. Amidst the columns of light, exclamations and curses rise in a chaotic chorus. Hey, who stepped on my foot? As the brilliance recedes like a tide, it reveals a throng of figures densely packed around the altar, each face reflecting the bewilderment and trepidation of newly entering this otherworldly realm. Damn, this is the newbie village? It's rough. Ouch. Why are you pinching me, bro? Hehe. Just checking if I'm dreaming. Then pinch yourself. Am I your test subject? Of course. Pinching myself wouldn't hurt, right? Haha. The battle for supremacy among the realms. Here I come. My time has arrived. Dude, I have a C-grade talent, brute strength, with a base physical attack of 40. What about you? What a coincidence. I also have a C-grade talent, resilient skin, with a base physical defense of 40. Damn, I'm only a D-grade precision, with a hit rate of 30, please carry me. A bespectacled youth, looking somewhat refined, approached with a despondent expression. Haha, I have a B-grade talent, elemental affinity. Enhancing elemental spell effects by 30 and reducing elemental spell consumption by 30. Holy moly, B-grade. Big shot. Truly a big shot. The bald man's eyes widened in astonishment. Holy moly, a big shot. B-grade. Please let me cling to you. Yes, boss. We'll follow you from now on. A true golden thigh. Boss, we'll stick with you. You point east, we'll never go west. The tall, lanky guy and the bespectacled youth immediately surrounded him, their faces adorned with flattery. Yes, boss. Take us along. With a B-grade talent, you're invincible at the start. Instantly, 7 or 8 people gathered around, all voicing their determination to follow. The vast altar erupted in a cacophony, the sound of countless voices rising like a bustling marketplace, excitement, anxiety, and ambition colliding in the air. Lin Tian furrowed his brow slightly, isolating himself from the surrounding clamor. He bore no expression of a novice nor any sycophancy towards the so-called big shots. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, calmly surveying this unfamiliar expanse. The crowd swelled, numbering around 10,000. His eyes drifted past the altar's edge, where the 5 distinct statues continued to stand in solemn silence, exuding an undeniable aura of power. The warrior's fortitude, the mage's mystery, the assassin's cunning, the archer's precision, and the priest's sanctity, the symbols of their professions were unmistakable. Just then, a cold, emotionless voice resonated deep within the soul, reappearing once more. Welcome to the battle of the realms, chosen ones. This is the newbie continent number 9527, newbie village number 10086. At the altar's edge, the 5 foundational profession legacy statues stand tall. From this moment forth, please choose one according to your will and talent. Warrior, mage, assassin, archer, or priest. This choice concerns the foundation of your power and is irreversible. Choose wisely. Basic temporary accommodations have been prepared for you around the altar. Once bound, they will provide basic safety. Wishing you all a pleasant gaming experience. The last 4 words, delivered in a chilling tone, seemed to carry a trace of subtle, almost imperceptible mockery, akin to a serpent's flicking tongue, sending a shiver down the spine of those who heard it. A pleasant gaming experience? Lin Tian's lips curled into a faint, icy smile. This was far from a mere game. It was a battleground of survival and death. In the instant the voice faded, the multitude of over 10,000 people on the altar erupted like droplets thrust into a boiling pot of oil. The pent-up chaos found its outlet, transforming into a surging tide of humanity, all rushing madly towards their desired statues. Lin Tian's thoughts raced. Super god-level talent. Enhancement. This signified that any profession for him would merely be a vessel for his talent. While the starting point was certainly important, the height of the endpoint was defined by him. Only a fool would cling to close combat. In this world where power reigns supreme, the true dominator is the mage who commands the elements and comprehends the laws. His gaze sharpened, and he stepped forward, resolutely and steadily making his way towards the statue of the mage, holding the staff of stars. The crowd surged at the mage statue. It took Lin Tian nearly 10 minutes to finally squeeze beneath the statue's base. As he approached the cold stone pedestal, a translucent light curtain silently manifested before him. Adventurer, do you confirm your class change to mage? This choice is irreversible. Confirm. Lin Tian responded without hesitation. Class change successful. Profession, mage. Base attribute reward, intelligence 2. Mage characteristics. Each level up, main attribute intelligence increases by an additional 2. Acquired initial skill, F-grade fireball. Lin Tian concentrated, and the skill information clearly presented itself. Fireball, level 0. Rank, F. Effect, condenses the power of fire, consuming 10 mana points. Dealing fire damage equivalent to 150 spell attack power to the target. Casting range, 15, 10 spirit meters. Cooldown, 2 seconds. With a 150 spell attack bonus calculated against his current 14 spell attack, a single fireball would deal 21 points of damage. Moreover, with his current attributes, his casting range extended to 20 meters. Lin Tian quickly calculated. The mage primarily relies on intelligence, leveling up with a focus on intelligence, while other professions, warriors primarily on strength, assassins on agility, archers on agility or strength, and priests on spirit, should be largely similar. The immediate priority was to swiftly familiarize himself with the power system and then level up. The fireball's initial no-cost usage could be reserved. Early enhancement would certainly be easier. Saving it for when the rank is higher would yield the best returns. He cast his gaze beyond the altar, while the talent, enhancement, was powerful. It did not equate to direct combat strength. Only by continuously acquiring skills and equipment and elevating them to their utmost potential could he snowball his small advantages into an insurmountable chasm. He no longer lingered, turning to exit the crowd, making his way directly towards the rudimentary temporary accommodation area on the outskirts of the village. Amidst a cluster of low, makeshift wooden structures resembling simple barracks, Lin Tian soon found an empty house in a secluded corner. He extended his finger and gently tapped a subtle rune on the door frame. Temporary accommodation binding successful. The runes on the doorplate dimmed in response, turning a lifeless gray. He now had a place to rest. Lin Tian inhaled deeply, savoring the mingled scents of earth and foliage. His gaze directed towards the shrouded wilderness beyond the village, where the faint cries of wild beasts echoed ominously. Sharp and fierce like a blade unsheathed. It was time to elevate his skills. With that thought, Lin Tian dashed towards the outskirts of the village. Chapter 4. Exiting the village to slay monsters. Bidding farewell to the musty temporary dwelling, Lin Tian strode purposefully towards the sole exit of newbie village number 10086. The damp aroma of the earth was still potent. Before he reached the village gate, the cacophony of voices surged like a tangible wave, crashing over him. A senior with B-grade talent, Raging War Roar, is leading a party. For needed, 1 spot left. Seeking a powerful mage. Those below D-grade, please refrain from bothering us. Hurry. A brawny warrior, wielding a massive wooden club, called out with a booming voice, his face betraying an unabashed arrogance. 3 individuals stood beside him, each adorned in varying gear. Their expressions eager to please. Our team boasts C-grade talents, precision, thick skin, and swift run. A reliable efficiency team, but we need a healing priestess. Safety for the ladies is guaranteed, shouted a seemingly composed young archer. Players with D-grade, basic gathering, skills, seeking a leveling team. I'll handle item collection and errands. Please, let me join. A small boy pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation as he scurried along the fringes of the crowd, largely ignored. A senior with A-grade talent, Flameheart, is forming a group. 2 powerful damage dealers needed. Start with B-grade talents. If you possess trash talents, kindly remove yourselves. Don't waste our time, declared a mage adorned in pristine robes, a faint aura of heat surrounding him, standing atop a slightly elevated stone. His gaze was disdainful, his tone icy. Gasps of admiration and flattery erupted around him. Wow, A-grade talent. What a powerhouse. I envy you to death. Indeed, I toiled endlessly for a mere C-grade, robust health. The disparity is infuriating. Oh my, a powerhouse. I'm a girl. I have a sweet voice and can shout 666. Please carry me. A girl dressed in ill-fitting leather armor, her face smeared with dirt, yet still retaining a touch of beauty, waved her arms desperately, attempting to capture the attention of the A-grade powerhouse. Amidst the tumult, an array of chaotic shouts blended together, warriors seeking groups. We need a tank. Mages, join us. Any priests with teams? The atmosphere resonated with a sea of desire and panic. Lin Tian stood at the periphery, akin to a stone cast into boiling water, yet remaining cool. His keen eyes swiftly scanned the hastily assembled teams, assessing their efficiency and risk. Should he join an A-grade or formidable B-grade team? That would mean higher monster slaying efficiency and potential safety, but it would also attract more attention and possible complications. His, beyond godly, talent was a trump card that could not be revealed. Joining a feeble D-grade team? That would be inefficient and a sheer waste of time. Should he venture forth alone? He had overheard other players lamenting how challenging it was for a level 0 to farm monsters solo. A single misstep could lead to death. And the resurrection process was time-consuming. Ultimately, his gaze landed on a moderately organized team with a loud and clear leader. The captain, a young warrior in his 20s wielding a rudimentary wooden shield, was calling out, "Stable wild boar farming team. Need a mage. C-grade or D-grade talents welcome. Must follow commands and be able to deal damage. Limited spots, first come first served." The team already included an agile warrior wielding a short sword, likely an assassin, an archer carrying a short bow, and a young priestess gripping her wooden staff with a hint of anxiety. The overall composition appeared balanced, and the captain seemed reliable. Lin Tian pushed through the crowd and approached the captain, his voice calm and steady. "Mage, may I join?" Captain Lin Yihong's eyes brightened as he appraised Lin Tian. Clad only in the coarse novice robe gifted by the system, Lin Tian's attire was humble, yet his composed demeanor betrayed no signs of a novice's trepidation, earning Lin Yihong's goodwill. "Of course. Welcome aboard. I'm Captain Lin Yihong, a warrior." Lin Tian, came the succinct reply. "Haha, what a coincidence. It's fate. Welcome." Lin Yihong chuckled heartily, patting Lin Tian on the shoulder, then swiftly introduced the teammates. "I'm an assassin. This is a Jia, our warrior," the short sword youth nodded. "This is Xiao Feng, our archer," the bow-wielding youth smiled shyly. "And this is Xiao Yu, our priestess." The young priestess tightened her grip on her staff nervously. Lin Tian nodded slightly to the three, acknowledging their presence. Each class had similar initial skills, except for the priestess, whose initial skill was a healing ability. The warrior's initial skill was Heavy Strike. Heavy Strike, grade F, effect, consumes 10 mana, dealing physical damage equivalent to 150 physical attack power to the target, with a chance to knock back the enemy. Cooldown, 10 seconds. The assassin's initial skill was Backstab. Backstab, grade F, effect, consumes 10 mana, dealing 150 agility-based physical damage to the target, with 200 agility-based physical damage if striking from behind. Cooldown, 10 seconds. The archer's initial skill was Double Arrow. Double Arrow, grade F, effect, consumes 10 mana, firing 2 arrows in succession, each dealing 150 agility-based physical damage. Cooldown, 15 seconds. The priestess's initial skill was Heal. Heal, grade F, effect, consumes 10 mana, casting a healing light on the target, restoring 150 spiritual health points. Cooldown, 15 seconds. "All right, everyone is here," Lin Yihong proclaimed, invigorated. "Our objective is clear. We'll head east of the village." A brother just crawled out from the resurrection point and reported that the monsters there are level 0 wild boars, tough-skinned and resilient, but slow-moving. "As long as we avoid being charged, the safety factor is relatively high. Let us set off." The group squeezed through the chaotic village entrance, racing towards the east, where the forest floor lay trampled and muddy. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and a faint hint of blood. In their line of sight, other small teams began to emerge, along with scattered wild boars that were currently under siege. Not long after, in a relatively open clearing amidst the trees, their target appeared. A wild boar, comparable in size to a calf, covered in coarse, hard black bristles with protruding tusks, was rooting through the dirt, emitting heavy snorts. Its eyes glowed a fierce crimson, brimming with wild ferocity. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened, his focus unwavering. A translucent information box, visible only to him, materialized above the wild boar. Name, Aggressive Wild Boar. Level, 0. Grade, F. Common. Attack, 28. Defense, 0. Speed, 3. Health, 100-100. Trait, Charge, Linear Charge, temporarily increasing speed to 5. Description, tough-skinned and meaty, with sharp tusks. When enraged, it will launch a linear charge with tremendous force. Maintain your distance to avoid being gored. 28 Attack. In an instant, Lin Tian calculated the situation in his mind. With my current health points, enduring 3 direct collisions will lead to my free return to the altar's resurrection point. Speed 3 is indeed lacking, yet the charge skill warrants caution. As per our strategy, a Jia will distract from the side to draw attention, Xiao Feng will restrain from a distance, and Brother Lin, it's time for you to unleash your fireball. Xiao Yu, be ready. Should anyone be injured, heal them immediately. Everyone, be mindful of your positioning. Don't get overwhelmed. Lin Yihong, possessing considerable experience, swiftly issued commands while raising his wooden shield, cautiously advancing forward. Understood. A Jia agilely maneuvered towards the side of the wild boar. Xiao Feng quickly notched an arrow. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened, locking onto the target. He raised his hand and activated the skill, Fireball. Chapter 5, Returning to the Village. With a whoosh, a fireball the size of a fist, radiating a searing heat, abruptly formed, emitting a faint whistle as it hurtled toward the wild boar's robust flank. 21. A vivid red damage number floated above the wild boar's head. In pain, the wild boar let out an enraged howl, its crimson eyes instantly fixating on Lin Tian. It pawed the ground with its hind legs, preparing to charge. What an opportunity! Lin Yihang shouted, taking advantage of the wild boar's attention being drawn to Lin Tian. He circled to the back to execute. Backstab. 10. With an initial agility attribute of 5, the backstab dealt 10 damage with 200 agility. The muffled sound of the dagger sinking into flesh resonated. The wild boar jolted in pain, its massive body quivering as it abandoned its fixation on Lin Tian, furiously twisting around to kick at Lin Yihang behind it. 23. Attack 28, Physical Defense 5. A vivid red number appeared above Lin Yihang's head. He was struck by the wild boar, tumbling backward several meters. At that moment, a healing light shot towards Lin Yihang. 8. A green number rose above Lin Yihang's head. It was Xiao Yu who had activated Heal. At this juncture, a Jia and Xiao Feng's attacks also arrived. Heavy Strike. 15. 5. The archer, lacking a weapon, could not unleash Double Arrow. A flurry of assaults left the wild boar utterly bewildered in its rage. It spun wildly in place, tusks flailing, emitting a low, threatening growl, momentarily unsure of whom to attack. In the chaos, it once again locked eyes with Lin Tian, the source of its greatest threat, its hind leg muscles tensed. Akin to an arrow released from a bow, it charged at Lin Tian with a foul wind. Lin Tian's pupils constricted. At the moment the wild boar initiated its charge, he had already anticipated and swiftly retreated to the side. However, the wild boar's speed far surpassed expectations. Its tusks nearly grazing his coarse robe, the fierce wind stinging his cheeks. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The wild boar collided with the unprepared Lin Yihang. 23. A vivid red number appeared above Lin Yihang's head once more, indicating he had been struck by the wild boar. His health visibly diminished, he staggered backward, his complexion paling. After this round of attacks, the wild boar was left with half its health. At this point, the cooldown for Heal had concluded, and Xiao Yu's healing radiance followed suit. 8. A green number rose above Lin Yihang's head again. Thank you, Xiao Yu. Focus fire. Lin Yihang gritted his teeth and commanded. Lin Tian did not falter. As soon as the 2-second cooldown elapsed, the second fireball soared forth once more. 21. A Jia and Xiao Feng unleashed their attacks anew. After 3 rounds of assaults, the wild boar's health plummeted to its end. Ding. Killed level 0 wild boar. Gained 2 experience points. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered. Gained 1 upgrade point. Lin Tian felt a stir within, his thoughts diving into the attribute panel. Indeed, beneath the original attribute bar, a new line of information appeared. Upgrade points. 1. Meanwhile, 10 gleaming copper coins floated above the wild boar's carcass. As the captain, Lin Yihang allocated the spoils, each member receiving 2 copper coins. Lin Tian glanced at his experience bar. Experience points, 2,100. Each wild boar granted 2 experience points, necessitating the slaying of 50 to reach level 1. The provision of a single upgrade point per kill led Lin Tian to furrow his brow, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. The area was teeming with players. Almost every wild boar spawn point was encircled by 1 or even 2 teams, the respawn rate lagging far behind the player's slaughtering pace. For their team to secure a single boar was deemed fortunate. Well done, Brother Lin, your fireball damage is impressively stable. Lin Yihang approached, relief evident on his face alongside commendation for Lin Tian's output. A Jia and Xiao Feng also cast admiring glances. For Lin Tian's 21 points of damage were indeed remarkable at this stage. Wizards in the game are referred to as magic lords for good reason. Xiao Yu busied herself with healing Lin Yihang. Everyone, let us regain our stamina. Then we shall continue to hunt the next wild boar. Lin Yihang beckoned. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian's mana had nearly replenished. The following hour was spent in a tense, repetitive, and inefficient struggle for kills. Ding. Killed level 0 wild boar, gained 2 experience points. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered, gained 1 upgrade point. Ding. Killed level 0 wild boar, gained 2 experience points. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered, gained 1 upgrade point. The notifications rang like monotonous drumbeats. Lin Tian mechanically repeated the motions of casting spells, maneuvering, and evading the wild boar's charges. After vanquishing several wild boars, their combat awareness gradually accumulated. The speed at which they felled a wild boar grew increasingly swift, and they had nearly achieved a flawless and scathed hunt. An hour passed. Lin Tian once again opened his attribute panel. Level 0, experience 30100. Upgrade points 15. Copper coins 40. The outcome was disheartening. They had collectively slain only 15 wild boars, 2 of which were merely left with residual health. The drop rate for copper coins fluctuated between 10 to 20, averaging about 13 per beast. After division among the team, he had amassed 40 copper coins. The efficiency was woefully inadequate. Additionally, the drop rates were disappointingly low. After such an extended period hunting wild boars, nothing but copper coins had dropped. Lin Tian scrutinized the panel, his brow furrowed. This was far below his expectations. Players outnumbered the monsters, resulting in severe competition for kills. Though team synergy was acceptable, their overall damage output was limited, aside from his. Moreover, with each casting depleting his mana, his output efficiency was bound to decline further. It took 10 to 20 minutes to restore his mana after dispatching a wild boar, which hampered their hunting efficiency. Most critically, 15 upgrade points were sufficient to enact some change. A thought rapidly formed in his mind. He must enhance his strength immediately. Solo play was the path forward. He required a more potent skill or an enhancement of his existing abilities to free himself from reliance on the team, to venture into more perilous yet less contested territories, and to efficiently amass resources. Lin Tian halted, addressing the Captain Lin Yihong, who was scouting for the next target. Captain Yihong. Lin Yihong turned back, responding, Brother Lin, what is it? I returned to the village to procure some potions. Lin Tiandao said, you should reassemble a mage. Lin Yihong was momentarily taken aback, but nodded. All right, understood. Mages do consume quite a bit of mana in the early stages. Brother Lin, your skills are commendable. We shall cooperate again when the opportunity arises. His tone bore a sincere regret. Indeed, we shall collaborate again, Lin Tian replied with a slight nod, choosing not to elaborate further before turning away from the group and heading towards the novice village. Chapter 6. Enhancing Fireball. After bidding farewell to the others, Lin Tian returned to his temporary residence. The humble wooden door closed behind him, shutting out the cacophony of the outside world, leaving only the sound of his somewhat hurried breaths echoing in the confined space. Leaning against the cold wooden wall, Lin Tian gradually sat down, allowing his thoughts to delve deep into his mind. The pale blue attribute panel unfolded silently, the words, Enhancement Points, 15, glimmering like stars in the night, emitting an alluring soft glow. His gaze fixed upon the singular icon in his skill bar, Fireball. It was time. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian suppressed the anticipation and a hint of excitement swelling within him. He focused intently and activated the enhancement on Fireball. Do you wish to consume 1 enhancement point to upgrade F-grade skill Fireball? Confirm. Lin Tian did not hesitate. In an instant, he felt the rune representing Fireball within the depths of his consciousness suddenly illuminate. 1 enhancement point consumed. F-grade skill Fireball upgraded successfully. Acquired E-grade skill Fireball. Enhancement points, 14. Eagerly, Lin Tian examined the newly acquired skill description. Fireball, level 0. Grade, E. Casting range, 20 meters. Description, harnessing the power of flames, consuming 20 mana points. Inflicting fire attribute damage equivalent to 200 of one's own spell attack power to the target. Cooldown, 2 seconds. The mana cost had doubled, but the damage was now 200. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing wildly with elation. With 14 points of spell attack, a single fireball now dealt 28 points of damage, almost a doubling. The range had also increased. The chasm between E and F grades had been effortlessly crossed with just 1 enhancement point. The might of this enhancement talent sent shivers through his very soul. This was merely the beginning. Greed and ambition ignited like a wildfire within his chest. Without any hesitation, he proceeded to use enhancement on Fireball again. Do you wish to consume 5 enhancement points to upgrade E-grade skill Fireball? 5 points. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, glancing at the remaining 14 points on the panel. A fierce smile curving his lips. Worth it. Confirm enhancement. Confirmation. 5 enhancement points consumed. E-grade skill Fireball upgraded successfully. Acquired D-grade skill Fireball. Enhancement points, 9. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lin Tian's gaze was fixated on the fresh skill description. Fireball, level 0. Grade, D. Casting range, 30 meters. Description, harnessing the power of flames, consuming 30 mana points. Inflicting fire attribute damage equivalent to 250 of one's own spell attack power to the target. Cooldown, 2 seconds. 250. 35 points of damage. He could not help but let out a low roar, his fists clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding into his palms. D-grade. With 2 upgrades, he had undergone a transformation. 28 points of damage could already command respect, but this 35 points of damage, combined with an extended range, would render him a human cannon in the novice village. Slaying low-level monsters? That was just around the corner. At this stage, with a D-grade skill, I might be unique. Lin Tian's eyes burned with absolute confidence. This was the crushing advantage bestowed by the beyond God-level talent. His gaze swept over the remaining 9 enhancement points as he once again activated enhancement on Fireball. A prompt appeared, bearing an overwhelming pressure. Do you wish to consume 20 enhancement points to upgrade D-grade skill Fireball? 20 points. Lin Tian's pupils constricted. The cost had skyrocketed. 9 points were merely a drop in the bucket. Indeed, the greater the power, the higher the price. He swiftly quelled the boiling blood within him, maintaining a calm like ice. D-grade was already sufficient to sweep through the novice area. As for these 9 points, his eyes glimmered with shrewd calculation. He would either invest in a more crucial new skill or equipment, or save up 20 points to achieve a complete transformation for this Fireball. The current enhancement costs were not exorbitant, and he would hold off on further enhancements for now, shifting his focus away from the skill bar. He noticed the solitary copper coin, 40, in his inventory. A nearly mad idea struck him like lightning. Could every item be enhanced? He murmured to himself, approaching it with an experimental mindset akin to a pilgrimage. With a thought, a bright yellow copper coin materialized in his palm, its weight feeling strikingly real. He instinctively held his breath, eyes fixated on the most basic currency in his hand, his mind honing in on it like a precision probe. Do you wish to consume one enhancement point to upgrade the copper coin? Every item has one opportunity for a no-cost enhancement. Do not question why it was wasted on a mere copper coin. Confirm. Lin Tian's voice trembled slightly. Buzz. A faint glow flickered in his palm as the copper coin seemed to be refined by an invisible force, its material undergoing a fundamental metamorphosis in an instant. The dull copper hue faded, replaced by a pure, radiant silver sheen. One enhancement point consumed. Copper coin enhancement successful. Acquired 1 silver coin. Enhancement points. 8 hiss. Lin Tian gasped, looking at the softly glowing silver coin in his palm, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. It truly worked. 1 enhancement point, transforming copper into silver? This enhancement was nothing short of miraculous. Ecstasy instantly drowned out his rationality. Without a moment's hesitation, he locked his intent onto the silver coin once more. Do you wish to consume 5 enhancement points to upgrade the silver coin? Confirm. Immediately. Right now? Lin Tian's voice brimmed with uncontainable exhilaration. The silver coin erupted with a more intense radiance, its form twisting and reshaping within the light. When the brilliance subsided, a heavy gold coin, glimmering with a dazzling golden hue and engraved with intricate patterns along its edges, lay quietly in his palm. The pure gold seemed to encapsulate all the desires for wealth in the world. 5 enhancement points consumed. Silver coin enhancement successful. Acquired 1 gold coin. Enhancement points, 3. A gold coin. Lin Tian's voice wavered slightly. He greedily caressed the cool, smooth surface of the gold coin, savoring its substantial weight. Then, his gaze once more locked onto the gold coin in his palm, and the prompt reappeared. Do you wish to consume 20 enhancement points to upgrade the gold coin? 20 points. Lin Tian licked his parched lips, glancing at the meager 3 enhancement points remaining. Cancel. The enhancement costs mirrored those of Fireball. It appeared that the copper coin corresponded to F grade, the silver coin to E grade, and the gold coin to D grade, and so forth. But in the next moment, a fervent, gambler-like glint ignited in his eyes. Wait, I still have 1 no-cost opportunity left. He concentrated his thoughts, driven by a sense of desperate resolve, and decisively tapped on the unique marker representing the no-cost enhancement opportunity. Would you like to use the no-consumption enhancement privilege to upgrade the gold coins? Confirmed. Lin Tian nearly shouted. Buzz. A profound and noble purple light suddenly erupted from the gold coins. As the radiance subsided, a coin emanating a violet glow lay quietly in his palm. No consumption usage successful. Gold coin upgrade completed. Acquired 1 purple coin. Enhancement points, 3 purple coin. Lin Tian stared blankly at the shimmering coin in his hand, his mind a complete blank. Instantly, ecstasy surged through him like a tidal wave. He leaped up, unable to contain his raucous laughter, the sound echoing wildly in the cramped wooden cabin, causing dust to rain down from the ceiling. Haha, I've hit the jackpot. I'm rich. He swiftly brought up the currency exchange information. Exchange rates. 100 copper coins for 1 silver coin. 100 silver coins for 1 gold coin. 100 gold coins for 1 purple coin. 1 purple coin is worth 100 gold coins, 10,000 silver coins, and 1,000,000 copper coins. Adding the previous 39 copper coins, I now possess a total of 1,000,039 copper coins. Over 1 million. Lin Tian felt as if his voice was floating. Newbie village? I could purchase the entire newbie village at this rate. Will I ever have to worry about money again? What a joke. Chapter 7. Preparations before leaving the village. Lin Tian walked briskly through the bustling square of Newbie Village, purposefully making his way to the inconspicuous wooden cabin in the corner, the only supply point in Newbie Village, number 10086. A weathered wooden sign, its letters somewhat faded from exposure to the elements, lazily hung above the doorframe. General store. The name was so unremarkable it seemed almost perfunctory. Exuding an air of neglect, even the newbie guide NPCs couldn't be bothered to design. Creaking, Lin Tian pushed open the door of the general store and stepped inside. The interior was surprisingly spacious, yet it felt somewhat desolate. At this hour, there were no players with wealth to spend, leaving Lin Tian as the sole occupant of the store. There were no enthusiastic clerks, merely several rows of dusty, rough wooden shelves standing like silent sentinels, sparsely populated with basic supplies, creating a rather meager atmosphere. Lin Tian disregarded everything else and headed straight for the shelf designated for alchemical potions. As he approached, a translucent system panel unfolded silently before his eyes like a water curtain, clearly displaying all the information, icons, and price tags of the products on the shelf. His gaze swept across the panel like a hawk. Healing potion. Grade. F. Effect. Instantly restores 100 health points upon use. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Price, 20 copper coins. Mana Potion. Grade, F. Effect. Instantly restores 100 mana points upon use. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Price, 20 copper coins. Energy Potion. Grade, F. Effect. Temporarily increases spirit by 10 for 1 minute upon use. Price, 50 copper coins. Intelligence Potion. Grade, F. Description. Temporarily increases intelligence by 10 for 1 minute upon use. Price, 50 copper coins. Along with items like Basic Antidote and Inferior Endurance Potion, Lin Tian merely glanced over them. Observing the prices so low they were nearly a giveaway. A smug smile crept onto his lips. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone possesses a 99-slot backpack. Lin Tian filled his entire backpack with potions. Each set contained 100 potions. And looking at the densely packed items in his backpack, he realized he wouldn't even exhaust them all by the time he reached level 10. Lin Tian felt a rush of exhilaration. This feeling of having ample resources was something he had never experienced in his previous life gaming endeavors. Still yearning for more. His gaze turned toward a corner where a layer of dust coated a rack of equipment. Novice Wooden Stick, Staff. Grade, F, Level 10. Attribute, Magic Attack 10. Description, a piece of broken wood barely capable of channeling a modicum of magical energy. Novice Cloth Hood. Grade, F, Level 10. Attribute, Physical Defense 2, Mana 20. Description, provides more shade than defense. Novice Linen Robe. Grade, F, Level 10. Attribute, Physical Defense 3, Mana 20. Description, coarse fabric, primarily serves to cover the body. Plain cloth shoes. Grade, F, Level 10. Attribute, Speed 3. Description, slightly better than running barefoot. Novice Cloth Belt. Grade, F, Level 10. Attribute, Health 50. Description, a sturdy rope. Tightened to give a sense of thicker blood. Note, Level 10 refers to equipment level, not wear level. The highest grade is F? Lin Tian scoffed. Yet his eyes gleamed with determination. Even trash can be turned into gold in my hands. Without hesitation, he purchased this entire set of level 10 novice mage gear. He then focused his mind on his backpack, locking onto these 5 pieces of equipment along with the recently acquired F-grade potions. Enhance. Upgrade for me. No consumption. No consumption enhancement successful. F-grade novice wooden stick, staff, has been upgraded to E-grade hardwood staff. No consumption enhancement successful. F-grade novice cloth hood has been upgraded to E-grade apprentice hood. No consumption enhancement successful. F-grade novice linen robe has been upgraded to E-grade apprentice robe. No consumption enhancement successful. F-grade novice cloth shoes have been upgraded to E-grade lightweight shoes. No consumption enhancement successful. F-grade novice cloth belt has been upgraded to E-grade apprentice belt. No consumption enhancement successful. All F-grade potions have been upgraded to E-grade. Effects and durations doubled. A silent energy flowed through him, and the equipment and potions in his backpack instantly transformed. The once rough wooden stick became a straight, resilient hardwood staff, its tip embedded with a stable magic crystal. The fabric of the hood and robe thickened, subtly pulsating with energy, adorned with simple protective runes. The shoes morphed into lightweight, breathable cloth footwear, their soles seemingly imbued with a faint wind element, and the belt broadened, exuding a stabilizing aura of life. The potion bottles also became more exquisite, the liquid within gleaming pure and translucent. Lin Tian immediately donned this entirely revitalized E-grade gear. He eagerly opened his attribute panel, and new data leapt into view. Name, Lin Tian. Level, 0. Physical attack, 10 base. Magic attack, 14 base 40 hardwood staff, 54. Physical defense, 5 base 8 apprentice hood 10 apprentice robe, 23. Magic defense, 5 base. Speed, 5 base 15 lightweight shoes, 20. Mana, 50 base 80 apprentice hood 80 apprentice robe, 210. Health points, 50 base 200 apprentice belt, 250. Skill, Fireball D tier, level 0. Lin Tian gazed at the astonishing figures displayed on the panel, feeling the surge of newfound power coursing through him. Nodding in satisfaction as a wave of formidable confidence washed over him. His fundamental attributes had multiplied exponentially. He weighed the solid wooden staff in his hand, pulsating with overwhelming magical energy, knowing this was not his limit. With a mere thought, a vial of E-tier moderate intelligence potion materialized in his palm, originally F-tier. Enhanced effect, grants a temporary increase of 20 intelligence for 120 seconds. The liquid within shimmered with a pure, violet glow of wisdom. 1 point of intelligence equated to 2 points of spell attack, and Lin Tian's eyes sparkled as he rapidly calculated, after consuming the potion. His temporary spell attack would be 54 base equipment 20 intelligence 2, totaling 94. The theoretical damage of D-tier fireball, 94,250,235 points. 235 points. This figure detonated in Lin Tian's mind like thunder, bringing forth a wave of exhilarating ecstasy. What did this signify? It meant that upon this land of the novice village, the The majority of level 5 common monsters would be obliterated by his D-tier fireball, unable to emit even a whimper before being instantaneously annihilated. Lin Tian cast a final glance at the humble, yet transformative general store before turning and pushing the door open. Outside, the sunlight bathed him, illuminating his attire adorned with shimmering E-tier equipment. Chapter 8. Departing the village again. At the entrance of the novice village, the cacophony of voices filled the air, a veritable sea of shouts for team formations, skill effects, and the roars of wild monsters. At that moment, a man clad in full gear appeared, starkly contrasting with the other players still dressed in the plain white robes gifted by the system. His arrival immediately captured the attention of the crowd. The gazes of the onlookers converged upon him like iron filings to a magnet, all fixated on the entrance passage. The newcomer was none other than Lin Tian. His polished and uniform E-tier equipment stood in stark relief against the drab, attribute-less garments worn by the other 99 players, creating a chasm of distinction. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the village entrance erupted into a frenzy. The volume surged several times over. Who is this person? That equipment is so impressive. Are we even playing the same game? I'm still in system-provided rags, and he is fully equipped. Big shot. Big shot. Please take me along. I have B-tier talent. Bro, how did you acquire that gear? Can you share? Hey, kid, hand over that equipment, or we won't let you leave the village. Hello, friend, is that equipment for sale? Bro, I have A-tier talent. If you give me a piece of gear, I can get you into a team. In an instant, a multitude of gazes filled with envy, jealousy, greed, solicitation, and threats converged upon Lin Tian, intertwining to thrust him into the eye of the storm. Lin Tian ignored them, too apathetic to even spare them a glance. With a flick of his left hand, a vial of shimmering azure swiftness potion tier effect temporarily increases speed by 30 for 120 seconds appeared in his palm. He uncorked the vial and downed it in one swift motion. The liquid coursed down his throat, transforming into a refreshing current that swept through his limbs. Without any warning, Lin Tian's figure sprang into motion. There was no forceful push, no shoving. In the astonished gazes of the blocking players, Lin Tian's steps transformed with an enigmatic grace, akin to a slippery fish or a fleeting shadow melded with the wind, slipping effortlessly through the seemingly impenetrable gaps between them at an unbelievable speed and angle. His velocity was so swift and his movements so fluid that their outstretched hands, attempting to intercept him, grasped only a wisp of lingering air. Where did he go? Damn, where did he run off to? All that remained was the sight of Lin Tian's striking apprentice robe, already darting away like an arrow loosed from a bow. A faint azure shadow racing towards the southern expanse of the novice village. In the southern outskirts of the novice village, far removed from the bustling crowds, the air was laden with the dampness and faint scent of the primordial jungle. Towering ancient trees obscured portions of the sunlight, casting an aura of dimness within the forest. The soft, thick humus beneath his feet emitted a subtle rustling sound as he walked. Lin Tian pressed onward, propelled by the astonishing speed and deft maneuvers afforded by the swiftness potion, effortlessly evading the low-level monsters that appeared along the way. As he delved deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly secluded, with the silhouettes of players nearly vanishing, replaced by larger and more formidable creatures. Occasionally, he glimpsed small, coordinated teams engaging with level 4 claw mountain cats or armored lizards. The players brave enough to venture here were undoubtedly gifted or possessed of immense confidence. Lin Tian, alone in his endeavor, was a rarity. Indeed, the monsters here had generally reached level 34. Any ordinary player daring to tread this path would be courting death. After walking a while longer, Lin Tian finally halted. Here it was. He scanned ahead at a darkened forest area ensnared by colossal spider webs. Hanging from the twisted trunks were many large, disc-sized, three-eyed spiders known as the tri-eyed spiders. With no one around, it suited him perfectly. Without hesitation, Lin Tian summoned a vial of potent intelligence potion E-tier, granting 20 intelligence for 120 seconds, uncorked it, and let the purple liquid, imbued with a cool sensation, slip down his throat. Following that, he consumed another vial of concentration potion E-tier, granting 20 spirit for 120 seconds. With his status maximized, he was ready to begin. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, instantly locking onto a nearby tri-eyed spider. His thoughts coalesced, and the target's information materialized clearly. Name, tri-eyed spider, level, for health points, 180 attack, 36 traits, venomous bite, applies poison, web entanglement, reduces speed. Description, a vicious predator lurking in the southern outskirts. Its 3 compound eyes can detect the slightest movements, while its sharp pincers and potent venom serve as its weapons. 180 health points? A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lin Tian's mouth. In my presence, it is but a lamb awaiting slaughter. With that, Lin Tian waved his arm, directing his staff forward. A fireball hurtled toward the tri-eyed spider. Boom. A fireball, trailing a scorching wave of heat, struck precisely at the junction of the spider's cephalothorax. 235. A colossal, blindingly bright crimson damage number erupted. The disc-sized tri-eyed spider had no time to emit even a squeal. Its bristly body trembled violently in the raging flames, all 8 long legs stiffening instantaneously. Its substantial health of 180 points was obliterated by the overwhelming damage that exceeded its threshold. Its entire form disintegrated before the blinding light, as if tossed into a steel mill, vanishing without a trace. All that remained was a handful of glimmering copper coins, quietly resting atop the charred leaves, a testament to its former existence. Ding. Defeated level 4 tri-eyed spider, overlevel kill. Experience gained, 8. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered, earned 1 enhancement point. The melodious system notification echoed in Lin Tian's mind. He did not pause, strolling forward as if in a leisurely courtyard, effortlessly collecting the 20 copper coins from the ground. A glance at his attribute panel revealed. Acquired 20 copper coins. Experience points, 23, 100. Enhancement points, 4. Engaging in combat beyond his level, the experience gained is bountiful. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with fervor. Just 9 more foes, and he would achieve a level up. His gaze swept through the forest, where the densely hanging 3-eyed spiders had transformed in his eyes into moving parcels of experience and enhancement points. The 2-second cooldown for fireball swiftly elapsed. Next, Lin Tian swung his staff once more. Another dark red ball of destruction surged forth with a resounding whoosh. Boom. 235. Yet another 3-eyed spider fell to its demise, dissipating into a wisp of white light, leaving behind copper coins. Lin Tian did not rush to gather the scattered coins. His rhythm was fluid and efficient. Cooldown complete target lock fireball unleash system notification sounded cooldown complete target locked again. He seemed to have morphed into a precise and merciless machine of slaughter. As the effects of the intelligence potion and energy potion reached their zenith, a new vial materialized in his hand, which he consumed without hesitation, ensuring that his attribute enhancements remained uninterrupted. The 10-second cooldown of the mana potion ended, and he promptly imbibed it, regardless of how much mana he had left. That precious potion, which restored 200 points of mana in an instant, flowed through his hands as if it were mere water, solely to maintain the seamless rhythm of his fireball barrage. With wealth comes audacity. Lin Tian felt an unparalleled exhilaration within. The sheer thrill of unleashing his full firepower without concern for resource expenditure, coupled with the continuous delightful sound of notifications in his ears, was utterly intoxicating. Ding. Killed a level 4 3-eyed spider, overlevel kill. Experience gained, 8. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered, gained 1 enhancement point. Ding. Killed a level 4 3-eyed spider, overlevel kill. Experience gained, 8. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered, gained 1 enhancement point. Ding. Killed a level 4 3-eyed spider, overlevel kill. Experience gained, 8. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered, gained 1 enhancement point. Ding. Ding. The scarlet damage figures erupted continuously in the forest, brilliant white light flashing in succession. The experience bar and enhancement points surged wildly like untamed wild horses. This territory, once daunting with its 3-eyed spiders, had now become Lin Tian's personal haven, a veritable paradise for efficient monster hunting. Chapter 9, Level Up. Ding. Level has risen to 1. Accompanied by a melodious system notification resonating in Lin Tian's mind, a warm current coursed through his entire being. All attributes 2. Gained free attribute points, 5. Gained skill points, 5. He had leveled up. Lin Tian rejoiced inwardly, feeling the surge of power within him. Without hesitation, he opened his attribute panel, his gaze landing on the intelligence attribute. In the early stages of leveling, damage equates to efficiency. Intelligence directly correlates with spell attack power, serving as the foundation for output. As thoughts raced through his mind, he swiftly allocated all 5 precious free attribute points into intelligence. Intelligence, 7 base 2, level up, 5 allocation 14. The soaring intelligence attribute directly propelled his core output attribute. Spell attack, 14 intelligence, 228. Equipment not calculated. His gaze shifted to the skill bar. Currently, he possessed but a single core skill, Fireball. There was no hesitation in spending skill points. Naturally, he prioritized its enhancement. Would you like to spend 4 skill points to upgrade Fireball to level 1? Confirmed. Lin Tian responded decisively. Instantly, 4 skill points were deducted, leaving his skill points balance at 1 point. Subsequently, Lin Tian examined the upgraded Fireball. Fireball, level 1. Tier, D. Casting distance, 3516 spirit meters. Description: harnesses the power of flames, consuming 40 mana points, dealing fire damage equivalent to 270 of its own spell attack power to the target. Cooldown, 2 seconds. The casting distance had increased slightly, the damage bonus rose by 10, and mana consumption escalated by 10 points. Lin Tian quickly assessed that while the increase was acceptable, it paled in comparison to the qualitative leap brought about by the talent enhancement. He attempted to allocate further points. Would you like to spend 8 skill points to upgrade Fireball to level 2? 8 points. Lin Tian frowned slightly. The cost had doubled? It appeared that the upgrade requirements for high-tier skills also increased exponentially. He now had only one skill point remaining, woefully insufficient. Cancel. He decided to conserve this skill point for potentially more advantageous use when unlocking new skills. He immediately ceased his actions. Then, he opened the complete attribute panel to scrutinize his current status. Name, Lin Tian. Level, 1-0-300. Physical attack, 14 base. Spell attack, 28 base 40 hardwood staff 68. Physical defense, 7 base 8 apprentice, hood 10 apprentice robe 25. Spell defense, 7 base. Speed, 7 base 15 lightweight cloth shoes 22. Mana, 70 base 80 apprentice, hood 80 apprentice robe 230. Health, 70 base 200 apprentice belt 270. Strength, 7. Stamina, 7. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 14. Spirit, 7. Luck, 0. Skills, Fireball D tier level 1. The next level requires 300 experience. Lin Tian calculated that, given his current efficiency, it would merely take the elimination of a few dozen more spiders, reflecting on those ordinary players still gathering in the village. Even fighting fiercely over a level 0 wild boar, a subtle smirk of superiority crept onto his lips. The joy of being a high-level player was simple yet profound. Status maximized. He downed another E-tier intelligence potion for an additional 20 intelligence and an energy potion for 20 spirit. Feeling the surge of magical energy and heightened clarity of thought, he instantly calculated. After consuming potions, his temporary spell attack, 68 base equipment 20 intelligence to 108. Level 1 D-tier Fireball S theoretical damage, 108,270,292 points. 292 points of damage. Nearly 300 in output. Lin Tian's fighting spirit ignited. The level 4 three-eyed spiders only had 180 health, making them easily dispatchable. Moreover, the casting distance had increased. He directed his gaze towards a region thick with webs, where the number of three-eyed spiders was markedly greater. With the upgraded Fireball, the casting distance had reached 35-16-7 spirit, 462 meters. This distance exceeded the aggro range of most level 4 monsters, typically around 30 meters. Lin Tian halted at a safe distance of approximately 45 meters from the nearest three-eyed spider. Unbeknownst to it, the spider continued leisurely repairing its web. Lin Tian raised his staff lightly, a searing, dark red fireball coalescing instantaneously. Whoosh! The fireball sliced through the dim light of the forest, striking the spider squarely on its head. 292. The scarlet numbers exploded forth, and the spider emitted no cry, simply vanishing into white light, leaving behind copper coins. Lin Tian did not pause his steps, continuing onward as he locked onto his next target. As the 2-second cooldown elapsed, another fireball was unleashed with a piercing whistle. 292. In the blink of an eye, yet another. He moved like a reaper. Where he tread, fireballs erupted in rapid succession, illuminating the surroundings with blinding light. With an extraordinary range of 46 meters, he could leisurely select his targets, even executing precise snipes through low shrubs or sparse trees. Those spiders that sensed the disturbance and attempted to crawl closer often met their demise as the deadly fireballs descended the moment they entered the 40-meter radius. Once the effects of the intelligence potion and energy potion wore off, he promptly replenished them. As the 10-second cooldown of the mana potion concluded, regardless of whether his current mana stood at 200 or 100, he consumed it instantly, restoring 200. This ensured his mana pool remained above the safety threshold, maintaining the terrifying continuity of his firepower. Copper coins, he momentarily dismissed their allure. Experience points and skill enhancements were the true currency. Ding. Killed a level 4 three-eyed spider. Overleveled kill. Experience gained, 7. Ding. Talent increase triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. Ding. Ding. The melodious notification sounds melded into a harmonious background score. The experience bar 0-300 began to visibly swell at a steady pace. 8,300, 16,300, 24,300. The enhancement points also danced joyfully. 567. Lin Tian's movements flowed like water, his gaze calm and focused. His rhythm of monster slaying resembled that of a finely tuned killing machine, stable yet efficient. With a casting distance of 462 meters, coupled with a staggering instant kill damage nearing 300 points, he traversed the dark spider lair as if it were uninhabited. The attributes and skills acquired from leveling up, combined with the foundational support of the enhancement, talent, and the lavish consumption of potions, vividly illustrated the essence of domination. He even had the capacity to observe his surroundings, deftly avoiding branches that could obstruct his line of sight, ensuring each fireball struck its intended mark. Chapter 10. The Bronze Chest and the Elite Spider. 20 minutes later, the experience bar finally reached 296,300. Lin Tian locked onto a three-eyed spider that had just emerged from its egg sac. The moment the fireball was launched, the system notification chimed in synchrony. Ding. Killed a level 4 three-eyed spider. Gained 8 experience and 1 enhancement point. Ding. Level increased to level 2. All attributes 2. Gained 5 free attribute points. Gained 5 skill points. A familiar warmth surged through him, bringing a sensation of invigorating power. Without a moment's hesitation, he concentrated his will, allocating all 5 precious free attribute points precisely into intelligence. Intelligence, 142,521, resulting in a spell attack increase to 42 points, base, 40, staff, 82, including potion bonuses. His temporary spell attack soared to 824,0122, causing the fireball spell's damage to escalate to 122,270,329 points. 329 points would suffice. A confident smile curled at the corners of Lin Tian's mouth. The enhancement of the base fireball spell's damage, coupled with the surge in attributes, bolstered his confidence tremendously. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, pierced through the increasingly dense webbed jungle, locking onto a deeper target. There, the webs were layered thickly, heavy as damp cotton, nearly obscuring the light. A distinctly larger figure, its shell glinting with a dark metallic sheen, lay coiled at the center of the web. An elite level 5, three-eyed spider. Lin Tian held his breath, akin to a hunter melding with the shadows, cautiously advancing. Through the gaps in the webs, he narrowed his pupils. The elite spider was not merely lying on the ground, but languidly curled atop a bronze chest partially concealed beneath thick strands of silk. The ancient bronze chest, with its resilient edges, defiantly pierced through the webbing, casting a feeble green glow in the dim light. With a slight mental shift, the elite spider's attributes materialized before his eyes. Name, Elite Three-Eyed Spider. Level, 5. Health points, 500. Attack power, 60. Physical traits, Venomous Bite. Passive attacks have a 30 chance to poison the target, causing a loss of 10 health points per second for 5 seconds. Webbind. Active sprays a sticky web, inflicting a 70 slow effect on the target for 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 15 seconds. Description. One of the dominators of the southern forest, its 3 compound eyes can capture the faintest disturbances without fail, and its sharp, venomous pincers are its deadly weapons. Often amidst its lair are the spoils it has collected. With 500 health points, and his fireball dealing 329 points, it would require 2 fireballs to secure the kill. However, Lin Tian quickly assessed the elite creature's perception and reaction capabilities, his expression turning grave. He was well aware that the aggro range of elite monsters far exceeded that of regular ones, and they possessed stronger counterattack abilities. Should he become ensnared or poisoned, it would spell great danger given his current health. He harbored no illusions of grandeur and decisively retreated until he reached the very edge of his spellcasting range. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the excitement and tension within. He then raised his staff, the tip gathering searing energy as a blazing, dark crimson fireball rapidly formed. Just as the fireball was on the verge of completion, the elite spider's largest central eye suddenly snapped open. The scarlet compound eye instantly locked onto Lin Tian's concealed position. A cold, killing intent surged through the air. Its massive form tensed, as if primed to spring into action at any moment. Discovered. How astute. Panic bells rang in Lin Tian's mind. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, the moment the eye opened, he unleashed the fully formed fireball with all his might. Strike true. Lin Tian commanded inwardly as the fireball tore through the viscous air, emitting a piercing whistle as it surged toward the freshly opened scarlet eye. Boom. The fireball struck true. The searing flames instantly engulfed the elite spider's fearsome head, resulting in a colossal damage number exploding forth. 329. The scarlet damage number erupted amidst the violent blaze, accompanied by a deafening roar. A shrill, ear-splitting screech erupted. The elite three-eyed spider's massive body was violently hurled from its perch atop the chest by the force of the explosion. It had completely gone berserk. Its 8 limbs, akin to steel spears, dug into the ground to stabilize itself, while its abdomen convulsed violently, releasing a vast, shimmering green toxic web that spread like a net from the heavens, assailing Lin Tian's hiding spot. Dodge. Lin Tian had anticipated the counterattack the moment he launched the fireball. Without hesitation, he executed a swift yet effective roll to the side. The toxic web, accompanied by a pungent stench, came crashing down onto the spot where he had just stood, corroding the ground with a hissing sound as white smoke billowed. With a missed strike, the elite spider was left in a furious rage. It propelled itself forward with its 8 limbs, transforming its massive body into a dark green blur. Racing toward Lin Tian with a speed far exceeding that of ordinary spiders, carrying a foul odor. The speed was alarmingly quick, surpassing Lin Tian's expectations. So fast. His heart tightened as he rapidly retreated to maintain distance, all the while keeping a close watch on the fireball spell's cooldown timer. The 2-second cooldown felt interminably long at that moment. The elite spider's venomous, fearsome mandibles and glistening pincers loomed larger in his field of vision. The distance was less than 10 meters. Now is the moment. The cooldown has ended. In a critical moment, a chilling light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. Rather than retreating, he advanced, stepping boldly towards the colossal shadow that lunged at him, thrusting his sturdy wooden staff forward with nearly unimaginable speed. A dark red fireball. compressed to its utmost limit and exuding an aura of annihilation, thundered towards the gaping maw of the elite spider guardian, which had opened wide in the act of its assault. Boom! The fireball detonated violently within the fragile cavity of the elite spider guardian. The terrifying flames erupted outward in an instant. Its tremendous charge came to a sudden halt, the entire head along with a portion of its thorax obliterated. Dark green ichor and shattered exoskeleton splattered everywhere. The elite spider guardian, now headless, convulsed violently in the air, its massive body twitching and spasming, ultimately crashing to the ground like a deflated sack, its 8 long legs flailing feebly before dissolving into a blinding flash of white light, leaving behind only a few charred strands of web and the acrid scent of burnt flesh in the air. Ding! Achieved an overlevel kill on a level 5 elite 3-eyed spider. Gained 50 experience points. Reputation 5. Ding! Talent enhancement triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. The melodious notification sounded like celestial music at this moment. Leaning on his staff, Lin Tian breathed heavily, his palms slick with cold sweat. The battle had unfolded with lightning speed, fraught with peril, where even the slightest misstep could lead to instant demise. Yet, high risks yielded high rewards. He suppressed his exhilaration and hastened forward, cautiously sweeping aside the remnants of corrosive slime and spider silk. The bronze chest was finally fully revealed, its ancient vine patterns shimmering with a faint ethereal glow in the dim light, while the lock bore the pockmarks left by the elite spider guardian's venom. Adding an air of mystery, Lin Tian activated his talent on the chest, employing the no-cost enhancement. Ding! No-cost enhancement activated. With a hint of anticipation, Lin Tian placed his hand on the cold, rough surface of the chest lid. Discovered a bronze chest. Do you wish to open it? Open. The lid sprang open with a resounding click, and a gentle blue light immediately surged forth, illuminating Lin Tian's expectant face. Chapter 11. Acquiring a new skill. As the light dissipated, within the chest lay a skill book, its cover adorned with a totem depicting muscular, sinewy arms. The pages yellowed, yet exuding a profound and weighty aura. Ding! Acquired E-rank skill book. Strengthen. Lin Tian picked up the skill book, feeling the rugged texture of the tough beast hide beneath his fingertips. He focused intently on it. Strengthen, level 0. Rank, E. Type, passive skill. Effect, permanently increases constitution by 20 points. Applicable classes, warrior. Description, the most fundamental method of physical honing, capable of significantly enhancing vitality, the cornerstone for any warrior. 20 constitution points. A permanent enhancement. Truly a treasure for warriors. A flicker of fervor ignited in Lin Tian's eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by a wave of profound disappointment. He chuckled wryly, carefully stowing away this valuable, yet temporarily unusable skill book deep within his backpack. In the hands of a warrior player, it could fetch a handsome price or be exchanged for excellent mage equipment. Suddenly, Lin Tian retrieved the skill book once more. Glancing at his current enhancement points, 52, a thought struck him like lightning. Why not try enhancing it with his talent? Without hesitation, Lin Tian concentrated and activated the enhancement on Strengthen. Would you like to consume 5 enhancement points to enhance the target skill book? Strengthen, E-rank. Confirm. Enhance. Lin Tian did not hesitate. Consumed 5 enhancement points. Enhancement of E-rank skill Strengthen successful. The skill book erupted in a dazzling golden light in Lin Tian's palm. The muscular totem on the cover seemed to come alive, emitting a deep, resonant hum. The pages fluttered autonomously, the once rough beast hide cover transforming to resemble smooth, ancient jade, exuding a weighty and serene aura, as an intricate dark golden pattern slowly formed at the center of the cover. Acquired D-rank skill Strengthen. Current enhancement points, 47,542. After the enhancement, just as Lin Tian was about to tuck the skill book back into his backpack, he noticed 3 additional words appended to the skill book's title, Learnable. He immediately checked the attributes of the enhanced Strengthen. Strengthen, Learnable. Rank, D. Type, passive skill. Effect, permanently increases constitution by 35 points. Learning requirements, warrior. Description, derived from ancient body tempering secrets, it refines sinew, bone, and flesh with special energies, rendering the body as resilient as tempered steel, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of vitality. The learning requirements remained unchanged, yet a learnable prompt was added. Lin Tian's fingers trembled with excitement as he unhesitatingly chose to utilize the skill book in his possession. Would you like to learn D-rank skill Strengthen? The super divine talent actually possesses this hidden attribute, allowing me to learn enhanced skills from other classes. Lin Tian exclaimed with exhilaration. Haha. Of course, I want to learn. Ding, skill book consumed. Acquired D-rank skill Strengthen. A surge of vibrant life energy coursed through Lin Tian, overwhelming him with exhilaration. This theoretically meant that I could learn skills from all classes, as long as I can obtain the skill book and utilize Enhance to modify it. After the ecstatic moment, He gazed at his remaining 42 enhancement points and the D-rank fireball spell in his skill bar, his eyes sparkling with determination. Enhance. Continue enhancing. Strength is fundamental. He first directed his focus to the newly acquired Strengthen. Would you like to consume 20 enhancement points to enhance D-rank skill Strengthen? Confirm. Consume 20 enhancement points. D-rank Strengthen upgraded to C-rank Strengthen. Effect. Permanently increases Constitution by 60 points. The effect surged to new heights. Current enhancement points, 42 2022. An even more turbulent energy transformed his body. Lin Tian felt as if he had become a statue forged from bronze and iron, his vitality reaching an astonishing level. Subsequently, he unwaveringly turned his gaze towards his core offensive skill, Fireball Spell. Would you like to consume 20 enhancement points to enhance D-rank skill Fireball Spell? Confirm. Consume 20 enhancement points. D-rank Fireball Spell upgraded to C-rank Fireball Spell. Casting distance, 42 mental meters. Description, harnessing the power of flames, consuming 50 mana points. Inflicting fire attribute damage equivalent to 350 of one's spell attack power on the target. Cooldown time, 16 seconds. Current enhancement points, 2222. With the upgrade to C rank, the cooldown time for Fireball Spell was finally reduced. After the enhancement, Lin Tian's latest attributes transformed into Constitution, 69. Health points, 690-200, Apprentice Belt, 890. The damage of the Fireball Spell skyrocketed to 82, Spell Attack, 40, Intelligence Potion, 350 to 427 points. A single fireball could now inflict 427 points of damage. Lin Tian glanced at his experience bar. As Lin Tian ascended in levels, the experience gained from vanquishing the three-eyed spiders began to dwindle, signaling that it was time to venture into higher-level maps to engage in monster hunting. Moreover, he had nearly eradicated the three-eyed spiders in this locale, and their respawn time was rather prolonged. With that thought, Lin Tian continued his journey southward. As he walked, he unleashed fireballs at the approaching three-eyed spiders. 427, 427, 427, 427. Ding. Killed a level 4 three-eyed spider. Gained 5 experience points. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. Ding. Killed a level 4 three-eyed spider. Gained 5 experience points. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. Ding. Killed a level 4 three-eyed spider. Gained 5 experience points. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. Ding. Killed a level 4 three-eyed spider. Gained 5 experience points. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. 20 minutes later, the ground beneath him transitioned from damp, viscous humus to a dry, firm terrain. The dense canopy that had obscured the sky began to thin, allowing bright rays of sunlight, imbued with the unique aridity of the plains, to pierce through and cast mottled patches of light upon the earth. The air, once saturated with the scent of decaying foliage, was now infused with a fragrant amalgamation of fresh grass, earth, and a hint of wildness. The wind, too, had become expansive, carrying a gentle coolness that caressed his face, dispelling the oppressive heat of the jungle. After walking several hundred meters, the landscape opened up dramatically. It was as if an invisible barrier had been crossed. The dense forest abruptly receded, revealing a vast, boundless plain before Lin Tian. Chapter 12, The Azure Stone Plain. Ding. Discovered a new map, Azure Stone Plain. The system notification chimed at just the right moment. Before him lay an expanse of true openness. The vast fields stretched to the horizon, merging seamlessly with the azure sky. The terrain undulated gently, blanketed by swathes of resilient, slightly yellowed wolf's tail grass that, when stirred by the brisk wind, formed rolling waves of grass that whispered softly. In the distance, scattered gigantic rocks, eroded to a pale gray by the elements, could be seen like silent sentinels adorning this desolate expanse. The sky soared high above, with wisps of clouds drifting by, further accentuating the solitude and grandeur of the plain. As Lin Tian stepped onto the resilient meadow at the edge of the plain, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A low, menacing howl erupted from deep within the grass waves to his front left, shattering the tranquility of the plain. Almost immediately, several gray shadows darted forth like arrows, slicing through the grass with a sharp rustling sound from various directions. Their speed was astonishing, far surpassing that of the previous three-eyed spiders. In the blink of an eye, the shadows surrounded Lin Tian, enveloping him in a menacing embrace. 3 gray wolves. They were larger than ordinary wild wolves, their shoulders nearly reaching waist height, their rough, dirty gray-brown fur tightly clinging to sinewy muscles, exuding primal strength. Their triangular ears stood erect, and their yellow eyes gleamed with a ferocious light as they locked onto Lin Tian, drool pooling at the corners of their mouths, revealing sharp, white fangs. Their powerful limbs harbored explosive energy, and their claws left shallow marks on the dry ground. They crouched slightly, a low growl rumbling in their throats, poised to pounce at any moment. Target, plain gray wolf. Level, 8. Rank, E. Health, 400-400. Attack power, 60. Speed, 30. Skill, swift, temporarily increases speed by 20 points for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Description, a common predator of the Azure Stone Plain. Renowned for its speed and sharp claws, typically found in packs and highly aggressive. Beware their bites and rips. An 8-level Grey Wolf. Speed 30. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened. His current physical defense was 27, and he boasted a health pool of 890 points, capable of withstanding 27 attacks. Lin Tian's mind raced as he quickly calculated, and his furrowed brow relaxed. Instead of retreating, he took a bold step forward, intentionally provoking the nearest Grey Wolf. This action thoroughly enraged the creature. It propelled itself off the ground with its powerful hind legs, scattering grass in its wake, its body resembling a gray streak of lightning, propelled by a foul wind. Leaping toward Lin Tian's throat with an almost imperceptible speed, the speed attribute of 30 on full display. The sharp claws glimmered ominously as they aimed for his face. It was too swift. Had this been the Lin Tian of yore, he would have been hard-pressed to evade the fatal strike and would have likely suffered grievous wounds from subsequent bites. But now, come at me. Lin Tian exclaimed with a low voice, his eyes devoid of panic. He slightly turned his body, his left arm's muscles taut, and braced his forearm, clad in apprentice's cloth armor, against the wolf's claws with fierce determination. Flash. 33. The wolf's claws tore through Lin Tian's left arm armor, producing a shrill sound of ripping fabric. A vivid red damage number floated above his head. However, Lin Tian merely swayed slightly, his feet rooted firmly to the ground. The pain radiating from his arm was far less than anticipated, not even causing him to furrow his brow. A mere 33 points of damage. He felt an impact almost negligible, observing his health bar decrease only imperceptibly. The Grey Wolf, clearly unprepared for the apparent frailty of this mage, found its momentum halted. A flicker of bewilderment flashing in its ferocious eyes. Just as its initial force waned and it had yet to regain its strength, suspended momentarily in midair from its leap. Lin Tian's right hand had already risen, the tip of his staff aimed directly at the menacing wolf head within arm's reach. Boom. A fireball, far more intense and concentrated than those used against the spiders, coalesced in Lin Tian's palm as if it contained a torrent of molten lava. The core of the fireball shimmered with blinding platinum, its edges flickering with deep crimson tongues of flame, exuding a terrifying heat that warped the surrounding air. Explode. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed coldly as the fireball, brimming with destructive energy, crashed down upon the Grey Wolf's head at point-blank range. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a muted, heart-stopping sound as if something had been instantaneously vaporized. 427. The Grey Wolf couldn't emit even a whimper the moment its head met the fireball. It was as if an ice cube had been thrown into a furnace, vaporizing most of its head instantly. The acrid stench of charred flesh permeated the air. The wolf's massive body was flung back by the explosive force, crashing heavily onto the grass several meters away, its limbs twitching a few times before falling still. Smoke billowed from its charred neck. Ding. Killed an 8-level plain Grey Wolf, overlevel kill. Gained 15 experience points. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. Acquired. Sharp Wolf Fong X1, Copper Coins X30. Truly worthy of being an 8-level wild beast. Coupled with the overlevel kill, the experience gained was indeed substantial. The exhilaration of the instant kill had yet to fade when the acrid scent of charred meat ignited the ferocity of the remaining 2 Grey Wolves like a drop of water thrown into boiling oil. The ghastly sight of a companion instantaneously vaporized failed to deter them. Instead, it ignited the primal bloodlust and madness within. Howl. The larger Grey Wolf on the left emitted a chilling, prolonged wail, as a visible layer of pale blue energy surged around its body. Its muscles tensed up like steel cables, with a fierce glint in its eyes. This was the plains Grey Wolf activating its skill, Rapid Strike. Not good. Lin Tian's pupils constricted suddenly. The pale blue afterimage tore through the air. The wolf that had unleashed Rapid Strike seemed to vanish into thin air, only to reappear in the next instant, accompanied by a piercing howl that shredded the grass, now at Lin Tian's right side. It did not opt to lunge for his throat. Instead, it cunningly lowered its body, its glimmering claws tearing through the air like a vicious wind, aiming directly at Lin Tian's soft abdomen. The angle was treacherous, the timing ruthless. It was too fast, so rapid that Lin Tian barely had time to turn completely. There was no escaping. Alarm bells rang in Lin Tian's mind. Flish. 33. A vivid red damage number floated above his head. The tremendous force from the impact sent Lin Tian staggering forward 2 steps before he regained his balance. Such speed. Such a cunning attack. Lin Tian gasped in shock. At that moment, the Grey Wolf on his right, which had not activated any skill, seized the opportunity to pounce, its fangs aimed at Lin Tian's wrist, intent on interrupting his spellcasting. Get away, Lin Tian roared. He swung his staff like a club, channeling all his strength into a fierce strike aimed at the wolf's mouth. Bang. 15. Physical attack. A meager number floated up, yet the force behind the blow was substantial. The gray wolf's head snapped to the side, its bite missing, emitting a pained whimper as its assault faltered. Chapter 13. Fierce battle with the gray wolves, level up. Now is the moment. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened like an eagle, capturing the fleeting opportunity. He disregarded the gray wolf that had activated Rapid Strike, closing in on him like a parasite, and focused all his mental energy on the dazed wolf to his right. Fireball. A fireball, as incandescent as molten lava, erupted in his palm. Just as the gray wolf adjusted its stance, preparing to pounce again, Lin Tian accurately predicted its trajectory and hurled the fireball onto its imminent path. Boom. 427. The fireball exploded violently against the wolf's chest. The immense force propelled its entire body backward, leaving its chest charred and flesh torn, instantly depleting 400 points of its life. Ding. You have slain an 8-level Plains Gray Wolf. Overlevel kill. Gained 15 experience. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered. Gained 1 upgrade point. Gained. Sharp Wolf Fong X1. Copper Coin X, 25. The second one. Lin Tian silently urged, his focus sharply attuned. As he dispatched the gray wolf to his right, his body instinctively rolled to the left. Woof. A gray afterimage, reeking of blood, grazed past the back of his head. The elite gray wolf's claws once again missed their mark, only carving deep grooves into the grass. That was close. Lin Tian broke into a cold sweat. He quickly rose, distancing himself several meters from the remaining Plains Gray Wolf, then swiftly drank a healing potion to restore his life. The elite gray wolf, having missed its strike, landed on the ground, turned around, and the pale blue energy still swirled around it. Rapid Strike, effect still active, charging once more at Lin Tian. Slish. 33. Another vivid red damage number floated above his head. Boom. 427. Meanwhile, the cooldown for Fireball was complete, and he unleashed another Fireball. Ding. You have slain an 8-level Plains Gray Wolf. Overlevel kill. Gained 15 experience. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered. Gained 1 upgrade point. Gained. Sharp Wolf Fong X1. Copper Coin X, 25. The last gray wolf that had activated Rapid Strike was also turned to cinders beneath the blazing fireball, with 890 life points. Enduring a few attacks was indeed trivial. Lin Tian gazed at his slightly diminished health bar, his eyes sparkling with determination. However, the speed of that elite wolf and its cunning attack angles could have rendered him quite helpless had he not reacted swiftly. While he might survive, it would have been a most embarrassing predicament. Attributes are fundamental, yet skill is equally paramount. Lin Tian resolved in his heart. This bluestone plain was the perfect training ground. In the time that followed, Lin Tian transformed into the harbinger of cleansing upon the bluestone plain. He no longer settled for passive retaliation or stationary output. He ceased to recklessly endure the wolf's claws, instead utilizing his own speed to predict and evade. Sidestepping, rolling, and abruptly changing direction, he navigated through the sharp claws and fangs, internalizing the trajectories and velocity changes of the monster's assaults. Each successful evasion deepened his understanding of both his own attributes and the behaviors of his foes. He practiced predicting shots with Fireball, calculating the wolves' running speeds and the points of their pounces, accurately striking the ground where they would land next or blocking their escape routes. From initially missing frequently, to later achieving near certainty. Ding. You have slain an 8-level Plains Gray Wolf. Overlevel kill. Gained 15 experience. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered. Gained 1 upgrade point. Ding. You have slain an 8-level Plains Gray Wolf. Overlevel kill. Gained 15 experience. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered. Gained 1 upgrade point. The system's notification chimes remain melodious. Yet Lin Tian frowned slightly at his slowly crawling experience bar. 500 points needed to level from 2 to 3. 15 points of experience per Gray Wolf was indeed commendable, but this bluestone plain was vast. He surveyed the expansive grasslands around him, where the wind rustled the wolf-tail grass, revealing scattered gray wolves wandering alone or in small packs. The distribution of monsters was too sparse. Each time he ran to lure 3 or 5. By the time he finished them off, he had to trek far to find the next wave, wasting a significant amount of time on the journey. If only he had an AoE skill, it would greatly enhance my leveling efficiency. 3 hours later. Ding. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 3. All attributes 2. Gained free attribute points, 5. Gained skill points, 5. Ding. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 4. All attributes 2. Gained free attribute points, 5. Gained skill points, 5. Ding. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 5. All attributes 2. Gained free attribute points, 5. Gained skill points, 5. Thanks to the excess experience from overlevel kills, Lin Tian's level rapidly soared from 2 to 5. A surge of power coursed through his body, his mind becoming clearer and more astute. Simultaneously, during this period of frenzied monster farming, his upgrade points accumulated to 125 points. Upgrade points, 125. Skill points, 615. As a mage, the essence lies in output, to maximize damage output and enhance monster farming efficiency. He allocated all 15 of his free attribute points to intelligence. Subsequently, he spent 8 skill points to upgrade Fireball and Strengthening. After the upgrades, Fireball became level 2 and Strengthening level 1. Skill points, 61,516. Immediately, he utilized 50 enhancement points to elevate both the Fireball spell and the Fortify skill to B grade. Shall 40 enhancement points be consumed to elevate the target's C grade skill, Fortify? Confirmed. 50 enhancement points expended, C grade Fortify upgraded to B grade Fortify. Effect, permanently increases Constitution attribute by 120 points. Current enhancement points, 125, 50, 75. Shall 50 enhancement points be consumed to elevate the target's C grade skill, Fireball? Confirmed. 40 enhancement points expended, C grade Fireball upgraded to B grade Fireball. Casting range, 53 mental meters. Description, harnesses a pure essence of flame, consuming 70 mana points, inflicting fire damage equivalent to 450 spell attack power on the target. Upon impact, it triggers an explosive effect. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Current enhancement points, 75, 50, 25. The B-grade Fortify, with its remarkable 120-point boost to his constitution, elevated his life force to a terrifying level. Now, the damage from Fireball surged to an astounding 124, spell attack, 40, intelligence potion, 450,738 points. Moreover, with Fireball reaching B-grade, its explosive impact rendered it somewhat of an AoE skill, significantly enhancing his efficiency in monster farming. Gazing at his opulent attributes and exaggerated spell damage, Lin Tian felt invigorated. He lifted his gaze to the horizon. The once azure sky had been painted with vast swathes of orange and deep purple, the sun sinking into the distant horizon, leaving only the last remnants of twilight. A cool breeze swept across the stone plain, rustling the tall wolf's tail grass, whispering softly, amplifying the vastness and desolation of the landscape. The encroaching darkness prompted Lin Tian to furrow his brow slightly. Though nighttime in the game was not devoid of activity, visibility was compromised, and the attributes of wild monsters might be enhanced or more dangerous. Nocturnal creatures could spawn. More importantly, the mental fatigue from continuous high-intensity monster farming was palpable. Today's harvest had already proven bountiful. His level had also ascended to 5. Lin Tian made up his mind, orienting himself, and set forth towards the novice village. Subsequently, a figure swiftly traversed the thickening twilight. Chapter 14, Returning to the Village, Conflict. A silhouette appeared at the village entrance. It was Lin Tian, returning from the stone plain. By the time Lin Tian reached the humble wooden gate of the novice village, night had fully descended. In stark contrast to the daytime bustle, the village entrance had transformed into the liveliest spot of the night. An open-air market spontaneously formed by players had taken shape. Level 0 plain leather armor, defense 3, only 50 copper coins. Cheaper than the general store by 20 copper. Buying 3-eyed spider venom sacks, 1 silver coin per set. Bulk discounts. A level 2 party is in need of a reliable healer, priority for B-grade or above healing talents. Hurry. Freshly minted level 2 iron swords, physical attack 8. Selling at a tear-jerking price, just 2 silver coins. Lin Tian slowed his pace, intrigued as he surveyed the stalls. Most of the equipment for sale was level 0 or 2 white items or inferior quality, with pitifully low additional attributes. Compared to his own gear, they were vastly inferior. Currently, most players hovered around level 12, with the occasional level 3 player hurrying past, their expressions reflecting exhaustion or the joy of success. Evidently having just concluded a day's battle, Lin Tian held no interest in these low-grade items. His primary concern lay with skill books. After slaying monsters for so long, he had yet to encounter a single skill book. The drop rate was outrageously low. His backpack quietly housed 99 gold coins, enhanced through his talents. He had automatically filtered out the worthless gray and white gear that dropped, not even casting a glance, as backpack space was precious. He only picked up some copper coins, planning to enhance when he needed the funds, just as he began to feel a tinge of disappointment. Preparing to cross the market and return to his modest rented cabin in the village corner for some rest, a large crowd gathered around a stall caught his attention. From within the throng came waves of gasps and intense haggling. Wow, a skill book, and it's passive. E-grade enlightenment, permanently increases intelligence. This is practically a divine artifact for mages in the early game. Boss, could you lower the price a bit? How about 2 silver coins? That's all I have. Bro, I'll offer 3 silver coins. Sell it to me. I'll trade right now. Damn, don't snatch it. Boss, I'll also offer 3 silver coins. Buy it for me. Lin Tian's heart stirred, and he pushed through the crowd to get closer. There sat a level 2 warrior player behind the stall, his face a mix of excitement and anxiety. Before him lay a cloth spread with a skill book adorned with a pale blue brainwave pattern, its pages slightly worn. Item, skill book, enlightenment. Grade, E, type, passive skill. Effect, upon learning, permanently increases intelligence attribute by 5 points. Learning requirements, mage, priest. Description, a fundamental mental cultivation method that slightly enhances the perception of elements and knowledge, One of the introductory texts for Mage Apprentices. Price, 50 silver coins. A permanent increase of 5 intelligence. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Although it was merely E-grade and the attribute boost was modest. Passive skills require no mana consumption and take effect permanently, representing a significant enhancement for any magic-based profession in the early game. Moreover, this was precisely the core attribute he most needed. Even more importantly, he possessed the enhancement talent. This E-grade book would be a formidable boon in his hands. Lin Tian stepped forward. I'll take this skill book, let us trade. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Wow, what a big shot. Not even blinking for 50 silver coins. What a tycoon. Where did this brother get so much money? It's over, no chance now. The big shot has made his move. I've been grinding monsters all day and barely have 1 silver coin. The stall owner, the warrior player, saw the solid 50 silver coins in the trading bar and trembled with excitement. Deal? Such a straightforward big shot. Fearing Lin Tian would change his mind, he quickly clicked to confirm. Just as the transaction completion prompt lit up in Lin Tian's system bar, a distinctively displeased and arrogant voice rang out from the edge of the crowd. Wait, that skill book is ours from the AO-sure team. The crowd was roughly parted as a well-equipped, imposing 5-member team pushed their way in. At the forefront was a young mage clad in a brand new apprentice robe. Wielding a staff embedded with a low-quality sapphire, his ID, Yi Shun, level 3 mage, shining brightly above him, his expression radiating undeniable arrogance. Following closely were 2 burly warriors, a sharp-eyed archer and a detached-looking priest, all of them at level 2, exuding an air of superiority that discouraged any approach. This team, composed of top-tier talents, an A-grade mage leading, with the others at B-grade, undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of strength in the novice village. Yi Shun's greedy gaze was first fixed on the skill book in Lin Tian's hand, which emitted a blue glow, as though it were already within his grasp. Only then did his attention shift to Lin Tian. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Tian had concealed his level, leading them to assume he was too lowly ranked to display it. In Yi Shun's perception, those who could rise to level 3 were undoubtedly top-notch experts, who would conceal their level. The individual before him was most likely a level 1 or 2 novice who had merely stumbled upon luck or possessed a unique talent for making money. One of his warrior subordinates immediately stepped forward, pointing at the vendor and Lin Tian with an assertive tone. Hey, bookseller. And you, listen up. This book has caught the interest of our brother Shun. Be smart and cancel the transaction. Relinquish the book. We'll pay you 45 silver coins for it. The vendor's face turned pale, instinctively shrinking back in fear, but the weight of the 50 silver coins in his pouch lent him a semblance of courage. And his voice trembled as he stammered. But, esteemed one, the transaction has already been completed. Yi Shun's brows knitted tightly, clearly displeased with his subordinate's offer and the vendor's lack of recognition. He stepped forward, his gaze locking onto Lin Tian like a hawk, his voice intentionally lowered, exuding a hypocritical air of reasoning but brimming with undeniable pressure. Friend, do me a favor. This skill book is crucial for our squad's progress in tomorrow's dungeon exploration. You paid 50 silver for it. I won't let you incur a loss. Our squad's entire income for today is 45 silver coins. Kindly pass it to me. He paused, his tone laced with a hint of condescension and veiled threat. Let's be friends. In the future, in the novice village, mention my name, Yi Shun, or our Aoshi squad's name, and no one will dare to provoke you. What do you say? Despite his words, the condescension and implicit threat in his eyes were unmistakable. The 4 team members behind him stepped forward, creating an intimidating presence. The surrounding players fell silent, not daring to breathe. It was evident that this Aoshi squad was well-equipped and formidable, absolutely not to be trifled with. The player who had acquired the book was in grave peril. Lin Tian observed this scene, then glanced down at the E-grade skill book emitting a faint blue glow in his hand. Raising his gaze to meet the arrogant expressions of Yi Shun and his imposing teammates, he suddenly smiled. That smile carried a hint of amusement, a touch of coldness, and a trace of pity for the foolish gestures before him. He leisurely brought the skill book to eye level. And just as Yi Shun anticipated his concession to relinquish the book, a smirk of triumph beginning to form on his lips, Lin Tian's finger gently tapped the book's cover. Do you wish to learn the skill Enlightenment, E-grade? Confirm learning. Buzz. The skill book instantly transformed into a gentle stream of blue light, merging into Lin Tian's body. Ding. Congratulations. You have learned the passive skill Enlightenment, E-grade. Intelligence, 5 permanently. Current intelligence, 42-47. Current spell attack, 124-134. Lin Tian lifted his head, meeting Yi Shun's expression, which had suddenly frozen, quickly morphing into one of shock and fury, while the surrounding players gasped collectively. He shrugged, his tone casual as if stating a simple fact. Sorry, my hand slipped. I learned it. You all arrived a moment too late. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. The marketplace's clamor eerily hushed in that moment, leaving only Yi Shun's heavy breaths, filled with rage, and the fire of humiliation and fury burning in his eyes. The precious skill book he had painstakingly sought was snatched away by this seemingly ordinary individual. This was no mere slap in the face. It was as if he had trampled his dignity into the ground and ground it beneath his heel. You're seeking death. Yi Shun's face flushed a deep shade of crimson, his teeth grinding audibly, the sapphire atop his staff flickering with a dangerous light, his magical energy surging uncontrollably. The murderous intent from his teammates surged forth, hands poised on their weapons. Yet, Lin Tian seemed oblivious to the tense standoff, merely tilting his head slightly. Casting a glance over Yi Shun and his men, the cold curve of his lips deepening. "Humph, ignorant fool," Zhang Hong shouted. Attempting to regain control of the situation, "You should be grateful this is a safe zone. If we were in the wild, I'd de-kill you back to level 0 in a heartbeat. Be wise and don't leave the village." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian not only remained unperturbed but appeared to find it an amusing joke, gently shaking his head. He no longer regarded them. Turning on his heel and striding toward his residence. Just as he was about to merge into the shadows of the crowd, a clear and calm voice, laden with the weight of 1,000 pounds, echoed in Yi Shun's ears. "You should be the ones grateful to be in a safe zone." As his words faded, Lin Tian's figure vanished into the throng of the marketplace, leaving behind a dead silence at the stalls, along with the ashen faces of Yi Shun and his Aoshi squad, their eyes ablaze with humiliation and rage. Chapter 15. Leaving the village, annihilating the Aoshi squad. The wooden door creaked softly as Lin Tian locked the modest temporary dwelling behind him. The interior contained only a hard bed, a dilapidated wardrobe, and a wobbly wooden table. Moonlight streamed through the window cracks, casting mottled shadows on the floor. He eagerly summoned the skill panel, his gaze fervently fixed on the newly acquired skill, Enlightenment. With 4 skill points at his disposal, he aimed to elevate it to level 1. Lin Tian concentrated his thoughts. Ding. Consumed 4 skill points, Enlightenment upgraded to level 1. Current skill points, 51. He then took a deep breath, focusing on the talent, Enhancement. Consuming 25 talent points to elevate, Enlightenment, tier. Ding. Consumed 5 talent points. E-grade Enlightenment upgraded to D-grade. Effect, Intelligence 30 to 45. Ding. Consumed 20 talent points. D-grade Enlightenment upgraded to C-grade. Effect, Intelligence 45 to 60. Talent points, 250. A refreshing surge of energy flooded into his brain, and Lin Tian felt his thoughts clearer than ever. Intelligence, 42-102. Spell attack, 84-204. 40. Equipment, 244. Fireball damage, 244-450-1098. 1098 damage. Lin Tian's pupils constricted violently, his fingers trembling involuntarily. He abruptly stood, the humble wooden bed creaking under the strain. Ha! Uncontrollable laughter erupted within the cramped room as Lin Tian clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. 244 spell attack. 1098 damage. And nearly 1,000 hit points. This was merely the beginning. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with fervor, as if they might ignite. Once I elevate all passive skills to S-grade, or even SS grade, who could possibly stand in my way? This thought sent shivers down his spine. Forcing himself to calm down, Lin Tian lay back on the hard bed, yet sleep eluded him. His mind raced with various potential combinations of passive skills until he finally drifted into a hazy slumber in the deep of night. The following morning, as the morning light streamed through the window cracks and illuminated his face, Lin Tian abruptly opened his eyes. After a night of deep sleep, all exhaustion had vanished, and he felt refreshed, his thoughts sharper than ever, a direct consequence of his 102 intelligence. After a brief wash, Lin Tian pushed the door open and stepped outside. In the early morning, the novice village was shrouded in a delicate mist, the air imbued with the aroma of drifting smoke from hearths. He strode purposefully towards the village entrance, intent on venturing forth to the Qingstone Plain to engage in monster hunting. 50 meters away, a furtive figure lurked in the shadows against the wall. A level 2 warrior from the Aoshi team. Zhang Hong's bloodshot eyes revealed that he had been lying in wait for quite some time. Upon spotting Lin Tian, he quickly withdrew his head, his heart racing. Damn it. He finally emerged, Zhang Hong thought through gritted teeth, his fingers deftly maneuvering across the virtual interface. Shungo, that kid is out. He's heading towards the village entrance. A useless wretch who didn't even dare display his level. Zhang Hong glared at Lin Tian's retreating silhouette, a flicker of resentment igniting in his eyes. Just wait until you leave the village. Let us see how you meet your demise. As Lin Tian approached the stone bridge at the village entrance, he suddenly halted. Not far ahead, 5 familiar figures were brazenly blocking the path, none other than the entire Aoshi team. At the forefront, Yi Shun donned a pristine level 3 mage robe, his sapphire staff shimmering with a chilling light in the morning sun. A disingenuous smile graced his face, yet his eyes were filled with malevolence. Oh, isn't this the friend with the lightning-fast fingers from yesterday? Yi Shun deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of nearby players who were up early for leveling. What's this? Did you sleep too soundly and lose your courage? Now you dare not even walk the path? The members behind him chimed in with mocking laughter. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, Zhang Hong had circled behind him, forming a pincer attack alongside another warrior. Lin Tian surveyed the scene, his gaze eerily calm. "Step aside," he uttered coolly, his voice devoid of any emotional inflection. Yishan's smile froze. He had not anticipated that the opponent would still exhibit such bravado despite being at a 5-to-1 disadvantage. "You're quite the bold one, aren't you?" he said, slowly advancing, his staff nearly poking Lin Tian's chest. "Yesterday, I couldn't touch you in the safe zone, but now." Yishan's voice dropped. Laced with a serpentine chill, "I offer you 2 choices. First, compensate me with 50 silver coins for emotional distress and kneel to apologize. Second, I'll let you experience what 39 death penalty truly means." The surrounding players involuntarily took a few steps back, murmuring amongst themselves. "It's over. This kid has crossed paths with Aoshi. I heard he snatched Yishan's skill book yesterday. A lone player daring to provoke an A-grade talent mage? He is seeking his own demise." Suddenly, Lin Tian smiled, an expression that inexplicably made Yishan's heart quiver. "Do you know?" Lin Tian slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward. "I also have 2 choices for you. First," his palm erupted with a searing white flame, the terrifying heat warping the very air around them. "You all should leave now." Second, the calm in Lin Tian's eyes shattered, replaced by a chilling excitement akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. "I will send all of you back to the city." The brilliance of the fireball illuminated Lin Tian's head, revealing the long-concealed level indicator. "Lin Tian, level 5 mage." "Level 5. Zhang Hong's voice cracked in astonishment, piercing through the morning fog. The mage they had regarded as a novice yesterday had, astonishingly, surpassed Yishan by 2 levels. Yishan's complexion shifted from pale to green, his fingers gripping the staff, turning white. Yet, in the next moment, his grotesque expression returned. "So what if you're level 5? We 5 are still not afraid of you." He raised his staff with fervor, yelling hysterically, "Concentrate fire, and take him down." Zhang Hong and another warrior, Wang Hu, simultaneously unleashed heavy strike, their iron swords gleaming as they aimed for Lin Tian's chest. Yishan conjured a fireball at the tip of his staff, while the archer, Li Xiang, released an arrow. The priest, Chen Dao, also swung his staff. 33, 28, 15, 12, 10. 5 damage numbers floated above Lin Tian's head, summing to a mere 98 points. Insignificant against his 950 health points, barely denting his health bar. "Is that all?" Lin Tian scoffed, unflinching. In the horrified gazes of all, he absorbed the full brunt of the attack, his staff unwaveringly aimed at Yishan. Boom. 1089. A crimson critical hit number erupted above Yishan's head. He had no time to scream, as he was obliterated into a burst of white light, slain. Ding. Player Yishan has been killed. Shingu. Zhang Hong stared in terror at the spot where his captain had vanished, still reeling when the second fireball came whistling in. 1088. Zhang Hong felt a heat in his chest, and his vision transformed into the gray-white imagery of the resurrection point. Ding. Player Zhang Hong has been killed. Wang Hu's iron sword remained lodged in Lin Tian's shoulder, but he witnessed the third fireball magnifying before him. 1090. This is impossible. This was his final thought before being consumed by radiant light. Li Xiang, having just knocked a second arrow, beheld a scene that sent chills down his spine. The mage, enduring all attacks, turned to face him as if nothing was amiss. "Monster!" he cried, attempting to flee. 1089. The fireball struck his back with precision, exploding him into a cascade of luminous particles. The last priest, Chen Dao, collapsed weakly to his knees. "Big bro, I was wrong." 1089. Lin Tian remained expressionless. Ding. Player Chen Dao has been killed. 5 bursts of white light ignited at the village entrance, leaving behind several glimmering pieces of equipment scattered across the ground. The entire village entrance fell into a deathly silence. Suddenly, the crowd erupted. "What the hell? What did I just witness? A quintuple kill in an instant. Is this a mage or a humanoid boss? Over 1000 damage. Can a level 5 mage's fireball deal such damage? Did you see his health? They barely managed to chip away a tenth of it with 5 people focusing fire. This must be an S-grade talent. Aoshi has bitten off more than they can chew, huh? Look, equipment has dropped. Yishan's staff has been destroyed." Lin Tian leisurely gathered the spoils from the ground, the sounds of astonishment ringing in his ears. When he picked up the staff embedded with a subpar blue gemstone, the surroundings fell silent, everyone holding their breath, awaiting his next move. "Just some junk equipment." Lin Tian tossed the staff into his backpack, his words clear and audible. "But it should fetch a few silver coins at the merchant." This statement struck like a resounding slap across the faces of the Aoshi team, who had just returned from the resurrection point. Yishan, pale-faced, stared at his empty right hand. Not only had he lost a level, from level 3 to 2, but he had also dropped his most prized staff. Lin Tian cast a glance at the trembling members of Aoshi, saying nothing as he lightly dusted off non-existent dirt from his mage robe, then turned towards the direction of the Qingstone Plain. The crowd parted to make way, all players watching him leave with expressions akin to those reserved for monsters. It was not until Lin Tian's silhouette vanished into the morning mist that the village entrance resumed its clamor. and the news of a mysterious mage annihilating the Aoshi team spread like wildfire throughout the novice village. At the resurrection point, Shingu, should we pursue? Zhang Hong asked, his face a mask of despair, missing his wrist guards and suffering a significant drop in defense. Yi Shun glared intently in the direction of the village entrance, his eyes filled with a venomous resentment. Pursue? With what shall we pursue? He kicked over a nearby wooden barrel in frustration. Chapter 16. Dungeon, Grey Wolf Den. Having dealt with the Aoshi team's interruption, Lin Tian pressed on, making his way back to the vast expanse of the Qingstone Plain. The newly added explosive effect of the B-grade fireball spell had dramatically enhanced his monster hunting efficiency, no longer needing to tread cautiously. Lin Tian boldly stepped into the heart of the wolf pack's territory. As a pack of over a dozen gray wolves caught the scent of human presence, roaring as they surged from all directions, Lin Tian's lips curled into a slight smile, the tip of his staff radiating a blinding white light that coalesced in an instant. Boom. A fireball, larger than a human head, with a core as radiant as a miniature sun and edges entwined with frenzied crimson flames, screamed through the air and crashed into the heart of the wolf pack. 1098, 329, 329, 329. The explosion sent shockwaves, leaving 3 nearby gray wolves severely injured. The searing shockwave swept through the area, hurling 4 or 5 wolves into the air, while the acrid scent of burnt fur and the anguished howls of wolves filled the atmosphere. The 12-second cooldown vanished in a heartbeat. Once more, Lin Tian deftly sidestepped a wolf charging at him with swift, its form merely a fleeting shadow, and retaliated with another fireball aimed at the most concentrated cluster of injured beasts. 1098, 329. Another wolf fell in an instant, the remnants of its life splattering around. What was once a battle requiring time and effort to eliminate foes one by one had transformed into a ruthless and efficient harvest. 1 fireball cleared the field, 2 fireballs mopped up the remnants, and within mere seconds, the once mighty pack of level 8 gray wolves lay scattered as charred corpses and glowing experience orbs. Copper coins clattered to the ground like rain. Ding. Killed level 8 plain gray wolf, over level kill. Experience points, 12. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered. Gained 1 upgrade point. Ding. Killed level 8 plain gray wolf, over level kill. Experience points, 12. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered. Gained 1 upgrade point. Ding. Killed level 8 plain gray wolf, over level kill. Experience points, 12. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered. Gained 1 upgrade point. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 6. All attributes 2. Gained 5 free attribute points. Gained 5 skill points. A golden radiance enveloped him, and a surge of power coursed through Lin Tian once more. He unreservedly allocated the 5 free attribute points into intelligence. Intelligence, 102109. Spell attack, 244,258. Fireball damage, 10981161. Subsequently, Lin Tian ventured deeper, where the terrain began to undulate. Massive weathered rocks strewn about like the bones of a colossal beast. Within a sheltered crevice of a gigantic rock wall, he discovered a swirling vortex of contorted energy, emanating an ominous dark red glow, resembling a portal to another realm. The surrounding air seemed to warp slightly, and he could faintly hear the distant howls of wolves and the sound of claws scraping against stone. Ding. Found dungeon entrance, Grey Wolf Den, level 8. Dungeon type, small team dungeon, recommended, 35 level 8 players. Dungeon difficulty, normal, hard, nightmare. Each difficulty can only be attempted once per day. Description, a den of vicious wolves that has taken residence deep in the Qingstone Plain, ruled by a cunning and powerful wolf king. A dungeon indeed. A fierce light ignited in Lin Tian's eyes, recommended for 35 players? Huh, I shall not heed your advice. Let me first test the strength of the normal difficulty. After selecting normal difficulty, he stepped into the dark red vortex. The scenery twisted before his eyes, and an overwhelmingly nauseating stench assaulted his nostrils. Lin Tian found himself in an exceedingly narrow natural rock passage, barely wide enough for 2 to walk side by side. The light was dim, illuminated only by the faint phosphorescence seeping through the cracks in the rock, barely illuminating the slick ground. Sharp stalactites hung from above, with cold droplets of water falling rhythmically, echoing distinctly in the silence. The ground was littered with pale beast bones that crunched ominously underfoot. The air was damp and viscous, as if one could squeeze out a metallic taste of blood. A low, threatening growl emanated from the depths of the darkness ahead, accompanied by the sound of claws scraping against the ground. Suddenly, from the shadows of the rock walls, a multitude of eyes flickered to life, glowing a menacing red. 20 plain gray wolves emerged silently, like phantoms from hell, completely blocking the narrow passage, rancid saliva dripping from their bared fangs. Humph, like fish in a barrel. Lin Tian scoffed coldly, standing his ground against the surging pack. The staff in his hand erupted with blinding light. Fireball, 1143, 342, 342, 342. The explosion erupted. The incandescent fireball detonated like a miniature nuclear bomb in the confined space. The three wolves at the forefront were reduced to ash before they could even utter a cry, while the scorching shockwave and fiery fragments engulfed the throng of wolves packed closely together. The narrow terrain had become a lethal cage, perfectly amplifying the explosion's damage. Lin Tian moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll, launching a fireball every 12 seconds, accurately targeting the densest cluster of wolves. The gray wolves' pride in their speed and numbers became a mere joke in the face of overwhelming firepower and terrain constraints. Wails, explosions, and the sound of shattering bones echoed through the passage. Ding. Killed level 8 plain gray wolf, overlevel kill. Experience points, 12. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered. Gained 1 upgrade point. Ding. Ding. In less than 20 seconds, all 20 gray wolves had been reduced to charred remains and shimmering orbs, leaving behind a scene of devastation and clinking copper coins. Lin Tian then proceeded deeper, traversing the passage thick with the scent of charred flesh, until he emerged into a larger natural cavern. Jagged stalactites hung from the ceiling, the ground slick beneath him, with a pool of murky blood at the center, soaking the remains of some unknown large creature. 10 elite gray wolves, noticeably larger and with fur gleaming with a metallic sheen, surrounded the remains. Sensing the intruder, their crimson eyes locked onto Lin Tian, emitting a low, menacing growl as their muscular limbs coiled slightly, preparing for an assault. Elite plain gray wolf. Level 8. Health, 800. Attack power, 80. Speed, 35. Skills, Swift Enhancement, Bloodthirsty Bite. With a roar, 3 elite wolves activated Swift Enhancement, becoming 3 silver afterimages that charged at him from different angles with an almost imperceptible speed. Their angles were devious, and their movements synchronized. Lin Tian remained steadfast, his gaze coolly calculating. 85, 85, 85. Their claws shredded his robe, yet his health bar barely budged at 950. Boom. He called out sharply, thrusting his staff into the ground, and with a swift motion, conjured 2 slightly smaller, but equally potent blazing fireballs. 1143. 1143. The twin fireballs shot forth in crisscross trajectories, precisely striking the 3 elite wolves and the gathering pack behind them. The deafening explosion reverberated through the cavern. 6 elite wolves were left mangled, their health bars plummeting drastically. The scorching waves even caused the stalactites above to tremble slightly. Lin Tian moved fluidly, downing a mana potion, and, amidst the horrified gazes of the remaining elite wolves, he raised his staff once more. Boom, boom. 2 more devastating fireballs engulfed the remaining elite wolves in a conflagration of destruction. Ding. Killed level 8 elite plain gray wolf, overlevel kill. Experience points, 50. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered. Gained 1 upgrade point. Ding, ding. The battle unfolded in a mere 15 seconds, from inception to conclusion. Subsequently, Lin Tian pressed forward, traversing the blood-soaked lair of the elite, where an even more formidable and oppressive aura of malevolence surged towards him. Chapter 17, Dungeon Clearance. At the cavern's deepest recess, the space was unusually expansive. The ground littered with a thick layer of beast bones, the accumulation of untold ages. A colossal wolf, comparable in size to a young calf and standing nearly 2 meters at the shoulder, reclined languidly upon a throne constructed from enormous skulls. Its fur shimmered like flowing mercury. Surrounding it were 5 elite guard wolves, more robust than the elite wolves encountered in the second stage, their eyes gleaming with a more savage ferocity. The Wolf King's dark golden vertical pupils glimmered like 2 ethereal lanterns in the dim light, coldly surveying the intruder. Plains Gray Wolf King. Level 8. Health 5000. Attack power 150. Speed 40. Skills. Wolf King's roar. Emits a soul-stirring roar, instilling fear in enemies within a 30-meter radius for 1 second. Earth-shattering claw strike. Unleashes 3 rapid claw strikes in a cone-shaped area ahead, each inflicting 100 attack power damage. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Passive when health falls below 30. Attack power increases by 50 and attack speed by 30. Description: the sovereign of the Azure Stone Plains, cunning and brutal, possessing the power to command a pack of wolves. Flanking the Wolf King's throne were 5 elite guards, larger than the elite wolves of the second stage. Their eyes filled with an even more vicious glare, clad in crude bone armor. Wolf King's Guard, Elite. Level 8. Health 1000. Attack power 90. Speed 38. Skills: Self-Sacrificial Guard. When the Wolf King is attacked, there is a chance to block a portion of the damage on its behalf. Coordinated Mauling. When attacking the same target simultaneously with allies, inflicts an additional 20 damage. Swift Kill. Executes a high-speed lunge, dealing 120 attack power damage. Description: the most loyal guardians of the Wolf King, specially enhanced, endowed with a strong sense of protection and exceptional synergy in combat. Suddenly, the Wolf King raised its head without warning and unleashed a terrifying roar that pierced the soul. Wolf King's roar. Group Fear. An invisible sound wave surged forth. Lin Tian felt as if his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer. His body instantly stiffened, immobilized. Roar! The 5 Wolf King's guards, as if commanded by a bloodlust, erupted into action, their eyes ablaze with crimson light, launching themselves at Lin Tian simultaneously. They coordinated flawlessly, 2 lunging for his throat while 2 others blocked his evasive routes, the last one preparing to unleash swift kill from the side. The glinting claws cut through the air with a shrill scream. 95, 95, 95, 95, 150, 114, swift kill. 6 massive damage numbers erupted above Lin Tian's head in an instant. Total damage, 644 points. His health plummeted from 950 to 306 in an instant. The coordinated mauling effect of the Wolf King's guards rendered the damage extraordinarily terrifying. As the second of the fear's duration concluded, Lin Tian regained his mobility, a chill coursing through him. The threat posed by these 5 guards was far beyond anticipation. Their presence rendered the Wolf King nearly invincible. They must be dealt with first. Seeking death, Lin Tian roared, his eyes flashing with cold determination as he resolved to eliminate the Wolf King's guards first. He gritted his teeth against the pain, opting not to charge at the Wolf King but instead rolling sharply to the side, narrowly avoiding the Wolf King's first, earth-shattering claw strike. Boom! The crimson claw shadow exploded beside him, sending debris flying. Lin Tian disregarded the threat of the Wolf King, his staff firmly locking onto one of the guards who had landed a bit too far forward due to swift kill. Fireball. 1161. The fireball struck true. 348. 348. 348. 348. The violent explosion splattered damage across the other 4 guards clustered together. The searing white light engulfed the guard directly hit, reducing it to ashes before it could even emit a cry of despair. The remaining 4 were grievously wounded, visibly losing a significant portion of their health. Ding. Killed Wolf King's guard, elite. Experience points, 60. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered. Gained 1 upgrade point. The Wolf King let out an enraged howl as the second, earth-shattering claw strike ripped through the ground towards him. Lin Tian's steps were agile as he dodged with utmost precision, simultaneously downing a healing potion. His mana was severely drained, yet he did not hesitate to consume a mana potion. One by one, Lin Tian remained calm as ice, utilizing the expansive space to commence a kiting strategy. He deftly evaded the Wolf King and the remaining guard's pursuit while directing his staff towards another heavily injured guard. Boom. 1161. Ding. Killed Wolf King's guard, elite. Experience points, 60. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered. Gained 1 upgrade point. Only 3 guards remained. The pressure diminished significantly. Lin Tian ceased merely evading and began retaliating, taking advantage of the terrifying 12-second cooldown of the B-level fireball spell. Boom. 1161. The 3rd guard fell. Boom. 1161. The 4th guard was down. The last remaining guard, sensing the impending doom, attempted to retreat, but Lin Tian would not grant it that opportunity. It's over. 1161. Ding. Killed Wolf King's guard, elite. Experience points, 60. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered. Gained 1 upgrade point. In just a matter of seconds, all 5 formidable Wolf King's guards lay vanquished. Only the solitary Wolf King remained. Roar. Witnessing the annihilation of its guards, the Wolf King succumbed to a frenzy. Its silver fur bristled, muscles bulged, and its eyes transformed into a sea of crimson. Bloodthirsty frenzy activated. Attack power, 50,225. Attack speed, 30. It became a silver flash, charging towards Lin Tian with an aura of annihilation. Its speed nearly doubled. Lin Tian's expression grew serious, yet he felt no fear. With the guards eliminated, no concerns lingered. Earth-shattering claw strike. The blood-red claw shadows in its frenzied state were even larger and swifter. Lin Tian pushed his speed to the utmost, darting between the claw shadows like a butterfly flitting through flowers. Swish. 112. Now it's my turn. Lin Tian created distance, the staff erupting with an unprecedented blaze of light. No longer needing to worry about the guard's interference, he unleashed his full power. Boom, 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 boom. The B-level fireball spell, with a mere 12-second cooldown, transformed into an unending tempest of death. 5 fireballs struck the Wolf King's massive form in rapid succession, akin to precisely guided missiles. 1161. 1161. 1161. 1161. 1161. A howl resounded, filled with boundless resentment, agony, and a hint of incredulity, echoing throughout the lair. The once invincible Wolf King's health bar was utterly depleted, its frenzied crimson gaze swiftly dimming. Its enormous body crashed to the ground like a fallen pillar, landing heavily upon the heap of bones, sending dust swirling into the air, before ultimately dissolving into a brilliant burst of white light. Ding. Killed level 8 Plains Gray Wolf King. Experience points, 1000. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered. Gained 1 upgrade point. With the demise of the Wolf King, the entire cavern began to tremble violently, as though it had lost its very foundation. Debris cascaded from the ceiling like rain. Lin Tian was enveloped in a gentle beam of white light, instantly transported out of the dungeon, standing before the dark crimson light curtain at the entrance of the instance. A melodious system notification rang out in succession. Ding. Successfully cleared the Grey Wolf Den, normal, for the first time. Reward obtained. Wolf King's Heart, rare material, X1. Obtained dungeon completion chest, normal, X1. Ding. Congratulations. Your level has risen to level 7. All attributes 2. Gained free attribute points, 5. Gained skill points, 5. Bathed in golden light, the exhilaration of leveling up coursed through his limbs. Lin Tian promptly allocated the 5 free attribute points once more into intelligence. Intelligence, 109116. Spell attack, 258,272. His gaze first fell upon the pulsating, ruby-like Wolf King's Heart in his inventory, radiating powerful life energy, and he nodded in satisfaction. This was undoubtedly a high-grade material. Next, his attention was drawn to the ancient wooden chest labeled Dungeon Completion Chest, normal. With anticipation, he utilized the no-cost enhancement on the chest. After the enhancement, filled with eagerness, Lin Tian chose to open it. The lid of the chest slowly creaked open, revealing a shimmering ice-blue glow. Ding. Opened Dungeon Completion Chest, normal. Obtained, Skill Book, Frostbolt. Acquired Grey Wolf Leader's Greaves. Item, Skill Book Frostbolt. Grade, E. Type, Active Skill. Casting range, 31x Spirit Meters. Mana cost, 40 points. Cooldown time, 8 seconds. Effect, inflicts ice attribute damage equivalent to 80 of one's spell attack power on the target, reducing their movement speed by 30 for 3 seconds. Learning requirement, Mage. Description, a fundamental frost magic capable of effectively restraining enemy movements. Frostbolt, a slowing control skill. A flicker of delight sparkled in Lin Tian's eyes. Though its damage was modest, the slowing effect was immensely useful for kiting, controlling the battlefield, and confronting fast enemies. This was precisely the supplement he needed in light of his explosive damage output, yet lack of control mechanisms. Without hesitation, he opted to learn it. Ding. Congratulations. You have learned the active skill Frostbolt, E grade. Lastly, he cast a glance at the Grey Wolf Leader's Greaves in his inventory. Grey Wolf Leader's Greaves, level 8. Grade, D. Attributes, Physical Defense 35, Stamina 8. Learning requirement, Warrior. Chapter 18, Challenge the Hard Difficulty Dungeon. Standing in the cool morning breeze of the Bluestone Plain, Lin Tian took a deep breath, refraining from hastily challenging the dungeon once more. He summoned his panel, checking the remaining enhancement points. Enhancement points, 172. 172 points. More than he had anticipated. He decided to enhance his equipment and skills before attempting the hard difficulty dungeon. Lin Tian contemplated, a blend of excitement and caution swirling within him. With a flicker of thought, he first targeted the newly acquired skill, Frostbolt, from the skill list. He unhesitatingly infused 8 skill points into the newly learned Frostbolt. Ding. Consumed 4 skill points. Frostbolt upgraded to level 1. Ding. Consumed 4 skill points. Frostbolt upgraded to level 2. Current remaining skill points, 11,443. Subsequently, he expended 25 enhancement points to elevate Frostbolt to C grade. Ding. Consumed 5 enhancement points. E grade Frostbolt upgraded to D grade. Ding. Consumed 20 enhancement points. D grade Frostbolt upgraded to C grade. Current remaining enhancement points, 172,520,147. The refreshed information on Frostbolt materialized. Frostbolt, level 2. Grade, C. Casting range, 40, 14x Spirit Meters. Mana cost, 60 points. Cooldown time, 6 seconds. Effect, inflicts ice attribute damage equal to 250 of one's spell attack power on the target, freezing the target for 2 seconds. Description, the condensed power of ice is sufficient to instantaneously imprison foes. A freeze of 2 seconds. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement. This effect far exceeded his expectations. Coupled with his ultra-short cooldown fireball, his tactical options had greatly expanded. But this was still not sufficient. He turned his gaze toward his core damage-dealing skill, Fireball. With a mere thought, he expended a full 100 enhancement points. Ding. Consumed 100 enhancement points. B grade skill Fireball successfully upgraded. Acquired a grade skill Fireball. Current remaining enhancement points, 147,100,47. Fireball level 2. Grade, A. Casting range, 5319, 107 meters. Mana cost, 85 points. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Effect, condenses pure. Violent flames to inflict fire attribute damage equal to 600 of one's spell attack power on the target. Upon impact, a larger explosion, radius increased by 50, occurs. dealing splash damage equal to 180 of one spell attack power to all enemies within the explosion radius. Description: the might of the flames is beginning to reveal its ferocity. Each release heralds the arrival of destruction. The roar of the explosion ringing out as the death knell for enemies. 600. 1 second cooldown. Expanded radius. A cold, sharp smile crept upon Lin Tian's lips, as he envisioned enemies being obliterated in the more ferocious explosions. With a spell attack power of 272 points, it meant that a single fireball could theoretically deal a staggering 1632 points of damage. The splash damage also reached an astonishing 4,896 points. This terrifying figure filled him with confidence for the forthcoming challenges. Lastly, he glanced at the Grey Wolf Leader's Greaves in his inventory, which provided physical defense and stamina, enhancing his margin for error. Without the slightest hesitation, he infused 20 enhancement points. Ding! Consumed 20 enhancement points. D-grade Grey Wolf Leader's Greaves upgraded to C-grade. Grey Wolf Leader's Greaves, level 8. Grade, C. Attributes: physical defense 50, health 120. Immediately afterward, he activated his innate no-cost enhancement opportunity. Ding! Utilized innate no-cost enhancement opportunity. C-grade equipment Grey Wolf Leader's Greaves upgraded successfully. Acquired B-grade equipment Grey Wolf Leader's Greaves. Grey Wolf Leader's Greaves, level 8. Grade, B. Attributes: physical defense 90, health 120. Description: reinforced by mysterious powers, these greaves are exceptionally sturdy and imbued with a surging vitality. Now, his margin for error had significantly increased. He flexed his legs, feeling the newfound strength coursing through him. Lin Tian's updated attribute panel read: level 7. Spell attack, 272. Physical defense, 117. Health, 1170. Mana, 270. At this moment, mana represented his most significant shortcoming. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the relatively meager reservoir of magical energy within him. The B-grade Greaves significantly enhanced his survival, while the A-grade Fireball spell and C-grade Freezing spell exhibited astonishing power, albeit at an exorbitant cost of mana. With only 270 points of mana at his disposal, he could unleash 3 A-grade Fireballs, 853255, or 4 C-grade Freezing spells, 604240, or perhaps a combination of both before depleting his reserves. He needed to resolve the situation swiftly or locate a means of replenishment. Otherwise, his efficiency would be severely compromised, potentially leading to fatal consequences. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his apprehensions regarding his mana, his gaze sharpening with renewed determination. Let the challenge of the hard difficulty reveal your true caliber. Lin Tian opted for the hard difficulty dungeon, stepping into the ominous, dark crimson vortex that exuded a deeper, more sinister aura. The light twisted, and the stench of decay, intensified several-fold compared to the normal difficulty, nearly became tangible, choking Lin Tian's breath. The narrow, slick stone passage remained unchanged but was shrouded in deeper gloom, the phosphorescence seemingly suppressed by an unseen force, barely outlining the jagged contours of the rocks. The sound of dripping water echoed infinitely in the silence, striking his eardrums. A low, mournful growl transformed from a mere threat into a battle cry, filled with ferocious intent. In the shadows of the rock walls, a multitude of blood-red eyes flared to life, their numbers surging. Frenzied Plains Grey Wolf, level 8, grade E. Health, 580,580. Attack, 75. Speed, 35. Skill, quickness, temporarily increases speed by 30 points, lasting 20 seconds. Description: Grey wolves infected by the frenzied aura deep within the den, now more bloodthirsty and faster. 40 frenzied grey wolves, their eyes ablaze with pure madness and drool cascading from their jaws, surged forth like a relentless torrent of black steel, completely filling the narrow corridor. They disregarded the terrain, trampling over their companions, charging with a speed surpassing that of ordinary grey wolves, recklessly and fiercely. The confined space was utterly overwhelmed. The landscape filled with fangs and claws. Their numbers doubled, and their speed increased. Lin Tian's pupils constricted, yet a hint of excitement curled at the corners of his mouth. Perfect. Your corpses shall serve to test the true might of my A-grade Fireball. He lowered his center of gravity, and the tip of his staff erupted with a blinding, incandescent light as the frenzied fire elements converged, causing the air to scream. Fireball. 1,632. 489. 489. 489. 489. 489. Boom. It was as if high explosives had detonated within a sealed conduit. An unprecedentedly colossal fireball detonated at the heart of the wolf pack. The searing white light instantly engulfed everything ahead. The violent shockwave, accompanied by scorching fiery fragments and the remnants of the wolves, violently collided with the rock walls on either side. The entire passage trembled violently, and debris fell like rain. With just one cast, the first 7 or 8 frenzied wolves were reduced to ash. Over 20 wolves near the explosion center saw their health plummet by more than half. flames igniting upon their bodies as they emitted anguished cries of torment. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh and burnt hair. 1 second cooldown. Delightful. Lin Tian reveled in the almost instantaneous flow of his magic, his feet dancing within the confined space, evading the sporadic lunges. The staff was raised once more, locking onto the area with the highest concentration of wounded foes. Boom. 1632. 489. 489. 489. 489. 489. The second A-grade fireball swept across like the scythe of death. More gray wolves fell in droves. Notifications of experience points and enhancement points cascaded like a waterfall. Ding. Killed an 8-level frenzied plains gray wolf. Overlevel kill. Experience points. 15. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. Lin Tian transformed into a highly efficient harbinger of destruction, utilizing the narrow terrain and the terrifying area of effect capabilities of the A-grade fireball to enact a merciless harvest. Although the frenzied wolves were faster, their sporadic close-range attacks felt like mere scratches against his formidable defense exceeding 100 points. The only pressure stemmed from the sheer number of wolves, necessitating an unrelenting barrage of fire. His mana poured forth like a flood unleashed. With 270 points of mana, 3 fireballs consumed 255 points. Only 15 points remained. Without hesitation, Lin Tian downed a mana potion. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs roared incessantly, transforming the narrow passage into a hellscape of flames. As the last frenzied gray wolf was reduced to ashes, nearly 40 seconds had elapsed. The passage lay in ruins, the walls blackened with soot, the ground littered with charred wolf carcasses and shimmering coins. Chapter 19. Challenging the Hard Difficulty Dungeon 2. Lin Tian advanced. Traversing the passage saturated with the stench of char and blood, the cavernous space ahead exuding an even more lethal atmosphere than the normal difficulty. The central pool of murky blood was larger, its color a deep crimson. Surrounding the blood pool were not 10, but a full 15 elite creatures, their forms more immense. Muscles rippling like iron, their fur glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Their gazes were even more ferocious, claws and fangs seemingly forged from steel. Elite Grey Wolf. Level 8. Grade D. Health 13001300. Attack 110. Speed 40. Skill Quickness Enhancement. Temporarily increases speed by 35 points. 10. Lasting 25 seconds. Hardened Fur. Passive reduces physical damage taken by 10. Description: Elite gray wolves tempered by the frenzied energy of the den, their sinews like steel, astonishingly swift, embodying pure killing machines. The 15 elite gray wolves simultaneously turned their heads, their cold gazes locking onto Lin Tian. Without a moment's hesitation, 8 of them activated Quickness Enhancement, transforming into 8 silver streaks that tore through the air with a piercing shriek, charging from various angles at a speed far surpassing that of before. The remaining 7 spread out, subtly forming a surrounding circle to block Lin Tian's potential escape routes. 8 at once. Lin Tian's heart raced. The pressure was far beyond the normal difficulty. Just as the 8 streaks were about to close in, Lin Tian pointed his staff at the foremost elite, the swiftest among them. Freezing spell. Whoosh. A frigid blue wave shot forth in an instant. 680. Crack. The ice enveloped much of its body, freezing it in place. Lin Tian used this frozen figure to momentarily obstruct the wolf's charge, while deftly slipping sideways, narrowly avoiding the other 7 strikes. However, the overwhelming number of wolves and their speed meant that he still suffered 2 grazing blows. 1. Without missing a beat, Lin Tian, while evading, had already locked onto a gray wolf elite that had miscalculated its leap and landed slightly ahead. Fireball. Boom. 1632. The elite did not even have time to scream before being obliterated by the ferocious A-grade fireball. The explosive aftermath swept through the surroundings. 489. 489. 489. Splash damage. As the frozen elite broke free from its icy prison, it was greeted by yet another searing fireball. Boom. 1632. Instant kill. Lin Tian moved with relentless determination, as if dancing upon the edge of a blade, skillfully utilizing the slightly spacious confines of the cavern and the stalactites as cover. He deftly evaded the swift assaults of the remaining elite foes while unleashing a barrage of A-grade fireballs at a terrifying pace of 1 per second. Each explosion resonated with the anguished roars of the gray wolf elites and the sound of shattering bones. His mana surged once again, yet the potions remained on cooldown. A wave of anxiety gripped Lin Tian, compelling him to rely solely on his movements and freezing spells to maneuver, awaiting the natural replenishment of his mana and the recovery of his potions. As soon as the cooldown for his freezing spell expired, Lin Tian swiftly encased another approaching elite in ice. He then created distance, biding his time for the fireball cooldown and mana recovery. 1 second later, the fireball cooldown was complete. 15 gray wolf elites fell before the combined might of Lin Tian's freezing spells and fireballs, bolstered by high defensive capabilities that absorb sporadic damage, prolonging the battle and depleting his mana multiple times. Ultimately, Lin Tian sacrificed nearly 100 points of health to vanquish all of the Grey Wolf elites. Ding. You have slain a Grey Wolf elite, gaining 75 experience points. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. You have gained 1 enhancement point. After a brief respite, Lin Tian pressed deeper into the cavern, permeated by the pungent scent of blood, where the innermost chamber was suffused with an overwhelming aura of dominance. The ground was littered with beast bones that quivered slightly. Upon a throne constructed from colossal skulls lay a massive wolf, its size nearly a quarter larger than those encountered at ordinary difficulty. Its fur shimmered with a metallic hue of dark silver interwoven with deep gray, and its muscles appeared as if forged from tempered steel. The dark golden vertical pupils, when they opened and closed, conveyed an icy disdain and brutality towards those it deemed insignificant. Surrounding it were not 5, but a total of 8 even larger guards clad in formidable, menacing bone armor. Their gazes sharp as blades, standing vigil as the most loyal sentinels to their king. Grey Wolf King. Level 8. Rank C. Health 8,000. Attack power 220. Speed 48. Skills 1. King's Dominance Roar. Emits a soul-stirring roar that instills fear in enemies within a 30-meter radius for 15 seconds, 5 seconds, while boosting its own and all guards' attack power by 10 for 15 seconds. 2. Earth-Shattering Claw. Executes 3 rapid and devastating claw strikes in a fan-shaped area ahead, each inflicting 150 attack power damage, 50. 3. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Passive activated when health falls below 40, 10, increasing attack power by 70, 20, attack speed by 50, 20, and movement speed by 25. Description: the absolute tyrant of the Azure Stone Plains, its strength and might capable of crushing all who resist. Commanding the most elite guard legion. Wolf King Guard Elite. Level 8. Rank D. Health 1,600. Attack power 130. Speed 45. Skills 1. Iron Wall Guardian. When the Wolf King is attacked, there is a higher chance, 50, to actively block 100 damage for the Wolf King, 20 block rate, 20 block effect. 2. Legion Coordination. When attacking the same target simultaneously with companions, inflicts an additional 40 damage, 20. 3. Charge Stomp. Locks onto a target and launches a high-speed charge, dealing 80 attack power damage to enemies along the path, inflicting 150 attack power damage upon the target and briefly knocking them back. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Description: the Wolf King's most elite guards, clad in heavy armor, adept at tactical formations, and the most unwavering executors of the Wolf King's will. Roar. The tyrannical Wolf King offered no respite to Lin Tian, its dark golden pupils sweeping coldly over the intruder, its massive maw suddenly agape. King's Dominance Roar. A terrifying sound wave imbued with an undeniable aura of dominion crashed down upon Lin Tian like a tangible hammer. He felt as though his mind was being struck by a colossal force, his soul quaking, and his body momentarily frozen in place. Fear for 15 seconds. Simultaneously, a dark red aura enveloped the Wolf King and its 8 guards. Attack power increased by 10. Lasts for 15 seconds. Roar. The 8 Wolf King guards, transformed into war machines upon receiving their ultimate command, radiated a chilling light, surging forth in unison with the enraged Wolf King. Their roles were distinctly defined, executing their maneuvers with perfect synergy, for charged head-on with Charge Stomp, akin to 4 heavily armored war chariots, attempting to block Lin Tian and force him backward. 2 flanked from the sides, launching Legion Coordination to target Lin Tian's vital midsection. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 approached from Lin Tian's blind spot behind, effectively sealing off his escape route. The colossal form of the Wolf King followed closely, its glimmering claws poised to unleash Earth-Shattering Claw, ready to rend the air with an attack power bolstered to an astonishing 242. The numbers 143, 143, 143, 143 erupted above Lin Tian's head in a rapid succession. The cumulative damage exceeded 572 points. His health plummeted from 1130 to 558 points. To make matters worse, the 4 guards charging forward had already closed in, triggering the knockback effect. Lin Tian's body was uncontrollably staggered backward. The moment the 15 seconds of fear concluded, Lin Tian felt his blood surge and his stance falter. The Wolf King's earth-shattering claw descended with an earth-rending ferocity. 3 colossal bloody claw shadows enveloped all his avenues of evasion. He had to create distance. A strong sense of impending doom sent chills down Lin Tian's spine. Struggling against the dizziness, he capitalized on the residual force of his backward stumble, propelling himself away while simultaneously directing his staff at the nearest Grey Wolf Guard that had been momentarily grounded by Charge Stomp. Freezing Spell. Whoosh. 680. Crack. Successfully froze for 2 seconds. An ice wall momentarily obstructed the path. Now was the time. Fireball Spell. Lin Tian bellowed. his staff erupting with radiant brilliance as an A-grade fireball soared forth, crashing into the frozen guard. Boom. 1632. The frozen guard and the encasing ice were obliterated into shards. A swift kill. The explosion's aftershock also affected 2 nearby gray wolves. Chapter 20. Completing the hard difficulty dungeon. Ding. You have slain a Wolf King Guard, Elite, gaining 90 experience points. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. You have gained 1 enhancement point. This strike momentarily disrupted the guard's formation. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Tian executed a daring sideways roll. Boom. 3 bloody claw shadows grazed his form, striking the ground with a force that left deep, unfathomable crevices. Debris flew, narrowly escaping. Lin Tian's gaze turned as cold as the depths of winter, unleashing his utmost speed as he maneuvered frantically within the expansive, throne area. He had to evade the terrifying claws of the Wolf King and the relentless pursuit of the guards, all while remaining wary of the targeting nature of Charge Stomp. His high physical defense allowed him to withstand the guards' ordinary attacks, yet the cumulative damage from Legion coordination remained formidable. He skillfully maneuvered to separate the remaining 7 guards from the Wolf King. As soon as the cooldown for his freezing spell expired, he immediately locked onto another guard. Whoosh. Frozen. Boom. Fireball spell. Instant kill. The battle descended into a brutal tug-of-war. Lin Tian navigated as if traversing a meat grinder, relying on the formidable defense of his B-grade greaves and his agile maneuvers to outmaneuver his foes. He continuously utilized freezing spells to create opportunities for kills, dispatching the guards with fireballs. However, the sheer number of guards was overwhelming, and their coordinated charge and trample inflicted immense trouble, steadily depleting his health. His mana, too, flowed away like sand through an hourglass. Boom. 1632. Freezing spell. Whoosh. Frozen. Boom. Fireball execution. Another guard fell. At this moment, Lin Tian's mana was nearly exhausted, and his health had dwindled to just over 300. He swiftly consumed healing and mana potions. Boom. 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 His mana was unleashed without reservation, transforming into 3 blazing death fireballs that accurately struck the last 3 guards. 1632. 1632. 1632. Ding. 8 deadly Wolf King Iron Guards, entirely annihilated. The cost was that his health, barely sustained by the potions, hovered around 200, while his mana was once again depleted. The Grey Wolf King, with its dark golden vertical pupils, ignited into a furious blaze of wrath upon witnessing the complete destruction of its most loyal guardians. Its muscles bulged grotesquely, its size seemingly swelling further. Dark silver fur stood erect like steel needles. A visible wave of crimson energy erupted from its being. Bloodthirsty Berserk activated. Attack power 70,374. Attack speed 50. Movement speed 2,560. Howl! The soul-shattering roar echoed with boundless fury. The tyrant Wolf King transformed into a dark silver whirlwind of destruction, hurtling toward Lin Tian with unparalleled speed. It no longer utilized abilities. Its enhanced attributes post-Berserk made every lunge carry a ferocious might. Out of mana, the speed disparity was insurmountable. Lin Tian's heart leapt into his throat. Faced with a boss whose speed and attack power had skyrocketed to absurd levels, and lacking mana, he had no choice but to elevate his speed to the utmost, utilizing the remnants of the throne and gigantic beast bones to execute extreme S-shaped evasions. Whoosh. 251. An evasion failed, grazed by the wolf's claw, his defense crumbling against 374 attack power. His health plummeted to the brink, below 50 points. The Wolf King was relentless, its gaping maw filled with a foul wind lunging for him. The scent of death loomed ominously. The potion's cooldown was over. In a moment of desperate urgency, Lin Tian downed the healing potion and propelled himself sideways with all his might. His health surged back to over 200. The wolf's maw barely missed his back, the rush of wind stinging painfully. A glint of madness flickered in Lin Tian's eyes. He no longer fled in a straight line but charged fiercely toward a colossal fallen stalactite. The Wolf King pursued, even faster. Just as the Wolf King was about to pounce upon him, Lin Tian suddenly halted and changed direction, sliding tightly against the stone pillar. Boom! The enraged Wolf King, unable to halt its momentum, crashed violently into the solid stone column. The pillar trembled violently, and the Wolf King momentarily staggered and stiffened. Without a second's hesitation, Lin Tian unleashed 3 fireballs at the stunned Wolf King. 1632. 1632. 1632. The Wolf King's health was reduced by more than half in an instant. After striking the Wolf King, Lin Tian turned and fled. Another heart-pounding chase ensued. 10 seconds later, the potion cooldown was complete. Mana restored. 1632. 1632. 1632. Once more, 3 fireballs struck true. A howl filled with endless agony, resentment, fury, and ultimate despair resounded throughout the lair. even overpowering the sound of collapsing rocks. The once mighty tyrant Grey Wolf King had its health entirely depleted. Its massive body, akin to a small mountain, collapsed with a thunderous crash upon the shattered remains of the beast-bone throne, causing the entire cave to groan in lament. Ultimately, it transformed into a colossal, radiant sphere emanating a dark golden glow. Ding. Defeated level 8 Grey Wolf King. Experience gained, 2,000. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered. Gained 1 upgrade point. The entire lair began to collapse violently, as if the heavens were crashing down. Lin Tian was enveloped in a robust white light beam, instantly teleporting out of the dungeon. Standing before the violently undulating, ominous crimson curtain that seemed poised to engulf everything, Lin Tian gasped for breath. Sweat mingled with blood soaking his robe, his muscles trembling, almost spent. The fierce battle against the 8 Wolf King guards and the Wolf King itself had drained every ounce of his strength, bringing him perilously close to death. Yet, the subsequent wave of unprecedented accomplishment surged within him. Ding. Congratulations. Level up to level 8. All attributes 2. Gained free attribute points, 5. Gained skill points, 5. Golden light bathed him once more, the warmth of leveling up washing away his extreme fatigue. Without hesitation, Lin Tian allocated all 5 free attribute points into intelligence, 116123, spell attack, 272,286. Ding. Successfully cleared Grey Wolf Lair, hard. Reward, Wolf King Necklace X1. Reward, Skill Book, Summon Wolf Pack. Reward, Dungeon Clearance Treasure Chest, hard, X1. With a sense of relief after surviving the ordeal and immense satisfaction from his gains, he examined his spoils. Wolf King Necklace, level 8. Grade, C. Attributes, Spell Attack 80, Mana 200. Description, a necklace crafted from the most exquisite fragments of the Wolf King's skull. A superb necklace indeed. Not only does it enhance spell damage, but it also perfectly compensates for my mana deficiency. Lin Tian was elated. Following this, he activated his talent's no-cost upgrade opportunity. Ding. Using talent no-cost upgrade opportunity. C-grade equipment Wolf King Necklace upgrade successful. Gained B-grade equipment Wolf King Necklace. Wolf King Necklace, level 8. Grade, B. Attributes, Spell Attack 100, Mana 300. Description, a necklace crafted from the most exquisite fragments of the Wolf King's skull. Spell attack power skyrocketed to 346 points. The theoretical damage of a single fireball reached 2076 points. It was becoming increasingly monstrous. Lin Tian then turned his attention to the skill book, Summon Wolf Pack, level 0. Grade, D. Type, active skill. Mana cost, 60 points. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Effect, summon up to 5 Grey Wolves to fight for you until death. Summoning 5 wolves is quite decent. With 6 skill points remaining, I can level it up once and then enhance it further. After upgrading, I will check the attributes of the wolf pack. With a mere thought, Lin Tian decisively infused the 6 skill points into Summon Wolf Pack. Ding. Consumed 6 skill points. Upgraded Summon Wolf Pack to level 1. Current remaining skill points, 862. He then spent 70 upgrade points to elevate Summon Wolf Pack to B grade. Ding. Consumed 20 upgrade points. D grade Summon Wolf Pack upgraded to C grade. Ding. Consumed 50 upgrade points. C grade Summon Wolf Pack upgraded to B grade. The current remaining enhancement points stand at 91205021. Subsequently, he gazed at the newly acquired Summon Wolf Pack. Summon Wolf Pack, level 1. Grade, B. Type, active skill. Mana cost, 100 points. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Effect, summons up to 10 Grey Wolves to fight for you until their demise. The quantity has increased. Let us summon and observe their attributes. Lin Tian activated Summon Wolf Pack, opting to summon a single Grey Wolf. In a flash of light, a majestic Grey Wolf, standing nearly 1.5 meters tall, with a coat glossy as satin and eyes sharp with intensity, silently appeared by his side. It lowered its head slightly, emitting a low growl from its throat that exuded both wildness and loyalty. Grey Wolf. Health, 800. Attack power, 90. Speed, 50. Defense, 60. Skill, Pounce, deals 120 attack damage, with a small chance to knock back. Its attributes rival those of a weakened Grey Wolf elite. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he employed the no-cost enhancement on the treasure chest. Filled with anticipation, he opened the chest. A radiant glow revealed 2 pieces of equipment and a skill book resting within. Wolf King S-Bone Staff, level 8, Grade C spell attack 85, Mana 100. Wolf King S Windwalker Boots, level 8, Grade C movement speed 15, Mana 80. Skill Point Crystal, Grade D grants 20 skill points upon use. Without hesitation, Lin Tian utilized the no-cost enhancement again. Ding. The Wolf King S-Bone Staff has been upgraded to Grade B. Ding. The Wolf King S Windwalker Boots have been upgraded to Grade B. Ding. The Skill Point Crystal has been upgraded to Grade C. The latest attributes transformed into Wolf King S-Bone Staff, level 8, grade B spell attack 120, mana 200. Wolf King S Windwalker Boots, level 8. Grade B movement speed 25, mana 150. Skill point crystal, grade C grants 50 skill points upon use. Lin Tian immediately utilized the skill point crystal, acquiring 50 skill points. With fervor in his gaze, he focused on the core offensive A-grade fireball spell. Upgrading it by 1 level requires 20 skill points. Ding. Consumed 20 skill points. Fireball spell upgraded to level 3. Remaining skill points, 32. Fireball spell, level 3. Grade A, mana cost, 90 points. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Effect, deals 650 spell attack damage. Explosion radius increased by 50, splash damage raised to 200. Spell attack stands at 346 points. The theoretical damage per hit, 346 times 650 equals 2,249 points. Splash damage from the explosion, 346 times 200 equals 692 points. Chapter 21, Challenging Nightmare Difficulty. Standing before the entrance of the Grey Wolf Den dungeon, Lin Tian gazed at the solitary, nightmare level option. Taking a deep breath, the frigid air mingled with the sulphurous scent emanating from the dungeon entrance surged into his lungs, suppressing the instinctive flutter in his heart, yet his gaze remained as sharp as a blade. Fortune favors the bold, he muttered under his breath, decisively confirming his choice. Stepping into the vortex, space distorted violently, as though he had been plunged into a high-speed spinning washing machine. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in the familiar, narrow, and slippery rock corridor, albeit with an entirely different atmosphere. The light was compressed to its utmost, with only a faint phosphorescence seeping through the crevices of the rocky walls, barely outlining the jagged contours of the stones. The air was thick and viscous, akin to plasma, each breath laden with a pungent stench of decay and the iron-like tang of blood, heavy enough to be suffocating, as if a massive stone pressed against his lungs. Scattered beneath his feet lay pallid bones. Stepping upon them produced not the crisp crackling sound of shattering, but a nauseating creaking, akin to the tortured groans of bones. Each step treading upon the remnants of the deceased. Awoo! In the darkness, a multitude of blood-red eyes flickered to life. Like a screen filled with LED red lights, the crimson dots instantaneously filled his entire field of vision, layered upon each other, seemingly infinite. 100 heads. A full 100. The deep howls of wolves converged into a wave of death, causing the stones in the corridor to tremble and fall. Target, Plains Grey Wolf. Level, 8. Grade, D. Health, 1,200. Attack power, 90. Speed, 40. Skill, Swift, temporarily increases speed by 40 points, lasting for 20 seconds. Lin Tian's pupils constricted sharply, his heart sinking as if gripped by an unseen hand, but immediately, a cold, nearly boiling battle intent surged, dissipating the chill. What is there to fear? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian waved his staff, summon wolf pack. Awoo! 10 robust gray wolves with sharp fangs instantly materialized before Lin Tian, forming a defensive line. They crouched low, emitting threatening growls. Lin Tian commanded the wolf pack to encircle him protectively. Fireball spell. Ice spell. Boom. 3029. The blazing giant fireball erupted at the forefront of the wolf pack like a miniature sun. The explosion, now expanded by 50, instantly engulfed over 20 gray wolves. The stench of charred flesh and burning meat permeated the air. Whoosh. 1165. The icy blue torrent accurately struck a gray wolf that had activated Swift and was about to breach the defensive line, instantly freezing it into a solid ice sculpture. Under the cover of the 10 summoned wolves forming a living shield, Lin Tian maneuvered through the narrow corridor, engaging and retreating with agility. The 10-second cooldown of the A-grade fireball spell had transformed into a true storm of death. The staff tip flickered with flames, one after another. Blazing suns detonated amidst the wolf pack. The roars of explosions echoed endlessly, each blast yielding a cascade of crimson death notifications and heart-wrenching wails, while charred wolf corpses rapidly piled into a mountain. The ice spell, akin to the most precise sniper, ensured that every icy blue flash would freeze a wolf attempting to slip through the defenses, buying precious time for the fireballs. Ding. Killed Plains Grey Wolf, overlevel kill. Experience gained, 25. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered, gained 1 enhancement point. The summoned wolf pack continued to suffer losses under the overwhelming numbers and frenzied attacks. Blood and flesh scattering. Lin Tian's gaze remained cold. As soon as his mana was replenished, he immediately waved his staff again. Summon wolf pack. Another 10 fully charged gray wolves roared into the fray, filling the gaps. Awoo! The gray wolves blocked by the newly summoned pack seemed momentarily stunned, as if questioning, is this how we play? As the last gray wolf fell to Lin Tian's precise, finishing fireball, the corridor lay in utter ruin, scorched earth all around. The ground had cracked under the searing heat, the walls splattered with solidified dark red blood and charred flesh, while the air was thick with an unyielding haze of smoke. Lin Tian glanced at the 3 remaining summoned wolves by his side, their bodies drenched in blood, wounds deep enough to reveal bone, whimpering and barely able to stand. Without hesitation, he waved his staff once more, summon wolf pack. 10 new, vigorous wolves with gleaming fangs replaced the battered remnants, standing proudly upon the scorched earth. Lead the way. With a commanding order from Lin Tian, the wolf pack immediately dispersed, cautiously advancing at the forefront, treading over the piles of fallen wolves as they ventured deeper into the lair. Upon traversing the death-laden corridor, Lin Tian stepped into a more expansive cavern, only to be struck by an invisible wall formed from pure murderous intent. A bone-chilling coldness seemed to freeze his very blood. In the center lay a pool of murky, foul-smelling blood, its area having multiplied several times, bubbling ominously. Surrounding this blood pool were 30 colossal beasts, each comparable in size to a calf, their sinewy muscles resembling iron, with gleaming fangs that shimmered with a cruel light. Target, Elite Grey Wolf. Level, 8. Tier, C. Health, 2,500. Attack power, 150. Speed, 50. Skills, rapid movement. Temporarily increases speed by 40 points for 20 seconds. Consecutive claw strikes, attacks 3 times in succession, each dealing 120 physical damage. In an instant, 30 cold, ruthless, bloodthirsty gazes converged upon Lin Tian. The air itself felt ignited by this palpable aura of slaughter. Without any prelude or hesitation, over 20 elite grey wolves sprang into action, their hind leg muscles coiling tightly before unleashing rapid movement. Their forms blurred, transforming into shadowy figures that tore through the air, their speed surging to a terrifying 90 points. From all directions, they wove a deadly net, nearly sealing off all avenues of escape for Lin Tian. Charging forth with a ferocious wind, the glint of their claws merged into a singular flash within the dim cavern. Such blinding speed. A warning bell rang in Lin Tian's mind. This velocity far surpassed his own 46 points of mobility, leaving him no time to summon the wolf pack for a defensive surround. In a critical moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, as his staff erupted with a blinding azure radiance, targeting the elite grey wolf at the forefront, its fangs nearly brushing his nose. Frost spell. Whoosh. The icy blue surge struck true. 1,165. The ferocious elite was instantly encased in a massive block of ice, propelled by its own inertia like a battering ram, crashing into 2 of its companions that followed closely behind, creating a brief chaos in their tightly packed formation. Fireball spell. Boom. The incandescent fireball struck fiercely against the frozen elite wolf and its toppled allies. The already vast explosion radius of the A-grade fireball detonated amidst the relatively dense cluster of elites, inflicting maximum damage. 3,029. 3,029. 3,029. The chain reaction of flames consumed 7 or 8 elite wolves, scattering their remains across the battlefield. The scorching shockwave even pushed back the advancing pack. A howl of furious anguish erupted from the elite grey wolves, momentarily halting their assault. Lin Tian swiftly commanded the summoned wolf pack to engage in melee, while he, shielded by their presence, unleashed Fireball spell with relentless fervor and precisely targeted those attempting to flank or move too swiftly with Frost spell. The cavern was a cacophony of fire and frost, wolf howls and explosions resonating deafeningly as the battle escalated to a fever pitch. The elite wolves' consecutive claw strikes tore into the summoned wolves, leaving deep wounds that exposed bone, compelling Lin Tian to frequently resummon them as his mana rapidly dwindled. However, the terrifying lethality of the A-grade fireball spell allowed him to clear vast areas with each explosion. Ultimately, after enduring several complete annihilations of his summoned wolves, the 30 elite grey wolves lay lifeless at Lin Tian's feet, their bodies cold as ice. Ding. Killed the plains grey wolf. Level skip kill. Experience points, 25. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered. Gained 1 upgrade point. Ding. Killed the plains grey wolf. Level skip kill. Experience points, 25. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered. Gained 1 upgrade point. Chapter 22. First encounter with nightmare difficulty. Lin Tian arrived at the 3rd level. Upon stepping into the Wolf King's hall, an overwhelming, brutal aura, imbued with the oppressive presence of royalty, descended upon him like a mountain. In the center of the hall, a massive wolf, akin to a prehistoric giant elephant, slowly rose. Its body cloaked in thick, dark silver fur. Its golden slit-like eyes coldly regarded the intruder, as if surveying an insignificant insect. Below its throne-like pedestal, 10 slightly smaller giants, their eyes more vicious and adorned with bone-spiked armor, silently spread out like the most loyal royal guard, sealing off all exits from the hall. The atmosphere was as heavy as lead. Target, Wolf King. Level, 8. Tier, B. Health, 2,000. Attack power, 300. Speed, 60. Skills, Wolf King's commanding roar. Instills fear in all enemies within a 40-meter radius for 2 seconds, reducing all attributes by 10 for 20 seconds. Earth-shattering claw strike. Executes 5 claw strikes in an enormous frontal cone, each dealing 180 attack damage. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Passive triggers when health drops below 50. Increasing attack power by 80, attack speed by 60, and movement speed by 30. Description: the absolute tyrant of the Qingstone Plains. Its strength and might capable of crushing any opposition, commanding the most elite guard corps. Target: Wolf King's Guard Elite. Level: 8. Tier: C. Health: 500. Attack power: 200. Speed: 55. Skills: Iron Wall Guardian. When the Wolf King is attacked, has a higher chance, 50, to actively block 100 damage, 20 block rate, 20 block effect. Legion Coordination. When attacking the same target simultaneously with allies, inflicts an additional 40 damage, 20. Charge Tread. Locks onto a target, executing a high-speed charge, dealing 80 attack damage to enemies in its path, and 150 attack damage to the target, briefly knocking it back. Cooldown: 20 seconds. Roar. The Grey Wolf King did not grant Lin Tian a moment to react, unleashing a deafening roar that echoed through the hall. A visible dark red sound wave swept across the entire chamber. Wolf King's commanding roar. Lin Tian felt as if his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer. An overwhelming dread gripping his heart, rendering his limbs cold and stiff, as every value on his attribute panel was marred by a glaring 10 debuff. The summoned 10 Grey Wolves were so frightened that they tucked their tails, whimpering in place, completely losing their combat capability. A full 2 seconds of fear. This is bad. A wave of anxiety washed over Lin Tian. Almost the instant the roar concluded, the 10 Wolf King's guards sprang into action. They did not surge forward like ordinary monsters, but displayed a terrifying tactical acumen. 5 of them shot forth like arrows, initiating Charge Tread. Their target locked onto the paralyzed Lin Tian. The remaining 5 flanked the Wolf King, their icy gazes fixed intently on Lin Tian's every move. Boom, boom, boom. 5 shadowy figures charged forth with a piercing shriek, ripping through the air. Lin Tian had barely freed himself from the grip of fear when he could only awkwardly roll sideways to evade. Bang, bang, bang. Although he sidestepped the direct impact, the shockwaves from the Charge Tread route still slammed into him. 164, 164, 164, 164, 164. 5 damage numbers floated into view, and in an instant, a significant portion of Lin Tian's health was depleted. To make matters worse, he was briefly staggered, his stance unsteady. Meanwhile, atop the high platform, the King of the Grey Wolves sprang into action. Its massive form exhibited an agility that was utterly incongruous, transforming into a colossal silver flash as it lunged towards Lin Tian. The enormous wolf claw was raised high, its tips glinting with a chilling radiance that seemed capable of rending space itself. Earth-shattering claw. I spell. Lin Tian gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, directing his staff towards the oncoming Wolf King. However, just as the icy blue glow began to emanate, a guard accompanying the Wolf King appeared before it as if teleported, its entire body clad in spiked armor radiating a heavy ochre glow. Iron Wall Defense. With a whoosh, the damage from the ice spell was completely absorbed by the guard, leaving only a faint layer of white frost on its bone armor, while the Wolf King remained unscathed. The terrifying claw, imbued with the power to rend the earth, came crashing down. Lin Tian's heart raced with fear as he desperately rolled aside, simultaneously commanding the recently liberated summoned wolf pack to charge at the Wolf King in an attempt to create a distraction. Swish. The first claw. Lin Tian narrowly evaded, the wind from the claw stinging his cheek, while the ground was gouged with 5 terrifying trenches half a meter deep. The second claw. One summoned wolf was reduced to a shower of blood. The third claw. Lin Tian tumbled awkwardly, the fierce wind striking his back, dealing 270 damage. The fourth claw. 2 more summoned wolves were smashed into a bloody pulp. The fifth claw. The wolf claw, suffused with an aura of annihilation, descended upon him. There was no escaping it. Fireball spell. A spark of madness flickered in Lin Tian's eyes as he charged forward instead of retreating, hurling the concentrated fireball with all his might at the ground beneath the menacing claw. Boom. A violent explosion erupted between Lin Tian and the Wolf King. The powerful shockwave violently propelled Lin Tian away, crashing him heavily against a rock wall, dealing 302 damage. His health plummeted to a perilous threshold. Yet, the explosive gust and flames successfully disrupted the trajectory of the Wolf King's fifth claw, causing it to graze Lin Tian's scalp before smashing into the rock wall, sending debris flying like bullets. Coughing, Lin Tian quickly gulped down a red potion, his gaze sharpening with newfound ferocity. He had to eliminate those pesky guards first or force the Wolf King out of their protective circle. Summon the wolf pack. Entangle the guards. Do not worry about your lives. While directing the remaining summoned wolves to charge at the guards, Lin Tian swiftly repositioned himself, unleashing the fireball spell relentlessly upon those guards attempting to activate Legion Coordination to besiege him. 3029. 3029. The terrifying damage of the A-grade fireballs proved to be lethal to the guards as well. 2 well-aimed fireballs precisely obliterated one guard. However, the guards, iron wall defense remained a colossal nuisance, as they bravely shielded their comrades and even the Wolf King from harm. The battle devolved into a brutal war of attrition and a tug-of-war. Lin Tian danced upon the edge of a knife, utilizing the speed boost from the Wolf King Windwalker boots and the precise control of Ice Spell to navigate the encirclement of the Wolf Pack guards. And the Wolf King with great difficulty. His mana poured out like a flood as he downed bottle after bottle of blue potions. Waves of summoned wolves fell one after another, becoming pure cannon fodder and bait. Finally, under Lin Tian's deliberate focus fire and the wolf's suicidal charges, 10 of the Wolf King's guards were systematically slain. The cost was steep, leaving him with only a third of his health and his mana nearly depleted. Roar! The Wolf King, now devoid of its guards, let out a furious howl, its golden slitted pupils entirely stained with blood. Its dark silver fur bristled, muscles swelling as if inflated, and veins bulged beneath the skin like coiling dragons, a more ferocious and savage aura surging forth. Bloodthirsty Fury activated. Attack power 540. Speed 78. Attack speed skyrocketed. Here it comes. Lin Tian's heart tightened, recognizing that the most perilous moment had arrived. The frenzied Wolf King had completely transformed into a killing machine. Its speed was so great it seemed to leave after images. It abandoned its skills, relying solely on its terrifying physical strength and speed to unleash a torrential assault of bites upon Lin Tian. Each claw strike resonated with a shriek that tore through the air. Lin Tian concentrated his mind to the utmost. As soon as Ice Spell came off cooldown, he hurled it at the Wolf King. Although the damage was minimal, the 2 seconds of freezing control became crucial for his survival. He utilized the hall's rock pillars and stalagmites as cover, evading with great difficulty. Each dodge was fraught with peril, the Wolf King's deadly claws nearly grazing his body, leaving deep claw marks on the pillars. Fireball spell. Seizing the moment when the Wolf King was frozen, Lin Tian launched a fireball directly at its relatively softer abdomen. 3029. The Wolf King howled in pain, its health finally dipping below 50, yet its frenzied state rendered it even more brutal. Do not stop. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, taking advantage of the freezing effect while nearly exhausting his mana pool, unleashing a torrent of attacks. Fireball spell. Fireball spell. Fireball spell. Boom, boom, boom. Blazing white fireballs erupted one after another upon the Wolf King. The Wolf King's anguished roars reverberated throughout the hall, its dark silver fur scorched black and curling, flesh torn and bloodied. When the final fireball detonated within the Wolf King's gaping maw, this once mighty tyrant of the plains emitted a final, unwilling lament before its colossal body collapsed like a mountain crumbling. The light in its golden slitted pupils was extinguished entirely. Chapter 23 Rewards and Reactions from All Sides. Ding. You have slain the Grey Wolf King. Experience points 5,000. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. You have gained 1 enhancement point. Ding. Congratulations. Your level has risen to level 9. All attributes 2. You have gained 5 free attribute points. You have gained 5 skill points. Dazzling golden light cascaded down upon Lin Tian like a waterfall, and the warm tide of leveling up instantly washed away his fatigue and pain, restoring a small portion of his depleted mana as well. Leaning on his staff, he panted heavily, gazing at the Wolf King's carcass and the chaos of the hall. A faint smile of relief finally gracing his face. Shortly thereafter, a white light enveloped him, teleporting him out of the dungeon. At that moment, a prompt appeared before Lin Tian. Ding. Congratulations, player, for being the first to complete the Nightmare level Grey Wolf Den, level 8, dungeon. A server-wide announcement will be made shortly. Would you like to hide your name? Hiding Lin Tian's name. Ding. Congratulations, player, name hidden, for successfully being the first to complete the Nightmare difficulty dungeon. Grey Wolf Den, level 8. You have received 20 free attribute points, 20 skill points. Ding. Congratulations, player, name hidden, for successfully being the first to complete the Nightmare difficulty dungeon, Grey Wolf Den, level 8. You have received 20 free attribute points, 20 skill points. Ding. Congratulations, player, name hidden, for successfully being the first to complete the Nightmare difficulty dungeon, Grey Wolf Den, level 8. You have received 20 free attribute points, 20 skill points. 3 lines of announcements, shimmering with dark golden frames and bolded text, detonated like deep-sea bombs, instantly igniting the previously tranquil world channel. What the heck? Nightmare level? Level 8 dungeon? How long has the server been up? Is this even human? Hiding the name? The big shot is so low-key, but clearing an 8-level dungeon on Nightmare difficulty? How outrageous must those attributes be? This is cheating. User 1 upstairs. I can't even defeat a level 5 wild monster. How did they clear an 8-level dungeon? Just thinking about it makes my legs weak. The first completion reward of 20 attribute points and 20 skill points? I'm feeling envious. Does the big shot need a pendant? Seeking a power boost. Willing to pay handsomely for the big shot SID. Newbie village number 007. Outskirts of the blazing canyon. Bang. A bottle of intermediate recovery potion slipped from the hand, shattering on the ground, splattering the potion everywhere. A young man clad in a crimson robe, his countenance stern, gazed intently at the announcement. Lin Tian, SSS-level talent, elemental sovereign, narrowed his eyes, his knuckles white as he gripped his staff. An 8th-level nightmare, first clear? His comrades, a shield warrior and 2 archers, stood agape, as if turned to stone. The shield warrior, their leader, swallowed hard. Lin Tian inhaled deeply, forcing down the tumult within. His voice tinged with a barely perceptible dryness. No matter. It's merely a matter of seizing the initiative. We shall level up as planned and swiftly locate the dungeon. With a flourish of his staff, a searing wall of fire erupted, engulfing several 5th-level magma lizards before him, as if venting his fervor for battle. His teammates rallied with renewed spirit, hastening to follow suit. In the depths of the shadowy forest of Novice Village 10043, a wraith-like figure emerged from behind a 5th-level toxic flower demon, a dagger gleaming with a chilling light, deftly slicing through the demon's throat, delivering a devastating critical hit. The figure landed gracefully, a petite girl, her features obscured by the shadow of her hood. Yi Yao, SSS-level talent, shadow affinity. When the announcement sounded, she continued her actions unfazed, as though oblivious to the world around her. It was only after she dispatched the last flower demon with impeccable precision and stowed her dagger that her cool voice pierced the stillness of the woods. Interesting. Her 2 teammates were momentarily taken aback, then realization dawned, their faces reflecting disbelief. Sister Yao, that's an 8th-level nightmare dungeon. One exclaimed, trembling. Yi Yao offered no response. The corners of her mouth hinted at a barely discernible smile beneath her hood. It seemed this journey would not be devoid of excitement. The objective remained unchanged, to purge this area of elites and swiftly ascend to level 6. With a flicker, she melded once more into the shadows, leaving her teammates exchanging glances, each recognizing the immense pressure mirrored in the other's eyes. At Novice Village 888, in the plains leveling area, a boisterous man, his frame as imposing as a fortress and brandishing a massive tower shield, erupted in laughter. Chun Shan, SSS-level talent, indomitable barrier, cackled as he forcefully slammed a 5th-level plains gray wolf leader into the ground with his shield. Surrounding him were 3 damage dealers, fiercely assaulting the other 2 leaders, whom Chun Shan had firmly taunted. Suddenly, the announcement rang out, and Chun Shan's laughter came to an abrupt halt. He shot his head up, his copper-like eyes widening in astonishment. Damn. An 8th-level nightmare? Which fool did this? His teammates paused, equally bewildered. Brother Shan. Our mage timidly spoke up. Shut it. Chun Shan snapped, his agitation evident as he scrutinized the announcement for several seconds. His expression shifted, culminating in an even more intense battle spirit and displeasure. Damn it, this is what I'm talking about. But who thinks they can outshine me? Come on, brothers. Let us rally. We won't rest until we hit level 6 today. I'm determined to find out who the hell is hiding. With a bellow, he raised his tower shield and delivered a thunderous shield bash to the recovering wolf leader, as if the creature were the one responsible for the hidden announcement. The wolf howled in pain, while his teammates hastily focused on their output, silenced by his fervor. In Novice Village 10086, at the dungeon exit, Lin Tian disregarded the chaos erupting in the world channel, promptly checking his completion rewards. Beep. Successfully cleared the Grey Wolf Den hard. Rewards, Rare Materials XN. Rewards, B-Grade Skill Upgrade Stone X1. Rewards, Wolf King Hood X1. Rewards, Wolf King S Power Belt X1. Rewards, Nightmare Dungeon Completion Chest X1. Finally, he could replace his tattered E-Grade equipment. Lin Tian gazed at the dark silver glimmering Wolf King Hood and the Wolf King S Power Belt, excitement surging within him. He promptly upgraded all rewards at no cost. Every material ascended a tier. B-Grade Skill Upgrade Stone, A-Grade Skill Upgrade Stone, can elevate A-Grade or lower skills to level 10 max. Wolf King Hood, C-Grade, Crown of Wolf King Domination, B-Grade. Attributes, Physical Defense 70, Magic Defense 40, Health 200. Wolf King S Power Belt, C-Grade, Belt of Wolf King S Might, B-Grade. Attributes, Physical Defense 80, Strength 40, Health 500. Lin Tian immediately donned the Crown of Wolf King Domination and the Belt of Wolf King S Might, replacing the worthless Apprentice Hood and Apprentice Belt. Now fully equipped in B-Grade gear, he surveyed his attributes with satisfaction. Finally, his gaze fell upon the treasure chest. Using a no-cost upgrade on the treasure chest. Beep. No-cost usage successful. Obtain chest Abyss. An Abyss-level chest. Lin Tian's heart raced uncontrollably. He inhaled deeply, brimming with anticipation, and slowly opened the chest. Inside, 2 items lay quietly. Skill Book, Blink. Grade, B. Effect, consumes 200 mana. Instantly blinks to any designated location within 30 meters. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. Class restriction, Mage. A Frayed Treasure Map. Blink. A mage's divine skill. A lifesaver, a tool for pursuit, a masterful kiting technique. Lin Tian was on the verge of leaping with excitement. With this skill, his survivability and tactical agility would undergo a qualitative leap. The frayed treasure map, used in no-cost instance. Beep. No-cost usage successful. Obtain treasure map. Wow. It actually completed the frayed treasure map. Incredible. Subsequently, Lin Tian expended 100 upgrade points to enhance Blink. Skill book, Blink, B grade. Skill book, Blink, A grade. Effect, consumes 200 mana. Instantly blinks to any designated location within 45 meters. Cooldown time, 15 seconds. He immediately learned Blink, A grade. Then, eyeing the remaining upgrade points and the newly acquired A grade skill upgrade stone, a smile crept across his face. Expend 100 upgrade points to elevate Blink to A grade max level 10. Blink, level 10. Grade, A. Mana cost, 200 points. Cooldown time, 5 seconds. Effect, instantly blinks to any designated location within 100 meters. A 5-second cooldown. A distance of 100 meters. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled as he absorbed the skill description. This was akin to transforming a divine skill into a bug-level ability. The ultimate essence of kiting. Finally, Lin Tian glanced at his updated stats panel. Physical attack, 46. Magical attack, 480. Physical defense, 263. Magical defense, 63. Speed, 48. Mana, 880. Health, 1710. Beholding his rejuvenated stats panel, Lin Tian felt an unprecedented sense of strength. The relentless intensity of the dungeon challenges and the bountiful rewards had rendered him somewhat fatigued mentally. Yet, the sight of the two glaring C-rank skills in his skill bar, Frost Spell and Enlightenment, reignited his determination. With 2 additional C-rank skills to enhance, he pondered for a moment, contemplating the prospect of further augmenting his abilities. Lin Tian slightly furrowed his brow, twisting his neck until the joints emitted a satisfying crack, and cast his gaze upon the vast azure stone plain beyond the dungeon. It was then that the gray wolves of the plain met their unfortunate fate. Ding. Defeated an 8-level gray wolf, earning 10 experience points. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. Ding. Defeated an 8-level gray wolf, earning 10 experience points. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. Ding. Defeated an 8-level gray wolf, earning 10 experience points. Ding. Talent upgrade triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. Chapter 24. Returning to the village and enhancements. Temporary abode. Seated upon a creaking wooden stool, Lin Tian exhaled a deep breath, the exhilaration from the continuous high-stakes battles and substantial gains still lingering within him. He summoned his attribute panel, his gaze ultimately resting upon the enhancement points. Enhancement points, 572. He rubbed his hands together, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. With such a plethora of enhancement points, he could elevate all his skills to A rank. His eyes swept over the skill bar, finally settling on Frost Spell. Upgrade Frost Spell to A rank. Ding. Will you consume 150 enhancement points to elevate C-rank Frost Spell to A rank? Confirmed. Lin Tian did not hesitate. Ding. Upgrade successful. Acquired A rank Frost Spell. Current remaining enhancement points 5725 010 0422. Lin Tian eagerly glanced at the description of his new skill. Frost Spell, level 2. Rank, A. Casting range, 60, 16x spirit meters. Mana cost, 100 points. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Effect, inflicts ice attribute damage equivalent to 450 of the caster's spell attack power on the target and freezes it for 6 seconds. What an astonishing 6 seconds of freezing. A cooldown of nearly 3 seconds. This is an infinite control. Lin Tian was so thrilled, he nearly leapt off his stool. Up we go. In future boss encounters, I can freeze them into submission. While the euphoria still coursed through him, his attention shifted to the next target, Summon Wolf Pack. He then directed his focus towards Summon Wolf Pack. Upgrade Summon Wolf Pack to A rank. Ding. Will you consume 100 enhancement points to elevate B rank Summon Wolf Pack to A rank? Confirmed. Confirmed. Ding. Upgrade successful. Acquired A rank Summon Wolf Pack. Current remaining enhancement points 422100322. Summon Wolf Pack, level 1. Rank A. Mana cost 150 points. Cooldown 45 seconds. Effect, summons up to 20 gray wolves to fight for you until their demise. 20 wolves. A full-strength squad. Lin Tian beamed, his joy evident in his grin. In future monster hunts, my minions will charge while I deal the blows. All experience points and enhancement gains will flow into my account. This is the essence of a carefree victory. The efficiency of acquiring enhancement points skyrocketed. Next, Lin Tian turned his gaze to Strengthen. Upgrade Strengthen to A rank. Ding. Will you consume 100 enhancement points to elevate B rank Strengthen to A rank? Confirmed. Lin Tian replied without hesitation. A powerful, vibrant wave of warmth surged through his body. Lin Tian felt his muscle fibers rejoice, his bone density enhancing, and his vitality surging like a volcano. Ding. Upgrade successful. Acquired A rank Strengthen. Current remaining enhancement points 322100222. Strengthen, level 1. Rank, A. Effect, permanently increases constitution by 220 points. Gasp, an increase of 220 constitution. Lin Tian inhaled sharply, observing the skyrocketing health points on his panel, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. Even a level 10 warrior with full constitution investments would probably faint upon witnessing my passive abilities. An instant boost of 2,200 health? This is intimidating, even for me. Finally, his gaze landed on enlightenment. Ding. Consuming 100 enhancement points to elevate C rank enlightenment to A rank. Current remaining enhancement points 222-501-0092. A rush of cool, expansive energy, brimming with wisdom and clarity, surged into Lin Tian's mind. He felt unprecedented mental acuity, his thought processes accelerating, and his perception and control over magical power reaching an entirely new realm. It was as though he had unlocked the limits of his cognitive potential. Enlightenment, level 0. Rank, A. Effect, upon learning, permanently increases intelligence by 200 points. Haha, indeed, an increase of 200 intelligence. Lin Tian exclaimed with excitement, and he eagerly summoned his updated attribute panel. Spell attack, 760, 540 base, 120 Wolf King Bone Staff, 100 Wolf King Necklace. Physical defense, 263, 23 base. 90 Grey Wolf Leader's Greaves, 70 Wolf King's Crown, 80 Wolf King's Might Belt. Spell defense, 63, 23 base, 40 Wolf King's Crown. Speed, 48, 23 base. 25 Wolf King's Wind Boots. Mana, 880, 230 base, 200 Wolf King Bone Staff, 150 Wolf King's Wind Boots, 300 Wolf King Necklace. Health, 3,310, 2,430 base. 200 Wolf King's Crown, 180 Grey Wolf Leader's Greaves, 500 Wolf King's Might Belt. Strength, 23, 23 base. Stamina, 243, 23 base, 220 strengthen. Agility, 23, 23 base. Intelligence, 270, 70 base, 200 enlightenment. Mentality, 23, 23 base. A staggering 760 spell attack, 3,310 health, 270 intelligence. Lin Tian surveyed his luxurious attributes, unable to contain his joy as he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, with these stats, even the boss of the novice village would have to call me father. Lin Tian retrieved the mysterious treasure map, its leather surface emanating an enigmatic aura. The blurred path on the map pointed west of the novice village. Judging by the distance and the terrain marked, it was likely near the level 10 monster zone of the decayed wood forest. Lin Tian stroked his chin. Perfect. Tomorrow, I shall venture west to hunt monsters and investigate the authenticity of this treasure map. The exhilaration stemming from his monumental gains and surging power gradually gave way to fatigue. Satisfied, Lin Tian collapsed onto the hard bed, drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, as dawn broke, Lin Tian rose energetically, swiftly packing his belongings and heading straight for the village entrance. Though his B-rank equipment deliberately subdued its brilliance, its exquisite craftsmanship and subtle aura still rendered him distinct from the surrounding players clad in tattered F and E-rank novice gear. The village entrance bustled with life, the sounds of players forming parties and haggling filling the air. As Lin Tian made his appearance, the cacophony momentarily diminished, countless gazes converging upon him, filled with awe, curiosity, and a hint of trepidation. His previous feat of instantaneously defeating the Ayashijia team had already spread throughout the village. Look, it's that formidable individual. Shoo, lower your voices. Don't provoke him. Today, the esteemed one appears even more formidable. Is it merely an illusion? Lin Tian, his gaze unwavering, strides directly towards the open space at the village's entrance. A subtle smile graces his lips as he gently taps the ground with his Wolf King Bone Staff, intoning, "Summon the wolf pack." A palpable tremor ripples through the air as a colossal wolf materializes before him, its stature nearly half again that of an ordinary gray wolf. Its shoulder height reaching Lin Tian's chest. Its lustrous fur gleams like polished steel, and its glistening white fangs are sharp and menacing. This elite giant wolf emits a low growl, its deep crimson eyes scanning the surroundings with a fierce aura reminiscent of a battle-hardened veteran, prompting the nearby players to instinctively step back. Summoned Grey Wolf. Health, 1,500. Attack power, 100. Speed, 60. Defense, 80. Skills, Pounce. Inflicts 120 attack damage with a chance to knock back. Haste, temporarily increases speed by 20 for 20 seconds. Triple Claw Strike, attacks 3 times in succession, each dealing 120 physical damage. Ah, the A-grade quality is indeed exceptional. Lin Tian muses, pleased as he pats the wolf's neck, which is as tough as leather. Under the astonished, envious, and jealous gazes of countless onlookers, he deftly leaps onto the broad back of the giant wolf. Haha, let us head west, onward. At his command, the giant wolf howls, a sound that pierces the heavens. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it activates the haste skill, its speed soaring to 105. With a thunderous roar, the giant wolf, carrying Lin Tian, dashes forward like a black arrow released from a bowstring, leaving behind only swirling dust and a group of players rendered utterly speechless. After a brief silence, the village entrance erupts in chaos. What the mount? He actually has a mount now? My goodness. Just a few days and he already has a mount? This is outrageous. That wolf looks fiercer than an elite boss from a dungeon. Esteemed one. Father, do you need accessories on your legs? The kind that can shout 666. Brother, look at me. I have a lowly voice. 3060 youthful looks. Please take me along for a mount experience card. Upstairs, show some decorum. Brother, choose me. I have a mature voice. 170 centimeters long legs and a peach-shaped rear. I can warm your bed and be your cheerleader. I'm willing to pay handsomely for the esteemed one's contact information. Just a friend request, please. Let us disperse. Let us disperse. We cannot comprehend the world of the esteemed one. Comparing people can be fatal. Chapter 25. Departing the village, the corrupted woodlands. Lin Tian rides the giant wolf at breakneck speed, the wind howling past his ears as the scenery blurs by in a rapid retreat. The wolf's stride is both steady and powerful, far surpassing the pace of players on foot, even outpacing many agile classes in their sprints. What would normally take a good half-day to traverse, under the influence of the giant wolf's haste skill, is accomplished in merely half an hour, revealing a sinister and eerie forest ahead. Ding! New map discovered. Corrupted woodlands. The towering trees twist and contort grotesquely, their leaves displaying an unhealthy grayish hue. The air is thick with the mingled scents of decaying wood and mildew, and the light grows dim and oppressive. Lin Tian brings the giant wolf to a halt, intending to survey his surroundings when suddenly, a series of sharp, piercing screeches erupt. From the shadows of the withered treetops, a flurry of agile black figures emerges. They boast wings nearly a meter wide, their bodies cloaked in dark purple fur, and their crimson eyes gleam with a cruel light. Drooling fangs dripping with viscous saliva. These are the masters of this woodland, the Shadow Bats. Shadow Bat. Level, 10. Grade, D. Health, 1000. Attack power, 80. Speed, 80. Skills, Sonic Shock. Consumes 20 mana, inflicts 150 physical damage to a single target, with a chance to inflict ear-ringing, reducing speed by 30. Shadow Strike. Consumes 30 mana, inflicts 120 physical damage to a single target. If the target is ear-ringing, damage increases to 180. 10 Shadow Bats, like expertly trained assassins, immediately lock onto Lin Tian from various angles. Without a moment's hesitation, several of them open their mouths simultaneously, unleashing an invisible sonic shock that rushes forth. The very air distorts with the force. Meanwhile, others morph into blurry shadows, executing Shadow Strike, their sharp claws aimed at Lin Tian's throat and the vital points of the giant wolf beneath him. Were an ordinary level 9 player team to face such a sudden onslaught, they would likely suffer immediate casualties. However, they are up against Lin Tian. Unfazed by the chaotic assault that would send most players into a frenzy, Lin Tian remains perched upon the wolf's back, his expression indifferent, a hint of disdain curling his lips. How bothersome. With a casual gesture of his wolf king bone staff, flames coalesce violently at its tip. A fireball, more potent than before, forms almost instantaneously, its core glowing like molten lava. Fireball. Boom. It detonates like a miniature sun amidst the trees, the deafening explosion drowning out the screeches of the bats. A terrifying wave of fire sweeps outward from the point of impact, expanding rapidly. The A-grade fireball's explosion radius reaches an astonishing 7 to 8 meters. Blinding white light and searing heat engulf the first 5 bats, along with 3 others huddled behind them. Crimson damage numbers erupt like a fountain. 4,940, 1,520, 1,520, 1,520, 1,520, 1,520, 1,520. With a single strike, 8 level 10 shadow bats are incinerated, unable even to emit a cry before being reduced to charred remnants and ashes in the cataclysmic flames. The acrid stench of burnt flesh and protein permeates the air. The remaining 2 bats, fortunate enough to be slightly further away and on the fringes of the explosion, escape immediate annihilation, though their bodies are singed and smoking. Lin Tian hardly deigns to glance at them again. Ding. Killed shadow bat. Overlevel kill. Experience gained, 50. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. The notifications flood the screen. What? Level 10 monsters. Is that all? Lin Tian scoffs, patting the giant wolf beneath him, which has been startled into slight restlessness by the explosion. Let us go, my friend. The appetizer has concluded. It's time to seek treasure, deeper within the corrupted woodlands. The light dims even further, the stench of decay thickening as if the very air carries a sticky malevolence. The level 10 shadow bats have become nothing more than mobile experience packets and enhancement points for Lin Tian. Fireball. Boom. 4,940, 1,520, 1520. Yet another group of unwitting bats is reduced to ashes. Ding. Killed shadow bat. Overlevel kill. Experience gained, 50. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. Lin Tian, seated upon the sturdy and broad back of the giant wolf, finds his thoughts consumed by an ancient treasure map, radiating a mysterious aura. The map's leather exudes a unique coolness and a subtle pulse, akin to the heartbeat of a slumbering giant, resolutely pointing westward. The map's blurred and distorted lines eerily align with the trajectory of this ailing forest in his mind's eye, ultimately converging upon an area shrouded in dense, almost tangible gray mist. The mist surged and roiled, imbued with an intense sense of repulsion and deathly silence, as if vehemently rejecting the approach of any living soul. Here it is. Lin Tian's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, and he stowed away the map. Beneath him, the colossal wolf uneasily pawed at the ground, a low, suppressed growl emanating from its throat, driven by an instinctual dread of the gray fog that enveloped the vicinity. Lin Tian gently patted the wolf's neck, his piercing eyes scanning the fog-laden entrance of the valley. The entrance was no easy passage. Jagged black rocks jutted out like the menacing fangs of a beast, the gray mist swirling amid them, obscuring visibility. He urged the great wolf to proceed cautiously along the edge of the valley, his keen gaze missing no suspicious crevice. At last, in a corner partially concealed by enormous vines and weathered rock pillars, he discovered a secret fissure, barely wide enough for the great wolf to squeeze through. Sloping downward, darkness lay within, and a chill wind, carrying the scent of dust and rusted metal, surged forth, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. This must be the place, Lin Tian murmured, and with a low growl, the wolf, with utmost caution, entered the crack that seemed to lead into the realm of the underworld. Darkness instantly swallowed the light, with only the wolf's eerie crimson eyes and the faint glow emanating from the tip of Lin Tian's staff providing illumination. The passage was narrow and prolonged, steeply sloping, the ground slick with debris and an unknown viscous moss. The rock walls bore the remnants of human excavation, yet had long been distorted and covered by time and some corrosive force, etched with cryptic scratches and dark stains resembling spilled ink. The air was thick and fetid, saturated with the scent of mold, rust, and a faint, lingering whiff of blood. Silence reigned supreme, punctuated only by the great wolf's heavy breathing and Lin Tian's heartbeat echoing in the confined space. The dim corridor seemed endless. After an indeterminate descent, the slope gradually leveled. Ahead, a faint glimmer pierced the thick darkness, rapidly expanding, as the great wolf bore Lin Tian out of the passage. The sight before them compelled both to instinctively hold their breath. Chapter 26, The Underground City. An unimaginably vast expanse unfolded beneath their feet. It was the ruins of a colossal ancient city, slumbering deep within the earth, a sight that inspired a sense of dread. As far as the eye could see, there were crumbling walls and remnants of structures. Towering yet collapsed spires resembled the broken vertebrae of a fallen giant, jutting toward the dim vault above. Magnificent arches remained, but skeletal frameworks, stubbornly supporting precarious stone blocks. The wide streets, ample enough for great beasts to traverse, lay thickly carpeted with dust, debris, and scattered enormous bones, some enlarged several times, resembling monstrous beasts, while others bore humanoid forms, yet twisted with grotesque spikes and horns. Shattered magical crystal lamps were sporadically embedded in the crumbling walls or toppled columns, casting unstable glimmers of ghostly blue or sickly green light, akin to the dying pulse of a city, illuminating this desolate realm in an eerie, surreal manner. The architectural style of the city was rugged and ancient, predominantly constructed of massive black stones, adorned with carvings that had long lost clarity, depicting celestial bodies, colossal creatures, and unsettling, distorted humanoid figures. The entire city was shrouded in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, as if time and despair had completely frozen it. My heavens, what a scale, Lin Tian murmured, his voice resonating starkly in the vast silence, stirring faint echoes as if disturbing the slumbering souls. The great wolf appeared particularly restless, emitting low whines of unease. Lin Tian steadied himself, directing his gaze toward the heart of the city's ruins. There, barely discernible, stood a relatively well-preserved, pyramid-like black edifice, radiating an ominous aura in the dim light. The final mark on the treasure map was right there. The target must be the center of this abandoned city. Lin Tian patted the wolf's neck, and the great beast understood, stepping forward with assured strides, carrying him into this city of the dead. Walking upon the desolate streets, every step resonated with the dust of history. Lin Tian observed his surroundings with vigilance, his mind sharply attuned. The sights along the way silently narrated the city's ruin. A colossal skeleton leaning against a crumbling wall, adorned with rusted armor fragments. Its hollow eye sockets gazing skyward, if the vault could be considered the sky, its ribs punctured and shattered by some dreadful force. In a suspected square, countless tiny bones were strewn about, layered like a white carpet. At the center stood the base of a statue, severed midway, the remaining half revealing a figure of authority. cloaked and wielding a staff. Within the shattered houses lining the streets, remnants of life were occasionally visible. Overturned stone tables, shattered pottery, and even a mother-s skeleton curled in a corner, cradling the bones of a child long turned to dust. Numerous walls bore large, charred burn marks and deep, horrifying claw scratches etched into the stone, each bearing a chilling testament to destruction. Lin Tian was not an archaeologist, but the scene before him, coupled with the residual echoes of chaotic energy in the air, began to sketch a vague outline in his mind. This was once a magnificent and powerful city, abruptly toppled in a cataclysmic war of unimaginable ferocity. The enemy was terrifying, employing brutal methods, possibly possessing some essence of the undead or curses. For the state of those bones and the pervasive deathly aura throughout the city could not have arisen naturally. As he traversed the desolate streets, each step echoed the weight of history. Lin Tian remained alert, his focus razor-sharp. The sights along the route silently recounted the city's devastation and sorrow. Upon reaching a relatively open intersection, an unexpected terror unfolded. The sound of bones grinding together, rhythmic and precise, echoed from the depths of the streets to the front, left, and right. Then, illuminated by the ghostly blue light, 3 ranks of skeletal soldiers emerged from the shadows, arrayed in perfect formation, no longer mere stragglers. They were equipped with standard-issue bone shields and spears, their movements stiff yet imbued with a chilling discipline. Each formation comprised 20 skeleton spearmen. Skeleton spearman, level 10. Rank, D. Health, 1,800. Attack, 150. Defense, 130. Speed, 40. At the core of each formation stood a skeleton commander, cloaked in tattered robes, with greenish soul flames flickering in their eye sockets, wielding a twisted bone staff. Skeleton commander, level 10. Rank, D. Health, 2,200. Attack, 100. Defense, 100. Speed, 60. Skill, Undead Inspiration. Passive increases the attack of all nearby skeleton soldiers by 20 and defense by 10 within a 30-meter radius. Bone Prison. Consumes 80 mana. Cooldown 15 seconds. Designates a target area, 5-meter radius, instantly erecting a sturdy bone prison to confine the target for 5 seconds. The prison can be broken, 2,000 durability. Interesting. They even understand military strategy? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. The 3 formations began to advance steadily like 3 moving walls of bone, their spears glinting with a lethal shine, blocking any avenue for escape. The pressure was palpable. Thinking of making dumplings? Lin Tian scoffed, making a swift decision. He pointed his staff directly at the commander of the front formation. Freeze spell. Whoosh. The icy blue current surged with precision across the expanse, striking its target in an instant. 3,420. The skeletal commander and 2 unfortunate spear-wielding soldiers beside it were instantly transformed into chilling ice sculptures. The radiance of undead inspiration flickered out. Fireball. Explode for me. Lin Tian pressed on relentlessly, as a brilliant white fireball followed suit, crashing violently against the frozen commander's icy form. Boom. 4,940. 1,520. 1,520. Splash damage. The frozen commander and the surrounding 7 or 8 spear soldiers were utterly obliterated. The formation ahead collapsed in an instant. The commanding officers on the left and right flanks seemed incensed, their ghostly green soul flames surging as their bone staffs pointed menacingly at Lin Tian. With a crackle, the ground trembled, the stone slabs beneath Lin Tian and the giant wolf suddenly fractured, and 2 massive, spiked circular bone prisons shot up from the ground, ensnaring both man and beast. It was the skill, bone prison. Roar. The giant wolf furiously bit and slammed against the bone prison, sending bone fragments flying. Yet the prison proved remarkably resilient, durability 2,000, making escape within a short span nearly impossible. Seizing the opportunity, the skeletal spear soldiers on both flanks advanced swiftly, their bone spears gleaming with lethal frost, poised to pierce the prison. Mere trifles. Unfazed by his confinement, Lin Tian raised his staff high, as the fire element surged violently at its tip once more. Fireball. Target the commander on the left. Boom. The brilliant fireball howled forth. Lin Tian expertly adjusted his angle, piercing through the gaps of the bone prison and crashing fiercely into the chest of the left side commander. 4,940. The horrifying damage shattered him into a myriad of bones. The undead inspiration aura of the left side formation extinguished instantly, causing a noticeable dip in the soldier's morale. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian directed his staff towards the right side formation commander. Freeze. Whoosh. The icy blue current struck true once again. 3,420. The right side commander too became an ice sculpture. At this moment, the giant wolf finally broke free from its bone prison with sheer brute force, its durability reduced to 0. Lin Tian easily blasted a corner of his own bone prison with a small fireball, the splash damage compromising part of its structure, allowing him to escape. Buddy, take care of those ice pops on the right. Lin Tian leaped onto the wolf's back. The giant wolf let out a furious roar, activating rapid transforming into a shadowy blur as it lunged toward the frozen right side formation. Pounce and triple claw strike were unleashed in succession, unleashing a storm of carnage among the ice sculptures. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's staff tapped rhythmically, launching fireballs like a barrage against the left side formation. Now bereft of its commander and suffering a morale drop. Boom, boom, boom. 4,940. 1,520. 1,520. The exploding flames consumed the skeletal soldiers en masse. Moments later, the intersection fell silent once more, littered with shattered bones and flickering ghostly lights. Ding. Killed skeletal commander X3. Experience points 120x3. Upgrade points 1x3. Ding. Killed skeletal spear soldiers X40. Experience points 50x40. Upgrade points 1x40. Amidst the scattered ashes of the left side commander, Lin Tian discovered a fragmented tactical slate, special item, inscribed with ancient symbols depicting a simple array maneuver, alongside a line of small text. Remember, the array can defend against external foes, yet is vulnerable to daggers from behind. Chapter 27, Guardian Kazan. As Lin Tian ventured deeper, the path twisted and turned. Flanked by towering, pockmarked crumbling walls, the air thickened with an oppressive aura of spiritual resentment, manifesting as a faint wailing that pierced the mind, inducing a sense of anxiety. Oh, how painful. Why the betrayal? An eternal hatred. Suddenly, from the dark corridor ahead, dozens of hazy, translucent humanoid shadows known as wailing spirits drifted forth. They lacked physical offensive power, yet their eye sockets flickered with a ghastly white soul flame. Wailing spirit, level 10. Grade, D. Health, 800. Attack, 0. Defense, 50. Speed, 70. Skill, spiritual shriek. Consumes 30 mana, cooldown 10 seconds. Inflicts mental damage on a single target based on the target's mental attribute, the lower the target's spirit. The higher the damage, while inflicting confusion status, 30 chance of attack or casting failure, lasting 5 seconds. Soul attachment, consumes 50 mana, cooldown 30 seconds. Selects a friendly non-spirit unit, such as a skeletal soldier, to attach to, granting that unit a spirit shield, absorbs 500 damage, while the spirit itself becomes materialized. Able to be physically attacked, and capable of using spiritual shriek. The attachment lasts until the spirit's death, or until voluntarily removed. More troublesome still, lurking in the shadows beneath these spirits were 10 skeletal assassins. They were small in stature, their bones blackened, wielding poisoned bone daggers. Their soul flames flickering with cunning and cruelty. Skeletal assassin, level 10. Grade, D. Health, 1,500. Attack, 200. Defense, 80. Speed, 75. Skill, stealth. Enters stealth mode after 3 seconds out of combat. Movement speed reduced by 50. Next attack damage increased by 150. Backstab. Deals 250 physical damage when attacking from behind. Inflicting poison. Losing 50 health per second for 10 seconds. Suddenly, a chilling shriek pierced the air. Several wailing spirits unleashed spiritual shriek, simultaneously at Lin Tian and the giant wolf. Lin Tian felt as though a needle had viciously pierced his skull. A wave of dizziness washing over him. Confusion triggered. The giant wolf beneath him emitted a painful howl, its speed noticeably hampered, and a hint of confusion clouded its eyes. Meanwhile, the skeletal assassins in the shadows sprang into action. Like venomous serpents merging with the darkness, they entered stealth mode, silently closing in on Lin Tian and the giant wolf from various cunning angles, using the wall openings and debris for cover. The daggers gleamed with a ghostly green poison. Mental attacks? Stealth backstabs? Quite the combination. Lin Tian gritted his teeth against the piercing pain in his head and the discomfort of failed casting, affected by the confusion state. Yet his gaze remained exceptionally composed. He instantly grasped the mechanism of this challenge. It was imperative to eliminate the spirits capable of causing control and disruption, especially those preparing to attach themselves to the assassins. Freeze. Lin Tian forced his magical energy to coalesce, directing it at a spirit currently casting spiritual shriek at the giant wolf. Whoosh. The icy blue current swept through, striking true. 3,420. The spirit let out a wail, instantly freezing and shattering. At the same time, Lin Tian's thoughts raced, commanding the giant wolf. Buddy, scatter them. Use area attacks. The giant wolf barely regained a semblance of clarity amidst the chaos, roaring as it activated rapid, charging toward the dense cluster of spirits. Triple claw strike, unleashed. The sharp claw shadows spread across a fan-shaped area ahead. Thud, thud, thud. Several spirits caught off guard were torn apart by the claw shadows. 100, 100, 100. Physical attack effects halved against incorporeal beings. This charge not only disrupted the formation of the spirits, but also forced several attempting to use soul attachment on the assassins to abort their casting. Now is the time. Fireball. Lin Tian seized the opportunity, disregarding the chaos around him, and forcibly locked onto a skeletal assassin that had just emerged from stealth. Poised to pounce upon the giant wolf's side, thunderous roars erupted. A blazing white fireball detonated almost instantaneously as the assassin's dagger was thrust forward. 4940. The horrifying explosion engulfed the assassin and two unfortunate specters nearby. The battle escalated into a fierce frenzy. The wails of the specters, the assassin's stealthy ambush, the giant wolf's furious howls and vicious bites, and Lin Tian's ice and fire spells intertwined magnificently. The corridor was a tapestry of light and shadow, energies clashing violently. Though occasionally disrupted by mental shriek or afflicted by backstab, with poison, luckily his health was substantial, rendering the poison ineffective. Lin Tian, with his exceptionally high spell power and precise control, alongside the giant wolf's assistance, firmly grasped the reins of battle. Moments later, the corridor fell silent once more. The ghostly wails and the assassin's stealth dissipated into the ether. Ding. Killed Wailing Spectre X 25. Experience points 50 by 25. Upgrade points 1 by 25. Ding. Killed Skeletal Assassin X 10. Experience points 100 by 10. Upgrade points 1 by 10. Among the ashes left by a skeletal assassin, Lin Tian discovered a soul crystal, special item. Within the crystal, it seemed to seal a fragment of a soul, steeped in profound agony and resentment. Upon contact, fragmented memories surged into his mind. Within a grand palace, a figure clad in opulent garments poured a vial of liquid, shimmering with ominous purple light, into a massive energy pool connected to the city's ley lines. Accompanied by maniacal laughter. What a betrayal for power. Let the Lord of Souls accept my sacrifice. Navigating through the ghostly corridor, a relatively intact complex emerged before him. With a monumental tomb-like structure built of immense black stones at its center, its entrance firmly sealed. A figure clad in tattered scholarly robes, stooped and frail, yet with two unusually bright azure flames flickering in its eye sockets, seemingly retaining a glimmer of rationality, stood quietly before the door, leaning on a twisted bone staff. An aura of far purer undead energy enveloped him, imbued with a weight of knowledge. Gravekeeper Kazan. Level 10. Rank C. Health 15,000. Spell attack 300. Defense 200. Speed 60. Mana 3,000. Skills, Knowledge Curse, Passive. Kazan's attacks have a 30 chance to inflict the target with ignorance, status. All attributes reduced by 10, lasting 10 seconds. Arcane Missile Barrage. Consumes 150 mana, cooldown 8 seconds. Instantly fires 5 arcane missiles, each dealing 180 spell attack damage. Necromantic Knowledge Shield. Consumes 300 mana, cooldown 25 seconds. Summons a shield composed of ancient runes, absorbing 5,000 damage, lasting 15 seconds, or until broken. While the shield exists, Kazan is immune to control effects. Summon Knowledge Manifestation. Consumes 500 mana, cooldown 60 seconds. Summons 3 enormous, burning tomes of magic, which will automatically attack enemies. Health 2,000, attack 250. Defense 100, and continuously release a Knowledge Curse, aura, range 10 meters. The tomes are destroyed upon being defeated or after 20 seconds. Final answer. Triggers when health drops below 20. Kazan sacrifices all remaining mana to unleash a devastating arcane explosion in the target area based on his remaining mana. Chapter 28. Gravekeeper Kazan 2. The Unknown Living Being. The voice was dry and hoarse, akin to rough sandpaper scraping against stone, each syllable laden with a tearing sluggishness. Yet, peculiarly, the tone conveyed an almost chilling calmness, a rational timbre reflective of a well-learned scholar, incongruous with its undead identity. The two azure flames flickered in the hollow depths of its eye sockets, casting shadows of Lin Tian and his vigilant giant wolf beneath him. You should not awaken this cursed repository of knowledge, Kazan, once a scholar and now a gravekeeper, warned, its jaw moving to form the words. Its tattered robe swayed of its own accord, stained with indeterminate dark blemishes. Lin Tian commanded the giant wolf to halt. The massive creature, clad in bone armor, immediately ceased its charge, its sturdy limbs firmly planted on the ground, emitting a low, threatening growl from its throat. Lin Tian's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, pierced through the dim light, scrutinizing the powerful undead entity before him. Are you the gravekeeper here? He inquired, his voice resonating within the hollow tomb entrance. What calamity befell the glorious city of Iskatra to reduce it to this? And what, pray tell, is the Soul Eater? Kazan did not respond immediately. The flames in its eye sockets flickered violently, as if touched by the deepest pain. The azure flames shimmered with complex, inscrutable hues, pain, regret, and even a lingering, pure thirst for knowledge. It seemed to delve into a fragment of time long forgotten. Knowledge is both poison and remedy. It finally spoke, its voice ethereal and dreamlike. We thirst for knowledge like moths to a flame, exploring the mysteries of the astral realm, interpreting the tongues of the deceased, striving to touch the roots of the cosmos. Its bony claws tightened around the ancient rune-engraved staff, the joints creaking softly. Yet it is this very desire that invites the shadows coveting the stars. They are parasites of knowledge, predators of wisdom, the Soul Eaters. Kazan's voice suddenly sharpened, filled with venomous hatred. They whisper sweet lies into the ears of seekers, promising transcendent powers. Such power is akin to the most exquisite poison. It corrupts the purest hearts, twisting the thirst for knowledge into greed and madness. With a deliberate, almost ritualistic motion, it raised its bone staff, pointing the tip directly at Lin Tian. What lies buried here are not merely countless bones, but forbidden knowledge, polluted and desecrated. They are the source of pestilence. Depart, living one, while you still can retreat. Curiosity will drag you into an abyss from which we cannot escape. In those final words, surprisingly, there was a hint of weary warning and an almost compassionate counsel. Lin Tian inhaled deeply, sensing something within the depths of the tomb calling out to him intensely. I am sorry, his voice resolute and unwavering, but I have my reasons to delve deeper into this place, and there is no turning back. At that moment, the last flicker of the scholar's rational light within Kazan's eye sockets extinguished like a candle in the wind, consumed by pure, cold, murderous intent. The azure flames became as sharp as a blade. Let knowledge purify your ignorance. Before the words fell silent, the bone staff surged forward. The battle erupted instantaneously. Kazan demonstrated the terrifying prowess of a high-level spellcaster, commencing with the formidable defensive spell, Necromantic Knowledge Shield. Countless ancient, twisted symbols composed of azure energy materialized from thin air, swirling around its incomplete form at high speed, intertwining to form an impenetrable barrier shimmering with runic light. A deep hum reverberated through the air. Almost simultaneously with the shield's formation, the attacks came cascading in. Arcane missile barrage. Kazan, wielding his skeletal staff, moved with a swiftness akin to a lightning strike. 5 arcane missiles, compressed to their utmost potential and gleaming with a blinding cerulean light, erupted forth as if unleashed by an unseen machine gun. They tore through the air, emitting a spine-chilling shriek, trailing long, comet-like energy tails that fanned out, enveloping Lin Tian and his colossal wolf's position. Each missile harbored a terrifying energy capable of rending steel. Lin Tian's pupils constricted, yet his reflexes were as quick as a spectre's. Scatter, he exclaimed in a low voice, forcefully slapping the wolf's neck with his left hand while simultaneously rolling backward. The massive wolf, in perfect synchrony with Lin Tian, let out a low growl, its formidable form exhibiting astonishing agility as it propelled itself sideways with great force, kicking up a gust of foul wind. Lin Tian narrowly evaded the first arcane missile. However, the remaining 4 missiles, undeterred, hurtled towards him with lethal shrieks. Lin Tian moved with incredible speed, his footwork exquisite, twisting his body at an astonishing angle, narrowly allowing 2 missiles to whiz past the edges of his attire and robe. The violent energy currents stung his cheeks painfully. A glaring red damage numeral flashed at the periphery of Lin Tian's vision. To make matters worse, an ominous, ignorance status icon, formed of twisted tomes and chains, materialized above his head in an instant. A chilling, viscous sensation invaded his mind, as if his thoughts were submerged in murky ice water, causing a momentary sense of lag and blockage in his mental faculties. The curse had taken effect. TCH. Lin Tian grimaced, enduring the mental discomfort. Yet his resolve to retaliate burned even brighter. Fireball, he bellowed, the tip of his staff igniting with a blinding white light. A blazing fireball, radiating terrifying heat, coalesced like a miniature sun, descending with the power to incinerate all before it, crashing towards Kazan's necromantic knowledge shield. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated through the tomb. The searing flames collided violently with the cerulean runic shield, eroding one another, resulting in a dazzling display of light and chaotic energy turbulence. The surface of the shield twisted and rippled violently, the runes flickering erratically, as if on the verge of collapse, yet it ultimately held firm against the onslaught. 4940. A massive damage numeral leapt forth, and the shield's luminescence visibly dimmed, yet it was clear that it still had considerable strength remaining. As a former top scholar, Kazan's mastery of magic and the strength of his shield surpassed that of an ordinary undead. Without missing a beat, Kazan pressed on, seemingly an inexhaustible undead automaton. It appeared that Lin Tian's counterattack had incited a fury within him, or perhaps the inherent instincts of the undead had been fully awakened. As its skeletal foot slammed heavily against the dust-laden ground, producing a dull thud, the bone staff was raised high, the skull atop it glowing ominously. Awaken, dormant wisdom. Deliver the judgment of knowledge upon the ignorant. Summon knowledge manifestation was activated. The space around Kazan trembled violently as 3 powerful arcane energies coalesced out of thin air. In an instant, 3 massive tomes, as large as door panels and ablaze with ghostly blue flames, materialized. They were not physical entities, but rather composed of pure energy and distorted knowledge, their heavy pages flipping wildly, as if stirred by an unseen wind. Each page turned unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp arcane energy arrows formed from dense runes. These energy arrows rained down upon Lin Tian and the colossal wolf, who had just regained its footing. Simultaneously, a visible halo of nauseating gray-green light, radiating the knowledge curse, expanded abruptly from Kazan. Where the halo passed, the air thickened and became oppressive. A disorienting whisper resonated deep within Lin Tian's mind, clouding his thoughts. The ignorance icon above Lin Tian deepened in hue, and the mental pressure surged. First, eliminate those bothersome tomes. Lin Tian swiftly assessed the threat priority. Battling against the casting latency caused by the ignorance state and the incessant buzzing whispers in his mind, he nimbly maneuvered through the dense rain of arcane arrows and the occasional arcane missile Kazan fired, forcing himself to concentrate as he pointed his staff. Chapter 29, The Guardian of the Tomb. Kazan 3. Frostbolt. Fireball. He targeted the nearest burning tome. Whoosh. 3,420. A chilling blue wave surged forth, striking the massive tome with pinpoint accuracy. The tome's surface instantly became encrusted with a thick layer of frost, its pages turning sluggishly. And the arcane arrows it emitted dwindled significantly. Boom. 4,940. The subsequent blazing fireball struck fiercely at the center of the frost-covered tome. The powers of ice and fire clashed violently, annihilating one another, culminating in a small-scale elemental explosion. The massive energy tome emitted a piercing shriek, akin to the sound of countless pages being torn simultaneously, as the ghostly blue flames extinguished abruptly, and its energy structure disintegrated completely, transforming into a flurry of burnt paper ash that dissipated into the air. Roar. The colossal wolf received the command, letting out a growl as it lunged like a streak of gray lightning towards another tome. Its enormous paw, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, struck down with ferocity bite. Simultaneously, its forepaw conjured 3 sharp afterimages, clawing at triple claw strike, with an almost imperceptible speed. Each attack ignited large swathes of ghostly blue flames and shattered pages of energy. Kazan attempted to disrupt Lin Tian's spellcasting with arcane missiles, striving to prevent the destruction of the tomes. Yet, Lin Tian's extensive combat experience allowed him to utilize the colossal wolf's massive body and the energy remnants left by the first tome's destruction as cover, enduring the damage from the occasional stray arcane arrows while perfectly coordinating with the wolf. The slowing and controlling effects of Frostbolt, the rampant output of Fireball, and the wolf's ferocious melee assaults. Under Lin Tian's precise tactical command and his own indomitable will, the remaining 2 burning tomes could not withstand for long, shattering one after another amidst the conflagration of ice and fire and the relentless clawing. As the last tome turned to ash, the suffocating knowledge curse halo burst like a popped bubble, vanishing instantly. The whispers in his mind and the sense of mental lag were significantly alleviated. At that moment, the sturdy, necromantic knowledge shield surrounding Kazan flickered a few times. The ancient script swirling around it became indistinct, ultimately dissipating entirely as the spell's duration expired, revealing its unprotected, fragile form composed of stark, white bones. An opportunity. Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with a predatory light, akin to a hunter finally spotting the fatal flaw in its prey. Frostbolt. He wasted no time, having calculated the cooldown, and pointed his staff again. This was the preemptive control that would decide the outcome. Whoosh. 3,420. The icy blue wave struck like a precise spear against Kazan's ribs just as it attempted to cast a spell once more. The frigid force surged instantaneously, the sound of cracking ice resonating clearly. Kazan's entire body, along with its raised bone staff, was instantly encased in a massive, translucent block of ice. It maintained its casting posture, resembling a bizarre undead ice sculpture. It's over. Fireball. Lin Tian unleashed the torrent of mana surging within him without reservation. One after another, radiant fireballs, bright as the sun and swirling with destructive energy, rained down like a meteor shower, roaring through the air and relentlessly crashing into the immobile ice sculpture. Boom. 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 4,940. 4,940. 4,940. 4,940. The terrifying numbers of damage surged through Lin Tian's vision like a cascading waterfall, pulsating with relentless ferocity. Each explosion sent violent tremors through the ice sculpture, causing cracks to spread rapidly like a spider's web. Kazan's frozen life points plummeted with alarming speed, akin to a mountain caught in an avalanche, spiraling into chaos. When the 4th blazing fireball, imbued with the ferocity to incinerate all, struck the core of the ice sculpture with a resounding crash. Crack. Boom. The colossal ice figure could no longer withstand the dreadful forces converging from within and without, erupting in a thunderous explosion. Countless sharp shards of ice shot forth like cannonballs in every direction. Kazan's already shattered skeletal form was obliterated as if it were porcelain struck by a giant hammer, instantaneously reduced to fragments. Most bones vaporized under the intense heat, while the charred remnants were violently hurled through the air, crashing heavily against the thick, cracked stone door of the tomb. The 2 flickering azure flames within its eye sockets dimmed, flickering precariously like a candle in the wind, as if they were on the verge of extinguishing, life points below 20. A primal scream, imbued with boundless pain, madness, and despair erupted from Kazan's remaining skull. The sound pierced through the eardrums, resonating deep within the soul. The last vestige of the guardian Kazan's sanity was utterly obliterated, leaving only the endless malice and destructive frenzy inherent to the undead. The feeble soul flames ignited fiercely, transforming into a nearly frenzied deep purple. Knowledge is a poison, an eternal toxin. Let all dissolve into oblivion. Final answer. Its remaining form erupted with a blinding azure light. The brilliance was so intense that it illuminated the entire entrance to the tomb as if it were daylight. A wave of destructive energy, capable of sending shivers through the soul, surged forth like a tsunami. All the remaining necromantic power within Kazan, along with its fragmented soul essence, was violently compressed and ignited in a forbidden manner. The tomb's stone walls trembled under this energy, and the rubble on the ground floated as if defying gravity. It intended to self-destruct in the most thorough manner, annihilating the intruder before it, and this cursed repository of knowledge into the most fundamental particles. A vain delusion. Lin Tian's gaze was as cold as millennia-old ice, every nerve in his body taut with anticipation. In the fleeting moment before the cataclysmic azure light from Kazan reached its zenith, just a fraction of a second before the energy was about to spiral out of control, he awaited the cooldown of his freeze spell, which had perfectly completed its final second. Whoosh! The icy blue current surged forth, arriving late, yet at a velocity that transcended thought, striking precisely at the impending explosion of the blinding azure core. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The arcane energy, ferocious enough to tear apart space, was forcibly contained within the suddenly formed, intensely cold layer of ice. This ice layer thickened at a visible rate, rapidly encasing Kazan's remains and the core of destruction, forming a massive ice crystal that flickered with chaotic azure light. The brilliance within the ice clashed and refracted, producing a myriad of hazardous crack-like patterns while emitting a bone-chilling cracking sound, as though it might shatter free at any moment. Crack. Boom. Ultimately, the ice crystal could not eternally imprison this force of annihilation. The energy, having reached its apex within, finally broke free from the icy confines. A violent explosion erupted from within the ice crystal. The azure light surged forth like countless blades from the myriad of fractures, casting the entire space into an otherworldly blue hue. In the end, accompanied by a deafening roar, the immense ice crystal, along with the frozen and compressed remains of Kazan and the energy of destruction, was obliterated into the finest particles, shimmering with specks of icy blue starlight. Like the densest mist of ice crystals in winter, it slowly dispersed in the gentle breeze at the tomb's entrance, settling into nothingness. The air was thick with a biting chill, the acrid scent of scorched arcane energy, and a lingering aura of void following the complete annihilation of knowledge. Ding! You have slain the Guardian Kazan. Experience gained, 3000. Upgrade point 1. The melodious system notification resonated in Lin Tian's mind, shattering the silence. Obtained items. Scholar's Tattered Notes. X1 Special Item. Pure Soul Crystal. X1 C-Grade Material, containing powerful soul energy. Kazan's Bone Ring, Level 10, Accessory. Grade, C. Attributes, Spell Attack 80, Mana 300. Description, the remnant knowledge imprint of the Guardian, offering slight resistance to mental impacts. Lin Tian picked up the Scholar's Tattered Notes, quickly flipping through its pages. Most of the notes were damaged, but a few pages remained relatively clear. The king has become increasingly obsessed with the power of the astral whispers, which is corroding his mind. The prince frequently visits the Forbidden Library, researching the taboo of soul sacrifices. The energy pool has been tainted with a purple filth originating from the prince's laboratory. It must be stopped, or else. Betrayal. The guards have turned against us. The prince is the true harbinger of doom, a puppet of the soul devourer. After reading the notes, Lin Tian upgraded the Kazan's Bone Ring for free to a B-grade attributes. Spell Attack 100, Mana 400. Subsequently, Lin Tian equipped the Kazan's Bone Ring, raising his spell attack to an impressive 860 points. Chapter 30, The Sentinel Commander, Recton, pushing open the heavy stone door inscribed with ancient seals. The creaking hinges emitted a grating sound, as if resisting the intrusion of the living. Beyond the door, the anticipated burial chamber was nowhere to be found. Instead, a wide corridor slanted downward into the dark depths, the frigid, stagnant air rushing forth, mingled with the scents of rust, decayed rock, and a deep, lingering aroma of blood from an ancient battlefield. The walls on either side were crafted from polished obsidian, embedded with dimly glowing mineral stones. The faint light failed to dispel the oppressive atmosphere, casting eerie reflections upon the tattered armor, broken weapons, and scattered bones that lay in the corners. This was the final line of defense leading to the base of the astral altar, a path strewn with loyalty and despair, the road of death. At the end of the corridor, the space opened up. A grand entrance exuding an ominous aura revealed itself in the ghostly light, the base of the astral altar. However, the figure standing before the entrance, resembling a mountain, instantly captured all attention. towering nearly 3 meters tall, clad in heavy armor marred by scars and punctures, yet still radiating a dark metallic sheen. It wielded a colossal blade the size of a door, the blade itself only 2/3 intact. Beneath the helmet, 2 blazing eyes, burning with a molten gold-red flame, brimmed with boundless fury, deep-seated hatred, and a tinge of sorrow from betrayal by a loved one. The fierce essence of the battlefield surged forth, a far greater oppressive presence than that of the previous Guardian Kazan. Sentinel Commander Recton, Level 10, Grade C, Health 20,000. Physical Attack 450, Physical Defense 100, Magical Defense 63, Speed 65, Skills, Unyielding Spirit, Passive. For every 10 health lost, Recton's attack power increases by 5 and defense by 3. When health drops below 30, immune to all control effects. Blade Sweep, consumes 100 mana, cooldown 12 seconds. Sweeps the giant blade in a 180-degree arc before him, dealing 280 physical damage, with a high probability of knocking back the target. War Trample, consumes 150 mana, cooldown 20 seconds. With a thunderous stomp upon the ground, all foes within a 15-meter radius are dealt a staggering 200 points of physical damage, accompanied by the affliction of Stun, reducing movement speed by 50 for a duration of 5 seconds. Summon the Ethereal Guardians. At the cost of 400 mana and a cooldown of 50 seconds, summon 4 Ethereal Bone Guardians, Level 10, Grade D, for 1000 health, 250 attack, 200 defense, 50 speed, to assist in battle for 30 seconds. These Guardians possess the abilities Shield Bash, dealing 150 damage and stunning for 2 seconds, and Hold the Line, increasing defense by 30. Wrath of Vengeance, near death triggered when health falls below 15. Rek'Sai locks onto the target with the highest enmity and charges forward, ignoring defenses, speed instantly increasing to 200. With the subsequent attack dealing 500 points of physical damage. If the target is slain, Rek'Sai regains 20 maximum health points. Stand down. Blasphemer. Rek'Sai's voice boomed like a great bell, resonating with the harshness of metal grating against metal, causing the corridor to vibrate with a low hum. His molten soulfire fixated intensely upon the shattered Guardian's sigil, 7th Legion, that hung from Lin Tian's waist. The sigil of the 7th Legion? Rek'Sai's voice rose to a fever pitch, his fury erupting like a volcano. That coward, Grom. A traitor. His bones should be ground to dust. Are you his accomplice? The air was thick with malice as the great blade hummed, the intent to kill palpable, slicing through the atmosphere. Nay. Lin Tian reacted swiftly, raising the sigil high, his voice echoing clearly in the confined space. I was in the outer corridor, slaying the tainted Captain Grom, who had been corrupted into an undead. Look here. He pressed his fingertip firmly against the faint etchings on the back of the sigil, warning against the whispers from the abyss. He and his soldiers resisted the corruption to their dying breath, fulfilling their duty as guardians. They are not traitors. Rek'Sai's massive form trembled with rage. The molten soulfire flickered like a candle flame in a tempest, dancing violently, uncertain. He gazed down at his battered armor and shattered blade, a profound sorrow enveloping him. Guardianship? Ha ha. Rek'Sai's laughter was laced with endless fatigue and self-mockery, a bitter irony. We, the Royal Guard, swore with our lives and honor to protect the royal altar, only to be pierced through the heart by the very kin of the prince we defended. The agony of that roar could nearly rend stone asunder. That coward, bewitched by the soul devourer, a fool obsessed with immortality. While the king languished in the celestial whispers, he plunged the seed of the soul devourer into the altar's core. The prince is the traitor, the source of the corruption. The corruption erupted in an instant. Rek'Sai's voice dripped with despair, as the guardians transformed into the claws of slaughtering monsters. Loyal protectors devolved into wandering undead. Astaroth fell into a city of the dead overnight. All of this sprung from the betrayal of the guardian. He stepped forward violently, the ground fracturing beneath him. Thus, stopping the prince and purifying the altar is the best tribute to Astaroth and to you, loyal guardians. Lin Tian seized the moment, his voice resolute. A tribute. Rek'Sai let out a thunderous, maniacal laugh, filled with desolation. It is too late. The altar's core has been thoroughly corrupted. The prince was consumed by the soul devourer the instant the sacrifice was completed, transformed into a terrifying entity lurking deep within the altar. We are but its sustenance for awakening. This city is an eternal prison, and you are the fresh blood offerings delivered to its door. For my king, for the brothers who died unjustly, let your blood cleanse this eternal shame. With the last remnants of rationality consumed by hatred and despair, Rek'Sai unleashed a deafening roar. His blade, akin to a door, cleaved through the air, executing blade sweep. A terrifying gale of blades instantly engulfed a 180-degree arc in front of him. The entire corridor wailed in lamentation. In a flash, just as the massive blade descended, Lin Tian's figure vanished into thin air like a wraith. Only a fleeting afterimage remained, torn asunder by the blade's wind. In the next heartbeat, he reappeared 30 meters behind Rek'Sai, his staff raised high. Ant, roared Rek'Sai, You shall not escape. He spun around with astonishing speed. Who wishes to flee? Summon the wolf pack. Let us take him down. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. The glow at the tip of his staff intensifying. Oh whoa! The space warped violently. A full 20 elite giant wolves, as robust as calves, with fur gleaming like satin and fangs glinting with deadly light, surged forward with earth-shattering roars, engulfing half the corridor in a black torrent. The might of the A-grade summon wolf pack was truly fearsome. 10 of the giant wolves, eyes ablaze with ferocity, activated Rapid Strike. They transformed into 10 bolts of black lightning, lunging towards Rek'Sai from both sides. Bite targeted the gaps in his armored joints. Triple Claw Strike rained down like a tempest upon his leg armor and arm guards. 20, 20, 20. Though the damage was modest, the intent was clear: to disrupt, to impede, to prevent this iron fortress from swinging that deadly great blade with ease. Meanwhile, the remaining 10 wolves formed a moving steel wall, stacked protectively before Lin Tian, baring their fangs and growling like thunder, ready to absorb any attack aimed at their master. Get lost, scum! Rek'Sai bellowed. His blade sweep, disrupted by the fearless wolves on either side, causing its trajectory to veer off and its power to diminish drastically. He slammed his massive blade into the ground. Awaken, my warriors. Summon ethereal guardians. The ground trembled with the surge of bones as 4 heavily armored, ethereal bone guardians, wielding colossal shields and warhammers, erupted from the earth, forming an impenetrable wall of defense in an instant. Concentrate fire. Tear down this turtle shell. Lin Tian pointed his staff like a sword at the center of the shield wall, casting Ice Spell. Whoosh. A chilling azure torrent sliced through the air, striking true upon one guardian's great shield. 3,870. The terrifying power of the ice instantly encased the guardian and its shield into a sculpture radiating an icy aura, freezing them for a duration of 6 seconds. Now, Fireball spell erupted. Lin Tian, without a moment's pause, ignited the tip of his staff to its utmost brilliance. Boom. A fireball, its core swirling with molten lava, rocketed forth, crashing into the ice-sculpted guardian and the adjacent guardian. 5,590. 2,236. The explosive damage was catastrophic. The frozen guardian was obliterated before it could even emit a cry, scattering icy shards and bones across the air. The neighboring guardian's shield shattered, its soul fire dimmed, suffering grievous injury. Roar. 5 wolves, poised and ready, lunged forth like sharks sensing blood, transforming into 5 shadows that surged forward. Bite targeted the throat. Triple Claw Strike tore at the guardian's flesh. 210, 185. In an instant, they reduced the wounded guardian to a pile of bones. The remaining 2 guardians had just raised their warhammers to attempt shield bash when they were immediately overwhelmed by the tide of giant wolves. The pack, with overwhelming numbers, gnawed away at the last vestiges of this turtle shell. Annoying pests. Rek'Sai roared, his formidable 100 points of physical defense rendering him nearly immune to the wolves' bites. Yet Lin Tian's fireball still exploded against his heavy breastplate, igniting a dazzling spark. 5,590. The damage was substantial, but with a health pool of 20,000. Coupled with the passive, unyielding spirit, increasing attack and defense when health falls below 70, he resembled a mobile fortress, bolstered in both offense and defense. Lin Tian's mana was depleting rapidly. Lin Tian's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, his mind racing, his body shifting subtly under the cover of the wolf pack. Analyzing every detail of Rek'Sai's movements, he keenly observed that after each full force blade sweep, Rek'Sai exhibited an exceedingly brief moment of recentering and regaining breath in the constricted corridor. His massive form would experience a barely perceptible lag in his left leg when turning. An opportunity. Lin Tian deliberately stumbled while evading a war tread shockwave, sliding unsteadily 2 steps to the left of Rek'Sai, closing the distance to a dangerously precarious 10 meters. Seeking death. In the depths of Rek'Tin's eyes, the flames of his soul surged with fervor, his murderous intent boiling over. Such a golden opportunity could not be squandered. He roared, unleashing the might of his colossal blade with the devastating blade cleave. This time, the angle was even more devious. The massive blade barred Lin Tian's escape routes to the left and right, the terrifying winds of the blade seemingly poised to slice through the very fabric of space itself. Now was the moment. Lin Tian's eyes blazed with fierce determination, unyielding in the face of danger. He did not attempt to retreat or block, which would surely mean his demise. Instead, his staff, propelled by an unprecedented speed, pointed towards the loosened stone slab to his left where Rek'Tin was about to land, a consequence of the earlier war tread. Frost spell. Whoosh. The icy blue current did not target Rek'Tin's corporeal form, but rather, it precisely enveloped the area where his left foot was destined to strike. Crackle. A vast expanse of ground instantaneously crystallized into a smooth, mirror-like surface, emanating a chilling aura of solid ice. Rek'Tin was executing his sweep with all his might. His center of gravity fully committed forward, and as his left foot crashed down, the tremendous inertia rendered him utterly unbalanced. The trajectory of blade cleave abruptly veered, producing a shrill sound that grazed the corner of Lin Tian's rolling attire, striking viciously against the obsidian wall nearby. Boom! Debris cascaded like a torrential downpour. The wall cleaved open with a deep fissure. His colossal form, akin to an uncontrollable siege hammer, crashed forward under the influence of inertia. The ground trembled beneath him. It was over. Fireball spell. At the instant Lin Tian rolled to his feet, his staff had already locked onto the vulnerable spot of Rekton's armor at the spine. Exposed by his fall, mental energy surged wildly. Boom, 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 boom. For compressed fireballs, their interiors roiling like molten lava. Blindingly bright and resembling four mini-suns plummeting down. 5,590. 5,590. 5,590. 5,590. The four blood-red, terrifying numbers flashed wildly, as though they would sear through one's retina. The cumulative explosive force wrought a qualitative change. The sturdy dark gold heavy armor was torn apart like flimsy paper, melting away. Fragments of dark golden bones mixed with the lava-like soul flames erupted like a dazzling firework display. Rekton's mountainous form convulsed violently, emitting a thunderous roar filled with boundless resentment, agony, and ultimate release. My king! Ascatra! The roar echoed frantically through the corridor, colliding and ultimately being engulfed by a profound silence. The two flames of soul fire, which had burned for an unfathomable number of ages, extinguished entirely. His heavy body crashed to the ground, falling silent. The shattered giant blade clanged as it fell onto the cold, ice-covered stone floor, emitting its final mournful cry. Ding! You have slain the Vanguard Commander, Rekton. Experience gained, 4,000. Promotion point, 1. Items acquired. Rekton's Shattered Giant Blade, LV-10, C two-handed weapon. Physical attack 100, health 200. Pure War Emblem, X1 special item. Advanced Skeletal Core, X1 C-grade material. Star Skeletal Altar Key Fragment, X1 quest item. A two-handed weapon, yet I cannot make use of it. If only it were a skill book. With a heavy exhale, Lin Tian released the pent-up tension in his nerves. He stepped forward, bending to pick up the Pure War Emblem. The cold metallic touch conveyed a sense of history, with intertwined bone staffs, broken swords, and celestial motifs, along with the inscription on the back proclaiming loyalty as my life, guarding the eternal royal guardians, silently narrating an epic of loyalty buried by betrayal. Combining Kazan's notes with Rekton's final roar, the truth of Ascatra's destruction was finally pieced together. The prince, or rather, the monster possessed by the soul devourer. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened as he directed it towards the massive stone door at the corridor's end, emanating an ominous aura, etched with twisted celestial and skeletal reliefs. The final pulse from the treasure map and the scorching heat from the star skeletal altar key fragment, in his hand distinctly pointed towards the abyss beyond the door. No longer hesitating, he strode confidently to the stone door. The key fragment in his hand seemed to respond to a call, flying from his grasp and fitting precisely into the central groove of the stone door. Complex runes ignited like a circuit, illuminating with dim light, rapidly spreading along the arcane patterns on the door. The heavy sound of mechanisms echoed from deep within the stone door, as if a colossal beast, asleep for millennia, was awakening. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of grinding rock, the massive stone door adorned with ominous reliefs slowly opened inward, revealing the darkness and whispers that could freeze one's soul, rushing forth. Chapter 32, The Soul-Devouring Prince Moriarty. Creak. The heavy palace doors swung open, revealing not the expected resplendent throne room, but a twisted hell capable of sending one SSS plummeting. As Lin Tian stepped inside, he instantly felt as though his soul had been thrust into a tumbling washing machine. Above him, the tainted void churned like boiling ink, with several stars emitting a ghastly green and dark purple glow embedded within, casting a foreboding halo. Beneath his feet lay a vast, dark golden metallic platform, cold and unyielding, at the center of which was a 100-meter-wide energy pool resembling the gaping maw of an abyss, bubbling with a viscous, dark purple sludge that emitted a nauseating stench of sulfur and charred souls. This was the utterly corrupted star skeletal energy. Suspended above this cauldron was the main course of this dungeon. The entity bore remnants of princely attire, yet its entire form was engulfed by a dark purple energy network, pulsating like living veins, consuming it entirely. Its face twisted into a shape reminiscent of a Picasso model, the most unsettling aspect being its eyes, two dark whirlpools that spiraled, voraciously devouring all light. The lower half, it was non-existent, completely merged into the boiling broth below. Countless dark purple energy tendrils, thicker than an adult's thigh, spread from it like malevolent roots, deeply embedding into the platform and even piercing into the tainted void above. This creature was the core of pollution, the eternal nightmare of this city of the dead. Soul-devouring Prince Moriarty. Level 10. Rank S. Health 500,000. Traits: Source of soul devouring, specialized in soul attacks. Star skeletal pollution body, 3-form switch, energy synchronization, environmental energy recovery, whisper erosion, mental pollution aura. Ha ha ha. Yet another moth unaware of its own demise flutters toward the eternal flame. Moriarty's voice, a disturbing blend of aristocratic tone and the anguished wails of countless souls, detonated in Lin Tian's mind, like a rusty saw gnawing at his very essence. Such a vivid and powerful wave of soul energy was an exquisite delicacy indeed. The greed inherent in its words was unabashed, as if Lin Tian had become the feast upon its platter. Damn, Lin Tian grunted, feeling as if his head were thrust into a high-powered blender. The nauseating dizziness and the sharp, needle-like pain inflicted by whisper erosion surged uncontrollably. I cannot falter. Lin Tian's gaze turned as cold as the Siberian tundra in an instant. Summon the wolf pack. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The air trembled violently as 20 elite giant wolves, each the size of a calf and with fearsome fangs, materialized with a deafening howl that shattered eardrums. The palpable aura of ferocity surged forth like a tangible shockwave, momentarily shattering the eerie stillness of this space. Insignificant ants. Shadow minions. Moriarty's feigned elegance was instantly shattered, its fury palpable. Its hands morphed into energy claws, slashing downwards, causing the cauldron below to erupt into a furious boil. Dozens of grotesque and distorted, corrupted star servants, composed of viscous and foul energies, surged forth like maggots crawling out of the depths of hell. Howling as they emerged from the pool, a relentless tide. 15 colossal wolves activated, rapid charge. Lin Tian's mind raced like lightning, issuing precise commands. The eyes of the 15 wolves gleamed with ferocity, their muscles taut, and in an instant, they transformed into 15 streaks of black lightning that tore through the air. They split into several waves of black frenzy, fearlessly crashing into the throng of servants. Bite! A deadly precision aimed at their throats. The sickening sound of snapping bones echoed. Triple claw strike. The glint of cold light flashed as the bodies composed of filthy energy were effortlessly torn apart. These servants' self-destruct mechanism barely had time to trigger. Often, just as the crimson light of self-detonation flickered to life, 2 or 3 wolves, working in perfect harmony, would instantly dismember them. Their efficiency was akin to a finely tuned meat grinder. A howl, a piercing wolf's wail intertwined with the shrill cries of energy being rent asunder. Moriarty's assault commenced. Several shadow whips, rending the very fabric of space, lashed out like venomous serpents, skillfully targeting Lin Tian's form. Lin Tian commanded the remaining 5 wolves, loyal as the most steadfast royal guards, to swiftly condense their formation, forming a staunch shield before him. They either brandished their claws to deflect or braced their robust bodies to absorb the blows. Splurt. Bang. 287. 301. The wolves emitted anguished whines, blood splattering. Yet they refused to yield. This was not merely cannon fodder, but the resolute awareness of loyal summoned beasts. An opportunity. Lin Tian's pupils constricted as he seized the fleeting milliseconds afforded by his guardian wolves, unleashing a cataclysmic burst of magic damage totaling 860 points, augmented by his 270 points of terrifying intellect and the Wolf King's bone staff, Wolf King's necklace, and Kazan's bone ring. The target was locked onto Moriarty's ever-shifting, soul-devouring shield. Shattering the shield was imperative. Freeze spell. Lin Tian raised his hand, and the brilliance of an A-class skill illuminated the air. A ray of ice-blue light surged forth, striking the same point on the shield with pinpoint accuracy. While it failed to freeze the entity, the frigid power caused a momentary stagnation in the shield's energy flow, rendering it vulnerable. Immediately following, fireball, 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 fireball. Lin Tian transformed into an unrelenting artillery of spells. For fireballs, swirling with molten lava and compressed with terrifying magical damage, hurtled forth like precision-guided missiles, shrieking as they slammed into the previously marked and weakened point. Boom, 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 boom. 5,590, 5,590, 5,590, 5,590. The blinding damage numbers skyrocketed. The 4 consecutive explosions totaled an astounding 360 points of damage. Moriarty's resilient, soul-devouring shield shattered like glass struck by a heavy hammer, emitting a mournful cry of collapse as it erupted into a tempest of purple-black shards. Ah, despicable insect. You have thoroughly enraged the magnificent Moriarty. The backlash from the shield's destruction ignited the prince's madness. He let out an inhuman roar, his form undergoing a terrifying transformation. Dark purple veins, writhing like serpents, surged across his body, and his back violently tore open, soul-devouring, tentacle-piercing. Countless sharp, barbed shadow tentacles erupted without warning from beneath Lin Tian's feet, from his sides, and even above his head. Simultaneously, a basketball-sized, pollution star burst, radiating foul starlight, coalesced in Moriarty's hand, imbued with a sense of annihilation as he hurled it toward Lin Tian. Even more repulsive, 2 massive star corpse aberrations clawed their way out of the energy pool, unleashing ear-splitting roars. 10 wolves activated, rapid charge. They ensnared those two colossal threats. Bite at their joints. Poke their eyes. Lin Tian felt a surge of adrenaline. But his commands remained cold and precise. The 10 giant wolves split into 2 groups of 5, launching, rapid charge, to become mere shadows. Fearless as they pounced on the newly emerged aberrations, they completely forsook defense, using bite to latch onto the thick ligaments of the aberrations, while the glint of triple claw strike rained down upon their lantern-sized, murky eyes. Splurt, bang, 780, 845. The wolves' anguished howls and the sounds of bones shattering filled the air, their health plummeting. Yet they pressed on. As 5 wolves fell, the others surged forward. They valiantly sacrificed themselves to momentarily immobilize the 2 enormous threats. Only 7 battered wolves remained by Lin Tian's side. Faced with the onslaught of tentacles and the crashing, pollution starburst, they faithfully fulfilled their role as meat shields. Each time an attack approached, they fiercely slammed their bodies against Lin Tian, enduring the horrific blows. Boom. Sizzle. 301. 1,500. 2 more giant wolves vanished in a flash of white light amidst their agonizing cries. You bastard. Die. In the brief window of opportunity paved by the wolf sacrifices, Lin Tian's eyes glowed crimson as he locked onto the vulnerability exposed by Manhwaeudit's transformation, the gaping fissure in his head, akin to an energy core, and the thick tentacle roots connected to the energy pool below. Freeze spell. The ice blue ray shot forth once more, plunging forcefully into the crack in Moriarty's head. 3,870. Fireball. Fireball. Lin Tian disregarded his mana expenditure, unleashing 2 searing fireballs that relentlessly struck the same location, as well as the violently writhing root of the thick tentacle below. 5,590. 5,590. 2 colossal damage figures once again appeared. Moriarty's health visibly dwindled before their eyes. Chapter 33, The Final Treasure. Your fireball spell is somewhat amiss. Moriarty's distorted voice bore an odd note of inquiry and deeper greed. Submit to the great Moriarty. Offer up your peculiar talent, and I shall grant you the authority of the second seat. Share in this eternal power. He was actually seeking to recruit. Second seat? Share? How dare you? Lin Tian scoffed, his expression betraying disbelief. I came to annihilate the godly gear, not to serve as your lackey. Fireball. In response, a more ferocious and dense barrage of fireballs rained down. Simultaneously, he willed forth, summon Wolfpack, perfectly timed as the cooldown ended. Wolf pups, come forth once more. Fully revived. Buzz. 20 vigorous elite wolves materialized, instantly replenishing their lost numbers, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Stubborn and unyielding. Then let us all return to the eternal void. Moriarty descended into utter madness. His body swelled like an inflating balloon, before exploding with a piercing scream that rent the space asunder. He transformed into a swirling mass of terrifying dark purple nebula, occupying a significant portion of the platform. Soul-devouring star vortex. A cataclysmic gravitational pull instantly emerged, yanking everything on the platform toward it, as if it were a black hole. Simultaneously, countless beams of whispers of malice, saturated with toxic spiritual corruption, rained down mercilessly over the battlefield. Damn, he's gone all out. Lin Tian felt an immediate loss of weight, his body uncontrollably drawn toward the deadly whirlpool. The wolves beside him were swept away like leaves caught in a storm, howling as they were dragged toward their doom. Even the 2 star corpse aberrations, engaged with the wolf pack, were not spared. Damn it, I'll fight to the end. A glimmer of madness and determination flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. Now, all wolf pups, do not resist. Activate, rapid charge. Charge. Target the white point at the vortex's center. Clear a path. Lin Tian bellowed with all his might. Oh, the remaining dozen or so giant wolves' eyes flared with primal ferocity. They ceased their futile resistance against the gravitational pull, instead igniting, rapid charge, to the very brink of their lives, with a final surge of strength emanating from his limbs. Akin to over 20 suicidal black meteors, the formidable beast charged fearlessly towards the core white point locked onto by Lin Tian's spirit. At the center of the vortex of destruction, the immense wolf's body was instantaneously torn apart and dissolved amidst the chaotic currents of dark purple energy. Yet, with their lives and an unwavering, steel-like will, they forcibly broke through the annihilating energy, tearing open a fleeting yet straight passage. Lin Tian acted without a shred of hesitation. Harnessing the recoil provided by the wolf pack's rapid movement and the terrifying pull of the vortex itself, he pushed his speed to the utmost, launching himself like a projectile from a catapult, resolutely shooting towards the core white point through that transient lifeline. The distance closed rapidly at an extreme velocity. The dark purple destructive energy roared beside him. With 270 points of intelligence operating at a frenzied pace, his mental power firmly locked onto that glimmering point. Freeze it for me. I spell. Lin Tian unleashed a torrent of blue ice that struck the core white point with tremendous force. Crack. In an instant, The white point was encased in a basketball-sized, resplendent ice mass adorned with intricate icy patterns. The violently swirling nebula momentarily faltered, but it was not over yet. Break it for me. Fireball spell. Lin Tian granted no respite to his adversary. A fireball formed instantaneously in his palm, and with every ounce of strength, he hurled it fiercely towards the frozen core. Crack! The ice mass was instantly riddled with fractures upon contact. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening explosion reverberated as if space itself was lamenting. The frozen core shattered like a detonated bomb. No, Aya! Moriarty's desperate and unwilling wail abruptly ceased. The terrifying nebula occupying the platform imploded like a punctured balloon, collapsing inward frantically. Below, the swirling dark purple energy sludge swiftly lost its vitality, turning eerily silent and ashen. The entire distorted space began to tremble violently, unraveling. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Tian for successfully slaying the S-rank boss, Soul Devourer Prince Moriarty. Experience gained, 10,000. Ding! Congratulations, player level increased to level 10. All attributes 2. Skill points 5. Ding! Talent triggered. Gained 100 enhancement points. Acquired, key, special item. As the system notification echoed, the suffocating hellish scene before him ebbed away like a receding tide. The roiling filth of the void, the foul energy pool, and the massive metal platform vanished without a trace. The distortion dissipated, clarity restored to his vision, and Lin Tian found himself standing steadily in the center of the initially grand, yet foreboding hall. Everything that had transpired felt like a disturbingly vivid nightmare, if not for the faint lingering scent of sulfur in the air and the system notifications still ringing in his ears. The hall was empty, save for a magnificent treasure chest at the center, intricately engraved with a complex star map, emanating a faint starlight. Finally, it was done. Lin Tian exhaled a long breath, feeling his muscles weaken and his spirit utterly fatigued. The lingering effects of the whispering corruption still throbbed painfully. He retrieved the key, cool to the touch and made of an unknown material, which he had just acquired. Approaching the treasure chest, he adhered to his usual custom of enhancing it first. The starry brilliance on the chest's surface deepened and became more profound. Open sesame. Glancing at the enhanced treasure chest, Lin Tian muttered with a hint of jest as he inserted the key precisely into the lock. Click! The mechanism clicked softly, and the lid of the chest silently sprang open, illuminating the dim hall with 3 dazzling beams of light. Acquired. Star Potion X3, S-rank consumable. Effect. Consuming it permanently increases all attributes by 50 points. Effects are stackable, with a maximum of 10 uses per player. Description. A potion crafted from the pure essence of star origins, capable of transcending the very essence of life. Acquired. Hidden Class Transfer Certificate. X1, SS Rank Special Item. Effect. Using it unlocks a hidden class transfer quest. Upon completion, the player will transition into a unique or exceedingly rare special class. Description. A crystalline certificate imprinted with an unknown star map, containing the opportunity to embark on a path to the extraordinary. Acquired. Skill Book Star Resonance X1, S-Rank Passive Skill. Grade, S. Learning Requirements. Intelligence 200, Spirit 200. Effect. Passive Star Power. Permanently increases base intelligence by 50 and spirit by 50. Star Protection. Reduces final spell damage taken by 30. Starshine Flow. Automatically restores 1 of maximum mana per second. Description. A secret technique that establishes a profound resonance with the vast stars, which can refine the body and protect the soul. Chapter 34. SS Rank Skill, Star Resonance. Hiss. Even though Lin Tian was mentally prepared, he was still taken aback, gasping in awe at the 3 divine items lying within the treasure chest, and the temperature of the hall seemed to rise slightly. Star Potion. All attributes 50, and 3 uses. A hidden class certificate, and an S-rank passive divine skill. This was akin to Emperor Qin Shi Huang hitting the jackpot. The overwhelming joy instantly dispelled his fatigue. Lin Tian enhanced all 3 items without hesitation. Acquired. Star Potion X3, SS Rank Consumable. Effect. Consuming it permanently increases all attributes by 200 points. Effects are stackable, with a maximum of 10 uses per player. Star Resonance. Grade, SS. Learning Requirements. Intelligence 200. Spirit 200. Effect. Passive Star Power. Permanently increases base intelligence by 100 and spirit by 100. Star Protection. Reduces final damage taken by 50. Starshine Flow. Automatically restores 5 of maximum mana per second. Hidden Class Transfer Certificate. SSS Rank Special Item. Incredible. The effects of the SS Rank skill are astounding. This truly makes me an eternal motion machine of magic. Looking at the extraordinary attributes of the SS Rank, Star Resonance, especially the mana recovery effect of Starshine Flow, Lin Tian was so thrilled that he nearly jumped on the spot. What a windfall. It was worth nearly being driven to the brink of neurosis by that ghastly entity. Lin Tian beamed with a smile. Although he currently lacked the spirit to learn it, using the Star Potion was more than sufficient. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled out the 3 SS rank star potions, twisted off the caps, and downed them in quick succession as if drinking a refreshing beverage. Ding. Consumed SS rank star potion. All attributes 200. Ding. Consumed SS rank star potion. All attributes 200. Ding. Consumed SS rank star potion. All attributes 200. 3 consecutive drinks. A total of 600 points in all attributes. An indescribable warmth, seemingly emanating from the very essence of life, surged through his entire being. His bones resonated, his mind cleared, and his mental power surged like a tidal wave. The numbers on his attribute panel began to fluctuate wildly. Exhilarating. This felt as though he had ascended directly from a bicycle to a spacecraft. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Tian immediately absorbed the dazzling SS-level passive skill, Stellar Resonance. Ding. Successfully learned SS-level skill, Stellar Resonance. He then gazed at his latest attribute panel. Name, Lin Tian. Level, 10. Physical attack, 1250. Magical attack, 3428, 310, 8120 Wolf King Bone Staff, 100 Wolf King Necklace, 100 Kazan S Bone Ring. Physical defense, 865, 62590 Grey Wolf Chief Greaves, 70 Wolf King S Dominion Crown, 80 Wolf King S Might Belt. Magical defense, 665, 62540 Wolf King S Dominion Crown. Speed, 650, 62525 Wolf King Windwalker Boots. Mana, 13,550, 12500, 200 Wolf King Bone Staff, 150 Wolf King Windwalker Boots, 300 Wolf King Necklace, 400 Kazan S Bone Ring. Health, 9,330, 845, 0200 Wolf King S Dominion Crown, 180 Grey Wolf Chief Greaves, 500 Wolf King S Might Belt. Strength, 625, 625. Stamina, 845, 625,220 Fortitude. Agility, 625, 625. Intelligence, 1554, 135, 4200 Enlightenment. Spirit, 1250, 1250. Such attributes are even more astounding than a boss. Lin Tian gasped at the soaring numbers displayed on the panel. Now, he only lacked an AoE skill. He mused to himself that he must acquire some AoE skills upon returning. Just then, a thunderous rumble echoed. The entire underground space began to tremble violently, massive boulders tumbling down, and the walls cracking open with menacing gashes. This underground city was on the verge of collapse. Damn it, Lin Tian grumbled, yet his movements were swift. With a thought, he summoned a pack of wolves. An agile elite giant wolf instantly responded to his call, materializing at his feet. Lin Tian leaped onto the wolf's back and shouted, "Let us go. Charge out." The next moment, Lin Tian's lips twitched. The wolf beneath him was panting heavily, its speed a mere 60 points, while his own agility was 625, with a total speed of 650 when factoring in his boots. Damn, you're not even faster than my 2 legs. Disband. Lin Tian decisively canceled the summon, rolling his eyes. The giant wolf, which had been struggling to run, instantly transformed into light particles and vanished. In the next second, Lin Tian powered his legs. Bang! The rocky ground beneath him yielded to 2 shallow footprints. Whoosh! He soared forward like a released arrow, akin to a streak of gray lightning that tore through the dim dungeon, leaving behind a blur that was nearly imperceptible. Fast. Incredibly fast. Gigantic rocks plummeted around him, yet not a single corner of his garment was touched. With casual shifts in direction and leaps, he effortlessly left the massive obstacles behind. In less than 30 seconds, the narrow escape exit was in sight, entering the decaying woodlands. Just as Lin Tian emerged from the cave, which reeked of mildew and damp earth, he was immediately met by the unique scent of decayed branches mixed with moist soil. Just as he steadied himself outside the cave, before he could even take a deep breath of fresh air, the light above him suddenly dimmed. Wah! A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the forest. 7 or 8 shadowy bats, their wings nearly a meter wide and as black as ink, with crimson eyes blazing like blood, swooped down towards Lin Tian with the ferocity of man-eating piranhas, drawn by the scent of blood. Their sharp claws glinted ominously. Aimed directly at his head, Lin Tian glanced up, his gaze as indifferent as one observing a swarm of moths drawn to a flame. He could hardly be bothered to move, simply raising his right hand with a casual flick, his motion producing a fleeting afterimage in the air. Fireball. Buzz. Boom. Almost simultaneous with his thought, a terrifying fireball, as large as a basin, with its internal orange-red flames roaring and swirling madly, instantly coalesced in front of his palm. The searing heat wave erupted, scorching the humid air around him to crackle, curling the dry leaves on the ground into charred remnants. The fireball gave the magic bats no chance for a reaction, carrying a destructive ferocity and a blinding tail of light. It was launched as if shot from an invisible cannon, striking the foremost unfortunate bat with pinpoint precision. Boom! The deafening explosion resonated throughout the woodlands. 35 chapter return to the village and skill acquisition. 22,282. An immense and heart-stopping, blood-red figure of horrifying damage surged forth with the explosive flash of light, floating high and powerfully in the air. The unfortunate shadow bat, struck first, had no time to emit even a whimper, as it was instantly vaporized upon contact with the core of the raging fireball. As if it had been brutally thrown into a boiling steel furnace, disappearing without a trace, not even a remnant of ash left to denote its existence. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The remaining 4 or 5 magic bats, caught in the shockwave and searing flames, convulsed violently in midair, their bodies twisting grotesquely before instantly carbonizing. Their charred remains, emitting thick black smoke, plummeted to the ground like moths roasted to death, utterly lifeless. With just one fireball, the diving squad of magic bats was obliterated. A cold smirk crept onto Lin Tian's lips as he casually raised his right hand once more. Buzz. Boom. Another orange-red destructive fireball sliced through the dim woodlands. Bang. 22,282. 4,456. The last 2 magic bats were also reduced to ashes and charcoal amidst the desperate flames. Ding. Killed Shadow Bat. Experience points 20. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Earned 1 enhancement point. Ding. Killed Shadow Bat. Experience points 20. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Earned 1 enhancement point. Ding. Killed Shadow Bat. Experience points 20. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Earned 1 enhancement point. A series of cold, mechanical yet magical system notifications chimed in Lin Tian's ears like melodious spring water, flowing continuously. Lin Tian looked on with satisfaction as the experience bar barely registered a slight movement, and he cast a glance at the newly added enhancement points on his panel. Even the smallest gain is worthwhile. Let us keep grinding. Time flowed quietly in this decaying woodland, mingling with the monotonous roar of fireballs. The sunlight filtering through the ancient trees above gradually shifted from a dull yellow to a profound dark blue, the twilight enveloping the forest like a vast curtain, shrouding the entire area in increasingly dense shadows and chill. Ding. Killed Shadow Bat. Experience points 20. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Earned 1 enhancement point. A fireball precisely eliminated the last shadow bat that had swooped down from the treetops. Lin Tian casually flicked away non-existent embers and glanced at his remaining enhancement points. Enhancement points, 2,836. That is sufficient. It's time to return. He brushed off non-existent dust from his attire and turned towards the direction of the novice village, striding forth with purpose. With a speed of 650 points, he traversed the dimly lit woods like a specter, stirring up a gentle breeze. At the entrance of the novice village, as the Wolf King sat, gleaming with a somber luster and evidently not of mundane origin, made its grand entrance at the village's threshold, it instantaneously captivated the attention of all present. The players had just returned from the wilderness, most clad in novice garb, their faces smeared with dirt and weariness etched into their features. In stark contrast, Lin Tian, adorned in resplendent armor, exuded an air of solemnity, his movements imbued with the palpable aura of one who had just emerged from a fierce battle. A commanding presence that rendered him a veritable standout among the throng. A tapestry of envy, jealousy, astonishment, curiosity, inquiry, and reverence wove itself around him, nearly engulfing him entirely. Lin Tian had long since grown accustomed to such attention. He cleared his throat and approached the denser cluster of onlookers, grounding his voice deep within his chest, which resonated powerfully as if amplified by a loudspeaker, swiftly overpowering the clamor at the village entrance. I am purchasing skill books at premium prices. All professions welcome. All qualities accepted. F, E, D, C, B, grades. I'm interested in them all. Don't miss out as you pass by. The prices are guaranteed to be double the market rate. This declaration of wealth, coupled with his dazzling attire, ignited a fervor at the village entrance. Holy moly, a true tycoon has arrived. Just look at that equipment, that menacing bone staff radiating frost, those boots adorned with swirling runes. This is undoubtedly the quality of a B-grade set. Double the price? Is that for real? Big shot. Big shot. Look at me. I have a priest healing spell, E-grade. Will you take it? Just take a look. Wait. Skill books. What do they even look like? I've slaughtered nearly 50 wild boars today, and haven't seen a single drop. People are just too lucky. Lamented a warrior, shouldering a wooden sword, his face a portrait of frustration. The crowd surged around Lin Tian, a cacophony of voices rising in excitement. At this stage, the drop rate for skill books was exceedingly low. Many players struggled to even gather the fundamental skills of their own professions, let alone have any surplus to sell. Yet, there were always those fortunate enough to stumble upon books outside their specialization. Lin Tian, embracing the spirit of opportunity, welcomed all offers, inspecting items and negotiating prices on the spot. The scene grew somewhat chaotic, but under the influence of his formidable presence and opulent gear, no one dared to act out of line. In the end, amidst countless envious and resentful gazes, Lin Tian successfully acquired 5 skill books. Focus. Grade, E. Effect. Permanently increases mental attributes by 10 points. Description: the most rudimentary method of mental refinement, capable of slightly enhancing mental strength. Agility. Grade E. Effect: permanently increases agility attributes by 10 points. Description: through specialized footwork training, it slightly enhances bodily flexibility and speed. Stealth. Grade E. Mana cost, 30 points. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Effect: enters a stealth state, reducing movement speed by 30, lasting for 30 seconds. Attacking or taking damage will break stealth. Rain of Fire. Grade E. Mana cost, 150 points. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Casting distance, 40 meters. Effect: summons a rain of fire in a designated 5-meter radius area, lasting 3 seconds. Inflicts fire damage equal to 80 of the caster's spell attack power on all enemies within the area each second. Healing Spell. Grade E. Mana cost, 50 points. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Casting distance, 30 meters. Effect: restores an amount of health equal to twice the caster's mental attribute to the target. Having expended a total of 15 gold coins, Lin Tian reveled in his acquisition of 5 skill books, 2 of which were passive attribute enhancements and 3 active skills, the most significant being the coveted Rain of Fire. As he weighed the newly acquired skill books in his hands, particularly the Rain of Fire, a wide grin spread across his face. Although merely E-grade, its capabilities were satisfactory, effectively addressing his AoE concerns, and he had plenty of enhancement points to spare. Hey, E-grade, soon, I shall elevate you to divine status. Lin Tian thought with a sense of glee, contentedly stowing the skill books away as he strode confidently toward his temporary dwelling in the village under the scrutiny of the crowd's complex gazes. Chapter 36. Further elevation in his temporary abode. Lin Tian secured the wooden door with a simple latch, effectively shutting out the encroaching dusk and the distant clamor from the village entrance. Leaning against the creaking door, he exhaled deeply, as if shedding an invisible burden. The dim light within the room, illuminated only by the faint glow filtering through the window, reflected his travel-worn yet exhilarated countenance. Without a moment's pause, he made his way to the hard plank bed, settling down cross-legged with decisive efficiency. Current remaining enhancement points, 2,836. Gazing at the balance of enhancement points displayed on the panel, a smile crept upon Lin Tian's lips. Today's treasure hunting expedition had yielded an extraordinary fortune. Not only had he acquired precious skills and professional credentials, significantly boosting his attributes, but he also possessed nearly 3,000 enhancement points. At this moment, he truly grasped the meaning of being fabulously wealthy. This was the capital that would allow his combat power to undergo a transformative leap. With a mere thought, 5 skill book scrolls emitting a soft, gentle glow materialized above his open palm. Focus, agility, stealth, Rain of Fire, healing spell. Lin Tian began to calculate. Upgrading from E to D required 5 points, D to C required 20, C to B required 50, B to A required 100, and A to S required 1000. Thus, elevating an E-grade skill to S would necessitate 1175 points. He shook his head. With 2,836 points, it would be challenging to upgrade even 2 books. So he needed to be strategic in his choices. His gaze swept across the skill bar, noting that Fireball was already at level 3 A-grade. With a cooldown of 1 second, its explosion radius and splash damage having been enhanced, its current output was formidable. Freeze stood at level 2 A-grade, maximizing control. Summon Wolf Pack was temporarily adequate. Blink was at level 10 A-grade, a vital escape skill. While Enhance and Enlightenment were passive skills that had already increased his constitution by 220 and intelligence by 200, thus requiring no immediate attention. The focus remained on the new skills. Lin Tian examined Rain of Fire. Its E-grade effect summoned flames within a 5-meter radius, dealing 80 spell attack damage per second for 3 seconds. Considering his current spell attack of 3,428, that translated to a staggering total of 82,272 damage over its duration. Sufficient against minor foes, but somewhat lacking against larger elite monsters. However, the prospect of upgrading it to A-grade or even S-grade ignited a fervent glimmer in Lin Tian's eyes. A-grade skills typically undergo a qualitative leap. Just look at Fireball. At A-grade, it boasted an explosion damage of 200. Upgrading Rain of Fire would undoubtedly enhance its range, duration, and damage multiplier significantly. He initiated the enhancement for Rain of Fire. Ding. Consumed 5 enhancement points. Upgraded Rain of Fire to ED. Effect. Range increased from 5 meters to 7 meters. Duration extended to 4 seconds, and damage per second raised to 90 spell attack. Cooldown reduced from 20 seconds to 18 seconds. Continue enhancing. Ding. Consumed 20 enhancement points. Upgraded Rain of Fire to DC. Effect. Range increased from 7 meters to 9 meters. Duration extended to 5 seconds. Damage per second raised to 140 spell attack. Cooldown reduced from 18 seconds to 15 seconds. Proceed. Ding. Consumed 50 enhancement points. Upgraded Rain of Fire to CB. Effect. Range increased from 9 meters to 15 meters. Duration extended to 6 seconds. Damage per second raised to 200 spell attack. Cooldown reduced from 15 seconds to 12 seconds. Ding. Consumed 100 enhancement points. Upgraded, Rain of Fire, to BA. The effects have been enhanced. The range has expanded from 9 meters to 20 meters. The duration has been prolonged to 8 seconds. The damage per second has increased to 350 magic attack, and the cooldown has been reduced from 12 seconds to 8 seconds. With an additional burning effect, inflicting an extra 50 magic damage per second. Ding. Consumed 1000 enhancement points. Rain of Fire, AS. Effect. The range has expanded from 20 meters to 50 meters. The duration has been extended to 15 seconds. The damage per second has increased to 600 magic attack. The cooldown has been reduced from 8 seconds to 5 seconds, with an additional burning effect, inflicting an extra 50 magic damage per second. Targets that receive damage will experience a reduction of 30 in both physical and magical defenses. Current remaining enhancement points, 1661. Hiss. Lin Tian gasped in shock. Feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp, his blood rushing to his head. A range of 50 meters, lasting 15 seconds. A mere 5-second cooldown. Plus 10 seconds of burning and a 30-point reduction in dual defenses. Is this even a skill that a mere human can unleash? This is nothing short of a catastrophe. A forbidden spell. A map-wide devastation. What does a 5-second cooldown even mean? It implies he can unleash this cataclysmic rain of fire almost continuously, as long as he has enough mana. One person is equivalent to an entire army. No, he is a walking disaster. Exhilarating. This is utterly exhilarating. Lin Tian was so thrilled, he nearly bounced off the hard bed. His gaze immediately shifted to another core damage-dealing skill, Fireball, A-grade level 3. Its single target burst is formidable, but compared to the S-grade Rain of Fire, it suddenly felt inadequate. He must level it up too. Single target burst cannot be neglected. Ding. Consumed 1000 enhancement points. Fireball S. Effect. No cooldown. Inflicting 800 magic attack damage. Additionally dealing 200 magic attack damage to surrounding targets, with a 50 chance of casting again with each use. Current remaining enhancement points, 661. No cooldown. Lin Tian felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. A terrifying multiplier of 800, with no cooldown. This means that as long as his casting speed is sufficient and his mana is abundant, Fireball can be unleashed like a machine gun. Coupled with the explosive damage of the 50 chance to cast again, his single target elimination capability has reached its zenith. What elite monsters or bosses will be mere paper in front of him? Ha ha ha. Invincible. I am already invincible. Lin Tian gazed at the two newly upgraded S-grade skills on his panel, a sense of unprecedented power flooding through him. He suppressed the urge to rush out and challenge a boss, continuing instead to address the remaining skills. Next, he enhanced Focus. Ding. Consumed 175 enhancement points. Focus, EA. Effect. Permanently increases Spirit attribute by 200 points. Current remaining enhancement points, 486. Now my Spirit attribute has reached 1450 points. Proceeding, enhancing Swiftness. Ding. Consumed 175 enhancement points. Swiftness, EA. Effect. Permanently increases Agility attribute by 200 points. Current remaining enhancement points, 311. Now my Agility attribute has reached 825 points. Continuing, enhancing the skill Stealth. Ding. Consumed 175 enhancement points. Stealth, EA. Effect. Cooldown of 10 seconds. Enter a stealth state, during which mana is continuously consumed. Increasing movement speed by 100 until an attack is initiated, damage is taken, or the effect is actively cancelled. Current remaining enhancement points, 136. A-grade, Stealth, is essentially equivalent to being permanently invisible. How impressive. Lin Tian exclaimed. With enhancement points running low, the final skill can only be upgraded to B-grade. Lin Tian glanced at his remaining enhancement points. Continuing, enhancing the last skill, Healing. Ding. Consumed 75 enhancement points. Healing, EB. Effect. Restores 400 health points to the target. Not bad. Not bad. A healing spell restores 1450 by 300, 4350 health points, nearly half of my current health. Lin Tian looked at the last 61 enhancement points with satisfaction. He then turned his attention to his level on the panel. His level had now risen to 10, and he planned to visit the altar tomorrow to see how to leave the novice village and enter the main city. Lin Tian stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before drifting into a deep sleep. Chapter 37, Accepting Quests. The next morning, as dawn broke, Lin Tian's figure flickered, and the stealth skill was silently activated, causing him to blend seamlessly with the flowing air, leaving behind only a faint afterimage that quickly dissipated. He resembled a true specter, gliding along the village's edge towards the ancient and mysterious altar at the center. Along the way, sparse players, most still struggling around level 5, donned rudimentary gear, forming parties and calling out as they prepared to venture forth to slay monsters, completely oblivious to the invisible wind that swept past them. Whoosh, this speed is exhilarating. Lin Tian reveled in the 100 speed boost from the stealth state, combined with his impressive base agility of 825, making him as swift as a bolt of lightning skimming the ground. His speed of 850 soared to 1700 under the influence of stealth, rendering his trajectory imperceptible to ordinary players, who only felt a gust of wind rush by, rustling their garments. 3 minutes later, by the edge of the altar near the mage statue, a figure suddenly materialized. It was Lin Tian, having arrived via stealth, who promptly deactivated the skill. Approaching the statue, a chilling system notification immediately appeared. Ding. Level 5 attained. Would you like to learn the basic skill Arcane Missile? Ding. Level 10 attained. Would you like to learn the basic skill Magic Shield? Oh, skills can be learned at both level 5 and level 10? Lin Tian's eyes brightened, and he unhesitatingly chose yes. 2 faint glimmers of magic instantly merged into his body. The skill bar refreshed immediately. Arcane Missile, level 0. Grade, E. Mana cost, 50 points. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Effect, conjures an arcane energy projectile, dealing 150 magic attack damage. Magic Shield, level 0. Grade, E. Mana cost, 100 points. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Effect, generates a magical shield that can absorb 200, intelligence 2, points of damage. Haha, I've got the eggshell. An essential skill for mages. Lin Tian grinned, but then pouted. 200 shield value from 1554 to 3,308 points? TSK, with my current defense and health, it's barely sufficient. It seems I need to find an opportunity to upgrade it with enhancement points. Only a higher grade truly offers life-saving capability. He circled the statue, examining it for a while, knocking and tapping in an attempt to trigger any hidden quests, but alas, the statue remained unresponsive, retaining its ancient demeanor. Lin Tian shrugged and turned toward the center of the altar. As soon as he stepped into the altar, a system notification suddenly rang out. Ding! Player Lin Tian has reached level 10, triggering the final novice village quest, repair the teleportation array. The quest panel refreshed. Quest, repair the teleportation array. Objective, the core of the altar's teleportation array has been lost. Proceed to the northern green wilderness of the village, defeat the residing leader, Emerald-Eyed White Tiger, and reclaim the teleportation array core it guards. Description, only by repairing the teleportation array can you leave the novice village and step into the broader stage of the myriad realms. Indeed, the key to leaving the village is here. Lin Tian's spirits soared, excitement igniting a flame in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, stealth was activated once more, transforming him into an invisible whirlwind as he surged toward the northern expanse of the village. The speed was akin to that of a racing car with the pedal to the metal, reaching an astounding 1,700 points of movement. The scenery on either side rushed past him in a blur, coalescing into a vibrant green stream of light. In less than 20 minutes, a dense, ancient forest, far more lush than the territory of the gray wolves, loomed before him, exuding an aura of primal wilderness. Ding! New area discovered. Deep green woods. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, and vines coiled like colossal serpents. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and a faint, vegetal musk. The green-eyed white tiger sounded like a formidable creature. While he cleared minor foes to accumulate enhancement points, he remained vigilant. Lin Tian resolved to deactivate his stealth mode. As he stepped into the forest's edge, a venomous giant python, as thick as a water barrel and glimmering with an eerie green sheen, lunged down from the treetops. Its foul fangs poised to strike. Venomous giant python, level 10. Rank, E. Health points, 1490. Seeking death. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. In an instant, he unleashed an uncooled fireball. Boom. A fireball the size of a human head, condensed to an almost blinding white intensity, hurtled forth with a terrifying roar, striking the python's gaping maw with precision. 27,424. A glaringly crimson damage number erupted. The unfortunate python did not even have time to scream before its head, along with a significant portion of its body, was instantaneously incinerated into cinders by the furious fire element. The remnants of its body convulsed violently in the aftermath of the flames. Ding. Killed level 10 venomous giant python. Experience points 20. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. TSK, too fragile. Lin Tian shook his head, as if he had merely swatted a mosquito. Continuing deeper, a troop of iron arm monkeys leapt from the trees. Iron arm monkey, level 10. Rank, E. Health points, 1520. Another uncooled fireball, 27,424. 6,856. 6,856. 6,856. 6,856. Ding. Killed level 10 iron arm monkey. Experience points 20. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. Ding. Killed level 10 iron arm monkey. Experience points 20. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. Ding. Killed level 10 iron arm monkey. Experience points 20. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. Lin Tian moved through the perilous deep green woods like an efficient bulldozer. The S-level fireball spell had become his most cost-effective crowd control skill. Bolstered by a staggering 15,550 mana points and this stellar resonance ability, which provided a maximum recovery of 5 mana points per second, approximately 7,775 points per second, allowing him to disregard mana consumption entirely. The enhancement points steadily accumulated on his panel, 1, 1, 1. Thus, for over half an hour, Lin Tian cleared hundreds of level 10 monsters, amassing hundreds of enhancement points. Finally, within a relatively open area deep in the forest, littered with enormous beast bones, he discovered his target. A colossal creature lay languidly atop a massive white rock, feigning slumber. Its size was nearly double that of an ordinary tiger. Its body adorned with a luxurious coat of silver and white fur that shimmered with a metallic sheen under the dappled sunlight. Most striking were its eyes. Not the usual amber, but two pristine imperial green emeralds, radiating a cold, yet wild brilliance. Chapter 38, Slaying the Green-Eyed White Tiger. Green-Eyed White Tiger. Level, 10. Rank, B. Health points, 100,000. Physical defense, 300. Magical defense, 300. Speed, 450. Skills, Tiger Claw of Earth Shattering. Slashes the target ahead, dealing 350 physical damage. Inflicting a tearing effect, losing 1 maximum health point per second for 10 seconds. Roaring Shockwave. Emits a roar imbued with the majesty of a king, creating a fan-shaped shockwave that deals 200 physical damage to all enemies within 60 meters ahead, forcibly repelling and stunning them for 3 seconds. Blood Fury. Automatically triggers when health drops below 30, instantly restoring 50 maximum health points, 50,000 points, removing all negative status effects, and boosting physical attack power by 50 for 30 seconds. Lin Tian did not hide. He deactivated his stealth mode and confidently approached the center of the clearing. The sound of his footsteps roused the dozing Tiger King. The green-eyed white tiger abruptly opened its eyes. Those enormous pupils, akin to imperial green emeralds, locked onto Lin Tian with a gaze that was cold, savage, and brimming with lethal intent, as if they were tangible blades. It slowly rose, its massive form exuding a palpable sense of oppression, and let out a low growl akin to distant thunder, proclaiming the wrath of a king. A big cat. Lin Tian grinned, raising his hand to cast his most familiar opening move, Fireball. 27,124. Roar. The roaring shockwave was unleashed. A visible shockwave distorted the air, erupting from the green-eyed white tiger in a fan shape, sweeping towards Lin Tian's direction. The terrifying sound wave was potent enough to shatter eardrums. With a mental attribute of 1450, Lin Tian possessed formidable resistance to such psychic assaults. He merely felt a buzzing in his eardrums and a slight pressure in his head, but his movements remained utterly unaffected. Blink. Whoosh. In the instant the shockwave approached, Lin Tian's figure vanished, reappearing 50 meters behind the green-eyed white tiger. The tiger, missing its target, grew even more enraged. It powered its hind legs, transforming its massive form into a white streak of lightning, accompanied by a piercing shriek. Executing Tiger Claw of Earth Shattering. The target was Lin Tian, who had just landed. Come at me. Lin Tian's eyes remained calm, pointing his staff once more. Fire Rain spell. Boom. Just as the green-eyed white tiger lunged within 30 meters of Lin Tian, the sky above it turned crimson, centered around the tiger. With a radius of 50 meters, the S-level, Fire Rain spell, dealing 20,568 damage per second plus 1714 burn damage, totaled a staggering 22,282 damage per second. Furthermore, it instantly slashed the tiger's defenses significantly. The green-eyed white tiger was engulfed in flames, emitting a heart-wrenching howl. Its silver-white fur curled and burned in the inferno, the air filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh. It sought to escape, but the area of the fire rain was too vast. It aimed to pounce on Lin Tian, but the horrific damage it sustained each second impeded its movements. The assault of Tiger Claw of Earth Shattering was abruptly interrupted. Standing at the edge of the fire rain, Lin Tian coldly observed the struggling white tiger within the fiery chaos. The fire rain lasted for 15 seconds, enough to inflict a total of 334,230 damage. This far exceeded the green-eyed white tiger's 100,000 health points. As the firestorm raged into the 5th second, the tiger's health plummeted to the critical threshold of 30. A howl, even more frenzied and filled with agony and madness than before, erupted from the heart of the inferno. The green-eyed white tiger's body exploded with blinding bloodlight. Blood Fury was triggered. 50,000. The charred marks on its body rapidly faded in the glow, its size seemingly swelling once again, and its eyes transformed entirely into blazing emerald flames. Its physical attack power surged by 50, reaching 3,750 points. Its speed also doubled due to the talent's Fury state, soaring to 900 points. At this moment, the furious emerald-eyed white tiger had transformed into a shadow of blood, pouncing once again towards Lin Tian with a terrifying speed of 900. embodying a force capable of tearing asunder all in its path. The chilling glint of the tiger's claw was now mere inches away. Lin Tian's gaze was icy, regarding the lethal claws, capable of annihilating any player at this stage. With utter indifference, he raised his staff once more, directing it at the emerald-eyed white tiger, whose defenses had been significantly diminished, physical defense 210, due to the effects of Rain of Fire, and had just emerged from the inferno. Fireball. X3. Boom. 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 3 blazing fireballs, arranged in a triangular formation and shrieking with the heralds of death, struck the emerald-eyed white tiger simultaneously. The massive form of the tiger momentarily faltered midair, and the once tyrannical terror in its burning green eyes was replaced by an incredulous fear. Its resilient fur, robust muscles, and unyielding bones were pierced, torn apart, and vaporized as if they were mere paper before this cataclysmic trio of fireballs. A vast, charred cavity appeared within its chest. The furious crimson glow dissipated rapidly, akin to a punctured balloon. With a thunderous crash, the lifeless body of the emerald-eyed white tiger fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ding. Killed level 10 emerald-eyed white tiger. Gained experience points, 5,000. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Gained enhancement points, 100. Ding. Acquired materials, N. Ding. Acquired equipment, Swift Wind Boots of Emerald Shadow, level 10, B grade. Ding. Acquired item, B grade skill upgrade stone, X1. Ding. Acquired quest item, Core of the Teleportation Array, special. A series of glimmers illuminated the surroundings as several radiant items automatically fell into Lin Tian's backpack. He first examined the quest core, a fist-sized, diamond-shaped crystal that was neither metal nor jade, within which countless tiny stars seemed to circulate, emitting a gentle and stable spatial fluctuation. Done. Lin Tian contentedly stored the core. He then turned his attention to the equipment. Swift Wind Boots of Emerald Shadow, level 10. Grade, B. Attributes, movement speed 25, agility 10. Description, boots infused with a fragment of the emerald-eyed white tiger's soul, allowing strides as swift as the wind. After the enhancement, the attributes transformed into movement speed 35, agility 30. The attributes were commendable, surpassing those of his current B-grade Wolf King boots, so he promptly equipped them. Lin Tian's speed soared to 890, and while sneaking, it reached an astounding 1780 points. Subsequently, he consumed the B-grade skill upgrade stone to elevate it to A-grade skill upgrade stone, using 100 enhancement points. Ding. Consumed 100 enhancement points. Successfully upgraded to A-grade skill upgrade stone. Then he further enhanced it to S-grade skill upgrade stone at no cost. Ding. No cost used. Successfully upgraded to S-grade skill upgrade stone. First, he would max out the currently highest damage-dealing fireball spell. Lin Tian pondered, stroking his chin. Ding. Used S-grade skill upgrade stone. Fireball spell upgraded to max level. The latest fireball spell became inflicts 1,000 spell damage. Deals 400 spell damage to surrounding targets, with an 80 chance to cast an additional time with each use. Excellent. The damage had risen to 1,000, with an 80 chance for a follow-up hit. Chapter 39, Submit Quest. Lin Tian gazed at his 572 enhancement points and the several A-grade skills in his skill bar. Not enough. I need to farm for more enhancement points. At the very least, the magic shield must be upgraded to S-grade. He activated Stealth, once more, transforming into an efficient, relentless point farming machine. With Fireball and Rain of Fire, whether facing the level 10 Jungle Leopard or the tough-skinned, iron-armored boar, they all turned to ash and yielded a bounty of enhancement point notifications, thanks to the absurd mana regeneration from Star Resonance. Lin Tian felt like an unflagging perpetual motion machine. Nearly 2 hours later, accompanied by a cacophony of system prompts that were so dense, they almost formed a singular sound. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Gained enhancement point, 1. XN. The total number of enhancement points finally reached 2,645. With the addition of Rain of Fire, the efficiency of clearing out areas soared, akin to wielding a harvesting machine. Lin Tian paused, surveying the abundant reserve of enhancement points on his panel, a smile reminiscent of a bountiful harvest gracing his face. He then focused his gaze on the skill, Magic Shield. Upgrade the Magic Shield for me. Ding. Consumed 5 enhancement points, Magic Shield ED. Effect. Generates a magic shield that can absorb 300, intelligence 25, points of damage. Ding. Consumed 20, enhancement points, Magic Shield DC. Effect. Generates a magic shield that can absorb 400, intelligence 3, points of damage. Ding. Consumed 50 enhancement points, Magic Shield CB. Effect. Generates a magic shield that can absorb 600, intelligence 4, points of damage. Ding. Consumed 100 enhancement points, Magic Shield BA. Effect. Consumes 10 mana points to generate a magic shield that can absorb consumed mana points. Intelligence 5, points of damage. Ding. Consumed 1,000, enhancement points, Magic Shield American Samoa. Effect. Consumes 20 mana points to generate a magic shield that can absorb Consumed mana points. Intelligence 6, Spirit 6, points of damage. Current remaining enhancement points, 1470. Hiss. Even though Lin Tian had mentally prepared himself, he was profoundly shaken by the formidable effects of the S-grade magic shield. My current mana is 15,400, so 20 translates to 3,080 points. With intelligence at 1554 and spirit at 1450, that single magic shield could generate a barrier capable of absorbing 3080, 15546, 14506, 3080, 9324, 8700, and 21,104 points of damage. Lin Tian's mind raced with calculations, and upon reaching the conclusion, his breath quickened. Incredible. This thickness would withstand blows from a boss of the same level for quite some time. Observing the remaining 1470 enhancement points, Lin Tian's gaze swept through his skill bar. With S-grade max level fireball and rain of fire for damage output, and an S-grade magic shield for survival, it seemed quite comprehensive. Finally, his gaze landed on Blink. Upgrade Blink to S-grade. Ding. Consumed 1,000 enhancement points. Blink American Samoa. Effect: minimum consumption of 200 mana points. Instantly blink to any designated location within 100 meters. For every additional 2 mana points consumed, the distance can be increased by 1 meter. Current remaining enhancement points, 470. Haha, this is phenomenal. Lin Tian excitedly raised his fist. With a minimum of 200 points, and each point of mana translating to 1 meter of distance, with my current 15400 mana, I can theoretically teleport over 7,000 meters. This is no mere blink. This is a strategic level spatial leap. In the future, whether for travel, escape, or engaging in battle, it is simply a divine skill. With the quest items secured and skills fully upgraded, it was time to return and submit the task. The utmost priority was to reach the main city. Subsequently, Lin Tian's stealth activated silently as he again melded into the flowing air, leaving behind a faint, nearly imperceptible afterimage that soon vanished without a trace. His base speed of 890, augmented by stealth, at level 100, surged to a terrifying 1780 points. The scenery on either side blurred into a chaotic flow of green and brown as the gnarled roots, entwined vines, and occasionally glimpsed low-level monsters became indistinct in a rapid retreat. In less than 20 minutes, the familiar sight of the village walls, constructed from rough timber, reappeared at the end of his vision. The village entrance remained bustling. Warrior level 32. Need a healer. Need a damage dealer. Let's secure the level 7 poison spider den. A level 5 novice mage seeks the guidance of a skilled mentor. Obedient and diligent, ready to gather iron ore. Offering high prices. I will acquire as much as you can provide. Players congregate in small groups, many still clad in dull, unassuming novice garments or scattered pieces of E and F grade gear. Their voices calling out to form parties, a cacophony of noise mingled with exhaustion, excitement, and an insatiable yearning for superior equipment and elevated levels. Most players hover around levels 4 and 5, and the sight of a level 6 player instantly attracts envious glances. An invisible tempest, moving with a velocity that seemed to crush all in its path, swept abruptly through the fringes of the bustling crowd. Whoosh! Hiss! What a fierce wind! One exclaimed, damn it, nearly blew my hat away. This wretched game. The weather system is so realistic. But wait, that sensation felt as if something had zipped past. A perceptive archer rubbed his eyes, casting a dubious glance toward the village entrance, which lay empty save for a few leaves whisked up by the wind. Little did they know, the unseen lightning that had stirred the gust had effortlessly coursed through the throngs at the village entrance. Its target fixed upon the ancient altar at the heart of the village, where a statue of a mage stood sentinel. At the edge of the altar, the air shimmered subtly, and Lin Tian's figure materialized with an ethereal grace. He lightly stepped forward, directly onto the central area of the altar, paved with enormous blue stones inscribed with arcane runes. His gaze landed precisely upon the bowl-sized, dimly glowing depression at the core of the altar. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian flipped his wrist, and the teleportation array core, neither metal nor jade, but seemingly swirling with countless minuscule stars, appeared within his palm. The rhomboid crystal radiated a gentle, steady spatial fluctuation that resonated with the altar's runes. With a flick of his finger, the core was drawn in an invisible current, perfectly descending into the hollow space. A deep and resonant hum erupted, akin to a slumbering giant being roused from its rest. All the dim runes upon the altar ignited instantaneously, and brilliant silver beams of light surged along the paths of the runes, converging. The luminosity intensified, ultimately coalescing into a stable vortex of light, approximately 3 meters in diameter, at the altar's center. The vortex spun slowly, its depths unfathomable, as if it connected to the very edge of the universe, exuding a disquieting spatial tremor. Ding. Successfully placed the teleportation array core. Ding. Mission to repair the teleportation array complete. Receive treasure chest X1. Chapter 40. Reactions from all sides. Ding. Detected player Lin Tian as the first to repair the teleportation array on the 9527 Novice continent. successfully opening the main city passage. Would you like to broadcast this to the entire continent? Option to conceal identity available. Conceal. Lin Tian confirmed in his mind without hesitation. It is the path to wealth to remain discreet. He did not wish to be targeted by a horde of envious players the moment he exited the novice village. In the next instant, a voice thundered in the minds of all players across the 95-27 novice continent and in every novice village. Continent announcement. 9,527 player from 10,086 novice village, identity concealed, has first repaired the teleportation array, successfully opening the passage to the main city. As the first pioneer, rewards are granted, 20 free attribute points, 20 skill points. The announcement resonated through the skies, each word a clap of thunder. The entire continent was plunged into an eerie silence. This silence persisted but a moment before being shattered. What the hell? In 10086 novice village, players who had just been calling out to form parties felt as if they had collectively been choked, erupting into an uproar of disbelief. The teleportation array activated? The main city passage. The first pioneer. From our village? Who? Who on earth is it? Again with the concealed identity. Is it the same person as that level 10 expert last time? 20 attribute points. 20 skill points. My heavens, this reward is utterly astonishing. Quick, look at the altar. There's light. Countless gazes converged upon the village center, where a silver beam shot skyward. The crowd surged toward the altar. A wave of fervent shouts and incredulous discussions. Yet, the cold system notifications were far from over. Continent announcement. 9,527 player from 10,086 novice village, identity concealed, has first repaired the teleportation array, successfully opening the passage to the main city. As the first pioneer, rewards are granted, 20 free attribute points, 20 skill points. Continent announcement. 9,527 player from 10,086 novice village, identity concealed, has first repaired the teleportation array, successfully opening the passage to the main city. As the first pioneer, rewards are granted, 20 free attribute points, 20 skill points. 3 times. 3 consecutive continent announcements. As if fearing anyone might miss this earth-shattering news, the entire 9,527 novice continent erupted into a frenzy. In 007 novice village, deep within a shadowy cave, a stern-faced mage wielded his staff, summoning the wrath of elemental forces. Ice shards rained down like a torrential storm, encasing an 8-level elite, cave scorpion, in a frozen prison, followed by an explosive fireball that sent ice shards and carapace fragments flying. This was Lin Tian, the SSS-ranked talent of 007 novice village. Ding. Killed 8-level elite cave scorpion. Gained 80 experience points. He panted slightly, his experience bar inching closer to level 9. The overwhelming sense of power from his talent brought a slight smile to his lips. He was confident he could reach level 10 within a day, establishing himself at the pinnacle of 007 village. Just then, continent announcement. The cold, grand voice intruded upon his thoughts without warning. Lin Tian's motion of wielding his staff froze midair, his confident smile abruptly faltering. What? His pupils constricted in shock as he gasped. The 3 announcements struck like a final judgment. Lin Tian's grip on the staff tightened, his knuckles whitening and trembling from the sheer force. A chilling dread, entwined with fierce resentment and overwhelming pressure, surged from his spine to the crown of his head. It was him again, that concealed identity once more. Lin Tian's voice trembled slightly, betraying his own surprise, his eyes ablaze with intense fury, a mix of awe for the unmistakable frontrunner and humiliation from being left far behind. How could he repair the teleportation array to the main city passage so swiftly? He clenched his fists tightly. Meanwhile, in 10043 novice village, amidst a tranquil glade in the woods, a lithe figure darted through the trees, elegantly dispatching one forest leopard after another, her movements both graceful and lethal. Yao Jia, you're incredible, exclaimed a playful girl in plate armor. Yi Yao remained silent, pulling up her status panel. Observing her level at 8 and the experience bar nearly full for level 9, her expression as impassive as ever. Her plan was clear. Once this area was cleared, she should reach the pinnacle of level 8. Continent announcement. The announcement rang out like a cold tide, instantly engulfing the tranquility of the woods. Yi Yao's motion to release a shadow arrow abruptly halted. She maintained her casting posture, resembling a statue of shadow frozen in time. Only her deep-set eyes reflected the moment of her experience bar at level 8, pupils narrowing to pinpricks. After a moment's stillness, she remained rooted in place, surrounded by the corpses of leopards yet to fully dissolve. Unlike Lin Tian, she did not lose composure, nor did she shout in disbelief like others. The meticulously maintained rhythm of her leveling and her calm demeanor, akin to a finely tuned machine, was abruptly fractured by the triumphant announcement echoing thrice. An unprecedented, oppressive weight loomed over her heart like a chilling shadow, silently enveloping her being. She remained silent, akin to the most secluded pool of still water within the forest. Yet beneath the surface, turbulent currents surged fiercely. The disparity was far greater than she had anticipated, manifesting in a manner that was utterly overwhelming. In the vicinity of the 888th novice village, at the edge of a fetid swamp, Chun Shan bellowed furiously, his staff swinging down with fierce intent. A powerful shockwave struck a level 8 elite swamp crocodile, shattering the muck around it. The crocodile, writhing in pain, sent a spray of putrid mud all over him. Damn it, such tough skin, Chun Shan cursed, wiping the muck from his face. As the crocodile's health dwindled, a sinister grin spread across his face as he prepared to unleash a finishing blow. Suddenly, 3 announcements reverberated like thunder. Damn! In that moment, all of Chun Shan's pent-up frustration, resentment, and envy erupted violently. He let out a primal roar, his eyes instantly bloodshot with fury. No longer concerned with the severely wounded swamp crocodile, he lifted his foot and, summoning all his strength, delivered a brutal kick to a nearby decaying tree root. Bang! The root splintered under his ferocious force, fragments of wood and rotting mud flying in all directions. The swamp crocodile, just managing to rise, was caught in the sudden onslaught of debris and shockwave, letting out a mournful cry as its already depleted health bar completely vanished, leaving only a puddle of muck and a few copper coins. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Chun Shan gasped, his chest heaving violently like a bull thoroughly enraged. Pacing frantically in circles and stomping through the muck beneath his feet. It's him again, that bastard. Repairing the teleportation array. I'm still grappling with this wretched crocodile. Why? Why is he so fast? He suddenly looked up. His crimson eyes fixated on the sky as if trying to pierce through an invisible barrier to unearth the identity of that hidden scoundrel. Curse the system. Is there a conspiracy? I refuse to accept this. He roared, his voice echoing across the foul swamp. His howl resonated with the fury of being crushed and an almost frenzied impatience, sounding particularly jarring in this muddy expanse. Meanwhile, in the center of the 10,086th novice village, at the altar, Lin Tian remained oblivious to the tsunami of players surging behind him, their astonished exclamations and fervent discussions falling on deaf ears. Main city, a grander world. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, his gaze sharpening with newfound determination. No longer hesitating, he took a decisive step forward, unflinchingly entering the slowly rotating cosmic silver portal before him. Buzz! A blinding silver light instantaneously engulfed him. As the radiant beam of light gradually receded, it revealed a stable teleportation array, surrounded by a multitude of onlookers, their faces reflecting awe, fervor, and a myriad of complex emotions. Chapter 41, Luminous Sunset City. Simultaneously, in a town on the 9,527th novice continent, the golden hues of sunset cascaded from the heavens, gently enveloping the grand city within its embrace. Towering walls constructed from a peculiar rock that shimmered with a dark golden hue flowed with an amalgamation of flame and amber light under the sunset-esque glow. This was the Level 3 main city, Luminous Sunset City, aptly named for the breathtaking spectacle of sunset that descended upon the city every evening. At the heart of Luminous Sunset City, the immense teleportation array's runes illuminated one by one, the space rippling like water. A blinding white light flashed, and as the energy calmed, a tall figure materialized. It was Lin Tian, having teleported from the novice village. He inhaled deeply the unique scent of the main city, a blend of magical particles and a faint floral fragrance, instantly replacing the crude rawness of the novice village with the grandeur of civilization. Ding! Welcome to Level 3 main city, Luminous Sunset City. Is this Luminous Sunset City? Lin Tian marveled as he surveyed his surroundings with amazement. Beneath his feet lay smooth, large slate tiles inscribed with defensive runes, extending towards broad streets wide enough for several carriages to traverse side by side. On either side of the street, buildings of diverse architectural styles stood in a row, ranging from ancient and robust stone fortresses to elegant towers adorned with magical crystals. The air was suffused with faint energy fluctuations, the natural emanation of countless magical arrays and powerful entities. Compared to that dilapidated novice village, this place is a veritable paradise. Lin Tian couldn't help but exclaim quietly, realizing that even a decent NPC was hard to come by there. This truly resembled a genuine game world. His immediate priority was to locate the Hall of Professions. Lin Tian scanned the area and zeroed in on an NPC warrior at the corner weapon shop, meticulously polishing a broadsword with a glistening cloth. The warrior was robust, clad in half armor, with a weathered yet earnest face. "Excuse me, brother. May I ask where the Hall of Professions is?" Lin Tian approached. The NPC warrior looked up, revealing a face etched by the elements. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes, followed by a realization as he responded in a thick, regional accent of the common tongue. "The Hall of Professions? Oh, you mean the Hall of Professions, right, brother? Just follow this Morninglight Avenue straight ahead, crossing 3 major intersections, then take a left into Starlight Street. You'll see a particularly shiny white building, resembling pure jade, with a large magical crystal embedded on top, visible from afar. That's the Hall of Professions. Not far across from it is our Luminous Sunset City's core Lord's mansion, Quite the spectacle, I must say. Understood. Thank you, brother. Lin Tian expressed his gratitude sincerely. No trouble at all. The warrior NPC smiled broadly, revealing a set of white teeth, before picking up his sword and cloth once more. Lin Tian wasted no time, his mind racing. Stealth. A thin, almost transparent wave of energy enveloped him, causing his figure to blur and fade. Akin to an ink drop dissolving into water, until he vanished completely from the bustling street corner. Simultaneously, a lightness surged through his legs, his movement speed skyrocketing by 100. Lin Tian became a silent specter, gliding along the shadows of buildings, weaving swiftly through the throngs of people, leaving only a barely perceptible disturbance in the air. Minutes later, Lin Tian stood before the striking building described by the warrior NPC, the stealth effect dissipating. Even with prior anticipation, the sight before him still sent a jolt through his heart. The Hall of Professions. For gilded characters floated above the entrance, exuding a soft, yet commanding golden radiance. The entire hall appeared as though carved from a single block of flawless, creamy white jade, its surface shimmering with a warm, subdued luster. The architectural style was grand and imposing, colossal columns supporting a soaring dome, each column entwined with intricate magical runes that flickered like living entities under the sunset's light. At the apex of the dome, a deep blue magical crystal, the size of a millstone, rotated slowly along an enigmatic trajectory, continuously absorbing magical particles from the air while radiating a pure magical glow, enveloping the entire hall in a delicate, visible aura of magic that exuded a sacred and solemn atmosphere. Lin Tian's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the Lord's mansion, positioned across from the Hall of Professions. It was a grander and more imposing fortress-like edifice, constructed from deep black stones, its sharp angles reminiscent of a sprawling beast, exuding a chilling aura of iron and power that starkly contrasted with the sacred radiance of the Hall of Professions. One embodies divine sanctity, while the other commands ironclad authority. The city of Luoxiao possesses a captivating charm. Lin Tian smacked his lips, retracting his gaze, and stepped towards the door of the Hall of Professions, crafted from a blend of some jade-like wood and mithril. Creak. The door, heavy yet remarkably smooth, swung open, and a melange of scents, ancient parchment, exotic spices, and pure arcane energy assailed his senses. Within lay an exceedingly spacious circular hall. The lofty dome, adorned with a magical fresco depicting the movements of celestial bodies, made the stars appear as though they were gently shifting, casting down glimmers of light. The floor was laid with obsidian tiles that gleamed like mirrors, reflecting the starlit dome, as if one were stepping into the cosmos. The hall was eerily empty. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. Only Lin Tian's footsteps echoed softly within the vast space, adding to the atmosphere of desolation and solemnity. Along the periphery of the hall, several arched doorways were evenly spaced, each adorned with ancient inscriptions reading, Warrior Mentor, Mage Mentor, Assassin Mentor, Archer Mentor, Priest Mentor. Lin Tian made a beeline for the archway marked for the Mage Mentor. He reached out and gently pushed open the wooden door, similarly embellished with mithril motifs. Creak. The sound resonated distinctly in the silence. The scene within came into view. This chamber was significantly smaller than the outer hall, yet equally austere and spacious. The walls were a modest beige, devoid of superfluous ornamentation. At the far end of the room, a large, archaic-looking armchair, seemingly crafted from a dark hardwood, cradled a figure reclining in an exceedingly relaxed manner. This figure nearly consumed the entire chair, his powerful silhouette discernible even beneath the loose-fitting robe of a mage. The fabric of the robe appeared exceptionally resilient, straining against the bulging muscles beneath, particularly around the shoulders and arms, giving the impression that it was more akin to a cloak forcibly donned by a robust man than a traditional robe. Chapter 42. Intermediate Mage Mentor Xiao Yan. Lin Tian discerned the name of the individual. Intermediate Mage Mentor Xiao Yan. As Xiao Yan straightened up, his stature appeared even more formidable. He bore a chiseled, weathered visage, with a stubbly chin, and his gaze was sharp as an eagle's, entirely devoid of the frailty or bookishness typical of most mages. He casually moved his robust neck, his eyes landing on Lin Tian with an assessing glint and a hint of surprise. Xiao Yan emitted a low, rumbling sound, his voice deep and resonant like distant thunder. How long has it been since the launch? A little brat has already reached level 10. Crawling out from that backwater newbie village, he scrutinized Lin Tian from head to toe. Kid, not bad. Xiao Yan abruptly stood, exuding a fierce aura as he strode to Lin Tian's side in 2 strides, his large hand resembling a fan, landing with a resounding smack on Lin Tian's shoulder, the force causing Lin Tian to sway slightly. Impressive. Truly impressive. Xiao Yan grinned broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth that formed a striking contrast to his rugged exterior. Excellent. You Haven Tea brought shame to our mage profession. I thought the first one here would be those brutes swinging greatswords. His booming voice reverberated through the empty room, causing Lin Tian's eardrums to tingle. This muscular mage mentor was a far cry from the sage-like figure he had envisioned. one who would be wise, composed, and draped in flowing robes. Haha, I'm merely fortunate. Lin Tian replied, grinning through the pain as he rubbed his still numb shoulder. Fortunate? Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, his eyes widening. Kid, don't play humble with me. To be the first to stumble upon this level 3 main city, you think it's all luck? Spare me the nonsense. His large hand extended once more, but this time, it was not to pat Lin Tian on the shoulder. Instead, it opened before him. A flash of light emanated from his palm, revealing a peculiar certificate. Roughly the size of a hand, composed of neither metal nor jade, its surface shimmering with a profound, deep blue hue. Intricate and esoteric magical runes adorned the certificate. At its core, an abstract emblem formed from starlight slowly rotated, exuding a mysterious and powerful presence. You seem to have caught my eye, and you're certainly qualified. Xiaoyan thrust the certificate forward with an air of undeniable grandeur. Here, take it. Starry Sorcerer, S Hidden Class Transfer Certificate. This item was originally meant for the first mage brat to step into the Hall of Professions in Luoxia City. Now it belongs to you. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, struggling to contain his excitement as he cautiously accepted the certificate, which felt warm to the touch and resonated with the formidable power of the stars. The moment his fingertips made contact, a subtle electric current coursed through him, and a vast and enigmatic fragment of information surged into his mind. Though it was hazy, it sparked a peculiar resonance with the talent, resonance with the stars, deep within his soul. Item acquired, Starry Sorcerer Class Transfer Certificate, unique. So, the first to arrive at the main city is rewarded with such hidden benefits. Lin Tian's heart raced, and as a thought crossed his mind, he recalled the transfer certificate quietly resting in his backpack. With this, he would possess 2 hidden class transfer certificates. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, his voice barely audible. Then, Minter, Lin Tian carefully tucked away the precious certificate and looked up at Xiaoyan, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Are there any new skills I can learn now? Or perhaps enhance my existing ones? New skills? Xiaoyan waved his hand dismissively, declaring, dream on. For new abilities, you'll have to wait until you reach levels 15 and 20. He paused, regarding Lin Tian with a thoughtful expression, and continued, as for your transfer, you are currently a mage apprentice. After reaching level 10, you can complete the basic assessment here, and you will be promoted to a full-fledged mage, with a significant boost to your attributes and access to certain profession traits. However, Xiaoyan's gaze flickered to the transfer certificate in Lin Tian's hand, a grin spreading across his face. With that Starry Sorcerer certificate in your possession, why would you bother with my basic transfer? Just go ahead and complete the trials for that certificate. Once successful, the benefits will far surpass a regular transfer. Understood, Minter. Lin Tian nodded then, with a twinkle in his eye, pressed on. Is there any task you can assign to me? Since I've just arrived in the main city, I should find something to do. A task? Xiaoyan stroked his bristly chin, his eyes taking on a playful glint, as if weighing his options. Well, as a matter of fact, I do have one. He leaned forward slightly, his tone turning serious. I happen to have a task to clear the abyss. There has been a breach in the seal to the north of Luoxia City, and quite a few unsavory creatures from the abyss have escaped. Ding. Would you like to accept the task? Clear the abyss? Task requirements. Eliminate all abyssal creatures that have escaped through the breach to the north of Luoxia City within 48 hours. Task failure penalty. Experience gain reduced by 50. Item drop rate reduced by 50 for the subsequent 168 hours. A clear task prompt materialized before Lin Tian's eyes. The penalty for failure, having experience in drops for an entire week, was a devastating blow for ordinary players, signifying a drastic slowdown in leveling and gear acquisition. One misstep could lead to a cascade of setbacks. However, Lin Tian's eyes lit up instantly. Penalties? Those apply to others. What was his core need? An abundance of enhancement points. The talent, enhancement, was brutally straightforward. He needed to slay monsters to amass enhancement points. In the eyes of Lin Tian, the multitude of abyssal monsters described in the task was akin to a gleaming mine of experience points, ripe for the taking. Experience penalties? He was already at level 10, among the elite on the novice continent, and a short-term stall in leveling would have negligible impact. Loot penalties? With his innate talent, any monster he defeated would guarantee him a minimum of experience points, while the equipment drops would merely be the icing on the cake. The risks were manageable, and the rewards immense. Lin Tian's mind raced, and he swiftly reached a conclusion. He lifted his gaze, his eyes resolute, and without hesitation declared, yes, I accept this task. Impressed by Lin Tian's decisiveness, Xiaoyan nodded approvingly. However, due to the tight deadline and severe penalties that could induce despair, a sly smile crept onto his face as he added, as for the task reward, I'll provide it to you in advance. What? An early reward? Lin Tian was taken aback. Indeed. Consider it in advance on your operational funds, Xiaoyan clarified. Should you fail the task, I will personally reclaim this item. If you succeed, it will forever belong to you. His tone grew more serious. This item is the key to completing your mission. Without it, you would merely be providing a feast for those abyssal creatures. Chapter 43, The Holy Light Magic Sphere. As he spoke, Xiaoyan extended his right hand, palm facing upwards. The air around them surged with magical energy, and countless minute points of light swiftly coalesced, ultimately forming a magical sphere the size of a fist, radiating a pure and holy white light. Within the sphere, liquid holy light flowed gently, swirling, with a radiant core resembling a miniature sun, emanating a warm and powerful aura that subtly repelled and purified the surrounding dark energies. Lin Tian held his breath, utterly captivated by the divine power emanating from the magical sphere. Xiaoyan handed it over, and Lin Tian reached out with both hands, cradling it as if it were a rare treasure, accepting it with utmost care. Obtained equipment: Holy Light Magic Sphere, offhand equipment. Tier S. Effects: Holy Light Judgment. Increases all spell damage dealt to abyssal and undead creatures by 30. Magic Coordination. Reduces the cooldown time of all active skills by 30. Mana Affinity. Reduces the mana cost of all active skills by 30. Gasp. Upon realizing the attributes of the equipment, even Lin Tian, who had scavenged the current top-tier B-grade gear in the novice village and had witnessed the terrifying power of the S-grade fireball spell, could not help but draw in a sharp breath, his heart racing uncontrollably. A 30 increase in damage against abyssal undead? This was simply the bane of his task objectives. A 30 cooldown reduction. This meant a qualitative leap in his burst frequency and control chain connections. A 30 reduction in mana cost, coupled with his staggering 550 points of mana pool and the Starlight Flow ability, which automatically restored 5 mana per second, equating to a staggering recovery of 775 points per second. This was tailor-made for his current mission, transforming him into a perpetual spellcasting machine. Do you have any further matters? If not, hurry along. Don't hinder my sleep. Xiaoyan waved his hand at Lin Tian. He then returned to his chair, reclining back. Haha, nothing else. Then I shan't disturb you further. With that, Lin Tian exited the room, closing the door behind him. The ancient and heavy wooden doors of the Hall of Professions closed silently behind him, and Lin Tian took a deep breath. He then unfolded a map, the faint golden lines delineating the vast territory of Luoxia City and its surroundings. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swept across the northern borders of the map, following the winding paths northward, until a marker emanating an ominous dark red glow firmly captured his attention. Abyssal Fortress. According to the map, this location was situated several hundred kilometers away from Luoxia City. Even with full-speed stealth, it would take at least 2 hours to reach. It seemed he would need to find a mount. His summoned beasts did not provide speed bonuses and were slower than his own running. Reality loomed before him, and complaining was futile. Lin Tian stowed the map, his form shimmering as he melded into the sunlight, activating stealth. Soon, Lin Tian arrived before a potion shop. Upon entering, he was greeted by shelves brimming with an array of potions, their bottles glimmering with various magical hues, far superior to the inferior wares he had scavenged in the novice village. After spending a few gold coins, he replaced all the low-grade potions he had initially purchased. Once he had finished his preparations, he activated stealth and, with the map as his guide, surged toward the Abyssal Fortress. The towering northern gate of Luoxia City loomed ahead. 2 squads of armored guards stood like statues on either side of the entrance, their sharp gazes scanning the flow of people entering and exiting. At that moment, an extremely abrupt, almost compressed gust of high-speed airflow suddenly swept through the city gate passage. The guard on the left jolted, his eyes widening beneath his helmet. Wasn't either just a strange wind that rushed past? It made my neck feel cold. Nonsense. Where would a wind come from? The guard next to him scoffed, elbowing his companion. I think you practiced too hard with your wife last night. Your legs have gone soft, and now you're seeing illusions while on duty? What nonsense are you spouting? I'm wide awake. Guard A retorted defiantly, but before he could finish, crack, crack. 2 sharp knocks landed precisely on the foreheads of both guards, delivered with considerable force. Ow! Both men instantly clutched their heads, grimacing in pain. Silence. You are on guard duty. What else with the grinning? The captain of the guards retracted his hand, glaring at them with a face full of exasperation. If you keep this up, you'll both be patrolling the city walls tonight. Having smoothly passed through the city gate like a phantom, Lin Tian, who had already distanced himself, caught wind of this minor commotion, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. Upon leaving the protective boundaries of Luoxia City, the wide, level official road gradually gave way to the rugged wilderness. Shadows of wandering monsters began to emerge in his line of sight, their grotesque forms marked with a glaring, LV-10, crimson insignia. These roaming wild creatures served as a moving line of defense, radiating an air of danger. Lin Tian did not hesitate, pressing forward. His stealth skill, graded A, rendered him imperceptible to any detection skills below that tier. He deftly navigated the edges of the monster's perception range, skillfully avoiding any unnecessary entanglements. The wilderness scenery rushed past him as the expansive plains were gradually swallowed by the depths of an ancient, dense forest. The air grew cold and damp, the light dimming, while the levels of the wandering monsters quietly escalated to LV-20. Along the way, he even caught a glimpse of several particularly massive creatures, entwined with a crimson malevolence. Elite monsters that seemed to resemble boss-level entities, lurking deep within the forest and exuding an intimidating pressure. Had he not been in a hurry to reach the abyssal fortress, he would have insisted on taking down the boss first, regardless of the circumstances. The density of the towering ancient trees began to diminish, the dark forest receding like a tide. Before him lay a rugged and steep valley, resembling a gaping wound in the earth. An even chillier aura permeated the valley, and the air was tinged with a peculiar scent of sulfur and rust. The creatures that roamed here had reached the formidable level of LV30. Their forms were increasingly twisted and terrifying. Merely catching a whiff of the malevolent aura they exuded was enough to instill fear in ordinary players. Lin Tian's expression grew ever more focused, his stealthy trajectory becoming increasingly erratic. He pressed himself against the rugged cliffs of the valley, compressing his presence to the utmost limit. Akin to the most seasoned scout, silently traversing the precipice of death. At last, he emerged from the oppressive expanse of the colossal canyon and proceeded along a narrow path strewn with gravel and withered thorns. Chapter 44, The Abyssal Fortress. A monstrous edifice loomed before him, as if forged directly from the searing furnaces of a hellish inferno, brazenly tearing apart the distant leaden horizon, rudely intruding into Lin Tian's field of vision. The fortress was entirely constructed from an unusual metal, dark as blood, seemingly solidified from countless dried veins. Its towering walls reaching skyward, piercing the stifling heavens. The surface was riddled with menacing, interlaced metallic spikes, and the gaping mouths of massive crossbows, robust enough to pierce dragons, loomed ominously. The cold metal was marred by deep brownish-black stains, remnants of countless blood-soaked battles. As though the essence of those conflicts had seeped into the very marrow of the metal, an indelible mark that could never be cleansed. A heavy atmosphere, mingled with sulfur, rust, the stench of congealed blood, and the foulness that instills dread deep within the abyss, bore down upon him. Even from miles away, it crashed upon him like an invisible tidal wave, suffused with a palpable malevolence. Lin Tian halted, dispelling his long-held stealth state. His chest rose and fell slightly. The weariness from his long journey instantly dissipated by the shock of the scene before him. He gazed up at the magnificent fortress, which seemed to connect to an endless abyss, and instead of fear, his eyes ignited with a fierce brilliance, reminiscent of a beast fixated on its prey, whispering to himself, his voice trembling with excitement. The abyssal fortress has finally arrived. Beneath the fortress, the immense arched doorway, large enough to accommodate giants, gaped like a gluttonous maw, ready to devour. Above the threshold, enormous characters, crafted from sinister rocks that glowed a dark crimson like flowing lava, exuded an ominous red light, silently proclaiming the identity of this place. Abyssal Fortress. The guards at the entrance were far more formidable than those of Luoxia City. Several soldiers clad in hefty dark armor, their visors revealing only their cold, scrutinizing gazes, stood like iron statues. They emanated a potent scent of blood and the acrid smoke of iron and fire. Their eyes sharp as blades, each glance seemingly capable of piercing flesh to reach the soul. A simple identity verification ensued in the oppressive silence. The guards lingered briefly over Lin Tian's level, LV10, and his designation as a mage, their gazes laden with unmasked skepticism, yet ultimately confirming his passage. They stiffly stepped aside, their movements as rigid as rusted machinery. Lin Tian's expression remained calm as he strode forward. The chill wind that rushed from the doorway carried a pungent mix of sulfur and blood. He walked steadily along the fortress's broad yet grim main thoroughfare, purposefully heading towards the command center at the heart of the stronghold. At the center of the fortress stood a bastion constructed from massive black stones, more solid and imposing than the surrounding barracks and workshops, like a small mountain rising within the fortress. At the entrance of the bastion, 2 rows of formidable, well-equipped elite warriors, far surpassing the guards at the city gates, stood sentinel, their weapons gleaming ominously, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. As Lin Tian approached the bastion's perimeter, 2 crossed, coldly menacing halberds clashed with a resounding ring, precisely barring his path. "Halt!" bellowed a burly captain, his face marred by a vicious scar, his voice as grating as metal scraping against metal, radiating an undeniable authority. "This is a critical stronghold. No outsiders may approach. Step back at once. I have come at the behest of Master Xiao Yan from Luoxia City to assist in the extermination of the escaping abyssal creatures," Lin Tian replied calmly, while subtly assessing the overwhelming pressure emanating from the captain, far beyond that of ordinary soldiers. "Master Xiao Yan." The captain furrowed his brow, appraising Lin Tian with scrutiny, his gaze sweeping over the young mage's face and his clearly inferior equipment, particularly the glaring LV10 insignia. A smirk of derision crept across his lips as his voice rose. "Laced with mockery, you? A mere level 10 mage?" The soldiers beside him erupted with suppressed laughter, clearly finding Lin Tian's claims ludicrous. The scarred captain waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. "Away with you. You are not fit to contend with abyssal creatures. Do not cause trouble here, lest you lose your life." His tone dripped with disdain and dismissal. Lin Tian's brow furrowed slightly, a flash of coldness flickering in his eyes. He was reluctant to escalate the situation. Yet the captain's attitude and the urgency of his mission were testing his patience. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Lin Tian contemplated whether to reveal a hint of his strength to force his way through. A steady voice, resolute, yet imbued with a touch of grandeur, resonated from within the bastion. What commotion is this outside? Such uproar is utterly unbecoming. With that proclamation, a tall and imposing figure strode forth. This newcomer was also clad in a uniform, though far more ornate and substantial, with a distinctive emblem emblazoned on his shoulder. His face was square, his skin bronzed, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. There was a notable resemblance to Xiao Yan, though he lacked the explosive musculature and instead exuded a calm, battle-hardened demeanor coupled with an aura of iron will. He was none other than Xiao Tianhao, the supreme commander of the abyssal fortress in the north of Luoxiao City. The scarred captain immediately concealed his mockery, standing upright and saluting respectfully. Commander Xiao, this adventurer claims to have received Master Xiao Yan's mission to eliminate the creatures. I observed his level to be merely 10 and feared he might be an impostor, disrupting the order of the fortress, hence I was about to dissuade him. Oh, recommended by Xiao Yan? Xiao Tianhao's sharp gaze fixed intently on Lin Tian, as if attempting to see through him entirely. Surprise flickered in his eyes, quickly followed by realization. And a warm, apologetic smile spread across his face. So it is you. Haha. He took several strides towards Lin Tian, the commanding presence and warrior's aura enveloping him, yet devoid of malice. 2 hours ago, I indeed received an urgent message via magical imprint from that rascal Xiao Yan, stating that a remarkably talented young friend had taken on the task of clearing the outer monsters and would arrive shortly. However, Xiao Tianhao regarded Lin Tian once more with astonishment, unabashedly expressing his admiration. I assumed it would take at least half a day. Yet you have traversed that perilous area to reach the fortress with such remarkable speed. Impressive. I have been remiss in my arrangements, and I beg your pardon. He clasped his fists sincerely. Then, Xiao Tianhao's expression grew serious as he gestured for Lin Tian to enter. Since you are recommended by Xiao Yan, you must possess exceptional qualities. Please, come inside. He completely disregarded the scarred captain's suddenly astonished, awkward, and somewhat fearful demeanor. Lin Tian nodded slightly and followed Xiao Tianhao into the command center of the fortress, which emanated an atmosphere of iron resolve and grim determination. Chapter 45. Departing to exterminate the monsters. The interior of the bastion was spacious yet sparsely furnished, occupied primarily by a massive strategic sand table at its center, while the walls displayed meticulously drawn maps of the surrounding terrain and troop deployments. The air was permeated with a faint scent of smoke, leather, and ink. Xiao Tianhao approached the sand table, pointing to a section deliberately marked in dark red to indicate the rugged and complex terrain north of the fortress. With a direct demeanor and grave tone, he stated, "Young friend Lin Tian, since Xiao Yan has recommended you, I shall be forthright. A few days ago, an intense conflict erupted at the abyss entrance, with high-tier demonic creatures attempting to forcefully breach the seal. Although we managed to repel them with the combined might of our forces and the seal's power, the fierce aftermath of the battle has torn a brief gap in that area." He traced a fissure-like path on the sand table with his finger. Despite our swift response to repair the breach, a substantial number of low-tier abyssal demons escaped like floodwaters in that fleeting moment, scattering across this scorched valley. His finger heavily tapped on the dark red region on the sand table. Currently, the main forces of the fortress must remain firmly anchored at the abyss entrance, vigilant and unyielding, without a moment's respite. We simply cannot spare sufficient manpower to eradicate these stragglers. Xiao Tianhao gazed intently at Lin Tian, his eyes burning with the straightforwardness and trust of a soldier. Your task is to completely eliminate all low-tier abyssal demons that have fled to the scorched valley within the next 48 hours. He paused to add, though these creatures may not be high in rank, they are numerous, cunning in nature, and carry the foul essence of the abyss, which has a corrosive effect on the environment. Their eradication is imperative. Meeting Xiao Tianhao's gaze, Lin Tian replied without a hint of hesitation, resolutely affirming, "Understood. Leave it to me." In his mind, a vast array of enhancement points beckoned to him. Excellent. Xiao Tianhao expressed appreciation for Lin Tian's decisive nature, laughing heartily. Today's youth, like you and Xiao Yan, are indeed swift and resolute. Without further ado, here is a detailed topographical map of the Scorched Valley, marking the primary areas where we have detected the presence of demons. He handed Lin Tian a specially crafted magical parchment. Commander Xiao. Lin Tian acknowledged as he accepted the map, swiftly scanning it and confirming the direction. Time is of the essence. I shall set off immediately. Xiao Tianhao observed the burning determination and unmasked confidence in Lin Tian's eyes and firmly patted his shoulder. Go forth, young friend. The fortress will provide the necessary support. Remember, the creatures of the abyss are unpredictable. Exercise utmost caution. I shall await your good news here. Lin Tian secured the map and turned. Striding purposefully from the command center under the complex gazes of Xiao Tianhao and the guards at the entrance, his destination set firmly towards the tainted, scorched valley. Exiting the command center, permeated with the scent of iron and gunpowder, Lin Tian did not pause for a moment. With a slight mental shift, he silently activated his stealth skill. The soldiers patrolling the fortress merely sensed a gentle breeze pass by, failing to catch even a glimpse of his silhouette as he glided through the heavy defenses like a specter, reaching the fortress gate that resembled the maw of a colossal beast. Confirming the direction indicated on the map provided by Xiao Tianhao, Lin Tian inhaled the air thick with sulfur and blood, his figure once again melding into stealth as he sped towards the north of the fortress, where the atmosphere was tainted by the abyss's foul essence. As he drew closer to the abyss entrance in the northern fortress, the environment grew increasingly eerie and desolate. The air was thick with acrid sulfurous fumes, resembling a stagnant miasma, while the once solid ground had turned blackened and cracked, oozing a viscous, tar-like dark red liquid that emitted a nauseatingly corrosive odor. The traces of any potential wildlife had been utterly obliterated. Even the most resilient pests and weeds lay withered, leaving behind only grotesque blackened branches, like despairing arms reaching for the sky. This land had been thoroughly sterilized by the essence of the abyss, leaving only a pure, suffocating malevolence. After sprinting for approximately 20 minutes, a vast and terrifying chasm, reminiscent of a gaping maw leading to the earth's molten core, appeared before Lin Tian. The abyss entrance was not the neatly arranged cavern one might envision, but rather a jagged wound torn open by violent forces. The jagged edges of the fissure were lined with sharp fangs, flowing with dark red lava that resembled blood, emanating a terrifying heat potent enough to warp the very air. Within the depths of the chasm lay an endless darkness, swirling with a putrid energy that sent shivers down one's soul, as if countless malevolent eyes were peering from the shadows at the realm of the living. Even from hundreds of meters away, the chaotic, frenzied aura of destruction emanating from the depths of the world crashed against Lin Tian's mental defenses like a tangible tide. Navigating around the core of this terrifying abyss entrance, Lin Tian continued to sprint northwest for 10 minutes, following the map's guidance. Suddenly, the scene transformed into one of even deeper despair. Here lay the scorched valley. The valley appeared as if it had been furrowed by a colossal claw engulfed in hellfire, the earth displaying a sickly blend of dark purple and charred black hues. Countless unfathomable fissures crisscrossed the valley floor like a spider's web, from which seeped a highly corrosive dark red mist, abyss miasma, emitting a faint sizzling sound. Scattered across the ground were massive rocks, instantly carbonized by some horrifying force, taking on grotesque shapes. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur and a noxious stench reminiscent of decaying entrails. The entire valley was devoid of life, embodying nothing but sheer desolation and death. Lin Tian quietly deactivated his stealth, climbing atop a massive charred rock to survey the valley below. There, he beheld an ocean of abyssal demons. They were densely packed, nearly impossible to count, each one varied in form, exuding a repugnant aura from the abyss. Abyssal lesser demon, the most numerous, comprising over 70% of the horde. These creatures stood approximately 1.5 meters tall, hunched over, their skin a nauseating shade of dark green or grayish-brown, riddled with sores and pustules. Their limbs were elongated, with sharp claws, and corrosive saliva dripped from their mouths. Their levels ranged from LV18 to LV22, with health points around 4000 to 5000, physical defense of about 200, and low magical defense, around 150. Their main attack methods involved biting and clawing, posing minimal threat, yet their sheer numbers were daunting. Abyssal bats, making up about 20%. They hovered at low altitudes, with wingspans nearing 2 meters, their bodies a grotesque fusion of bat and lizard devoid of skin, covered in slime and sparse bony protrusions. They ranged from LV20 to LV24, with health points of 3000 to 4000, even lower defenses, physical and magical defense around 100, but they were relatively swift, around 200. They would dive from the air to strike or unleash small sonic spheres that carried mild corrosive and confusion effects. Abyssal worms, the least numerous, about 10%. They lurked in tar pits or at the edges of fissures, revealing only their circular, tooth-laden mouths. Their levels ranged from LV22 to LV25, boasting higher health points, around 800. Decent physical defense, around 250, but weak magical defense, around 100. Their attack methods involved suddenly emerging from the ground to perform area bites or spewing strong acidic slime, making them dangerous ambushers. Chapter 46. The slaughter commences. As far as the eye could see, the entire scorched valley resembled a boiling nest of demons, with numbers exceeding 20,000. The average level hovered around LV20, gazing at the overwhelming tide of abyssal demons, capable of instilling despair in any ordinary player. Lin Tian felt not an ounce of fear. Instead, his eyes ignited with uncontrollable exhilaration, and a broad grin spread across his face. Ha! Jackpot! Jackpot! All these are my delightful enhancement points. He could not contain his excitement, letting out a roar atop the rock, his voice filled with the joy of harvest. My precious ones, your Lin Daddy has arrived. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Tian summoned the magical orb in his left hand. The newly acquired offhand equipment, Holy Light Orb, while brandishing his staff with his right hand as he charged towards the abyssal demons below. Summoned the wolf pack. 20 robust gray wolves, their eyes glinting with ferocity, suddenly manifested in the clearing before Lin Tian. Summoned gray wolves. Health points, 10,000. Attack power, 450. Speed, 120. Defense, 200. With the enhancement of Lin Tian's intelligence attribute, the attributes of the summoned wolf pack had also seen considerable improvement. The moment the wolves appeared, they immediately attracted the ire of numerous abyssal inferior demons and demon bats nearby, roaring as they lunged forward, their sharp claws tearing through the inferior demon's fragile skin, releasing a foul, greenish blood. Although the wolf pack had the upper hand in one-on-one encounters, their health was rapidly diminishing under the overwhelming numerical disadvantage. Now is the time. Fire rain spell. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes as he locked onto the densely packed throng of monsters drawn forward. Boom. The air above the scorched valley suddenly became searing and distorted. A crimson fire cloud, nearly 100 meters in diameter, coalesced out of thin air, followed by countless meteors, each the size of a fist, raining down like a tempest, engulfed in blazing white flames. Within the area covered by the fire rain, the temperature soared, and the air crackled ominously. 28,816. 28,816. 28,816. 28,816. 28,816. Eerie shrieks echoed throughout the valley. The abyssal inferior demons and demon bats at the epicenter of the fire rain were incinerated like candles thrown into a furnace, their bodies visibly carbonizing and disintegrating under the searing flames. In mere seconds, dozens of low-tier monsters were completely vaporized. The creatures on the perimeter ignited as well, writhing in agony as their health points plummeted. A pungent stench of charred flesh and sulfur pervaded the air. Fireball spell. Lin Tian waved his staff, targeting a level 24 abyssal demon that had narrowly escaped the fire rain, lunging towards a gray wolf. 44464, 17675, 17675, 17675, 17675, 17675, explosive damage. Boom. A violent explosion obliterated the unfortunate demon bat into a cloud of ash. The shockwave and searing flames from the blast sent several abyssal inferior demons tumbling away, their bodies engulfed in raging fires, turning to cinders upon impact. The 80 consecutive cast probability of the fireball spell triggered. The staff did not pause, and a second terrifying fireball roared forth, striking another densely packed group of monsters. Boom, 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 boom. Lin Tian transformed into a human cannon, expertly utilizing the cooldown reduction and mana cost reduction effects of Holy Light Magic Ball. The fireballs relentlessly bombarded the horde of monsters, each explosion clearing a small area, accompanied by a flurry of damage numbers and monster remains. As the cooldown of Fire Rain spell concluded, he immediately directed it towards a new cluster, creating a continuous inferno. With Lin Tian's current spell attack power, even abyssal monsters over level 20 fell instantaneously. The monsters, stricken with terror, instinctively sought to flee this death zone. However, Lin Tian's terrifying output and precise area control left them with no escape. Occasionally, faster demon bats broke through the fire net, or hidden abyssal worms surged from the ground to ambush. Yet, with Lin Tian's extraordinary speed, he easily evaded them. When avoidance was impossible, or when temporarily surrounded by numerous monsters, he activated Blink. In an instant, Lin Tian vanished from his original position, reappearing on a high ground 100 meters away. Staff raised, unleashing another round of fire rain and fireballs upon the pursuing monsters, enveloping them once more in devastating flames. Starshine Flow restored 7,775 mana points per second, combined with mana cost reduction, allowing his mana pool to resemble an unfathomable ocean, sustaining this unending storm of spells. The battle unfolded as a one-sided slaughter. The scorched valley morphed into Lin Tian's personal slaughterhouse. Abyssal monsters fell in droves, transforming into rapidly accumulating kill counts and the most coveted enhancement points on his attribute panel. Ding. Killed 20 level abyssal inferior demon, level skipped. Gained 200 experience points. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. Ding. Killed 22 level abyssal demon bat, level skipped. Gained 300 experience points. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. Ding. Killed 24 level abyssal worm, level skipped. Gained 400 experience points. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. The notification sounds rang through Lin Tian's mind like the most exquisite symphony. Standing atop the charred rocks, bathed in the mingled taint of the monster's demise and the pure light radiating from Holy Light Magic Ball, he was enveloped in a surreal glow, his robe billowing, his gaze sharp as a blade, and a chilling yet elated smile gracing his lips. Continue. Do not stop. This is merely the beginning, he murmured, raising his staff once more, directing it towards the next surging tide of monsters. The cleansing feast in the Scorched Valley was reaching its zenith. Ding! Congratulations. Player level has increased to level 11. All attributes 5. Free attribute points 10. Skill points 10. Ding! Congratulations. Player level has increased to level 12. All attributes 5. Free attribute points 10. Skill points 10. The attributes and free points gained upon leveling past level 10 had significantly increased. Time flew by in Lin Tian's near-manic monster hunting rhythm. For a full 2 hours, the core region of the Scorched Valley resembled a relentless meat grinder. The blazing fire rain fell incessantly, further scorching the tainted earth. The roaring fireballs echoed like the death knell, each explosion clearing a swath of land. Boom! The ground trembled violently. It was as if a slumbering giant beast had been awakened. The area of ground scorched by lava glowed ominously, suddenly heaving upwards, resembling a massive tumor swelling. The hard rock layers cracked like fragile cookies, crumbling away. Chapter 47, Abyssal Giant Rockworm. A stench far surpassing that of ordinary abyssal worms, reeking of sulfur, rotting flesh, and rock dust, swept through the air like a tangible shockwave. Simultaneously, a chilling pressure, thick with the essence of the abyss, locked onto Lin Tian, who stood atop the giant rock. A boss. Lin Tian's pupils constricted suddenly, yet rather than fear, an exhilarating thrill surged within him, akin to a hunter discovering a prime quarry. Finally, something substantial had emerged. This is what I've been waiting for. Accompanied by a deafening roar and the sound of crumbling rock, a colossal creature erupted from the earth. It resembled a tenfold enlarged abyssal worm. But its body was no longer soft and flabby. Instead, it was encased in thick, dark red rock armor, adorned with crevices and traces of flowing magma. Its head was an immense maw, composed of several spiraled, razor-sharp teeth, each glinting with a metallic sheen, from which a viscous, highly corrosive acid dripped steadily, creating deep pits in the ground below. Its body, robust as a small train car, exceeded 15 meters in length. Even the portion protruding from the surface exuded an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Abyssal Giant Rockworm. Grade, B. Level, 15. Health points, 280,000. Physical attack, 800. Physical defense, 800. Magical defense, 500. Speed, 90. Skills, rock armor. Passive. The robust rocky shell provides formidable physical protection and diminishes all spell damage by 20. Earth Vein Assault. Instantly burrowing underground, it swiftly moves to the target location before erupting from the earth, inflicting 250 physical attack damage to the target in a surrounding radius of 5 meters, accompanied by a knock-up effect. Cooldown, 25 seconds. Corrosive Breath. Spewing a highly corrosive acid in a conical area, 15 meters long, 60-degree angle, directly ahead. It deals 150 physical attack acid damage per second for 5 seconds, while reducing the target's physical defense by 30. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Abyssal Frenzy. Passive. When health drops below 30, the Abyssal Rockworm enters a frenzied state, increasing attack speed by 50 and movement speed by 30, while the next use of Corrosive Breath deals 200 damage, expands to a 90-degree angle, and instantly restores 50 of its maximum health. The frenzy persists until death. Goodness. A level 15 B-tier boss. Its health and defense are far superior to that of the Wolf King in the Novice Village, not to mention the frenzied health regeneration. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened like an eagle, swiftly discerning the boss's critical information. Its weaknesses were evident: slow speed and relatively low spell defense. It was a perfect opportunity. Roar. The Abyssal Rockworm, with its tooth-filled maw agape, emitted a deafening roar filled with the fury of the abyss. Its massive body contracted suddenly, akin to a coiled spring. Planning to burrow? Lin Tian's combat instincts were keenly attuned. At the instant the Abyssal Rockworm contracted, he activated Blink. Whoosh. His figure vanished from atop the massive rock. Boom. Almost simultaneously, the enormous scorched rock where Lin Tian had stood was violently uprooted by a terrifying force from below, shattering. The Abyssal Rockworm, its head cloaked in a heavy rocky shell, erupted from the ground, its enormous mandibles snapping empty, the resultant shockwave sending nearby debris and several unfortunate lesser demons flying. Fireball. Lin Tian reappeared atop a vantage point 100 meters away, his staff unwaveringly aimed at the exposed colossal form of the Abyssal Rockworm. Boom. 34, 280. An incredible stroke of luck. Consecutive hits triggered. Boom. 34, 280. Two immense damage numbers floated above the Abyssal Rockworm's head. However, the heavy rocky armor covering its body proved effective, mitigating the damage by 20, resulting in actual damage falling below the theoretical value. Nevertheless, it still reduced nearly 70,000 health points. Roar. The Abyssal Rockworm writhed in pain, turning its massive body toward Lin Tian, a chilling green luminescence accumulating within its mandibles. It was the precursor to Corrosive Breath. Planning to spew? Not on my watch. Lin Tian swung his staff again, casting freeze. A frigid white ray struck the abyssal rockworm's enormous mandibles with precision. 426. Crackle. The bone-chilling cold instantly spread, encasing the abyssal rockworm's entire head, along with its impending acid-spitting maw, in a thick layer of impenetrable ice. The skill was interrupted. Freeze effect, 6 seconds. Seizing the moment, Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with cold determination. Fire rain poured down mercilessly upon the massive form of the abyssal rockworm. 28, 816. 28, 816. 28, 816. The burning effect triggered. Defense reduction of 30 activated. Simultaneously, Summon Wolf Pack was unleashed. 20 ferocious gray wolves lunged fearlessly at the frozen behemoth, their sharp claws scraping against the rocky armor, producing a cacophony of sound. Although the damage inflicted was minimal, it successfully drew the abyssal rockworm's ire, granting Lin Tian precious space to unleash his attacks. Fireball! 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 Lin Tian transformed into a spell-casting artillery, with the cooldown reduction from Holy Light Orb, seamlessly unleashing fireballs in rapid succession upon the relatively vulnerable midsection of the abyssal rockworm. Explosive flames erupted repeatedly upon the rocky armor, sending debris flying. 34, 280. 34, 280. 34, 280. Consecutive hits triggered once more. The abyssal rockworm's health plummeted at an alarming rate. The 6 seconds of freezing concluded. Roar! The abyssal rockworm unleashed a thunderous roar, thrashing its massive body wildly, casting off most of the gray wolves. It was utterly enraged. Its blood-red compound eyes fixated fiercely on Lin Tian. Health, 31. About to enter a frenzy. Lin Tian's heart raced, his focus sharpening. Suddenly, from the dark red gaps in the rocky armor covering the abyssal rockworm's surface, a thick, sulfurous, black-red gas surged forth. Its body seemed to swell, visibly enhancing its movement speed and attack frequency. Most terrifyingly, the chilling green light within its massive mandibles intensified to an almost inky hue, widening its coverage. Abyssal frenzy. Activated. Corrosive breath. Lin Tian's pupils constricted. Without hesitation, he activated his life-saving skill, Magic Shield. Buzz. A thick, deep blue shield adorned with intricate arcane runes enveloped Lin Tian in an instant. Shield value, 20,000 points. Incredibly sturdy. Chapter 48, Rest and Enhancement. Almost the moment the deep blue magical shield materialized, the horrifying torrent of acid, akin to a volcanic river of pent-up rage, surged forth with a thunderous crash. With the acrid scent of sulfur and a potent corrosive aura, it surged toward the scorched earth where Lin Tian stood. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The surface of the magical shield erupted into countless frothing emerald bubbles, producing a piercing sound akin to hot iron being plunged into icy water. Sharp enough to seem capable of tearing the very soul. The shield, designed to withstand immense force, trembled visibly, dimming at an alarming rate. The shield value plummeted like an avalanche. 5,000. 5,000. 5,000. Each fluctuation in value was accompanied by a violent flicker of the shield's light, while the hardened ground beneath Lin Tian was eroded by the splattered acid, forming countless honeycomb-like holes, steam rising. The acid damage post-frenzy was indeed formidable. Now's the moment. With the immense pressure from the shield weighing heavily upon him, Lin Tian's gaze remained sharp as a tempered blade. He awaited the moment of rigidity that accompanied this colossal creature's skill release. Fire rain. Boom. The searing firestorm descended once more, accurately engulfing the immense form of the abyssal rockworm that was currently spewing acid. 28, 816. 28, 816. 28, 816. Burning, defense reduction effects continued to apply. The rocky armor enveloping the worm's body cracked at a visibly alarming rate, revealing the charred flesh beneath. As the air became thick with the stench of sulfur, charred remains, and the deathly scent of acid. At the same time, Lin Tian, braving the torrent of acid, raised his staff high, targeting the gaping maw of the abyssal rockworm that was spewing acid. Fireball. Boom. 2 fiery orbs, like falling stars, precisely struck the depths of the abyssal rockworm's acid-spewing mouth. 34, 280. 34, 280. Consecutive hits triggered. A woo. The once earth-shattering roar of the abyssal rockworm transformed into a heart-wrenching wail. The explosion of fireballs within it was akin to detonating a bomb inside its very being. The emerald acid ceased flowing, replaced by flames and smoke erupting from its mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Its massive body convulsed violently, twisting as its health plummeted like an avalanche, reaching 0. Boom. Accompanied by a resounding crash that reverberated throughout the entire scarred valley, the massive, charred, and smoking carcass of the abyssal rockworm plummeted to the ground, fracturing the earth beneath and sending plumes of dust and debris soaring to heights of several dozen meters. The violent shockwaves of residual energy radiated outward, hurling several nearby lesser demons into the air. Ding. You have slain the level 15 B-class boss, Abyssal Rockworm. Overleveled kill. Experience gained, 10,000. Reputation, 500. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Enhancement points gained, 100. Ding. Acquired equipment, Lava Staff, B-class. Ding. Acquired equipment, Worm Ring, B-class. Ding. Acquired materials, Thick Rock Armor of the Rockworm, X10. Ding. Acquired materials, Abyssal Acid Sac, X5. Ding. Acquired materials, Fangs of the Abyssal Worm, X8. Ding. Acquired gold, 50. A brilliant golden light of level up enveloped Lin Tian once more, visibly increasing his experience bar. He gasped for breath. Gazing at the colossal corpse of the boss and the bountiful rewards flashing on his screen, a beaming smile spreading across his face. A B-class boss, indeed a lucrative prize. He hurriedly approached, first picking up the staff radiating a searing heat. Lava Core Staff, B-class. Level, 15. Spell attack, 180. Intelligence, 45. Effect, increases fire attribute skill damage by 10. Description, a staff forged from the molten core of the Abyssal Rockworm. It pulsates with the energy of the earth and the intensity of lava when held. Next was the menacing ring, resembling the mandibles of a worm. Worm Ring, B-class. Level, 15. Spell attack, 80. Spirit, 30. Effect, attacks have a 5 chance to inflict the corrosive state on the target, causing them to lose health equivalent to 5 of your spell attack per second for 5 seconds. Effect halved against bosses. Description, a ring imbued with the devouring power of the Abyssal Rockworm, exuding a strong aura of corrosion. Excellent. Both are mage equipment. Lin Tian assessed his new acquisitions with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, realizing they would perfectly replace the staff he currently wielded. He nodded in satisfaction, storing the 2 new items in his backpack. His gaze swept across the smoke-filled, demon-infested Scarred Valley. Although the fall of the B-class boss had deterred some lower-tier monsters, causing them to hesitate momentarily, the mass of lesser demons, abyssal worms, and other twisted creatures continued to surge like a tide at the valley's bottom, emitting an irksome cacophony of shrieks. In the distance, a more formidable aura flickered ominously within the sulphurous haze. After 2 hours of intense spell bombardment, with his spirit highly strained and magic power depleted to the limits, even Lin Tian, with his superior physique and mental fortitude compared to his peers, felt waves of exhaustion and sharp pain emanating from the depths of his soul. His nerves felt like a bowstring stretched to its breaking point, groaning under the weight of his exertion. It was time to rest. Blink. As the thought crossed his mind, his figure moved. The acrid blend of sulfur and blood still lingered in his nostrils as Lin Tian's form was instantly erased by an invisible hand, vanishing without a trace from the boiling carnage of the valley floor. In the next moment, he appeared half-kneeling atop a charred rock, marked with the claw marks of demons. 100 meters away, the air around him slightly warping. He landed heavily, leaning against the cold, rough rock face, his chest heaving like a worn-out bellows. After 2 hours of relentless spellcasting, his mind had been intensely focused, and his magical energy had surged forth like a torrent. Even with his exceptional physique and spirit, he now felt the deep-rooted fatigue and pain that lingered from the continual strain, as if every nerve in his body were screaming in protest. His mana, supported by the terrifying recovery rate of celestial flow, maintaining above safety levels, even with a surplus. However, the tremendous power derived from his celestial talent could not alleviate the profound weariness that had penetrated his very bones. He felt like a bowstring that had been repeatedly drawn taut and released, on the verge of snapping. Yet, as Lin Tian instinctively summoned the translucent attribute panel, his gaze fell upon the 2 dazzlingly beautiful numbers at the top of the screen. Chapter 49, Rest and Enhancement. Level, 12. Remaining enhancement points, 9,834. All of his fatigue, all of the weight, all of the pain dissipated like morning mist under the blazing noontime sun, replaced by an indescribable euphoria and excitement that erupted from the depths of his heart like a volcano. Haha, it was worth it. Lin Tian couldn't help but roar, his voice hoarse from heavy panting, yet brimming with uncontainable joy and exhilaration. Over 9,000 abyssal monsters. A B-class boss. It is known that from level 10 onward, the experience required for each level skyrockets exponentially. The experience needed to progress from level 11 to 12 exceeds the total required to ascend from level 1 to 10. Yet, he had achieved a 2-level increase in just 2 hours. This reward was enough to drive any player into a frenzy. A grin crept uncontrollably across his face, stretching into a wild arc. 9,834 enhancement points. This astronomical figure was sufficient to propel all of his skills that had yet to reach S-class into a new qualitative leap. As per his usual practice, he would first utilize non-consumable enhancement on the equipment. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened like a blade, with no hesitation whatsoever. He immediately retrieved the Lava Core Staff and the Worm Ring, both spoils from the recent boss battle, from his backpack. Ding. Using non-consumable enhancement, Lava Core Staff BA. The lava core staff in Lin Tian's hand flashed with light, becoming even more profound, with the flowing lava patterns seemingly coming to life, radiating a more intense heat and pressure. The new attributes appeared before his eyes. Lava core staff. Grade A. Attributes. Spell attack 18280. Intelligence 4580. Effect. Increases fire attribute skill damage by 1030. Accompanying skill. Lava pillar. Summons an eruption of underground lava, forming a dense cluster of fire pillars within a range of 10 meters, inflicting 300 spell attack fire damage to all enemies in the area for 5 seconds. Cooldown 30 seconds. A glimmer of surprise crossed Lin Tian's eyes as he realized that the enhancement had granted him an additional area of effect skill. Equipment acquired after level 10 was indeed far superior to the low-level items from novice villages. He savored the overwhelming fire energy contained within the staff, feeling delighted. Splendid. Another powerful AoE skill added to his arsenal. Albeit with a longer cooldown, it would prove to be invaluable for clearing mobs or dealing damage in critical moments. He then thought, regrettably, that the accompanying skill could not benefit from the non-consumable enhancement again. Temporarily storing the upgraded staff, Lin Tian turned his attention to the worm ring. Let us see what surprises you can bring. Ding. Using non-consumable enhancement, worm ring BA. The menacing mandibles of the ring seemed to come alive. The dark green sheen swirling, and the aura of corrosion intensified. The attributes were subsequently updated. Worm ring. Grade A. Attributes. Spell attack 80-150. Spirit 30-80. Effect. Corrosive. When attacking, there is a 5 chance to inflict the target with a corrosive state, causing them to lose health equivalent to 10 of your spell attack power every second for 5 seconds. Effectiveness against bosses is halved. Deceleration. When attacking, there is a 10 chance to inflict the target with a deceleration state, reducing their movement speed by 30. While there are no additional skills, both the triggering probability and damage ratio have been enhanced, along with a formidable additional deceleration effect. Lin Tian was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. The continuous damage from corrosion is higher, the triggering frequency has increased, and coupled with the deceleration control, its practicality has significantly risen. He immediately began to change his equipment, replacing his main weapon, the Wolf King Bone Staff, with the upgraded Magma Core Staff. Regarding rings, players can equip 2 simultaneously. Lin Tian had originally worn the Kazan's Bone Ring on his left hand, and now adorned his right hand with the newly acquired Worm Ring. The attribute bonuses and special effects of the 2 rings perfectly overlapped. With the equipment set, the real highlight, skill enhancement, was next. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. The 9834 enhancement points were his greatest source of confidence at this moment. He first targeted the control skill, Frost, currently rated A and only at level 2. Ding. Consumed 1000 enhancement points. Frost American Samoa. Current remaining enhancement points, 9834 to 8834. Frost, level 2. Rank, S. Mana cost, 1000 points. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Effect, emits a beam of cold light, dealing ice damage equivalent to 620 of one's spell attack power to a single target, and freezing the target for 10 seconds. Frozen domain. The frozen target creates a frozen domain, reducing the movement speed of enemies within the domain by 30. The mana cost has skyrocketed tenfold. Lin Tian couldn't help but gasp. It was his high mental attribute, along with focus and starshine flow, that supported this. A typical mage wouldn't be able to utilize an S-level basic skill more than a few times. However, the effects were immediate. The damage significantly increased, and the control time extended to an astonishing 10 seconds. Most crucially, the addition of the frozen domain effect transformed his crowd control capabilities. The investment of 1000 points was undoubtedly worthwhile. Upgrading a basic skill to S rank proved to be exceptionally cost-effective. Having tasted success, Lin Tian immediately shifted his focus to another A-level skill, Summon Wolf Pack. This was a skill with immense summoning potential. Ding. Consumed 1000 enhancement points. Summon Wolf Pack American Samoa. Current remaining enhancement points, 8834 to 1007,834. Summon Wolf Pack, level 1. Rank, S. Mana cost, 200 per wolf. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Effect, summons up to 50 shadow wolves cloaked in eerie blue flames to fight on your behalf, with no limit on their existence until they are defeated. The attributes of the shadow wolves are tied to intelligence. Every 1 point of intelligence translates to 10 health points, 0, 5 physical attack power, 0. 2 physical and magical defense, 0. 3 speed. Self-destruct. The shadow wolves can voluntarily detonate their internal flames, dealing damage equal to 200 times their current health to nearby enemies. After reading the enhanced skill description, even Lin Tian, prepared as he was, couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The enhancement was terrifying. The cooldown had been reduced by 15 seconds, a tremendous boost. Yet, the cost was equally staggering. Summoning just 1 wolf required 200 mana. Summoning all 50 would deplete a full 10,000 mana. With his current mana limit of 15,550, this would drain 2/3 of it. Truly the cost of an S rank. However, the effects justified the expense. The number had more than doubled, increasing from 20 to 50. Lin Tian quickly calculated. With his current intelligence of 1554, not accounting for new equipment and pinning enhancements, each wolf would possess 1554, 1015, 540 health points. Each wolf's attack power would be 1554-0, 777 points. Each wolf's defense, both physical and magical, would be 1554-0, 310 points. Each wolf's speed would be 1554-0, 466 points. These attributes far exceeded those of ordinary elite monsters. Even more terrifying was the self-destruct skill. Each wolf's self-destruct damage was 200 times its current health. If all 50 wolves, in perfect condition, detonated simultaneously, Lin Tian's mind inevitably conjured an image. Facing a formidable boss, he would summon a dark mass of wolves engulfed in eerie blue flames with a mere wave of his hand, then command them to explode. 50 devastating bursts of blue flames would instantly engulf the boss in a torrent of 650,000 terrifying damage. The image was too glorious. Merely imagining it nearly made him drool. Coughing, Lin Tian quickly waved his hand to dispel this extravagant and opportunistic fantasy. He couldn't afford to be reckless. Yet, the potential was undeniably vast. Containing his excitement, he continued to enhance. Chapter 50, Rest and Enhancement 3. His next target was the A-level life-saving ambush skill Stealth. Ding. Consumed 1,000 enhancement points, Stealth American Samoa. Current remaining enhancement points, 7834 to 1,006,834. Stealth, level 0. Rank, S. Mana cost, 1,000 points. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Effect, channels energy throughout the body to seamlessly blend into the environment, entering a perfect stealth state, during which mana is continuously consumed. While in stealth, movement speed increases to 200, and even when attacked, one does not exit the stealth state until actively cancelled, mana is depleted, or a skill is released. Shadow protection, while in stealth, all damage received is reduced by 15. This is simply tailor-made for tactical masters. Lin Tian's eyes sparkled. The cooldown is halved, movement speed doubled, and it even includes damage reduction. Most astonishingly, one does not reveal themselves upon receiving an attack. What does this mean? It means he can withstand enemy attacks while forcibly repositioning, or retain a glimmer of hope for a comeback in extremely unfavorable situations. An S-ranked stealth skill elevates the art of tactical evasion to new heights. There remains a basic skill with a low rank, E rank, but potential, Arcane Missile. Lin Tian decided to enhance it as well. Ding. Consumed 1175 enhancement points, Arcane Missile ES. Current remaining enhancement points, 7834 to 1175 6,659. Arcane Missile, level 0. Rank, S. Mana cost, 500 points. Cooldown none. Effect, conjures an arcane energy missile, dealing 800 spell damage to the target. Arcane Penetration. Arcane missiles have a 20 chance to ignore 15 of the target's spell defense. Arcane Mark. Upon hitting the target, an arcane mark is left for 3 seconds, during which the target takes 10 more arcane damage. No cooldown. Another skill with no cooldown. Lin Tian's heart soared with joy. Although the basic damage multiplier, 800, is slightly lower than the max level S-ranked, Fireball, 1,000, and the cost is a hefty 500 points. It possesses 2 exceptionally useful effects. Arcane Penetration, which provides armor-piercing capability, and Arcane Mark, which enhances subsequent arcane damage, should he acquire more powerful arcane skills in the future. As a supplementary means of output and debuff application, it suffices. Next, it is time to enhance those formidable passive skills. This is the true foundation for solidifying strength and elevating potential. First, the passive skill that augments physique, Strengthen. Ding. Consumed 1,000 enhancement points, Strengthen American Samoa. Current remaining enhancement points, 6659 to 1,005,659. Strengthen, level 1. Rank, S. Effect, fundamentally fortifies the physique, permanently increasing physique attributes by 510 points, while also enhancing the base physique by 30 points. Indeed, an S-rank passive skill is unparalleled. Lin Tian felt the surge of vitality within him as Strengthen ascended to S-rank. Not only did the fixed value skyrocket, but more importantly, he gained a noble percentage increase. This signifies that his future potential for physical growth will far surpass that of others. Other similar passive skills should yield comparable effects. He immediately turned his focus to the core passive skill that enhances intelligence, Enlightenment. Ding. Consumed 1,000 enhancement points, Enlightenment American Samoa. Current remaining enhancement points, 5659 to 1,004,659. Enlightenment, level 0. Rank, S. Effect, fundamentally strengthens intelligence, permanently increasing intelligence attributes by 500 points, while also enhancing the base intelligence by 30 points. As anticipated, Lin Tian's eyes gleamed with brilliance. A fixed increase of 500 intelligence, coupled with a base intelligence enhancement of 30. This constitutes a substantial and comprehensive boost for him as a mage. Both spell attack and skill effectiveness will soar. Next is the spirit-enhancing skill, Focus, crucial for mana. Ding. Consumed 1,000. Enhancement points, Focus American Samoa. Current remaining enhancement points, 4659 to 1,000 3,659. Focus, level 0. Rank, S. Effect, fundamentally fortifies spirit, permanently increasing spirit attributes by 500 points, while also enhancing the base spirit by 30 points. Lastly, the agility-enhancing skill, Swiftness, which pertains to evasion and movement speed. Ding. Consumed 1,000. Enhancement points, Swiftness American Samoa. Current remaining enhancement points, 3659 to 1,000 2,659. Swiftness, level 0. Rank, S. Effect, fundamentally strengthens agility, permanently increasing agility attributes by 500 points, while also enhancing the base agility by 30 points. With all 4 core attribute passives elevated to S rank, he gains a total enhancement of 2,000 points, 5,004, and a leap in foundational growth by 30. Lin Tian's foundational strength was instantaneously fortified, expanding several-fold. In the skill bar, only one active skill of B rank remained, Healing Spell. Although he is a mage, a powerful healing skill can serve as a second chance in critical moments. Ding. Consumed 1,100 enhancement points, Healing Spell BS. Current remaining enhancement points, 3659 to 1,100 2,559. Healing Spell, level 0. Rank, S. Mana cost, 1,000 points. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Effect, channels gentle healing energy into the target, restoring an amount of life equal to 800 spirit attributes. Revitalization, after healing, the target receives a revitalization state lasting 3 seconds, restoring an additional 50 spirit attributes of life each second. Life Resonance, when the target's life falls below 30, healing effects are enhanced by 15. A potent single-target healing spell continues to provide a restoration boost for low health. Lin Tian was exceedingly pleased with this S-rank healing skill. Although its consumption is substantial, the results are undoubtedly worthy of its S-rank status. In critical moments, providing a healing touch to himself or a teammate might be the key to turning the tide. Thus, apart from Fireball, Rain of Fire, Blink, and Magic Shield, which are inherently S or SS rank skills, and the sole SS rank talent, Stellar Resonance, all of Lin Tian's other skills have been upgraded to S rank. Gazing upon the skill bar filled with icons radiating the dazzling brilliance of S rank, he felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, far surpassing his former capabilities, enhanced skill effects, and entirely new effects that filled him with a sense of overwhelming strength. Lin Tian exhaled a long breath. The overwhelming sense of power brought forth by the upgrades and skill enhancements momentarily dispelling the fatigue of mental exhaustion. Just as he prepared to rise, his gaze swept across the corner of his backpack and suddenly halted. Chapter 51, Rest and Enhancement 4. I almost forgot about this treasure. Lin Tian smacked his forehead, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. He swiftly retrieved the quest chest obtained after activating the teleportation array in the novice village. The ancient wooden box now appeared irresistibly tempting to him. No consumption required for enhancement. With a thought, his talent activated instantaneously. Buzz. A profound glimmer flowed over the surface of the chest, transforming the originally simple patterns into intricate and mysterious designs, as if they contained a more potent force. Lin Tian then opened the chest. Ding. Obtained item, Thundercloud Enveloping Scroll X1. Ding. Obtained item, Blazing Pattern White Tiger X1. 2 system prompts flashed by. Lin Tian immediately examined the attributes of the items. Thundercloud Enveloping Scroll. Type, one-time magic scroll. Rank, B. Effect, upon activation, designates any area, generating a thundercloud domain with a radius of 50 meters centered at that point, lasting for 10 seconds. During this time, the thundercloud will randomly strike down 10 robust bolts of lightning each second, each accurately targeting entities within the area, dealing 5,000 points of thunder damage. Blazing Pattern White Tiger. Type, Mount. Rank, B. Effect, while riding, due to the surging flame spirit energy within it, the rider's movement speed will increase by 200, possessing innate fire affinity, and will not suffer burning effects when traversing fiery areas. A one-time scroll. An amount? Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat conflicted. The scroll's effect is decent. A tool for clearing minor monsters. Amount with A-B rank speed enhancement of 200. TSK. I previously toiled for 2 hours running from Luoxia City to Abyss Fortress, my legs nearly giving out. He grumbled while stowing the Thundercloud Enveloping Scroll back into his backpack for later use. The mount indeed alleviated an urgent need, though AB rank still falls short of significant improvement. Ding. Consumed 1,100 enhancement points. Blazing Pattern White Tiger BS. Current remaining enhancement points, 2559 to 1,114.59. Blazing pattern white tiger. Type mount. Rank S. Effect. While riding, due to the surging flame spirit energy within it, the rider's movement speed will increase by 400. Possessing innate fire affinity, and will not suffer burning effects when traversing fiery areas. Spark fire tread. Each footprint left by the white tiger will generate a cluster of spark fire that lasts for 5 seconds. Enemy units that come into contact will receive 800 points of fire damage. Fire breath barrier. When attacked, there is a 15 chance to trigger a sudden eruption of fiery patterns surrounding the body, forming a flame barrier that lasts for 2 seconds, reducing damage taken by 30. With a cooldown of 15 seconds. Hiss, 400 movement speed, plus damage and control effects. Now that is worthy of S rank. Lin Tian's eyes erupted with gleeful brilliance. The fleeting moments of minor grievances dissipated like smoke, leaving only an exhilarating anticipation for the might of the steed. Summon. With a mere thought, the fabric of space subtly warped. Boom. Accompanied by a deep and commanding roar of a tiger, an extraordinary white tiger materialized atop the charred boulder. The blazing flame pattern white tiger stood proudly. Its entire body was cloaked in a coat of fluffy, snow-white fur, woven like moonlight, pure and untouched by dust. Yet, upon this pristine canvas, vast expanses of vibrant orange-red flame patterns surged like flowing lava, ever shifting with a dynamic heat. These patterns were not static. They radiated a molten brilliance as light danced upon them, as if real flames surged beneath. A grand, golden-tinged royal insignia gleamed on its forehead, its edges flickering with tiny golden sparks. Its pair of golden-red eyes glowed like 2 concentrated miniature suns, illuminating the dim valley with a fierce brilliance, exuding the majesty of the king of beasts and the ferocity of flames. Most astonishing were its 4 hooves. With each seemingly light step, a translucent imprint of burning golden flames blossomed from the point of contact with the scorched rock. This ephemeral imprint lingered for several seconds like a brand, exuding a searing aura, while tiny sparks fluttered upward from within. Its long, powerful tail swayed effortlessly, the tips sweeping through the air and igniting a cascade of orange-red sparks, akin to fireflies dancing, leaving behind a fleeting yet resplendent trail of light. A visible vortex of shimmering heat enveloped its robust form, revealing countless tiny flame particles swirling within, as if it were an embodiment of walking flame itself, merely existing in this form, a formidable aura, imbued with the pressure of the king of beasts and the searing heat of molten cores, permeated the surroundings, pushing back the acrid scent of sulfur. Handsome. Lin Tian could not help but exclaim, as the fatigue he felt seemed to dissipate considerably in the presence of this magnificent mount. With a swift motion, he elegantly mounted the broad back of the blazing flame pattern white tiger. The fur beneath him was soft and warm, transmitting the relentless fire energy from within the white tiger through his garments, instilling an immense sense of stability and power. The instant he rode upon his steed, he felt a distinct lightness and agility connect him to his environment. With a mere thought, he summoned forth his latest attribute panel. Level 12. Physical attack 1350. Magical attack 3728. Physical defense 1576. Magical defense 1589. Speed 1391. Mana 14760. Health 14240. Enhancement points 1459. As he felt the unprecedented surge of power coursing through him alongside the scorching energy emanating from the white tiger beneath him, a sharp smile curled at the corners of Lin Tian's lips. The gloom of the abyssal valley seemed to lift, partially dispelled by the radiant glow of flames. The sulphurous winds of the abyssal valley swept past Lin Tian's heated robe, yet could not extinguish the boiling fighting spirit in his eyes. Mounted upon the majestic, blazing flame pattern white tiger, he gazed down at the surging tide of dark creatures below, resembling a roiling sea of black. In an instant, Lin Tian's figure, along with that of the white tiger, vanished from the summit of the giant rock. Blink. The next moment, he appeared in the heart of the valley, directly in front of a horde of abyssal fiends and worms, drawn by the scent of the living. Howl! The fetid roars of the monsters assaulted him, their claws and fangs gleaming ominously. Lin Tian's gaze remained unwavering, his mind barely stirring. Magic shield. Buzz. A deep blue energy shield, adorned with swirling arcane runes, enveloped him and the white tiger. The thick light membrane isolated him from the tainted air and the onslaught of malevolence, offering a robust sense of security. Almost instantaneously, as the shield formed, Lin Tian pointed his staff. Summon wolf pack. Whoosh. The space warped violently, and 50 shadowy wolves, cloaked in ghostly blue flames, roared forth as if the gates of hell had swung open. Chapter 52, Abyssal Butcher. Upon their emergence, their azure eyes locked onto the nearest prey, and without the need for Lin Tian's intricate commands, they surged forth as a torrent of burning shadows, ruthlessly crashing into the throng of monsters. Claws shredded chitin, fangs pierced rotten flesh, and the magical flames scorched the essence of the abyss, instantaneously carving out a bloody vacuum ahead. Lin Tian pressed on, The blazing flame pattern white tiger, galloping forth, its form once again becoming a blur. Blink. This time, he materialized in a densely packed area teeming with abyssal bats and worms. The sharp sonic attacks of the bats collided against the magic shield, merely creating faint ripples. Lin Tian raised his staff high, the tip of the lava core staff, erupting with blinding red light. Fire rain. Boom. The heavens seemed to tear apart, unleashing a torrential rain of meteor-like flames so intense it was nearly blinding. An area with a radius of 50 meters was instantly transformed into a fiery purgatory. 22,368. 22,368. 22,368. The dense barrage of damage numbers cascaded down like a waterfall. The monsters within the radius barely had time to scream before they were reduced to charred ash amidst the extreme heat. The air thickened with the pungent stench of sulfur and burnt protein. Blink. His figure leaped again. To the right, a group of abyssal worms, attempting to encircle him, had just raised their grotesque heads. Lava fire pillar. Lin Tian thrust his staff forcefully into the ground. Boom. The earth groaned as crimson lava erupted like a furious dragon breaking through the surface. In an area measuring 10 meters on each side, countless searing lava pillars shot skyward, mercilessly slaughtering all living beings within the radius. 11,184. 11,184. 11,184. The tough exoskeletons of the worms disintegrated before the lava like paper, instantly carbonizing and collapsing, leaving only charred remnants and hissing lava pits. Blink. He targeted a group of worms gathering acidic liquid behind him. Fireball spell. Boom. 37,280. Triggering rapid fire. Boom. 37,280. Triggering rapid fire again. 2 crimson fireballs, each over a meter in diameter, soared forth like miniature suns, trailing devastating flames in their wake. They accurately struck the densest cluster of worms, exploding with a thunderous roar. The terrifying shockwave and splattering streams of lava instantaneously consumed everything around them. 2 vast empty spaces were forcibly blasted into existence, the ground left with 2 charred craters and curling wisps of smoke. Lin Tian, riding the white tiger, resembled a conductor orchestrating a symphony of destruction upon the abyssal stage, weaving through the scorched valley with abandon. The flickering golden light of Blink and the sparkling footprints left by the blazing flame pattern white tiger, intertwined, each appearance accompanied by deafening explosions or sweeping infernos. With the terrifying recovery of mana at Starlight Flow, replenishing 5 per second, 738 points per second, he maintained a reserve above the safety line, swiftly replenishing any slight decrease during his swift movements. He seemed to be an unyielding perpetual motion machine, endlessly repeating the cycle of blinking, summoning, and striking. 50 shadowy wolves operated like an efficient killing machine, darting left and right among the throng of monsters, tearing apart any adversary in their path. Various S-rank fire spells, including Fire Rain, Lava, and Fireball, made their entrances in succession, completely evaporating the monsters in each designated area. Ding. Killed a level 20 Abyssal Fiend, overlevel kill. Gained experience points. Ding. Talent advancement triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. Ding. Slaying the level 22 Abyssal Bat, overlevel kill. Experience gained. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Earned 1 enhancement point. Ding. Slain level 24 Abyssal Worm, overlevel kill. Experience gained. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Earned 1 enhancement point. The incessant system notifications melded into a monotonous yet exhilarating symphony within his mind. Experience points surged wildly, and enhancement points quietly accumulated. In this frenzied rhythm of extreme efficiency and slaughter, the concept of time became nebulous. Only the ever-clearing zones and the flood of kill notifications bore witness to his existence. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps only a mere 10 minutes had passed, perhaps much longer. Ding. Congratulations, player level has risen to level 13. All attributes 5. Free attribute points 10. Skill points 10. He leveled up. Lin Tian felt invigorated, and without hesitation, he allocated all 10 free attribute points to intelligence. His intelligence attribute soared once more. However, the system notifications did not cease. Another message followed swiftly. Ding. Achieved 10,000 kills of abyssal creatures. Earned the title Abyssal Slayer. 10,000. Even Lin Tian himself was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of this number. The relentless onslaught had, unbeknownst to him, culminated in such an astonishing achievement. As the golden light dissipated, a grotesque, dark red title emblem, seemingly forged from congealed abyssal blood, hovered before him. Abyssal Slayer. Acquisition conditions. Cumulatively slay 10,000 abyssal creatures. Attribute bonuses. Damage dealt to abyssal creatures increased by 10. Maximum health increased by 1, 500 points. Critical hit rate increased by 5, effective only against abyssal creatures. The attributes of this title were indeed impressive. A gleam of excitement sparked in Lin Tian's eyes. The damage boost was straightforward and brutal, while the 1, 500 points of health and the 5 points of abyssal exclusive critical hit rate were unexpected delights. He equipped the title without a moment's hesitation. Subsequently, Lin Tian donned the Abyssal Slayer title, mounted on the majestic, flame-patterned white tiger. He reveled in the surge of power bestowed by his level 13 status and the new title, gazing into the depths of the valley, where stronger demonic shadows flickered in the sulphurous mist. The curve of his lips sharpened with determination. Onward, Lin Tian plunged once more into the endless slaughter. Blink. Golden light flared, and he, along with his magnificent, flame-patterned white tiger, instantaneously traversed the space, hovering above a group of abyssal worms poised to unleash their corrosive acid. Below, their grotesque mandibles opened and closed, a putrid green liquid roiling forth, exuding a nauseating stench. Lava pillars. Lin Tian's gaze turned icy as he thrust the lava core staff downward with fierce intent. Boom! The ground, like a slumbering behemoth, awakened, groaned with a deep, agonizing resonance. At the point where the staff struck, a 10-meter square of scorched earth abruptly fractured, glowing crimson. Countless searing lava pillars erupted like unleashed fire dragons, unleashing destructive heat that savagely annihilated everything within their reach. 11-184. 11-184. 11-184. The dense cascade of damaged figures flooded the screen. The worms' resilient exoskeletons crumbled like paper before the thousands of degrees of molten lava, emitting terrifying hissing sounds as they rapidly carbonized, disintegrated, and evaporated, taking with them their concocted acids, which transformed into rising noxious white smoke and charred remnants scattered across the ground. Chapter 53, Abyssal Rock Armored Giant Lizard. As the smoke began to clear, Lin Tian had already raised his staff, locking onto another swarm of worms agitated by the demise of their companions. Fireball spell. Boom, 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 boom. 6 fireballs, each over a meter in diameter, roared forth like miniature suns forcibly yanked from the heavens, trailing scorching shockwaves and destructive tails as they cleaved through the air. They precisely struck the densest core of the swarm, erupting in cataclysmic thunder. 37-280. Chain trigger. 37-280. Chain trigger. 37-280. Chain trigger. The deafening explosions melded into a cacophony. Blinding white light engulfed the scene, while terrifying shockwaves swept forth, carrying lava fragments and the remains of the worms in a wild expansion. 2 enormous, smoking black craters instantly replaced the worm swarm, and the air became thick with the pungent scent of sulfur, charred flesh, and the stench of burnt protein. Suddenly, Lin Tian's keen gaze pierced through the swirling sulfur mist, capturing the outline of an exceptionally massive figure exuding a powerful oppressive presence in the distance. That silhouette moved slowly under the dim light, each step causing the ground to tremble faintly. Boss. In an instant, a fierce battle spirit ignited in Lin Tian's eyes, surpassing even the fiery intensity of the fireballs in his hands. The flame-patterned white tiger, sensing its master's intent, let out a deep, resonant roar brimming with combat fervor, its hooves igniting with fire as the starfire markings upon its body glowed vibrantly. Like a bolt of burning white lightning, it abruptly changed direction, tearing through the air, racing toward the colossal demonic figure. With blinding speed, the terrifying movement speed bonus of 400 allowed him to cover 100 meters in an instant. Before him lay a giant lizard resembling a small mountain. It lay sprawled among the charred rocks, over 20 meters in length, its body covered in heavy, layered plates of obsidian-like armor, with dark red veins of lava coursing between the plates, emanating searing heat. Its immense head resembled a battering ram, and its vertically slit eyes, burning with abyssal flames, fixated intently on Lin Tian, the intruder in its territory. Each movement of its powerful limbs elicited pained groans from the ground beneath. Abyssal Rock Armored Giant Lizard. Rank B. Level 16. Health 320, 000, 320, 000. Physical attack 850. Physical defense 200. Magical defense 600. Speed 70. Skills undisclosed. Roar. The giant lizard, sensing the formidable threat and murderous intent emanating from Lin Tian, abruptly raised its head, covered in thick armor, and opened its massive maw lined with dagger-like teeth, unleashing a thunderous roar that reeked of sulfur. Its stout tail, reminiscent of a siege pillar, swung upwards, preparing to unleash a devastating strike. I spell. Lin Tian seized the moment, launching his attack mere milliseconds before the creature could strike. The tip of the staff glinted with cold radiance, and an intensely frigid ray, seemingly capable of freezing souls, shot forth with pinpoint accuracy. Swish. Thud. 15-426. The ray struck true at the juncture of the giant lizard's neck and head. The bone-chilling cold spread at a visible speed. Crackle. The sound of ice forming rang out sharply. The thick armor's surface instantly crystallized into a thick layer of shimmering blue ice, rapidly expanding downward. freezing the lizard's entire menacing head along with a significant portion of its forebody in an instant. The massive ice sculpture reflected an eerie glow in the dim valley. The earth-shaking roar stifled in its throat, leaving only the muffled vibrations of its struggles within the icy confines. Boom. Lin Tian's expression remained icy, without an ounce of hesitation. He conveyed his intent directly to the 4 shadow ghost wolves, lurking nearby. Howl. The 4 massive wolves, engulfed in ghostly blue flames, emitted desperate howls as they transformed into 4 fearless blue meteors, crashing into the encased giant lizard with ferocity. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 devastating azure flames erupted simultaneously upon the ice-encased body of the colossal lizard. The terrifying shockwave instantly fractured the surface of the solid ice, creating a web of spider-like cracks. Each self-destructive spectral wolf took with it a staggering 540 points of life, inflicting over 30,000 points of damage. 31,080. 31,080. 31,080. 31,080. For massive damage, figures soared into the sky alongside shards of ice and fragments of armor. The giant lizard's health, which stood at an impressive 320,000, visibly plummeted significantly. Before the ice could even thaw, Lin Tian's cataclysmic assault was already upon it. Fireball, 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 boom, 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 boom. Another 6 crimson spheres of destruction, akin to divine retribution cast down by an enraged fire deity, screamed through the air, crashing violently into the lizard's cracked icy armor and its relatively vulnerable neck and chest. 37,280. Chain trigger. 37,280. Chain trigger. 37,280. Chain trigger. 6 successive explosions compounded. The searing flames and shockwaves relentlessly tore through the lizard's rocky hide and flesh. The creature's health cascaded downwards like a breached dam. Rain of fire. Lin Tian raised his staff high, granting this behemoth no respite or chance to rage. Boom. A torrential downpour of blazing meteorites descended, completely engulfing the recently wounded lizard in a fiery purgatory spanning a 50-meter radius. 22,368. 22,368. 22,368. A dense array of damaged figures formed a crimson sea. The massive body of the lizard convulsed violently in the relentless heat and explosions, howling in agony, as its thick rocky armor was peeled away in layers, melting to reveal charred, smoking flesh beneath. It didn't even have the opportunity to enter a berserk state and trigger its healing. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, reminiscent of mountains collapsing, the charred, smoking, and riddled corpse of the abyssal rock-armored lizard crashed heavily to the ground, shaking the entire valley as clouds of dust were kicked up. Ding. You have slain the level 16 B-rank boss, abyssal rock-armored lizard. Overlevel kill. Gain 10,000 experience points. 500 reputation. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Gained 110 enhancement points. Ding. Acquired rock lizard plate armor. Ding. Acquired 3 enchanting stones. Ding. Acquired 80 gold coins. The experience bar surged once more. Lin Tian, riding his white tiger, descended slowly beside the colossal corpse of the lizard as the dust gradually settled. Rock lizard plate armor. Grade B. Level 16. Attributes: physical defense 180, health 1500, strength 60. This was unexpectedly an exquisite piece of plate armor, a worthy upgrade to replace the level 8 gray wolf leader greaves he wore. Ding. Using enhancement without consumption. Rock lizard plate armor B. A. Rock lizard plate armor. Attributes: physical defense 250, health 2000, strength 100. Effect: when attacked, there is an 8 chance to trigger rock lizard scales, reducing physical damage taken by 10 for the next 2 seconds. When triggered, the scales will briefly rise, emitting a yellowish protective aura. After the enhancement, Lin Tian donned the rock lizard plate armor. His gaze then fell upon 3 gemstones in his hand, radiating an unusual red glow. Enchanting stones. Lin Tian weighed the smooth gemstones, feeling a faint energy pulse emanate from them. It was the first time he had obtained such items. He accessed the item information. Enchanting stone. Grade B. Effect: can be used to enchant equipment. Upon successful enchantment, it adds the attribute, strength 100 points. An increase of 100 points in strength. Lin Tian smirked, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. Alas. It was not an enhancement to intelligence or spirit, rendering it of little use to him. He casually tossed the gemstones back into his backpack. Chapter 54, Consecutive Boss Kills. Lin Tian continued to clear the next area of abyssal monsters. Under the bombardment of Lin Tian's devastating spells and the frenzied assaults of 50 spectral wolves, the monsters in the Scorched Valley were eradicated at an astonishing pace. Soon, he once again targeted 2 massive figures among the abyssal creatures, not far apart from each other. Blink. Lin Tian blinked to the nearer of the 2 figures. Abyssal Claw Beast. Grade B. Level 15. Health 300, 300, 000. Physical attack, 880. Physical defense, 900. Magical defense, 550. Speed, 95. Skills, NA. This creature, resembling a gigantic hyena, was covered in a dark purple, hard carapace, with its forelimbs evolved into two pairs of gigantic, scythe-like bone blades, moving with the swiftness of the wind. It had just torn through a few obstructing spectral wolves with its speed advantage when its blood-red compound eyes locked onto Lin Tian, who had appeared via teleportation. What greeted it was an unexpected chill. Freeze spell. The frostwhite ray struck precisely at its relatively vulnerable joint connections. 426. Crackle. The ice rapidly spread, temporarily robbing it of its speed advantage. Fireball. Rain of fire. Lin Tian spared no effort in his magical energy, unleashing S-rank spells. Boom. Boom. 37, 280. 37, 280. Chain trigger. Boom. 22, 368. 22, 368. The burning and damage reduction effects activated, and the claw beast's carapace cracked and charred in the flames. It attempted to enter a berserk healing state, but its health plummeted too swiftly, as it dipped below the 30 warning line. A precisely aimed fireball slammed into its gaping maw, opened wide in a roar. 37, 280. Critical hit triggered. Abyssal Butcher 5 critical hit rate activated. This ended its life. Ding. You have slain the level 15 B-rank boss, Abyssal Claw Beast. Overlevel kill. Gain 10,000 experience points. 500 reputation. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Gained 100 enhancement points. Ding. Acquired equipment. Claw Beast Helmet, B grade. Ding. Acquired material. Abyssal Claw, X4. Ding. Acquired 60 gold coins. Blink. Before Lin Tian could examine the spoils from the Abyssal Claw Beast, he blinked again to another massive abyssal creature. Abyssal Rock Throat. Grade, B. Level, 15. Health, 310. 310, 000. Physical attack, 820. Physical defense, 1100. Magical defense, 580. Speed, 65. Skills, NA. This boss resembled a giant constructed from rough stones, moving slowly yet with immense force. Each step it took made the ground tremble. It had just smashed a few approaching spectral wolves with its massive rocky arms when it emitted a sulphurous roar, locking onto Lin Tian, who was mounted on the white tiger. Freeze spell. Once again, it was time to control the battlefield. The frostwhite ray struck, Abyssal Rock Throat. 426. The ice layers swiftly enveloped the surroundings, significantly impeding its movements. Lava Spire. Fire Rain Technique. Lin Tian seized the opportunity, casting area spells. Boom. 11,184. 11,184. Boom. 22,368. 22,368. The searing and defensive debuffs rendered the rock giant's defenses as fragile as weathered stone. Fireball Technique. Fireball Technique. Fireball Technique. A triple shot. Bang. 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 37,280. 37,280. 37,280. Rapid fire triggered. The scorching fireballs struck the abyssal rock maw with pinpoint accuracy. The colossal rocky form disintegrated amid the successive explosions, transforming into a field of smoldering rubble. Ding. Killed level 15 B-rank boss, Abyssal Rock Maw. Overlevel kill. Gain 10,000 experience points. Reputation, 500. Ding. Talent enhancement triggered. Gained 100 enhancement points. Ding. Acquired equipment. Rock Maw Titan's Belt, B-rank. Ding. Acquired materials. Abyssal Rock Core X2. Ding. Acquired outfit. Abyssal Wanderer's Cloak, Special. Ding. Acquired gold, 70. After consecutively defeating two bosses, Lin Tian promptly examined his spoils. Clawhelm. Grade. B. Level. 15. Attributes. Physical Defense 100, Magic Defense 65, Health 400. Rockmaw Titan's Belt. Grade. B. Level. 15. Attributes. Physical Defense 85, Strength 60, Health 450. Excellent. Both pieces of equipment are exceptional for the warrior class. Enhancement. Ding. Used non-consumable enhancement. Clawhelm BA. Ding. Used non-consumable enhancement. Rockmaw Titan's Belt BA. Clawhelm. Attributes. Physical Defense 150, Magic Defense 100, Health 600. Effect. When receiving melee physical attacks, there is a 5 chance to block 30 of the damage. Rockmaw Titan's Belt. Attributes. Physical Defense 120, Strength 80, Health 700. Effect. Increases the wearer's base strength attribute by 5. Lin Tian immediately replaced his former level 8, Wolf King's Dominion Crown, and level 8, Wolf King's Titan Belt, with the enhanced equipment. Clad in his new gear, Lin Tian's imposing figure, adorned with the heavy rock lizard armor and complemented by the claw helm and Titan belt, would easily lead one to overlook the lava core staff he held. No one would suspect he was, in fact, a mage. There's also a costume? Lin Tian's gaze fell upon the final piece of loot. He examined the attributes of the Abyssal Wanderer's Cloak. Abyssal Wanderer's Cloak. Costume. Type. Aesthetic equipment. Grade. B. Effect. No attribute bonuses. When worn, a striking cloak illusion composed of deep shadows and flowing lava patterns materializes behind the wearer, with subtle abyssal embers drifting from the hem. Can be freely shown or hidden. Description. A testament to walking the abyss. Curious about the enhancements, Lin Tian focused on the cloak and activated the Enhancement talent. Ding. Used non-consumable enhancement, Abyssal Wanderer's Cloak BA. Upon inspection, the cloak's attributes had changed. Abyssal Wanderer's Cloak. Costume. Effect. No attribute bonuses. When worn, a striking cloak illusion composed of deep shadows and flowing lava patterns materializes behind the wearer, with subtle abyssal embers drifting from the hem. Can be freely shown or hidden. Abyssal Mask. While in the Abyss map, if the wearer does not actively attack abyssal monsters, those within 10 levels below will not initiate attacks. The cloak seemingly bestows upon its wearer a mask that blends with the abyss, emitting a unique chaotic energy that makes it difficult for monsters to perceive the wearer's foreign presence. An abyssal mask? The effect is decent. Lin Tian nodded, his thoughts shifting, where, in an instant, the heavy and fearsome outline of the rock lizard armor and claw helm faded away like ink washed away by water. In their place, a grand cloak illusion, seemingly woven from solidified abyssal shadows and molten lava, silently enveloped him over his original robe. The cloak's essence was as profound as the darkest night sky, with its sinuous lava patterns pulsating like a living vein, emanating a disquieting glow. The hem's edges released fine, dark red embers, silently trailing fleeting paths in the dim light of scorched veil, adding an air of enigmatic menace to Lin Tian. This purely aesthetic equipment flawlessly concealed the peculiar blend of armor and robe he had previously donned. Now, he truly resembled a proper mage. Lin Tian reveled in the cloak's ethereal and mysterious aura, nodding in satisfaction. At least in appearance, he had finally returned to the elegant demeanor of a traditional sorcerer. Chapter 55, Anomaly. Draped in the brand-new abyssal cloak, Lin Tian re-entered the relentless cycle of slaughter. The S-rank, fireball technique, with each instantaneous cast, transformed into two ferocious fiery meteors, trailing long tails as they accurately struck the throngs of monsters. Boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed continuously, weaving a web of destruction with 1,000 spell attack damage and 400 explosion damage, instantly vaporizing swathes of abyssal low-level demons and sluggers, leaving behind only vast craters and curling wisps of smoke on the charred earth. The area covered by S-rank, fire rain technique, became a veritable hell, with scorching meteors raining down at a staggering 600 spell attack power per second, supplemented by an additional 50 burn damage and 30 defense reduction, causing the monsters within to wail as they turned to ash. Occasionally, a stray monster would attempt to approach. They would be met with the piercing chill of frost technique, instantly freezing them into ice sculptures radiating cold, the surrounding air thickening and stagnating due to the freezing effect. Time sped by amidst this pure and efficient annihilation. Ding. Congratulations. Player level has risen to level 14. All attributes 5. Free attribute points 10. Skill points 10. Ding. Congratulations. Player level has risen to level 15. All attributes 5. Free attribute points 10. Skill points 10. This nearly frenzied slaughter had propelled his level to a staggering 15, akin to a rocket's ascent. Without hesitation, Lin Tian directed all 20 newly acquired free attribute points into intelligence, further elevating his intelligence attribute. Whoosh. Blink. Activated, and Lin Tian's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing firmly atop a protruding charred rocky ridge. He gazed down upon the once teeming, scorched vale, now sparse, with the remaining abyssal monsters numbering only in the thousands, appearing solitary in the vast expanse of the valley. The efficiency of his S-rank skill combination, combined with his now formidable spell attack power, rendered his clearing speed nothing short of terrifying. Scanning the panel, Lin Tian's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Current remaining enhancement points, 31,941. In just that brief but tempestuous advance, over 20,000 abyssal monsters had transformed into his experience and enhancement points, with the overall skills elevated to S-rank. His efficiency in clearing abyssal monsters had dramatically improved. Lin Tian sat astride the broad back of the flame-patterned white tiger, feeling the torrential surge of spiritual power beneath him, poised to obliterate the last remnants of the thousands of demonic creatures in the valley. His gaze was sharp as lightning, instinctively sweeping across the land saturated with sulfur and charred scars. However, as his sight traversed a relatively secluded corner littered with massive, blackened stones, his movements abruptly halted. There, a small group of abyssal demons exhibited a strange order that starkly contrasted with the chaotic and disorderly slaughter engulfing the valley. Approximately a dozen grotesque abyssal fiends were pressed against an enormous dark red boulder, rent with irregular holes as if torn by tremendous force. They were not wandering in search of sustenance, nor were they devouring one another. Rather, they formed a tight defensive circle, desperately fending off the onslaught of their far more numerous and equally savage kin. Though outnumbered, these guardians fought with remarkable valor, each swipe of their claws and each bite infused with a near-tragic resolve. They braced against the assault with their barbed appendages, tearing apart or repelling their attacking brethren. The splattered dark purple demonic blood staining the charred ground and their own carapaces. The attacking fiends, akin to famished wolves sensing an exquisite delicacy, surged forward relentlessly. Undeterred by the specter of death, they trampled over the fallen comrades, whose bodies dissipated into black smoke, as they madly charged against the fragile line of flesh and willpower. The clash of claws resonated with a dull thud, while fangs gnawed at carapaces, the cacophony of bone cracking mingling with the air thick with the scent of blood, far more pungent than the sulfur that lingered elsewhere in the valley. The ground, trampled into a mire, was already soaked with the viscous dark purple demonic blood, each footfall eliciting a nauseating squelch. A hint of intrigue tugged at the corner of Lin Tian's mouth, a glimmer of curiosity eclipsing his pure murderous intent. Such internal strife among abyssal creatures was not uncommon, yet the organized defense of something, even at the cost of turning against their own kind, piqued his interest. Clear the area first, Lin Tian swiftly resolved. Curiosity was vital, yet the mission took precedence. His demeanor turned icy, and the flame-patterned white tiger resonated with him. Emitting a low growl as its hooves ignited with fire, the starfire mark blazing brightly. Target all remaining abyssal demons in the valley, excluding that anomalous region. Blink. Golden light erupted, and he appeared above a cluster of fiends. Fire rain technique. Boom. The relentless downpour of white-hot heavenly retribution transformed a 50-meter radius into a fiery purgatory. Dense damage numbers cascading like a waterfall as the fiends disintegrated into ashes amidst their wails. Blink. Shifting his aim to another cluster of writhing worms. Lava pillar. The staff struck the ground, and the earth roared as crimson columns of fire erupted, mercilessly slaughtering. Damage figures continued to soar, the resilient exoskeleton of the worms carbonizing and crumbling in the molten inferno. Blink, blink, blink. Lin Tian moved through the valley like a reaper commanding space and flame. With each manifestation, the thunderous roar of S-rank spells heralded the mass extinction of the demons. The rapid-fire fireball erupted in the demon throng, creating vast vacuums, while the icy radiance of freeze encased the would-be ambushers in solid ice. 50 shadow ghost wolves acted as efficient scavengers, pouncing on the stragglers amidst the spell-covered gaps, their claws and fangs shredding everything in their path. Efficiency, ruthlessness, precision. Under the terrifying bombardment of Lin Tian's now formidable S-rank skill combination, the thousands of demons that would have required a protracted battle swiftly melted away like snow under the sun. The system notification chimed incessantly, the accumulated points rising quietly. When the last wail of a demon faded at the valley's edge, the entire scorched valley finally descended into a profound silence, save for the corner still embroiled in fierce internal conflict. As Lin Tian descended upon a towering charred rock several dozen meters away from that anomalous area, he surveyed the chaotic battlefield once more. The number of defending fiends had dwindled to fewer than 10, battered and bruised, their carapaces shattered, yet they continued to fight valiantly. The attackers, though suffering heavy losses, maintained a clear numerical advantage, their assaults growing increasingly frenzied. The sulphurous stench of blood wafting through the valley, now accentuated by the surrounding silence, became even more pungent and acrid. Now, it is time to observe their actions, Lin Tian murmured softly to himself, his eyes gleaming with the light of a hunter locking onto its prey. He gently patted the neck of the flame-patterned white tiger beneath him, the majestic creature lowering its body slightly, its golden eyes fixating on the target, the starfire mark beneath its hooves glowing silently. Chapter 56, Cecilia Moriarty. Golden light erupted as Lin Tian, mounted on the flame-patterned white tiger, descended with a fierce resolve. The azure starfire shattered beneath his hooves had yet to dissipate when he and the tiger crashed down amidst the blood-soaked battlefield, mere meters away from the writhing group of abyssal demons. The terrifying shockwave, mingled with the searing starfire, surged forth, momentarily pushing back the pervasive stench of sulfur and blood. Roar! The attacking fiends, caught in their frenzied tearing, froze mid-action, their fangs embedded in the carapace of their kin, their murky eyes now wide with horror as they turned toward this unexpected intruder. The battered guardians leaning against the massive boulder trembled violently, nearly dropping their crude bone blades, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. The cacophony of battle was abruptly stifled, leaving only the crackling of sparks and the heavy, terrified breathing of the demons. All eyes fixed on the figure of the human mage, clad in a cloak of molten shadow, riding the blazing giant tiger. The terrifying aura emanating from him was more suffocating than that of the abyssal lords. A few startled, fearful shrieks escaped the throats of the demons, mingled with disbelief. The attackers instinctively recoiled, their claws scratching chaotic marks into the ground. The Guardians seized the opportunity to tighten their defensive line, their remaining bodies trembling with tension. Their gazes flickering between Lin Tian's staff and their former enemies, filled with uncertainty. The battlefield fell into an eerie, volatile silence, as if poised on the brink of an explosion. Oh, Lin Tian sat poised atop the tiger, his brows slightly raised. This almost sentient emotional response and tactical decision-making were far more intriguing than the mindless slaughter exhibited by the fiends. The brief silence was shattered by a furious low growl. From within the throng of demons, a robust lizard-like creature clad in crude bone armor emerged, distinctly larger than the others. Its amber vertical pupils locked onto Lin Tian, its slimy jaws opening and closing as it emitted a series of sharp, urgent shrieks, gesturing to several smaller, chief-like demons beside it. Abyssal Lizard Kazakh. Rank, B. Level, 18. Health, 58, 00058, 000. Physical attack, 920. Physical defense, 750. Magical defense, 480. Speed, 105. Skills vague. Remarkably, it bore its own name, indicating that it held a certain status within the abyss. Receiving the order, the head demon's eyes gleamed with ferocity as they issued threatening roars at the larger number of ordinary demons surrounding them. Roar. Like a pack of driven hyenas, dozens of grotesque monsters momentarily abandoned their assault on the Guardian, unleashing a cacophony of chaotic howls as they brandished their clawed-bone spikes. Surging towards Lin Tian in a desperate charge akin to a murky tide, the stench of blood assailed his senses. Lin Tian's gaze was indifferent, barely sparing them a glance. With a casual lift of his right hand, clutching his staff, he swept it lightly toward the oncoming tide of demons. Fireball spell. Boom, 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 boom. 6 blazing orbs of destruction erupted forth. They tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek that resembled the hammer of judgment as they violently struck the densest cluster of monsters. The deafening explosions echoed in rapid succession. A scarlet shockwave surged upward, carrying the severed limbs of the demons and a foul, acrid smoke into the sky. 37,280. 37,280. The terrifying damage numbers flashed across the screen in an instant. The charging horde collided with an invisible wall of annihilation. The frontline monsters vaporized before they could even emit a wail, while the rear ranks were shredded and sent flying by the frenzied shockwave. In a single blow, the overwhelming offensive transformed into a battlefield littered with charred, smoking debris. Abyssal Lizard Kazakh and the chief beside it froze in utter shock, their vertical pupils dilating as they reflected the scene that had instantaneously turned to hellish wasteland, alongside the figure of the human who remained untouched atop the rocky outcrop. Fear, the most primal, bone-chilling terror that seized all vitality, engulfed them in an instant. Kazakh's powerful frame trembled uncontrollably, the bone blade in his hand nearly slipping from his grasp. He emitted a short, shrill hiss, akin to the wail of a defeated hound, and with his remaining subordinates, he redirected his aim, charging towards Lin Tian with crimson eyes in a suicidal frenzy. Commendable courage, Lin Tian assessed with an indifferent tone as he raised his staff once more. Rain of fire. A torrential downpour of meteoric flames descended, completely engulfing Kazakh and the surrounding area. 22,368. 22,368. The searing inferno mercilessly consumed their forms, twisting and disintegrating the sturdy bone armor under the intense heat. Following that, the fireball spell roared again. A precise volley of 6 fireballs obliterated the struggling figures still caught in the rain of fire, reducing them to swirling black ash. Ding. Level 18 slain. Before the system notification faded, Lin Tian's gaze shifted to the remaining guardians, huddled beneath the massive rocks. He raised his staff slightly, and a deep crimson light of destruction began to coalesce at its tip once more. Just then, a frantic, hoarse voice, trembling with sheer terror, yet strikingly clear in the common tongue, erupted from the quaking mass of monsters. Please stop. The voice was sharp, filled with desperate pleading. Lin Tian's motion to strike halted abruptly. The pulsating crimson glow at the tip of his staff slowly faded. He tilted his head slightly, piercing through the swirling smoke and sparks, fixing his gaze on the cowering creatures, his deep voice laced with unhidden amusement. Oh? You can speak our tongue? The horde of monsters stirred violently, then retreated in fear as if parting the sea, revealing the source of the voice, a being meticulously shielded at their core. Cecilia Moriarty. Race, Shadow Succubus. Level, 20. Rank, S. Skills, undisclosed. Description, once a prominent noble of the Abyss, her lineage flows with the enigma and elegance of the Succubus clan. Those eyes, once capable of weaving countless illusions, now concealed a lingering majesty, yet could not mask the weight of her injuries. An unknown cataclysm had left her gravely wounded, her former power sealed, and her level drastically diminished. Nevertheless, the residual aura of the Abyss clinging to the folds of her black robe exuded an undeniable noble presence. Upon catching sight of her figure, even Lin Tian's seasoned disposition could not suppress a flicker of surprise. She was not the twisted, grotesque abyssal creature he had anticipated. Crouched beneath the frigid rock face was a being that conformed almost entirely to human and elven standards of beauty, a female, or rather, a feminine embodiment of the abyss. She possessed waist-length hair that shimmered like moonlight, now somewhat disheveled, with strands matted to her face and neck by dark purple blood, which added a haunting fragility rather than filth. Chapter 57, The Pact. Her skin was an extraordinary pale purple, smooth and delicate, shimmering with a jade-like luster under the dim light of the valley. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, with perfectly proportioned facial features that carried an ethereal and exotic charm. Long, pointed ears peeked through her silvery hair, quivering slightly, revealing her profound unease. Her physique was astonishingly tall and lithe, even in her half-kneeling state due to exhaustion. The long, slender legs encased in tattered armor were evident. The armor itself was crafted from a peculiar, dark leather with a metallic sheen and polished black bone fragments, designed intricately to hug her curves, accentuating her full bosom, slender waist, and powerful thighs. Yet, this armor bore numerous rents and tears, with the left shoulder guard having vanished, exposing smooth skin beneath and a gruesome wound seeping pale purple fluid. Cracks marred the plates on her abdomen, while her limbs were adorned with scratches and burn marks. Tiny abrasions and smudges dotted her exposed pale skin, with a conspicuous bruise on her forehead. However, this disarray did not diminish her beauty. Rather, it lent her the allure of a priceless treasure cloaked in the dust of war, igniting an instinctual desire to explore and protect, if one could overlook the palpable fear, despair, vigilance, and a faint yet resolute will to survive reflected in her eyes. One hand pressed tightly against her abdominal wound, while the other braced against the ground, supporting her weakened body. She gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling as she held her head high, her deep, starry purple eyes fixed unwaveringly on Lin Tian and the formidable staff that had effortlessly obliterated 2 waves of demons. The air felt as if it had solidified. Only her labored breaths and the crackling of the blazing pattern white tiger's hooves igniting with sparks could be heard. Lin Tian remained silent, observing her from his elevated position, his gaze sweeping over her pointed ears, traversing her pale skin, skimming over the wounds, and finally resting on her complexly emotive purple eyes. He held his staff casually, yet the invisible pressure capable of determining life and death was more suffocating than any roar. A brief, suffocating silence stretched through the tense atmosphere. The white-haired, purple-skinned abyssal woman seemed to have expended her last reserves of strength, her voice growing ever weaker, yet she struggled to maintain clarity, each word emerging with labored breaths. "Oh great human warrior, please spare us." "Oh." Lin Tian's brows remained unmoved, his tone devoid of any emotion. "Give me a reason. The abyss and our human race are sworn enemies to the death." Upon hearing this, Cecilia Moriarty lowered her head further, her silvery hair obscuring her expression, leaving only a stifling silence. The fingers of her hand pressed against her wound turned pale from the strain. Suddenly, she raised her head sharply, her gaze fierce, as if she had made a resolute decision, her formerly weak eyes now replaced with determination. She gently pressed her bloodless lips together, gritting her teeth. "A pact." The words she uttered trembled slightly, yet resonated with clarity. "I can enter into a pact with you." "A pact?" A flicker of intrigue, akin to amusement, finally glimmered in Lin Tian's eyes. Indeed, Celia seemed to have grasped the last straw, her tone becoming more urgent. "An equitable contract. You assist me in seeking vengeance, and I shall become your combat companion," she eagerly added, attempting to bolster her proposition. "My innate abilities are exceedingly formidable, far surpassing your imagination. Currently, I am merely gravely injured, my level and power forcibly sealed. Once I discover a means to restore them, you shall not regret your decision today. You assist me in battle? I aid you in revenge?" Lin Tian reiterated, the tone of his voice betraying neither agreement nor mockery. "Yes." Celia nodded vigorously, her violet eyes fixated on him, interlaced with hope and despair. "You would also help me take revenge? That seems excessively troublesome." Lin Tian shook his head, his tone abruptly turning frigid, imbued with a hint of irrefutable indifference. "If that is the case, then farewell." Before his words had fully settled, his right hand, clutching the staff, casually lifted slightly. At the tip of the staff, a searing, violent crimson fireball, condensed with terrifying energy, instantly materialized. The surrounding air warped under the searing heat, the aura of destruction unabashedly locking onto the gravely injured succubus and her remaining guards, devoid of any compassion. "Wait!" Celia screamed in terror, her pale lavender visage losing the last vestige of color as overwhelming fear and despair filled her exquisite purple eyes, threatening to spill over in tears at any moment. I am willing. I am willing to enter into a master-servant contract." The imminent threat of death shattered her final shards of dignity and delusion. "Now that is more like it." Lin Tian maintained his composed demeanor, as though merely concluding a transaction within expected parameters. The disquieting crimson glow of magic at the staff's tip gradually dissipated, as if it had never existed. Celia gasped heavily, a wave of exhaustion from surviving the ordeal intertwining with immense humiliation. She gazed up at the figure on the rocky outcrop, tears finally escaping her control, leaving clear trails upon her stained cheeks. As a human powerhouse, you must possess extraordinarily potent gifts to wield such strength at this stage. Her voice cracked. Yet she endeavored to uphold her final semblance of dignity, a deep-seated pride, reminiscent of her noble lineage, supporting her. I only request that should you grow sufficiently powerful in the future, perhaps you might offer assistance. Her gaze, imbued with humble supplication, sought to penetrate Lin Tian's calm exterior to unveil his true thoughts. A fleeting flicker of unrecognized compassion brushed through Lin Tian's heart. Yet only a trace of well-placed impatience graced his countenance. He waved his hand, interrupting her. Let us discuss future matters later. Celia regarded him intently, her violet eyes seemingly attempting to see through all facades. After a moment, as if resigned to her fate, she whispered almost inaudibly, "Thank you." With that, she hesitated no longer, closed her eyes, and began to softly chant an ancient and obscure incantation. The sound, faint yet imbued with an unusual rhythm, seemed to cause the abyssal aura around them to ripple slightly. As she chanted, a contract scroll, shimmering with enigmatic dark purple runes and composed of pure energy, materialized before her. Celia extended her trembling fingers and painstakingly inscribed her true name, Celia Moriarty, in the lower right corner of the contract. Upon completion, she appeared to be drained of all energy, her fingers dropping limply, while the energy contract slowly drifted towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian reached out to accept it, quickly scanning the terms. The content was simple yet harsh. 1. The master possesses absolute dominion. The servant must unconditionally obey all commands. 2. The servant may not engage in any acts of defiance or aggression. 3. The duration of the contract is wholly determined by the master. The servant holds no right to contest. The entirety was a starkly unequal agreement. He cast it aside, a thought crossing his mind, and inscribed his name, Lin Tian, in the designated space of the contract. As his name was inscribed, the energy contract erupted in a blinding radiance, subsequently shattering into countless tiny, twinkling motes of light, akin to fireflies, which swiftly dissipated into the void, vanishing from sight. Ding! Contract successfully signed. The system's notification rang coldly and precisely in Lin Tian's mind. Almost instantaneously following the notification, the figure of Celia Moriarty, standing below, began to blur, becoming transparent, like a reflection upon water, and ultimately vanished entirely. Then, another notification sounded. Ding! Acquired pet, Celia Moriarty. Lin Tian paused for a moment, then comprehended. The master-servant contract, under the rules of this world, was equivalent to a pet contract. With a flicker of curiosity, he summoned his personal panel. Indeed, beyond the skill and equipment sections, a new pet option had appeared. With a touch of intrigue, he summoned Celia Moriarty once more and perused her attribute panel closely. Chapter 58, The Seed of Seduction. Celia Moriarty. Grade, S, originally SSS. Race, Shadow Succubus. Level, 0, Physical Attack, 100. Spell Attack, 300. Physical Defense, 100. Spell Defense, 200. Speed, 50. Mana, 1000. Health, 1000. Talent, Seed of Seduction. Heart Slave Contract. Celia can plant the seed of seduction into a target, once planted. The control probability will be determined based on the level difference. If the target's level is lower, the greater the disparity, the higher the success rate. If the target's level is higher, the greater the disparity, the lower the success rate. A target successfully implanted with the seed will become a heart slave, retaining their autonomy, yet fully executing Celia's commands. Current controllable heart slave limit. 1. Current quantity controlled. 0. Shadow Servant Sacrifice. When Celia is about to suffer a fatal blow, she can trigger Shadow Sacrifice, instantly transferring the lethal damage to any controlled heart slave, who will absorb all the damage if the heart slave dies as a result. The Seed of Seduction will dissipate. Upon triggering, Celia will gain 3 seconds of shadow protection, immune to control effects during this period, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Ethereal Plunder. Sealed. Celia can receive attribute enhancements from all controlled heart slaves. Soul Seed Explosion. Sealed. Celia can actively detonate the Seed of Seduction within a heart slave, forcibly sacrificing that heart slave, resulting in their immediate death, while gaining an explosive enhancement based on the heart slave's attributes. Skill 1. Thorn Shadow Weaving. Effect. Celia weaves thorns from shadows, dealing 150 spell damage to enemies within a designated circular area, radius of 4 meters. The struck target will be ensnared by shadows, reducing movement speed by 30, lasting 3 seconds. If the target bears a shadow mark, the ensnarement effect is extended to 5 seconds and triggers an additional minor shadow explosion, dealing 50 spell damage. Skill 2. Succubus's Kiss. Effect. Celia releases enchanting energy against a single target, dealing 200 spell damage, with a 70 probability of inflicting the heart and soul loss status, lasting 3 seconds. during which all damage taken by the target is increased by 20. If the target is a male character, the probability of losing one's soul increases to 90. A natural advantage of the succubus race. Skill 3, Unsealed. Skill 4, Unsealed. Description: once a prominent shadow noble in the abyss. Her lineage flows with the enigma and nobility of the succubus clan. Those eyes, which once wove countless illusions, now harbor a lingering majesty that cannot mask the heaviness brought on by her injuries. An unforeseen upheaval has left her gravely wounded, her former power sealed, and her level drastically diminished. Nevertheless, the residual aura of the abyss that clings to the folds of her dark robe still exudes an undeniable noble presence. Truly, she is a noble of the abyss. Even at level 0, her base attributes far exceed those of her peers. What is even more astonishing is that her original SSS-tier talent, if fully realized, would possess unimaginable might. Regrettably, due to the cataclysm, she has fallen to S-tier, and her two core talents, Soul Extraction and Soul Burst, remain sealed. Lin Tian stroked his chin, his gaze sharp as if appraising a rare treasure. Should he directly expend enhancement points to elevate her talents to SS-tier? Perhaps he could forcefully break through a layer of seals, yet it felt somewhat wasteful. The optimal solution would be to first discover a way for her to restore her essence, unseal all restrictions, and return to the pinnacle of SSS-tier. Only then could he invest enhancement points, propelling her to that legendary god tier. That would truly maximize the benefits. His mind raced with thoughts, and he found himself gazing at Celia for longer than intended, until the white-haired, purple-skinned succubus became visibly uncomfortable under his scrutiny, a faint blush creeping onto her pale skin. Her delicate fingers nervously twisting the tattered hem of her garment, she timidly called out, "A master." Ahem. Lin Tian abruptly snapped back to reality, realizing his lapse in composure. He coughed twice to mask his distraction, momentarily entranced by her talent panel. He rarely offered an explanation, his tone returning to its usual calmness. Upon hearing his words, Celia's blush deepened, and she softly responded, seemingly uncertain of her belief, her gaze fixated on her dusty toes. The mixture of shyness, trepidation, and residual noble demeanor created a peculiar allure. Lin Tian swiftly cast aside any lingering thoughts of allure, pointing toward the scattered abyssal creatures lying unconscious around them. Were these once your heart slaves? They were. Celia promptly lifted her gaze to explain, her eyes imbued with complexity. After signing the contract, my level reset to 0, and my power structure was reshaped. The heart slave contract with them has been automatically dissolved. They are now merely aimless abyssal creatures. Understood. Lin Tian nodded, his expression abruptly turning cold and devoid of emotion. If that were the case, they were merely sources of experience and enhancement points. He casually raised his right hand, the tip of the lava core staff, flickering with a crimson glow. Fireball spell. 34,280. 34,280. 34,280. Boom, boom, boom. Ding. Killed a level 21 abyssal inferior demon. Overlevel kill. Experience gained. Ding. Talent elevation triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. Ding. Killed a level 23 abyssal worm. Overlevel kill. Experience gained. Ding. Talent elevation triggered. Gained 1 enhancement point. As Lin Tian unleashed the final fireball spell, the searing shockwave swept through, turning the last few howling creatures in the scorched valley to ash. The entire valley fell into a profound silence. Only the remnants of smoke and the aftermath of destruction remaining. Finally finished, Lin Tian exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of elation. It was time to return to Loxia City to report to Mentor Xiaoyan. He turned to Celia, who stood quietly beside him. Let us return to Loxia City. On the way, tell me in detail what you encountered that led to your current state. Without waiting for Celia's response, Lin Tian concentrated, summoning his newly acquired succubus servant back into the pet space. He then casually retrieved a teleportation token inscribed with arcane runes, a resource he had purchased at a high price in Loxia City, 5 gold coins per piece, a cost that would deter most players at this stage. Only someone as affluent as Lin Tian could afford to stock up in bulk. Loxia City teleportation token. Upon use, it initiates a 10-second guide, transporting the user to the central teleportation plaza of Loxia City. Lin Tian silently invoked the token, which immediately emitted a soft white light enveloping him. The 10 seconds of guiding time passed in an instant. With a slight ripple in space, he and his majestic fiery patterned white tiger vanished from the scorched valley. The next moment, in the bustling, vibrant teleportation plaza of Loxia City, a flash of light heralded Lin Tian's quiet arrival atop his white tiger. Chapter 59, Kaeldats. Abyssal Erosion City. Deep within the abyssal realm stands an ancient, grotesque giant city, its very existence a blasphemy against light and order. The city is entirely constructed from a material known as dark blood obsidian, born of the abyss's unique environment. Dark as congealed blood, yet shimmering with a metallic hardness under dim light, eternally absorbing the surrounding negative energy. Countless towering spires pierce the sulphurous clouds, their surfaces entwined with eternal dark red hellfire lightning. From afar, the city resembles a colossal beast prowling in endless darkness, exuding a chilling sense of oppression. The city walls rise majestically like mountains, adorned with numerous massive demon skulls that still twitch slightly, dripping with molten lava. Within the hollow eye sockets of these skulls burn ghostly green flames, like eternal sentinels coldly surveying the writhing, vein-like streets within the city. On these streets, various abyssal creatures bustle about, the air perpetually thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, mingled with blood and despair. At the heart of the city lies the Abyssal Erosion Palace. This palace is even more exaggerated and grotesque in design, completely mimicking the head of a roaring abyssal behemoth known as World-Eating Fawn. The gaping, tooth-filled maw of the beast serves as the palace's main entrance, the darkness within seeming to lead directly into the behemoth's gullet, swallowing all light and sound. The surface of the palace is covered with layers resembling natural bone armor and metallic scales, with dark red light flowing incessantly through the crevices. At the deepest part of the palace lies the throne hall. This chamber is unimaginably vast, its vaulted ceiling supported by immensely thick shadow pillars, seemingly forged from the countless struggling, wailing souls. The light is extremely dim, the only illumination emanating from countless, wailing soul crystals embedded in the walls, each containing the eternally tormented souls, casting a maddening, flickering phosphorescence. The air is thick and viscous, akin to being saturated with cold blood, each breath tainted with a scent of rust and decay. At the end of the hall, 9 steps made of pale beast bones and black, annihilation iron, lead to the throne of tormented souls, symbolizing the highest authority of Abyssal Erosion City. The throne itself appears to be entwined with countless souls frozen in extreme agony, occasionally revealing distorted faces that emit silent, anguished wails. Atop the throne reclines Kale-That's languidly. Kale-That's identity, Lord of Abyssal Erosion City, Abyssal Noble. His exquisitely handsome visage appears even more pallid and otherworldly under the flickering light of the soul crystals, his elongated, dark eyes fathomless, seemingly capable of absorbing all light and vitality from the surroundings. A cloak of dark crimson, woven from blood-silken threads and shadow spider silk, clung perfectly to his tall and slender form. The cuffs and collar were embroidered with abyssal runes in nether gold thread, pulsating as if alive. His fingers, seemingly carelessly draped over the armrest of the throne, rhythmically tapped on the skull that emitted a constant, faint shriek. Merely by sitting there, the chilling and deathly aura that emanated from him, immense and profound like an abyssal sea, rendered the vast palace akin to a frozen hell, heavy enough to stifle the breath of any who entered. Below, a multitude of grotesque and menacing abyssal creatures knelt, their forms varying yet all steeped in dark magic. Among them were overlords of their own domains, high-ranking demons infamous for their cruelty and cunning, and a few obscure abyssal sorcerers. Yet at this moment, these beings, capable of instilling fear in the friliest of realms, trembled like the most wretched of maggots, their colossal forms quaking uncontrollably as they pressed their heads, tendrils, and appendages against the cold, bone-chilling floor, etched with binding magical runes, their very souls quaking as they longed to bury themselves deep within the earth. After a prolonged silence, Kale-That's finally spoke. His voice was deep and rich, imbued with an unusual magnetism, resonating like the most exquisite cello. Yet the essence contained within held an icy chill capable of freezing the very core of one's soul. Each syllable struck deep into the consciousness of the creatures below like a shard of ice, intensifying their trembling. Pray tell, my dear, disobedient niece Celia, where do you now hide in the shadows? Silence. A suffocating stillness permeated the air, tangible and heavy, with only the faint, maddening whimpers of the countless soul crystals on the walls weaving a frenzied backdrop. The kneeling creatures quaked like leaves in a tempest. Cold sweat, or something akin to it, soaking their forms, leaving dark stains on the ground, yet none dared to lift their gaze, nor utter a sound. Kale-That's' flawless brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, his fingertips pausing momentarily on the shrieking skull armrest before resuming their rhythmic tapping. A light sound echoed. Yet within the oppressive silence of the hall, it rang out like a funeral bell, striking dread into the hearts of all the creatures. Several weaker entities even jerked in response. I have granted you time, mobilized resources, and even permitted you to utilize a portion of the Doom Legion's might. His voice remained steady and indifferent, as if recounting a trivial matter, yet the tempestuous horror lurking beneath threatened to solidify the very air. As he pursued a traitor who had fallen in rank, battered at their core, like a stray dog. And what is the result? He leaned slightly forward, his dark gaze piercing like 2 tangible beams of icy light sweeping over the prostrate crowd. You repay my trust with this disappointing silence? Boom. The terrifying pressure erupted like a volcano dormant for millennia, akin to an endless ocean of darkness flooding forth. The ground of the throne hall sank several inches, and fine cracks resembling spiderwebs spread across the unyielding dark blood obsidian floor. Among the kneeling creatures, a particularly massive abyssal fire demon lord, clad in heavy dark golden bone armor and adorned with 3 pairs of twisted, towering horns, trembled violently, as if struck by an invisible celestial hammer, emitting a muffled, pained roar. Dark golden, searing demonic blood uncontrollably seeped from its mouth, nostrils, and the crevices of its scales, hissing as it fell to the ground. Under this unbearable pressure, a tattered, filthy gray-robed abyssal infiltrator, resembling a shriveled gnome, struggled to crawl forth. Lord Citymaster, please temper your wrath. Great dark corruption sovereign, I beseech you to quell your anger. It desperately lifted its head, revealing a face twisted and contorted by overwhelming fear. Trembling as if each word might shatter, it is those heart slaves. That despicable thief, Celia. I know not what means she employed, but the last few high-ranking abyssal fire demons she controlled have completely lost their minds. They recklessly burned their soul's essence and abyssal core, unleashing power far beyond the norm, forcibly breaching the 37th filth rift entrance to the material plane. Kael'thas's pitch-black, deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, a cold murderous intent crystallizing into tangible black ice, hovering and colliding around the throne, emitting faint cracking sounds. The goblin creature, nearly at the brink of losing its sanity, spoke with such rapidity that it seemed it might bite its own tongue. The Doom Legion's third array guarding the entrance was caught utterly off guard. Those frenzied fire demons fought valiantly to the death, and their self-detonations severely damaged the defenses. Lord Balrot received the alarm and immediately led his elite Shadow Hunter squad to respond. But by the time Lord Balrot quelled the internal chaos and defeated those mad heart slaves, sustaining significant injuries himself when they pursued the rift, a powerful human army was already lying in wait. The goblin's voice trembled with despair. The incinerated heart slaves were engulfed the moment they emerged. Overwhelmed by countless rays of holy light and arcane forces, Lord Balrot and his team barely emerged from the rift, not even having the chance to glimpse the sky of the material plane before falling into a meticulously laid trap and a Legion-level combined assault. Having endured fierce battles, drained of energy, and wounded, they were ultimately overwhelmed by the prepared human forces. The creature despaired, closing its eyes, expending its last vestiges of strength to scream. Lord Balrot and his entire squad's soul imprints have been extinguished in the soul abyss. They fought valiantly to their deaths. As the words fell, the throne hall plunged into a silence more profound than the deepest river of the abyss. A stillness so complete that even the whimpering of the soul crystals on the walls seemed to be entirely consumed. Kael'thas fell silent. Slowly, excruciatingly so. He reclined back against the throne, supported by countless tormented souls, his pale, elongated fingers unconsciously and gently caressing the skull that continually emitted a faint, shrill cry, as if it were infused with endless resentment. His expression remained placid, as if the tidings he had just received were of no consequence. Yet, the temperature within the palace plummeted to an absolute zero. The glow emanating from the wailing soul crystals became increasingly unstable, flickering wildly, their mournful sounds transforming into piercing wails, as if they might shatter under some unseen pressure at any moment. All creatures below, including the goblin messenger, were rendered as if encased in amber, unable to even tremble, submerged in an overwhelming tide of ice-cold despair. Total annihilation. Kael'thas repeated the phrase softly, his voice as gentle as a lover's whisper, yet akin to a sigh from the depths of the netherworld, causing the very cores of the souls that heard it to shatter under the unbearable weight. His gaze, devoid of any reflection, slowly swept over the immobile figures below, as if they were mere statues. In other words, not only have you allowed that despicable thief to exploit my precious assets, those heartbound souls, shattering the defenses of my legion and depleting its strength, but your incompetence and erroneous judgments have also led to the grave injury of my most capable hunting general, resulting in his demise beneath the vile ambush of those inferior human creatures. Suddenly, he let out a low, mocking laugh, which began as a faint chuckle imbued with an odd sense of delight, gradually crescendoing into a resonant echo within the deathly silence of the hall. This laughter was chilling to the bone, devoid of warmth, yet more haunting than any frenzied roar, as if a multitude of vengeful spirits were simultaneously mocking him. How exceedingly amusing it has become. The laughter abruptly ceased, as if severed by a blade. His gaze sharpened, akin to two poisoned dark daggers, fixating upon the goblin infiltrator at the foot of the steps, who was nearly dissolving into a puddle of sheer terror. Thus, to summarize, you have misplaced my crucial key. You have squandered my invaluable legion soldiers. You have caused me to lose the loyal General Balrot and his precious band of hunters. And finally, his voice suddenly ascended in pitch. Still frigid but now tinged with a cataclysmic fury, do you even lack the capability to inform me whether that wretched Celia is alive or dead? Has she been swiftly slain by those humans, or has she once again scurried away like a rat in a gutter, taking my belongings to some corner even you cannot find? The goblin infiltrator opened its mouth, emitting a series of choking sounds, yet could not utter a single coherent syllable. The sheer terror had obliterated its capacity for speech, leaving only the jarring sound of its teeth chattering in the stillness of the hall. The last vestige of feigned patience in Kael'thas's eyes evaporated, replaced by an unadulterated, Destructive coldness. He slowly raised his exquisitely crafted right hand, directing it toward the filthy, humble form at the base of the steps, fingers curling in an almost delicate grasp. With a sudden, unheralded movement, even the energy fluctuations barely perceptible, the very space where the goblin infiltrator stood collapsed inward with ferocious intensity. It could not even emit a final, fleeting scream. Its entire being, along with its garb and scattered belongings, was as if precisely crushed into the most fundamental particles by an invisible hand existing at the conceptual level. There was no splattering of flesh, no shattering of bones. Only a sound as subtle as the popping of a bubble. What remained was a small patch of absolute void, accompanied by a swiftly dissipating, acrid aroma. Every trace of its existence had been utterly obliterated. A heavy, nauseating aura of destruction permeated the air, mingled with the chilling wails of soul crystals, driving the remaining creatures into the peak of terror. Chapter 61, Kale 3. Kale appeared to have merely brushed away an irritating speck of dust, his obsidian gaze sweeping once more over the other creatures, now silent and wishing to dissolve into nothingness. Worthless. The cold word resonated like a final judgment, condemning their ineptitude. All the creatures buried their heads lower, nearly embedding themselves into the frigid, rune-etched floor, the chill of fear threatening to rend their resilient forms and cores of consciousness apart. Begone. Kale voice returned to its previous, unruffled indifference, as if the earlier fury had never transpired. Utilize every ounce of your power to scour every possible hiding place within the abyss. Not a single shadow, nor a fragment of a forsaken plane shall be overlooked. His eyes gleamed with absolute confidence and coldness. Her level has plummeted, her essence severely wounded, her soul's aura as faint as a flickering candle in the wind. There is no way she could traverse the rift guarded by powerful human warriors. That would be akin to suicide. She must still be hiding in some filthy, dark corner of the abyss that we have yet to uncover, clinging to that object, desperately licking her wounds like a cornered rat. Find her, bring her, along with what belongs to me, intact before me. This is your final opportunity. Yes, yes, great lord of the city. Your will is our mission. The creatures, as if granted amnesty, cried out with voices tinged with weeping and sheer terror, scrambling and tumbling over one another, even trampling each other in their haste to flee from that soul-freezing throne room, as if they might meet the same fate as the infiltrator at any moment. In the blink of an eye, the vast, silent hall, steeped in the scent of destruction and blood, was left with only Kale upon the throne, surrounded by countless eternal wailing soul crystals upon the walls. He slowly spread his palm, revealing a token about the size of a hand, shaped like a curved tusk. Entirely black, yet radiating an inky essence that warped the surrounding light, slowly materializing and revolving within his grasp, the Dark Corruption Lord's Token. This token symbolizes the authority of the Dark Corruption City and, on a deeper level, connects to the primordial will of the Abyss, endowing the bearer with the supreme privilege to receive feedback from the Abyss every millennium, absorbing immense power. For this privilege, Kale had endured nearly a millennium of patience. He expended unfathomable costs to procure the 3 cursed god nails from an ancient ruin so deeply buried in his memory that he dared not recall it lightly. Under the guise of friendship and the mask of loyalty, he meticulously wove lies and conspiracies, and ultimately, at the opportune moment just before that millennium mark, he mixed a potion to temporarily suppress power into the celebratory mead, seizing the instant when Celia's father, his best friend's predecessor, the former lord of the city, faltered in his strength and plunged the 3 cursed nails into his body. The curse was insidiously malevolent, not directly lethal, but voraciously devouring the host's level and power, sealing away their most core talents. Celia's father, that formidable lord of the abyss, saw his strength plummet instantaneously, his proud talents forcibly sealed. Yet even so, he erupted with a final burst of brilliance, granting Celia a sliver of hope, while he himself was extinguished by Kale who mounted this cold, chilling throne atop his corpse in glory. Celia had also been affected by the residual energy of one of the cursed nails, her level plummeting, her talents sealed, leading her to her current plight. Now, the power of feedback surged within him like a violent, world-ending lava, roaring and rushing through his being, this power vast and boundless, sufficient to elevate him to a higher echelon of existence. However, the absorption process was agonizingly slow, fraught with pain and uncertainty. Worse still, he sensed that only the treasure, abyssal blood core, hidden at great cost by her father before his demise, which contained the purest essence of primordial power, could serve as the perfect catalyst and safety valve to significantly hasten this process, allowing him to absorb this power completely and flawlessly, even glimpse into the deeper mysteries of the abyss. Otherwise, he would be forced to expend unimaginable spans of time in painstaking labor, enduring the agony of power backlash. And he could not remain away from the Dark Corruption City, tightly linked with the Lord's Token, for extended periods. Otherwise, the power would spiral out of control, leading to catastrophic consequences. He could not even dare to tread into the vastly different, and fiercely rejecting material plane that disallows abyssal power. That would be akin to courting death. Celia, he whispered the name, deep within his obsidian eyes roiling with insatiable greed, restlessness, and a trace of suppressed remnants of that betrayal's lingering pulse. Where, my dear niece, do you hide? Hand over the key that your father clandestinely left for you, so that we may share in this glory and power. Why must we have come to this point? He could never believe that Celia could successfully escape to the primary material plane. The human legions and formidable beings guarding those known rifts are not mere decorations, especially not the lunatics at the Northern Abyss Fortress, who are acutely sensitive to the aura of the abyss. How could a cursed defector, whose level has plummeted, whose essence is gravely wounded, and whose soul's flame flickers weakly, possibly survive under such stringent lockdown and overwhelming assault? It is utterly preposterous. She must still be somewhere in the abyss. In some unknown, secret corner. She must be found. The abyssal blood core must be retrieved. He slowly clenched his fist. The cold, sharp tip of the city lord's decree piercing his pale, nearly transparent palm, from which a drop of pitch-black blood, as dark as the void and infused with terrifying energy, oozed out, only to be greedily absorbed by the decree. Wait until I find you and reclaim what is rightfully mine. He lifted his gaze, his eyes seemingly piercing through the layers of the magical palace, scanning every potential shadowy corner of the endless abyss, a cold and sinister smile curving at the corners of his lips. I shall reunite you with your foolish father, making you both the most perfect nourishment and stepping stone on my ascent to eternal heights. Little did he imagine that Celia, whom he desperately sought and was convinced was barely surviving somewhere in the abyss, had not only fortuitously traversed the rift but, due to her curse, level drop, and chaotic aura, had been subconsciously misjudged by the human guardians as a trivial, self-destructive lowly demon. While they focused their firepower on more conspicuous targets like Ballot, she had managed to slip away from the chaotic fringes of the battlefield, escaping with her life. At this moment, she was no longer alone. She had become an exceptionally special and precious resident in Lin Tian's pet space. Chapter 62. Submitting the Cleanse the Abyss mission. City of Falling Sunset. The teleportal's radiant glow in the central square had yet to completely dissipate when Lin Tian gracefully landed. With a mere thought, the divine, flame-patterned white tiger transformed into a stream of light and vanished, leaving behind only a few flickering embers and the residual heat in the air. He did not linger, his gaze precisely locking onto the towering, solemn structure of the profession hall on the northern side of the plaza, which emanated a faint magical aura. His figure once again blurred. Blink. In a flash, he accurately appeared before the enormous, heavy bronze doors of the profession hall. The ancient door was engraved with mysterious runes representing various professions, subtly pulsating with energy. He pushed the door open. The hinges emitted a deep, smooth turning sound, revealing the interior of the hall. The hall was nearly empty, almost desolate. Aside from himself, not a single player was in sight. Only the sound of Lin Tian's footsteps echoed softly in the vast, silent space, creating subtle reverberations. Lin Tian paused slightly, his sword-like brows raised, a hint of surprise flickering within him. I had already activated the teleportal at the 10,086 novice village. Theoretically, players who have reached level 10 should be able to teleport here directly. Why is it so deserted? After a brief moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon him. With my enhancement talent, which defies the heavens, my monster hunting efficiency rivals that of a mobile artillery, allowing me to level up at an astonishing pace. Other players from the novice village are likely still embroiled in fierce battles for that crucial teleportal core, struggling against the guardian boss in a grueling tug of war, and may still be toiling to reach level 10. The competition in this multiverse championship is truly formidable, he murmured softly, recalling how he had nearly frantically slaughtered tens of thousands of abyssal creatures on the scorched earth surrounding the Abyss Fortress, barely managing to reach level 14. This terrifying leveling requirement is akin to a nightmare for ordinary players. If word of my leveling speed were to spread, I would likely be reported as a game bug. Not wanting to dwell on it further, he concentrated his mind and adeptly traversed the empty main hall, heading towards the mage area on the left, ultimately stopping before a familiar, solid wooden door. Creak. He pushed open the door. The scene inside was as it always had been. The burly figure of the intermediate mage mentor, Xiao Yin, whose exaggerated muscles seemed poised to tear through his expensive mage robe, was reclining in his specially designed oversized chair. Arms crossed, head nodding as he dozed off, emitting a faint, steady snore, with a suspicious shine at the corner of his mouth. The sound of the door opening disrupted his sweet dreams. Xiao Yin furrowed his thick brows in irritation, groggily opening his eyes. His expression tinged with annoyance as he turned to face the entrance. When his blurred vision focused, and he recognized Lin Tian, his bell-like eyes widened in shock. The last remnants of sleep instantly swept away, replaced by an expression of immense surprise. Kid, is that you? His coarse voice, tinged with the hoarseness of just waking and disbelief, exclaimed, how did you return so quickly? It's barely been a day since you left. He shot up, his tall, robust frame exuding a strong sense of pressure, taking several strides to stand before Lin Tian, his sharp gaze sweeping over him like a searchlight, as if trying to detect any signs of disarray or failure. After scrutinizing him for a while, he seemed to arrive at a conclusion, waving his large hand, his tone intentionally softening with an understanding air. Hey, it's all right, kid, don't force yourself. The difficulty of the Cleanse the Abyss mission is notoriously absurd. It was never intended for you fledgling newbies fresh out of the village. He attempted to make his expression appear more amiable and encouraging, though the effect was somewhat jarring on his rugged, imposing face. Failing is completely normal. Don't take it to heart. It's just a week's worth of experience and drop penalties. Grit your teeth and tighten your belt, and you'll get through it. Once you level up and gear up, you can return to settle the score with those abyssal wretches. His comforting speech had yet to reach its climax when Lin Tian's voice, tinged with a hint of lightheartedness, calmly interrupted him. Mentor Xiao? Lin Tian wore a faint yet confident smile on his face. Thank you for your concern. However, I have completed the mission. I have returned specifically to submit it to you. Oh, that's good to hear, very good indeed. Xiao Yan instinctively followed the conversation, continuing, but halfway through, he abruptly grasped the significance of Lin Tian's words, his voice suddenly rising by 8 degrees, like thunder striking the ground, causing dust from the ceiling to rain down. He leaned in closer, almost pressing his face against Lin Tian's, his bulging eyes filled with sheer astonishment and incredulity. Fixating on Lin Tian as if to ascertain whether he was joking. What did you just say? Completed? In just half a day, you cleared out the tide of abyssal creatures surging from the northern gap. Not a single one left. How is that possible? You didn't just get lost and never actually go to the Abyss Fortress, did you? That's a tide of creatures that would require the deployment of the regular patrol team from Falling Sunset City to suppress. While not the largest in history, it is certainly not to be underestimated. Even if I personally intervened, I would not have been able to clear it so thoroughly and swiftly in half a day. Lin Tian remained unfazed in the face of the spittle that nearly splattered onto his face, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, the cleanup is complete. The coordinates are accurate. It is indeed the Scorched Valley near the Abyssal Rift in the north. Perhaps fortune favored him, for the magical creatures encountered were rather concentrated. With Lin Tian's confirmation, the astonishment on Xiao Yan's face receded like a receding tide, swiftly transforming into an overwhelming awe and incredulous admiration. He abruptly raised his bear-like hand and patted Lin Tian's shoulder with great force, the immense strength causing Lin Tian to sway slightly. And the floor beneath them emitted a faint groan. What a remarkable lad. Truly impressive. You are extraordinarily formidable. His booming voice resonated throughout the room, his face flushed with excitement. I certainly did not misjudge you. You are a true prodigy, a natural-born battle mage. With such talent and strength, you are destined to become a renowned figure across the continent. Ha! Chapter 63, Learning a New Skill, Explosive Fireball. Xiaoyan laughed heartily. As per our agreement, the Holy Light Magic Ball now completely belongs to you. Immediately, a prompt sounded. Ding. Congratulations on completing the unique hidden quest, Cleanse the Abyss. Rewards, Reputation 3000. Experience points 150000. Free attribute points 30, skill points 30. With the prompt's conclusion, a golden light signifying an upgrade burst forth from Lin Tian, illuminating him with a radiant glow. Such a vast experience reward, coupled with the numerous abyssal creatures he had vanquished, propelled him to a higher level despite the immense experience required for his current upgrade. Containing his joy, Lin Tian unhesitatingly allocated all the newly acquired free attribute points into intelligence. Observing the nearly blinding upgrade glow emanating from Lin Tian, Xiao Yan's rugged face twitched with envy, culminating in a begrudging exclamation. Damn, your upgrade speed is truly incomprehensible. At that moment, Lin Tian took the initiative to inquire. Master Xiao, if I recall correctly, you previously mentioned that adventurers can learn new skills from you upon reaching certain levels. I am now at level 15. Can I learn a new spell? Oh, indeed. Xiao Yan, prompted by Lin Tian, recalled promptly, his surprise slightly subsiding as he donned a mentor's demeanor. At level 15, you can indeed learn a new spell from me. With a wave of his hand, a semi-transparent magical screen materialized before Lin Tian, displaying only one skill, Explosive Fireball. Would you like to pay 1 gold to learn the new skill, Explosive Fireball? Yes or no? For the majority of players at this stage, 1 gold might represent a sum that required considerable sacrifice, yet for Lin Tian, who had just eliminated a substantial number of abyssal monsters and amassed considerable wealth, it was a trivial amount. Yes, Lin Tian made his choice without hesitation. As his voice fell, 1 gold piece was automatically deducted from his inventory. Ding. Congratulations. You have learned the new skill, Explosive Fireball, LV0. Lin Tian immediately summoned the detailed attribute panel of this skill for review. Explosive Fireball, Level 0, Rank, D Mana Cost, 160 cooldown, 20 seconds effect. Hurl a concentrated fire energy explosive fireball at a designated area. Upon impact, it triggers an area explosion, dealing 220 fire-type damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius. Description: an advanced form of the basic spell Fireball. It forsakes single-point detonation to enhance area damage by compressing fiery energy, serving as a fundamental area attack method for mages against clustered foes. A D-rank skill, and an advancement of the Fireball spell, possessing a respectable base damage multiplier and a 5-meter radius, albeit with a lengthy cooldown. Lin Tian swiftly evaluated it in his mind. The cost was not exorbitant. As a supplementary area damage skill, it remained quite practical in the early stages. However, that was the case for others. For him, it held little significance. He planned to elevate its rank later to uncover any surprises. After learning the new skill, Lin Tian recalled something and inquired once more. Master Xiao, may I be so bold as to ask you another question? If I wish to purchase a permanent residence or even a small shop within the city of Luoxia, what conditions must I meet? Purchasing private property or a shop? Xiao Yan stroked his stubbly chin, pondering thoughtfully. This is not a simple matter. Firstly, and most critically, you need to possess sufficient reputation. Secondly, you must prepare a substantial sum of gold. That amount would indeed be astronomical for most individuals at this stage. He paused, scrutinizing Lin Tian closely before continuing. However, having independently completed such a significant task as cleansing the abyssal rift, the immense reputation you have garnered should undoubtedly exceed the minimum threshold required for purchasing property. The primary barrier for you now is the gold. As long as you have enough gold in your pockets, you can directly approach the Lord's mansion to request an audience with the Lord and submit your purchase application. The specifics of what you can acquire, its location, size, and price, will depend on your gold reserves and the Lord's disposition. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian felt a newfound sense of assurance. The reputation requirement had been effortlessly surpassed. Gold. He glanced at the panel showing current remaining points, 33,944. A smile graced his lips. Money should not pose a problem. Thank you, Master Xiao, for your invaluable guidance, Lin Tian said sincerely, bowing his hands in gratitude. Haha, a trivial matter. Xiao Yan chuckled boisterously, giving Lin Tian's shoulder another hearty pat. This time, Lin Tian braced himself in anticipation. Lin Tian then bid Xiao Yan a solemn farewell before turning to exit the room. Stepping out of the vocational hall and standing upon the high steps, Lin Tian squinted slightly, adjusting to the bright sunlight outside. He gazed at the towering buildings in the distance, the center of Luoxia City, the Lord's mansion. Taking a gentle breath, he adjusted the Abyss Walker cloak that seemed woven from the shadows of the abyss and molten lava, allowing it to hang naturally, its starfire marks flickering subtly in the sunlight. He then set forth, striding purposefully toward the Lord's mansion nearby. Lin Tian approached the Lord's mansion with a steady gait, looking up to behold the grand structure. Lord's mansion. 3 gilded characters hovered above the entrance, emanating a soft yet imposing golden glow. The edifice was majestic, its soaring dome shimmering dazzlingly under the sun, with 2 rows of armored guards standing sentinel at the entrance, their expressions solemn, eyes sharp, exuding an aura that brooked no infringement. As Lin Tian drew closer, a captain among the guards stepped forward. To Lin Tian's surprise, the guard did not interrogate him as strictly as those at the abyssal fortress, but instead, with a rather amiable tone, inquired, "Esteemed warrior, may I ask what brings you to the Lord's mansion?" Lin Tian noted the hint of respect in the guard's gaze, presumably a reflection of his reputation. He replied calmly, "I wish to purchase a property, be it a shop or a residence, primarily seeking a place to settle." Upon hearing this, the guard captain's demeanor grew even more respectful. "I see. At this moment, the lord of the city happens to be in his residence. Please wait a moment while I announce your arrival." With that, he turned and briskly walked into the city lord's mansion. Shortly thereafter, the captain of the guards returned, gesturing for Lin Tian to follow. "The city lord has graciously agreed to meet you. Please accompany me." Chapter 64, City Lord Huang Puyan. Lin Tian nodded slightly and followed the captain through the imposing entrance, stepping into the interior of the city lord's mansion. The grandeur of the interior mirrored the solemnity of the exterior, with lofty ceilings, a polished marble floor that gleamed like a mirror, and walls adorned with grand oil paintings depicting historical battles and legendary heroes. The air was imbued with a faint aroma of sandalwood and the scent of aged parchment. The guard led Lin Tian through several corridors until they arrived at a heavy redwood door. The door was ajar, and the guard lightly tapped twice before respectfully pushing it open. "City Lord, I present the adventurer Lin Tian." The room was a spacious study, its walls lined with towering bookshelves filled with various leather-bound tomes and scrolls. In the center of the room, behind a large ebony desk, sat a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue robe embroidered with golden patterns. He exuded an air of elegance tempered by authority, and he held a large quill, deftly inscribing characters on a sheet of rice paper. Upon hearing the announcement, he did not immediately look up. Instead, he calmly finished his final stroke, placed the quill down in the inkstone, and then raised his head, his gaze warm yet piercing as it fell upon Lin Tian. Lin Tian instinctively checked the information about the man before him. Huang Puyan. Title: City Lord of Luoxia City. Level: Other information. A faint smile of appreciation crossed Huang Puyun's face as he set aside the quill and regarded Lin Tian with evident admiration. You must be Lin Tian, correct? Xiaoyan has already informed me that you successfully completed the task of clearing the abyss. Truly, a hero emerges from youth. His voice was steady and powerful, carrying the calmness of one accustomed to authority. That fellow Xiaoyan rarely extols anyone so highly. He sang your praises to the heavens, and while I was initially skeptical, seeing you in person, it is evident that you possess an extraordinary demeanor and hidden prowess. No wonder you were able to achieve such a remarkable feat. Lin Tian, maintaining his composure, bowed respectfully. You honor me, city lord. I merely did what I could. Huang Puyun smiled gently. There is no need for modesty. The abyssal creatures in that region have troubled us for quite some time. Even dispatching regular troops for an extermination would take several days. Your ability to accomplish this task alone in such a brief period is indeed impressive. He stepped closer to Lin Tian, scrutinizing him thoughtfully. I am curious about the young talent capable of such a miracle. Having met you today, it is clear you are remarkable. Lin Tian remained humble. Your praise is excessive, city lord. Huang Puyun waved his hand, signaling Lin Tian to refrain from excessive modesty. Please, have a seat. I am curious as to what brings you here today. Is there something you require my assistance with? He seated himself in a chair beside the desk. Huang Puyun nodded, encouraging Lin Tian to continue. Lin Tian took his seat and stated his purpose directly. Thank you, city lord. I apologize for the intrusion, but I have a request. I hope to purchase a permanent property within Luoxia City, whether it be a shop or a residence, primarily seeking a stable foothold for future development in this city. Upon hearing this, Huang Puyun displayed no surprise, nodding in understanding. Ah, so you wish to invest in property. That is commendable. It indicates your sincere intention to take root in Luoxia City and contribute to its development. Such talented individuals are most welcome in our city. Huang Puyun smiled and instructed the guards outside. Please summon the official in charge of property transactions from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, bringing along the latest property listings and catalogs. The guards promptly complied. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in official robes and wearing gold-rimmed glasses entered briskly, holding a thick parchment scroll and respectfully greeting Huang Puyun. City lord, you summon me? Indeed, this is adventurer Lin Tian. He wishes to acquire property in the city. Please provide him with an overview of the available options, ensuring they are well located and spacious. Huang Puyun succinctly directed. Of course, my lord, the official replied efficiently, moving to the desk to carefully unfurl the large parchment. The scroll depicted a detailed map of Luoxia City, with various regions clearly marked in different colors and symbols indicating their functions, buildings, and the properties available for sale. Adjusting his glasses, the official began to elaborate. Lord Lin Tian, currently there are 12 premium vacant properties within the city that meet your criteria. 8 of them are shops, and 4 are residences. Please take a look. His finger pointed to several areas on the map that shimmered with a golden hue. These locations are all situated in prime areas, bustling with foot traffic and possessing high commercial value. In particular, these two. He emphasized 2 specific sites, indicating one adjacent to the central teleportation square, which experiences a tremendous daily influx of people, and the other close to the vocational hall, frequented by all who undergo class changes, ensuring a steady clientele with strong purchasing power. Next, he pointed to another marked area. As for residences, this property lies in the tranquil western district of the city. Though it lacks the vibrancy of the commercial hub, it offers a serene environment and stringent security, making it ideal for rest and private use. It is designed as a standalone 3-story building with a courtyard, providing ample space. Lin Tian's gaze swept the map as he quickly weighed his options. He extended his finger, tapping on the 3-story shop near the teleportation square, the 3-story shop adjacent to the vocational hall, and the 3-story residence in the western district. I will take these 3, Lin Tian declared without hesitation. The official's eyes widened slightly in surprise at Lin Tian's decisiveness and boldness. He swiftly calculated. Lord Lin Tian, the shop near the teleportation square is priced at 60,000 gold coins. The shop by the vocational hall, due to its prime location, is priced at 70,000 gold coins. And the residence in the western district is priced at 150,000 gold coins. The total for these 3 properties amounts to 1,450,000 gold coins. The room fell silent for a moment after this figure was announced. Both the official and the nearby guards instinctively turned to gauge Lin Tian's reaction. Huang Puyun then smiled and spoke. Lin Tian, you have rendered a great service to Luoxia City by eliminating the threats of the abyss. If you decide to proceed with the purchase, I can grant you a special discount of 10 for this transaction. A fitting smile of gratitude appeared on Lin Tian's face. Thank you for your generosity, City Lord. However, as his gaze flickered over his attribute panel displaying gold 528, a subtle smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. In a moment of quick thought, he activated his innate ability, Enhancement. Enhanced 20 gold coins. Ding. Will you consume 400 enhancement points to enhance gold by 20? Yes. Ding. Enhancement successful. You have acquired purple gold, 20. Chapter 65. Purchasing property in Luoxia City. Current remaining enhancement points, 33, 944 to 433, 544. Within his backpack, 20 ordinary gold coins shimmered and transformed into 20 pieces of purple gold, radiating a gentle violet glow. Purple gold, 20. Yet this was not the end. Lin Tian once more utilized the no-cost enhancement on purple gold. Ding. Will you use the no-cost enhancement to enhance purple gold by 20? Ding. Enhancement successful. You have acquired crystal coins, 20. Subsequently, the purple coins on the panel transformed into crystal coins, crystal coin, 20. This was Lin Tian's first occasion elevating his currency to such a level. Quietly, he extracted a crystal coin from his backpack, placing it in the palm of his hand for a meticulous examination. The coin was roughly the size of a thumbnail, exuding a warm, smooth texture, with an internal luminescence that shimmered, emanating a faint yet refreshing wave of energy. Crystal coin. Description: contains pure energy. Absorbing its energy can gradually enhance one's attributes, with diminishing effects based on the quantity absorbed. Was this not akin to the spirit stones of the cultivation world? Lin Tian was mildly astonished, having not anticipated that crystal coins possessed the ability to augment attributes. This unexpected discovery warranted a trial post-transaction. He raised his hand, displaying the ethereal crystal coin to Huang Puyun and the steward, his tone calm and unwavering. Lord City Master, may I settle the transaction using this currency? At the moment Lin Tian produced the crystal coin, a gleam of brilliance ignited in Huang Puyun's eyes, his face betraying an unprecedented astonishment. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze sharply fixed upon the crystal coin in Lin Tian's hand. After a full 2 seconds, he gradually reclined back into his chair, regarding Lin Tian with a meaningful look. Of course, crystal coins are permissible. I did not foresee that you possessed such a rare high-grade currency. According to the continent's standard regulations, 1 crystal coin can be exchanged for 100 purple coins or 10,000 gold coins. However, it is uncommon for anyone to exchange crystal coins for gold. Are you certain you wish to use it for payment? Certainly. Lin Tian nodded, his tone unwavering, then added, furthermore, I require the purchase of 2 stewards and 6 clerks to manage the 2 shops. Please calculate the total costs and deduct it from the payment. Huang Puyun turned to the steward, who had already been rendered speechless by the appearance of the crystal coin. Upon being addressed, he hastily returned to reality and calculated. Acquiring 2 experienced stewards and 6 skilled clerks will total approximately 1,000 gold coins. Due to the lifelong contract, the price is relatively higher. Hiring them would be considerably cheaper. Lin Tian expressed his agreement. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Puyun spoke. In that case, the total price for the 3 properties, after discounts, amounts to 130,500 gold coins, adding the hiring fee of 1,000 gold coins. The total is 131,500 gold coins. You may cover the entire expense with 14 crystal coins, leaving you with 8,500 gold coins. Would you prefer to exchange this remaining amount for gold coins or purple coins? All to be exchanged for purple coins, Lin Tian replied without hesitation. Gold coins had become less valuable to him. Purple coins could be effortlessly converted into crystal coins with a little enhancement. Very well. Huang Puyun nodded at the steward. The steward, suppressing his excitement, cautiously approached, meticulously collecting and counting the 14 crystal coins, then presenting Lin Tian with 85 shimmering purple coins. Lin Tian then produced the remaining 6 crystal coins. Can these 6 crystal coins also be exchanged for purple coins? Indeed, Huang Puyun continued to signal the steward. Lin Tian handed over the 6 remaining crystal coins, and the steward counted out 600 purple coins for him. Following the completion of the transaction, the steward solemnly presented 3 brass keys, each intricately engraved with the corresponding address runes. My lord Lin Tian, these are the keys to your 3 properties. The stewards and clerks you have hired will be arranged to report to their respective shops and residences by noon tomorrow. Thank you, Lin Tian replied. Taking the keys and feeling the cold touch of metal, a sense of certainty blossoming within him. The transaction complete, his purpose for this visit achieved. Lin Tian rose and once again bowed to Huang Puyun. Thank you for facilitating this, Lord City Master. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. A gentle smile adorned Huang Puyun's face as he stood. Go ahead, young man. Luoxiao City welcomes a formidable presence like yours to settle here. I hope you can achieve even greater glories on this land. Should you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek me again. Rest assured, I shall heed your words. Lord City Master. Lin Tian clasped his hands once more, then turned to leave the study under the guidance of the guards. Upon exiting the City Master's residence, the afternoon sun shone splendidly, casting a warm golden hue upon the grand architecture of Luoxiao City. Standing atop the high steps, Lin Tian inhaled deeply, savoring the liberating air. Without a moment's pause, he oriented himself and set forth, a tinge of eagerness propelling him westward, towards the secluded residence that had just become his own. His steps were steady and brisk, his mind already devising a plan for the forthcoming endeavors. To enhance the new skill, Explosive Fireball. Test the attribute absorption effects of the crystal coin, and thoroughly relished this first personal space that belonged entirely to him in the world of competition. Of course, the dilapidated little hut in the novice village hardly counted. Lin Tian's pace quickened as he traversed the streets of the western district of Luoxia City, the surroundings growing increasingly tranquil as he ventured deeper. In stark contrast to the bustling thoroughfare of the city, this area was characterized by high walls and deep courtyards, shaded by verdant trees, exuding an air of understated luxury and serenity. His destination lay at the end of this street. A tall gray brick wall enclosed a substantial area, with two heavy black lacquered wooden doors, intricately engraved with cloud motifs, standing firmly shut. Before the doors, two stone lions stood solemnly, and above the lintel, a piece of ebony would awaited its master to bestow upon it a name. This was to be his first home in this world. Lin Tian retrieved the corresponding brass key, feeling the ancient runes resonate with the lock in a subtle energy communion. He inserted the key and gently turned it. With a soft click, the lock released. He pushed open the heavy door, revealing a scene of expansive clarity. The first sight was a spacious courtyard. The ground paved with clean, flat stones, adorned with a few unidentifiable lush plants in the corners, along with a petite artificial hill and a small pond. Its waters crystal clear, with koi swimming leisurely. Behind the courtyard stood an imposing traditional mansion, with white walls and black tiles, its eaves soaring elegantly, comprising 3 levels, adorned with intricate carvings, steeped in an ancient charm. He closed the heavy door behind him, effectively isolating himself from the external clamor, and strolled into the mansion. Chapter 66, The New Residence. The interior indeed mirrored the steward's description. All furnishings were present and of exceptional quality. The first floor featured an expansive hall, furnished entirely with mahogany, where tables and chairs were arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, complemented by screens, porcelain, incense burners, and other decorations perfectly placed, filling the air with a delicate scent of wood. There was a study, a tea room, and a dining area capable of accommodating a dozen guests, even a well-equipped kitchen. Roughly estimating, this single floor likely spanned no less than 500 or 600 square feet. Ascending the staircase, also crafted from mahogany, to the second floor, he found the sleeping quarters. The master bedroom was spacious and bright, featuring a private terrace, and opening the window revealed views of the courtyard. The other guest rooms were likewise arranged with remarkable comfort. The third floor offered even more privacy and tranquility, containing an airy meditation room and a vast terrace with an excellent vantage point to gaze upon the silhouettes of certain areas of Luoxia City. Lin Tian meticulously inspected each level, his satisfaction soaring to new heights. This was no mere ready-to-move-in situation. He had essentially embarked on a luxurious lifestyle in this alternate world. In stark contrast to the dilapidated wooden hut that merely shielded him from the elements, this was nothing short of paradise. At last, he returned to the spacious hall on the first floor, settling into a grand armchair. Leaning back against the chair with a sense of relaxation, he exhaled deeply. The possession of a private space entirely his own brought about a rare sense of fulfillment, one that transcended mere enhancement of strength. After a brief respite, a thought crossed his mind. The space beside him shimmered with subtle ripples, reminiscent of water gently undulating, and a graceful figure materialized quietly. Celia remained adorned in her form-fitting, exquisite attire, which accentuated her alluring silhouette exquisitely. Her pale violet eyes initially reflected a momentary confusion at the change in surroundings, but quickly sharpened their focus on Lin Tian. As she slightly bowed, her voice soft and melodious, "Master." Lin Tian gestured toward an adjacent chair. "Please, sit. I have a few matters to discuss with you shortly." "Certainly." Celia responded obediently, moving to the nearby pearwood chair and sitting down gently. She appeared somewhat shy, lowering her head slightly, her gaze instinctively drawn to her own toes. Of course, this perspective was inevitably obstructed by the generous curvature of her bosom. Lin Tian observed her demure, yet naturally enticing demeanor, momentarily taken aback, his heart skipping a beat. He quickly steadied himself, forcibly diverting his gaze. To dispel the moment's intoxicating atmosphere, Lin Tian resolved to attend to business first. He delved into his backpack with intention, retrieving a coin he had previously exchanged, radiating a purple luminescence. A purple gold coin. Enhance this purple gold coin. He commanded his innate talent. Ding. Would you like to consume 20 enhancement points to upgrade the purple gold coin? Yes. The coin in his hand shimmered briefly as its form transformed, its energy coalescing into a purer, more subdued version, now a crystal coin. Current remaining enhancement points, 33,564 to 23,3544. Yet, he did not cease. Gazing at the newly formed crystal coin, his curiosity was piqued. What lay in store atop this coin? Enhance the crystal coin again. Ding. Would you like to consume 100 enhancement points to upgrade the crystal coin? Proceed. Lin Tian did not hesitate. He could afford this expenditure of enhancement points. Ding. Enhancement successful. Current remaining enhancement points, 33,544 to 103,3444. The crystal coin in his grasp underwent another metamorphosis. Its initially warm sheen deepened into a profound hue, transforming into a perfectly faceted diamond-shaped crystal, radiating a rich violet tone, within which wisps of violet energy seemed to flow languidly, exuding not only purity but also an ineffable, penetrating mystique. Soul Crystal Coin. Description: contains pure energy and soul power. Absorbing its energy can gradually enhance one's attributes and increase soul strength, with diminishing returns based on the quantity absorbed. Soul Crystal Coin. Soul power. Increase soul strength. Lin Tian furrowed his brow slightly. The attributes panel did not include soul as an attribute. What purpose did this soul strength serve? He momentarily suppressed the urge to experiment with absorption. Clutching the precious soul crystal coin in his hand, he raised his gaze toward the quietly seated Celia. At that moment, Celia maintained her demure posture, her hands neatly folded in her lap, exuding an aura of submissive grace. Lin Tian cleared his throat, extending the soul crystal coin toward her, inquiring, "Celia, are you familiar with this? It's called a soul crystal coin." Upon hearing his voice, Celia lifted her head. When her gaze met the deep purple crystal in Lin Tian's hand, her pale violet eyes instantly sparkled with surprise. "The soul crystal coin," she exclaimed instinctively. "Master, how did you come to possess this?" After a brief pause to gather her thoughts, she eagerly explained, "The soul crystal coin is an extraordinarily high-grade energy currency, imbued with remarkably pure energy and soul power. Typically, one must employ special methods to safely absorb the energy within. Once absorbed, it can gradually enhance one's basic physical attributes and, more importantly, nourish and strengthen the soul. The next tier down is the crystal coin, which has similar effects but lacks the purity and potency of the soul crystal coin and does not contain any soul power." As she spoke, Celia's gaze became fixated on the soul crystal coin, her eyes revealing a glimmer of desire as she added, "By the way, the soul crystal coin might help me break the seal on me." Lin Tian raised an eyebrow at her words, taken aback. "Oh, the soul crystal coin has such capabilities? It can break your seal?" "Indeed, master." Celia nodded vigorously, explaining, "The seal on me is caused by the curse of the fallen god, which primarily affects the soul level, restricting my power and memories. The soul power contained within the soul crystal coin is of a high caliber and should be effective in counteracting the curse's power. Although I am uncertain how much is required, I sense it will be beneficial." Seeing the glimmer of hope in Celia's eyes, Lin Tian hardly hesitated, extending the soul crystal coin further toward her. "Take it and see if it has any effect." Celia froze momentarily. Disbelief etched on her face as she looked at Lin Tian. Even the crystal coin was an exceedingly rare and precious item in the material realm, sought after by countless powerful beings. Yet, the soul crystal coin was a legendary artifact, its value immeasurable. She merely mentioned it might be useful. And Lin Tian was so readily willing to part with such a precious item? A whirlwind of complex emotions surged within Celia: shock, gratitude, and an indescribable warmth. She stared at Lin Tian, momentarily forgetting to act. "What are you waiting for? Try it," Lin Tian urged lightly, as if he were offering her a mere copper coin. Celia inhaled deeply, suppressing her fluttering heart, and cautiously extended her long, delicate hand, solemnly accepting the soul crystal coin from Lin Tian's palm. The tips of their fingers inevitably brushed against one another, sending a cool sensation coursing through her. She held the soul crystal coin tightly in her palm, as if cradling an invaluable treasure, and raised her gaze, her eyes shimmering with emotion as she said, "Thank you, master." Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively. "No need to thank me yet. We don't even know if it will work. You should try it right away." "Yes." Celia nodded firmly, no longer hesitating. Following his instructions, she straightened her posture, gently pressing the deep soul crystal coin against her smooth forehead, slowly closing her eyes. Soon, a faint shadowy energy began to emanate from her, merging with the deep violet light radiating from the soul crystal coin. The coin seemed to activate, its internal swirling purple energy gradually being drawn forth, transforming into delicate and tangible streams of violet light that flowed into Celia's forehead as if alive. The pace of the energy influx quickened, causing Celia's body to tremble slightly, beads of sweat beginning to form on her flawless brow, suggesting the process was not without its challenges. An increasing amount of purple energy was extracted from the soul crystal coin, soon enveloping her entirely in a rich, cocoon-like purple glow. Lin Tian held his breath, sitting quietly beside her, waiting. He could distinctly sense the energy fluctuations in the surrounding space intensifying, the power contained within the purple cocoon stirring a thrilling anticipation within him. As time gradually slipped away, approximately an hour later, the violet cocoon enveloping Celia began to fade, with the energy fluctuations calming down. Ultimately, all the purple light converged back into Celia's body, akin to rivers returning to the sea. Celia's long eyelashes fluttered momentarily before she slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, her pale violet irises appeared even brighter and deeper, as though they contained the entirety of the starry sky. An uncontrollable, radiant smile blossomed on her face, filled with excitement as she turned to Lin Tian, her voice brimming with astonishment. "Master, it worked. It truly worked." The soul power contained within the soul crystal coin can indeed erode the power of the demon god's curse nail. Although it's just a minuscule fraction. I can distinctly feel that the seal has loosened slightly. As she spoke, her excitement evident. She removed the soul crystal coin from her forehead, which had now dulled and even developed fine cracks on its surface. At this moment, the soul crystal coin had completely expended its energy. Lin Tian shared in her joy, responding with a smile. That's wonderful. It seems this path is indeed viable. Can you estimate how many soul crystal coins would be required to completely lift the seal on you? Upon hearing this question, the excitement on Celia's face diminished somewhat. She cast a shy glance at Lin Tian, hesitated for a moment, and then softly replied, perhaps around 100. 100. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Lin Tian couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He quickly calculated in his mind. One soul crystal coin equates to 100 crystal coins, which is 10,000 purple gold coins, amounting to 1,000,000 gold coins. 100 soul crystal coins would therefore amount to a staggering 100 million gold coins. 100 million gold coins. What does that even mean? Selling this house along with those 2 golden shops would barely scratch the surface. Just what level of ceiling is this demon god's curse nail, that the cost to lift it is so terrifying? Noticing the shock that was hard to conceal on Lin Tian's face, Celia's expression dimmed instantly, and she hastily waved her hands, saying, Master, it's all right. I understand this is far too much, and it's simply impossible. You needn't worry about me. I currently possess an S-level talent and can already assist you greatly. That is truly sufficient. Her voice dwindled, tinged with evident disappointment, yet she endeavored to appear understanding. Lin Tian, observing Celia's forced smile, quickly regained his composure after the initial shock. 100 million gold coins? For others, this might be an astronomical figure, a wealth unattainable in a lifetime. But who was he? He was Lin Tian, the Lin Tian endowed with the enhancement talent. To him, gold was merely another manifestation of increased numerical values. It was simply a matter of slaying more monsters and accumulating enhancement points. With this thought, a surge of confidence welled up within Lin Tian. He looked at Celia, his gaze resolute and self-assured once more, a slight, relaxed smile gracing his lips. 100 coins it is. Don't worry, leave it to me. It's merely a matter of time. Celia abruptly raised her head, gazing at Lin Tian in disbelief. 100 soul crystal coins, merely a matter of time? Could it be that, master? Lin Tian did not continue to elaborate, merely offering her a reassuring glance. Some matters were best kept to oneself. He shifted the topic. All right, I'll handle the seal. Now that you've absorbed the soul crystal coin, how do you feel? Any discomfort? Seeing Lin Tian's apparent confidence, though still feeling incredulous, a great sense of surprise and hope reignited within Celia. She carefully assessed her physical condition and replied, I feel no discomfort at all. In fact, it feels wonderful. The sensation of my soul being nourished is quite warm. And my perception of shadow energy is even sharper. That's good to hear. Lin Tian nodded, concluding that the soul crystal coin was indeed a remarkable item. Not only could it lift the seal on Celia, but it could also aid in her training. After this brief interlude with the soul crystal coin, Lin Tian redirected his focus back to enhancing his own skills. He glanced at his current skill points, which numbered over 100. Ample enough to elevate the newly acquired D-tier skill, Explosive Fireball, by several levels. Lin Tian's philosophy regarding skill upgrades was clear. Use skill points whenever available. Prioritize skill level enhancement for immediate combat power. As for tiers, with my enhancement talent, I can elevate them to terrifying heights at any moment. It would be truly foolish to withhold skill upgrades in pursuit of so-called perfection, thereby compromising my current combat strength. Skill upgrade stones will eventually be available, and lower tier ones are even easier to obtain. With determination, he thought, upgrade, Explosive Fireball. A series of system notifications chimed in succession, and his skill points correspondingly diminished. The level of Explosive Fireball surged from level 0 to level 6. Next came the main event, enhancing its tier. Enhance Explosive Fireball tier. Ding. Consumed 20 enhancement points. Elevating Explosive Fireball tier from D to C. Ding. Consumed 50 enhancement points. Elevating Explosive Fireball tier from C to B. Ding. Consumed 100 enhancement points. Elevating Explosive Fireball tier from B to A. Ding. Consumed 1,000 enhancement points. Elevating Explosive Fireball tier from A to S. Current remaining enhancement points, 33. 444 to 1, 170 to 32, 274. After a series of notifications, Lin Tian eagerly checked the revitalized S-tier, Explosive Fireball. Explosive Fireball, level 6. Tier S. Mana cost, 1200. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Effect. Hurl a fireball composed of the most concentrated fiery energy into the designated area, which explodes upon impact, inflicting 1,200 magical attack power and fire damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius of the explosion. Flame Mark, upon detonation. It applies a lingering flame mark for 8 seconds to all enemies hit within a 20-meter range. Targets marked by the flame will receive an additional 30 damage from all fire spells, with the marking effect stackable up to 1 layer, refreshing the duration of the old mark with each new one. Gasp. After reviewing the attributes, Lin Tian couldn't help but inhale sharply. A terrifying base damage coefficient of 1200, and it also included a significant 30 fire vulnerability effect. The power of this spell completely eclipsed that of Fireball and Fire Rain. Truly, a spell that starts at D tier, when elevated to S tier, undergoes a qualitative leap in power. Lin Tian could already envision a massive explosive fireball crashing into a horde of monsters, instantly clearing a vast area before him. Having completed the upgrade of Explosive Fireball, Lin Tian contentedly closed the skill panel and turned his gaze towards Celia, who sat quietly beside him. She had slightly lowered her head, her thick eyelashes casting a small shadow on her eyelids, her hands neatly resting on her knees. The obedient yet somewhat distant demeanor, combined with the faint allure she exuded, created a peculiar contradiction. The questions that had been building within Lin Tian resurfaced. He cleared his throat and asked, "Celia, master?" Celia raised her head at the sound of his voice, her pale violet eyes meeting his with curiosity. "There are certain matters I have always wished to inquire about you. What was your true identity while you were in the abyss? And why have you become like this, with both your talents and level sealed? Furthermore, not long ago, the abyssal fortress was besieged by a large-scale assault from high-tier abyssal creatures. Does this incident bear any relation to you?" He posed several questions in quick succession, each one a lingering enigma that had hovered in his mind for quite some time. Celia appeared taken aback by Lin Tian's sudden inquiries, momentarily stunned, before a hint of bitterness crept onto her face. Her voice, soft and gentle, carried a note of helplessness. "Master, with so many questions at once, where shall I begin to respond?" Observing her somewhat flustered demeanor, Lin Tian softened his tone. "Let us start with how you came to be in your current state." "Very well." Celia took a gentle breath and nodded. However, scarcely had she acquiesced when her eyes began to redden at a visible pace, crystalline tears rapidly gathering. As if she had touched upon the most painful recesses of her heart, she endeavored to maintain her composure. Yet her slightly trembling lips and the sorrowful aura that enveloped her rendered her even more pitiable. She fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly striving to quell her emotions or perhaps sorting through distant memories. At last, she slowly began to speak, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible choke. Embarking on her tale, "My father was the lord of the abyssal city of dark erosion." The moment she uttered those words, Lin Tian's gaze sharpened. In the depths of the abyss, every lord of a city acknowledged by the will of the abyss is granted an opportunity every millennium to receive a feedback of abyssal energy. Celia continued, her voice drifting as if ensnared in a distant reminiscence, recounting the exceedingly pure and vast primordial abyssal energy, which, once successfully absorbed, could significantly elevate one's power and secure their standing. Yet, as she approached the narrative of that fateful millennium, her tone suddenly darkened, laden with deep-seated hatred and anguish. "My father's brother, whom he regarded as kin, my most trusted uncle, Kale, betrayed us. He acquired the insidious and malevolent demonic curse nail from an unknown source." Celia's hands instinctively clenched her garments, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. "In my father's most vulnerable moment, he launched a surprise attack. That cursed nail was terrifying," she shuddered, as if reliving the despair of that day. "It not only gravely wounded my father's soul source, but the unleashed curse also affected me, who was nearby. My father, in a bid to protect me, bore the backlash of the curse and Kale's assault with all his remaining strength, sending me out of Dark Erosion City. In the process, I became tainted by a portion of the curse's power, my core talents and level sealed, causing my strength to plummet. At last, the tears could no longer be held back, cascading down her smooth cheeks like a string of pearls. She lifted her tear-filled gaze to Lin Tian, her eyes reflecting unfathomable sorrow and hatred. "And my father, he sacrificed himself to allow my escape." The subsequent words were choked in her throat, leaving her unable to continue. Lin Tian listened in silence, acutely aware of the heart-wrenching pain she conveyed. He did not urge her, merely waiting in quietude. Celia took several deep breaths, managing to suppress the tumult of emotions, her voice thick with nasality as she continued. "In his final moments, my father placed an item upon me, the abyssal blood core, a treasure that only the Lord of Dark Erosion City can truly wield." As she spoke, she extended her hand, a flicker of ethereal light illuminating her palm, revealing a diamond-shaped crystal, roughly the size of a fist, resplendent in dark crimson hues. Its surface was intricately woven with a web of dark patterns, while within, a rich, impenetrable violet energy swirled as if alive, emanating a pure, yet subtly oppressive wave of energy. She presented this artifact to Lin Tian. As he accepted it, he was surprised to find it warm to the touch, rather than the chilling cold he had anticipated. He focused on its attributes: abyssal blood core, rank, S effect, filters out the uncontrollable violent elements within abyssal energy, preventing the holder from suffering backlash during absorption, once activated. It resonates with the holder's energy circuits, enhancing the efficiency of abyssal energy absorption. Description: a diamond-shaped crystal of dark crimson hue, adorned with a web-like dark pattern, containing writhing black and purple energy currents reminiscent of living beings. This is the purified abyssal energy bound by the will of the abyss. Chapter 69. The Mystery of Celia's Heritage, Part 2. Kill that traitor. Celia's voice regained clarity, infused with hatred. He killed my father. Although he successfully seized the Lord's token of Dark Erosion City and forcibly appropriated the Millennium energy feedback that rightfully belonged to my father, he does not possess the Abyssal Blood Core. This core is the key to safely absorbing abyssal feedback and genuinely controlling Dark Erosion City. Without the core's moderation and protection, he wields immense power but cannot dare to use it lightly. He must constantly divert his attention to suppress the uncontrollable violent energy of the abyssal feedback to avoid backlash or even assimilation. He is reduced to a miser, slowly and cautiously consuming that power. Thus, he cannot afford to leave Dark Erosion City for long, let alone venture into the abyss to pursue me. But he will not let me escape. Celia's gaze dimmed momentarily. He has dispatched his elite team to hunt me down. I relied on some mind slaves I had previously controlled to fend off and escape. Her voice carried a profound weariness, reflecting a long and desperate flight. Many loyal subordinates and mind slaves have perished to shield me. Another tear cascaded down her cheek. In the end, I was cornered near a junction between the abyss and the main realm. By that time, my level had already plummeted to level 20. The ceiling power was too strong. I knew it was my last chance. She seemed to have made a momentous decision. I commanded all remaining high-tier mind slaves to charge towards the entrance at all costs, creating a path for me. It was a suicidal charge. The elite pursuit team sent by Kale that was thoroughly provoked, engaging in a fierce battle, while I seized the chaos to dash towards the light of the entrance. She paused, her voice lowering. Later, I learned that the high-tier human expert stationed on the other side of the entrance was alerted by the sudden eruption of energy, mixed with the energy of numerous high-tier abyssal creatures, and acted decisively. The violent energy shockwave engulfed everything. All my high-tier mind slaves, along with those elite forces sent by Kaeldats, perished amidst that chaotic energy storm and the onslaught of the human expert. And I. Celia allowed a bittersweet yet relieved expression to surface. Perhaps due to my drastically diminished level, my energy fluctuation was too weak, causing me to escape the immediate attention of those formidable human experts, or perhaps I was not deemed a primary threat. Thus, I miraculously passed through the entrance, escaping into the main realm. Then, I encountered you, Master. With her narrative drawing to a close, Celia lifted her tear-streaked eyes to Lin Tian, her long eyelashes adorned with delicate droplets, adding to her air of sorrow and fragility. That is the entirety of the events. Lin Tian remained silent, his fingers unconsciously tapping gently against the armrest of the armchair. Celia's account was rich in detail, elucidating not only her own tribulations, but also indirectly shedding light on the reasons behind the recent assault on the abyssal fortress in the northern region of Falling Sunset City. Likely a chain reaction triggered by the chaos at the entrance during Celia's escape. He gazed at the abyssal blood core in his hand, slowly rotating and pulsating with energy, then turned his attention to the tear-stained, pitiful figure of Celia before him. As myriad thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Tian absorbed the vast amount of information articulated by Celia, the tumultuous power struggles, betrayals, and flights within the abyss, each aspect far exceeding his prior imaginings. After a moment of contemplation, he posed another pivotal question. Celia, how well do you understand the game of the multiverse conflict? Upon hearing this inquiry, Celia momentarily halted her actions of wiping away tears from her eyes. She gathered her thoughts and replied, Master, I possess some knowledge regarding the multiverse conflict, though it is not exhaustive. From what I gather, this game emerged eons ago, and the reasons for its inception remain shrouded in mystery. It appears to be governed by a form of supreme rule or existence beyond our comprehension, periodically selecting one or multiple worlds to wholly integrate their denizens into this vast system. The chosen worlds see their beings randomly dispersed into numerous fundamental trial arenas, akin to the novice continent 9527 where you currently reside, which you refer to as the novice continent and novice villages. This process resembles a brutal selection and competition sweeping through countless worlds, aimed at identifying individuals of exceptional potential and talent among billions. Her tone conveyed a serene acknowledgement of a natural law, yet it was tinged with an awareness of its inherent cruelty. The abyss, as a unique and expansive conglomerate of planes, is inherently linked through both stable and transient channels to many such novice continents and even higher realms. Thus, from the abyss's vantage point, one can observe the fates of numerous worlds and beings ensnared by the multiverse conflict. However, Celia gently shook her head, genuine confusion and reverence reflected in her lavender-hued eyes. As for the rationale behind the multiverse conflict and its ultimate objective, whether it is merely to select the strong or part of some grander, unfathomable scheme, perhaps entwined with the machinations of differing supreme rules, that is beyond the ken of one such as I, a former daughter of an abyssal lord. Such inquiries may touch upon the most fundamental mysteries of this world. She gazed at Lin Tian earnestly, asserting, "What I know is approximately this. It is a colossal storm affecting the multiverse, and every individual caught within it can only struggle valiantly against the tempest, seeking the opportunities to grow stronger and survive." Upon hearing her words, Lin Tian nodded slowly, falling into deep contemplation. Celia's insights confirmed the grand backdrop of this game, while also revealing its brutal essence of selection. Although the core objective remains enigmatic, it at least afforded him a broader understanding of his environment. He recognized that whether for his own sake or to contend with the potential troubles introduced by Celia, such as the possible repercussions from that traitorous uncle or the formidable beings he might face from other worlds in the future, rapid enhancement of his capabilities was his sole recourse. Fortunately, he possessed the enhancement talent, a gift against the odds. The thought of the exorbitant cost of 100 soul crystals required to lift the ceiling did not plunge Lin Tian into despair. Rather, it ignited within him a fierce desire for challenge. Repeating 100 soul crystals softly to himself, a confident smile danced upon his lips. Clearly, he needed to work even harder to amass wealth. Chapter 70. The Arrival of Players. As Lin Tian settled into his new home in Luoxia City and sought to bolster his strength, the top players from other novice villages on the novice continent 9527 engaged in the final fierce battles to repair the teleportation array, heading towards the level 3 main city. In the depths of the surrounding mountains of Novice Village 007, a thunderous roar of a tiger rent the air, filled with boundless fury and savagery. A colossal tiger, its size comparable to that of a giant elephant, and its pure white fur marred by spattered blood, rampaged, wildly swinging its claws. Each strike accompanied by a piercing sound of the air being torn apart. Flame arrow. With a commanding shout, an energy arrow, infused with blazing flames, soared through the air, striking the white tiger squarely between the eyes and erupting into a dazzling explosion of sparks. 587. A damage number, not excessively high but remarkably stable, floated into view. The one who unleashed this attack was Li Yin, positioned in a relatively safe spot for dealing damage. His brow furrowed as the red glow of his staff flickered once more. Roar. The white tiger boss, feeling the sting of pain, let out an even more furious roar, its massive claws descending with tremendous force. Hold firm, hold firm, Li Yin shouted urgently. In the front line, 3 warriors, brandishing heavy wooden shields, gritted their teeth and pressed their shields tightly against their bodies. Bang, crack. The dull thud of impact coincided with the sickening sound of splintering bones. The wooden shield shattered, and the overwhelming force was transmitted unreservedly to the 3 warriors. 2,341, 2,287, 2,410. 3 terrifying numbers immediately appeared, far exceeding their health limits. 3 beams of white light shone simultaneously as the warriors, unable to even scream, were instantaneously sent back to the village, losing a level. Damn it! Li Yin cursed under his breath, his expression grim. Other shield warriors, quickly fill in. Don't let it breach the back line. We can't hold. A recently reinforced warrior exclaimed, his voice tinged with fear as cracks spread across his shield. We must endure. Its health is low. Just a little more. Li Yan's voice bore an undeniable resolve. All ranged, unleash your full output. Do not concern yourselves with mana consumption. Those who fall, revive and return immediately. Brother Yen, they've already averaged down by 2 levels. Some have even lost their equipment. It won't do much good to return. A nearby mage interjected, exhaustion and sympathy etched across his face. The toll of this boss battle was immense. Useless. If you can't withstand this minor loss, how can we discuss the future? Li Yin muttered under his breath, his gaze sharp as he continued his assault, casting another fireball at the white tiger. 1,215. His damage was markedly higher than that of other players, thanks to the terrifying bonuses from his SSS grade talent, Elemental Sovereign. Watching the boss's health bar gradually decline, alongside the dwindling numbers of his allies, a profound question arose in Li Yan's mind. How did that first individual, Lin Tian, manage to repair the teleportation array? Did he enlist the aid of thousands from the entire novice village to overwhelm the boss? He could hardly fathom that Lin Tian had single-handedly taken down the boss using his reversal talent. The battle was fiercely brutal. Players continuously transformed into beams of white light, only to re-emerge from resurrection points, gritting their teeth and rejoining the fray. Each individual was driven by a fierce determination, acutely aware that this was the pivotal moment. Finally, as the assailants dwindled to a mere 30 or so, all severely wounded, the white tiger boss emitted a sorrowful wail of resignation, its massive form crashing to the ground, releasing a breathtaking burst of light. We did it. The survivors cheered, their voices filled with relief, nearly exhausted. Li Yin let out a long sigh of relief and stepped forward, ignoring the copper coins and a few pieces of equipment scattered about. His gaze fixated on the quest item, damaged teleportation array core. He picked up the core, holding it tightly in his hand, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. The second to repair the teleportation array shall surely be me, Li Yin. In Novice Village 10043, amidst another expanse of forest, The battle style was starkly different from that of Village 007. There were no dense crowds, no cacophony of shouts, only a shadowy figure, akin to a specter, darting nimbly around the massive white tiger boss, weaving and maneuvering with remarkable agility. Her movements were both graceful and precise, each shift deftly evading the boss's formidable strikes and claw swipes. The twin daggers in her hands struck like the fangs of a venomous serpent, always emerging from the most cunning angles, leaving shallow wounds upon the boss's hide. 287, 301, 264. Though the damage numbers were modest, they were remarkably consistent, and the frequency of her attacks was impressively swift. This agile figure was none other than Yi Yao. Sister Yao, watch your left. Not far away, Shenyi, who was coordinating and providing support, suddenly called out urgently. The white tiger boss appeared utterly incensed by this nimble flee before it, its massive tail sweeping to the left like a steel whip, with little warning and an expansive reach. Almost simultaneously with Shun Yi's warning, Yi Yao's eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, she unleashed her skill, Shadow Strike. In an instant, her figure blurred, becoming a fleeting shadow, narrowly avoiding the lethal tail swipe. The next moment, she seemed to teleport, reappearing above the broad back of the white tiger boss. Backstab. Her dagger, infused with an eerie glow, plunged down with lethal precision. 1,589. Weak point attack bonus. An astonishing yellow damage number erupted forth. Having landed her strike, Yi Yao did not linger. She lightly tapped her toes on the tiger's back, her body floating backward as if weightless, quickly creating distance between them. The entire motion flowed like water, imbued with grace and efficiency. Sister Yao, are you all right? Shun Yi hurried over, raising her hand to cast a milky, healing light upon Yi Yao, restoring the health she had just lost. I'm fine. Yi Yao gently shook her head, her breath slightly hurried, beads of sweat forming on her brow. The intense focus and intricate maneuvers were taxing her mentally. The boss's health is running low. Let us encourage the sisters to give their all, manage the aggro well, and watch out for area skills. Understood. Shun Yi nodded firmly, swiftly turning to direct the other team members. Mages, cast Ice Spike to slow it down. Archers, aim for the eyes to disrupt it. Watch for the boss's wind-up. It's about to roar, spread out. Under Yi Yao's agile diversion and Shun Yi's effective command, the remaining dozen female players coordinated seamlessly. Though their output efficiency paled in comparison to that of a large-scale team battle, their casualties remained minimal. After more than 20 minutes of relentless struggle, the white tiger boss's health finally dwindled to nothing, emitting a mournful cry of defeat as it collapsed heavily to the ground, equipment and coins scattered about. Sister Yao, the boss is down. Shun Yi joyfully ran to Yi Yao, excitedly shaking her arm, her face alight with exhilaration. Yi Yao finally revealed a relieved smile, exhaling a deep breath. Indeed, we have finally slain it. She gazed at the softly glowing core of the teleportation array on the ground, her eyes filled with anticipation for their journey to the main city. Chapter 71, Arrival of Players 2. Newbie Village 888. The atmosphere here was notably different. Haha. You big kitty, your strength is considerable, but it's going to be 100 years before you can break through Brother Shan's defenses. A boisterous and rugged voice echoed through the woods. A towering, muscular warrior was seen wielding a gigantic bone shield, nearly half his height, steadfastly absorbing each blow from the white tiger boss. Bang, bang, bang. 345, 387, 331. The heavy sounds of impact were incessant, yet the damage numbers floating above the warrior's head seemed trivial compared to his robust health bar. He even had the leisure to call out to his teammates behind him. This was Chun Shan, a freak of nature with the SSS level talent, Unyielding Barrier, who had taken defense to its utmost limits. Brothers, unleash your output. I'll take the hits. Chun Shan bellowed, his tone casual, as if he were merely playing with a kitten rather than facing a ferocious boss. Behind him, the mage's fireballs, archers' arrows, and priests' holy bolts rained down upon the white tiger boss. While their individual damage was far less explosive than that of Li Yan, their sheer numbers and safety were their strengths. Brother Shan is magnificent. Incredible, Brother Shan. You can take this. His teammates praised him, pushing their output even harder. However, a boss is still a boss. The white tiger seemed thoroughly enraged by this immovable fortress before it. A fierce glint flashed in its eyes, and its next strike suddenly intensified, bloodlight flickering upon its claws. Bang! 1,257. A damage number far exceeding the previous ones erupted above Chun Shan's head. The immense force destabilized him, sending him flying backward as if struck by a catapult, crashing into the thicket nearby. Brother Shan. A young mage named Situ Zhan gasped in shock, quickly calling out to Chun Shan. Damn it, this tiger packs quite a punch. Chun Shan cursed as he crawled out of the thicket, spitting out grass and dirt, having lost a bit of health, yet still in good shape. He dusted himself off. I'm fine, just a scratch. Seeing that Chun Shan was unharmed, Situ Zhan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Priest team, quickly heal Brother Shan to full. Situ Zhan promptly regained his composure and directed, everyone stay calm. Keep the damage coming. Warrior team, get ready. No need to prepare. He noticed Chen Shan roaring and charging back into the fray. Little tiger, come at me, Grandpa Shan. Chen Shan shouted, once again firmly bracing his shield, precisely drawing the boss's aggro. Under the protection of Chen Shan, an insurmountable barrier, the team's output environment was superb. After a battle that was neither too long nor too short, the white tiger boss let out a resigned howl and collapsed before Chen Shan's shield. Haha, done. Chen Shan stowed his shield, hands on his hips, looking at the spoils on the ground, grinning broadly. This boss was quite fierce. But compared to the one who took down the first boss, I still admire that guy. I wonder who that formidable person was. He stepped forward, bent down to pick up the teleportation array core, weighed it in his hands, then waved to his teammates behind him, his voice booming. Let us go, brothers. Hurry and level up to 10. We'll gather in the main city. Then we can drink and eat to our heart's content. With that, he hefted his massive bone shield and strode confidently toward the newbie village. Behind him, the team erupted in laughter and chatter, their losses being the least among the 3 villages. Newbie Village 4523. Deep within the dense forest, light and shadow intertwined. A golden-haired woman stood resolutely at the center of the battlefield, her robe as white as snow, the holy tome in her hand stirring as if moved by an unseen wind. Emily, the bearer of the SSS level talent, Holy Flame Judgment, was a rare blend of main combatant and punitive priest. Carl, left flank, shield bash, interrupt its bite. Helena, prepare the frost trap on the right. It will trigger the moment it lands after its next pounce. Emily's voice brooked no dissent. Understood, sister. Carl, the brawny youth with a massive shield, roared, his muscles taut as he activated his S-level talent, Resilient Barrier, bracing against the demonized tiger's vicious bite. Sparks flew from the shield, producing a grating sound. 877. A not insignificant damage number floated above him, but his health bar remained robust and unyielding. Almost simultaneously, a cerulean ice ring crystallized at Lauren's indicated position. The magic tiger lunged as anticipated, landing and immediately becoming ensnared in the frost, its movement speed drastically reduced. Now, concentrate fire. Emily raised her staff high, channeling the power of holy light not into healing, but coalescing it into a searing and piercing judgment light, which thunderously struck down upon the tiger's head. A staggering damage figure of 2041 erupted forth. Coupled with the arrows and fireballs unleashed by her comrades from behind, the magical beast's health plummeted drastically, eliciting a pained roar. In the novice village of 9,538, a more ferocious battle was unfolding. Whem! A roar imbued with extraordinary power reverberated across the land. Clad in a rudimentary robe, the bronze-skinned youth Rajkumar, with fiery crimson eyes and a swirling aura of bloodlust, had activated his SSS grade talent, Blood of the Berserker. The lower his health, the more terrifying his attack power and speed became. At this moment, in a state of half-health, he moved like a wraith, wielding a massive bone knife with relentless precision, engaging head-on with a rampaging, rhinoceros-like beast, each strike finding its mark. 1,344, 1,287, 1,411. The astonishing damage figures cascaded from the beast's head. Raj, watch out for the shockwave. Arjun Mishra shouted anxiously from a distance. Possessing the S-grade talent, Tranquil Mantra, he could slightly enhance his allies' defenses and provide minimal health regeneration. Yet, Raj seemed oblivious, or perhaps disdainful of the warning. Just as the beast's front hooves stomped down, sending a visible shockwave rippling through the earth, he let out a maniacal laugh, the red glow on his bone knife surging forth, cleaving through the shockwave before him. Not enough power. Bring it on. He weathered the sporadic damage, his assault growing ever more frenzied. Arjun could only helplessly cast shimmering golden spells, desperately maintaining Raj's health. With Raj's almost self-destructive ferocity, the beast's health dwindled rapidly. Ultimately, with a heart-wrenching roar and a devastating cleave that tore through the air, the beast collapsed with a mournful cry, transforming into a bounty of experience points and a radiant glow on the ground. Concurrently, across the entire novice continent of 9,527, reports of victory began to emerge from one novice village after another. Villages blessed with top-tier talents, formidable strength, or exceptional leaders had managed to painstakingly slay the guardian boss of the teleportation array. Beams of white light began to illuminate the various novice villages' teleportation arrays, signaling the completion of repair work. Subsequently, an increasing number of white lights began to appear in major Tier 3 cities, including Luoxia City, in the teleportation squares. Chapter 72, The Arrival of Players and the Opening of the Rankings. The grand teleportation square of Luoxia City resembled a pot of water suddenly brought to a boil. Dazzling beams of white light flared almost without pause, each flash heralding the arrival of an individual or a group. Most appeared weary, their garments stained with blood, and their equipment damaged, yet their eyes burned with an insatiable excitement and curiosity as they greedily inhaled the air of the main city, surveying the towering, peculiar architecture and the ceaseless throng of NPCs. Almost simultaneously, all players arriving in the main city heard the uproar of the regional channel exploding in their ears. Regional channel Luoxia City. Wow, we finally made it. Is this the tier 3 main city? It's magnificent. Haha, I'm a level 10 player now. Let us team up and grind levels. Brothers, collect copper ore, iron ore, and furs. I'm selling at prices you'll love. Selling an 8-level green quality dagger, attack 15, agility 5, offers welcome. Looking to buy a staff for mages. High intelligence bonus preferred. Are there any fellow villagers from 10086? Is Yi Shun from the Aosher team here? Damn, that guardian boss is insane. It heals back up when low on health. Our village had to throw in 500 or 600 players to get past it. Be grateful upstairs. Our village had a big shot leading us, and we still suffered heavy casualties, almost collapsing. I envy the villages with top-tier talent. We fought tooth and nail. Look. System announcement. Global announcement. In the midst of this clamor, a grand and magnificent system notification, seemingly emanating from the very fabric of the universe, clearly cut through the noise, resonating in the minds of all players who had reached level 10 and entered the tier 3 main city. Ding. Global server announcement. The number of players who have reached level 10 and arrived at the tier 3 main city has surpassed 10,000. And the new phase of the all-world competition has officially begun. Ding. All ranking systems are now activated. Ding. Talent rankings are open. Please check for yourself. Ding. Level rankings are open. Please check for yourself. Ding. Wealth rankings are open. Please check for yourself. Ding. Equipment rankings are open. Please check for yourself. Ding. Pet rankings are open. Please check for yourself. Ding. Mount rankings are open. Please check for yourself. 7 consecutive heart-stirring notifications struck like a hammer upon every player's heart. The cacophony of Luoxia City fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into an even more fervent roar. Rankings. The global rankings are live. Quick, check the talent board. There must be a god among us. Level board. Who's the first to reach level 10? Wealth board. Let us see which tycoon is rich. Equipment and pets. Damn, let us see what divine artifacts people have dropped. This stream of system notifications momentarily stunned him, but then a knowing smile crept across his face. Finally arrived. A tad slower than anticipated. Almost instantaneously after the system announcement concluded, Lin Tian received a series of exclusive notifications. Ding. Talent rankings are open. You have made the list, ranking first. Do you wish to hide your personal information? Ding. Level rankings are open. You have made the list, ranking first. Do you wish to hide your personal information? Ding. Wealth rankings are open. You have made the list, ranking first. Do you wish to hide your personal information? Ding. Equipment rankings are open. The equipment, Holy Light Magic Sphere, you possess has made the list, ranking first. Do you wish to hide the owner's information? Ding. Pet rankings are open. Your pet, Celia Moriarty, has made the list, ranking first. Do you wish to hide the owner's information? Ding. Mount rankings are open. Your mount, Flame-Patterned White Tiger, has made the list, ranking first. Do you wish to hide the owner's information? All hidden. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian made his choice. He understood the principle that a tree that stands out will be felled by the wind, and before amassing absolute strength. Low-key development was the way to go. The extraordinary level of his talent, along with his currently unparalleled level and wealth, would only invite undue attention and trouble if exposed prematurely. Upon his confirmation, his name, specific level, wealth amount, and the names and ownership of his equipment, pets, and mounts were replaced with the word hidden across all rankings, though his ranking position remained unchanged. Lin Tian felt no surprise at dominating all the rankings. Talent. His enhancement was the sole divine level, surpassing all SSS level talents. Level. At level 15, he was 5 levels ahead of players who had just reached level 10, with an experience bar that was worlds apart. Wealth. 684 purple coins, equivalent to a staggering 68 for 100 gold, a sum that no one at his current stage could surpass. Equipment. A full set of at least A-grade gear, complemented by the offhand artifact, Holy Light Magic Sphere, S-grade, rendering his quality unmatched. Pet. Celia Moriarty. An original SSS-tier shadow succubus, whose talents have been sealed, thus temporarily reduced to S-tier. Nevertheless, her potential and uniqueness are unparalleled by any pet currently accessible to players. Mount. An S-tier flame-patterned white tiger, which is also a mount that cannot be obtained at this stage. With a mindset of observation and comparison, Lin Tian clicked on the shimmering leaderboard interface. The regional channel erupted into chaos once again due to the unveiling of the leaderboard. My goodness. The talent leaderboard. 6 SSS-tier talents. Only 6 among 7 billion people globally. What are the odds? Blood of the Berserker, Rajkumar. Indomitable Barrier, Chen Shan. Elemental Sovereign, Li Yan. Holy Flame Judgment, Emily. They are all extraordinary figures. Wait, why is the top ranked hidden? Is the tier also concealed? Could it be above SSS? How is that possible? SSS is the pinnacle, right? It must be some sort of special hidden mechanism. The 4th and 10th are also hidden. 3 hidden greats in the top 10. I suspect they are all from our country. Concealed and unassuming. The first on the level leaderboard is also hidden. Everyone else is level 10. Does this hidden figure surpass level 10? The first on the wealth leaderboard is hidden, and the second, Xianjiang, has 201 gold. How much wealth must this hidden figure possess? 500? 1,000? The first on the equipment, pet, and mount leaderboards are all hidden. Damn, my curiosity is exploding. Who could this be? Talent leaderboard. 1. Talent. Hidden. Tier. Hidden. Holder. Hidden. 2. Talent. Blood of the Berserker. Tier. SSS. Holder. Rajkumar. 3. Talent. Indomitable Barrier. Tier. SSS. Holder. Shinshan. 4. Talent. Hidden. Tier. Hidden. Holder. Hidden. 5. Talent. Elemental Sovereign. Tier. SSS. Holder. Lin. 6. Talent. Holy Flame Judgment. Tier. SSS. Holder. Emily. 7. Talent. Thunderous Judgment. Tier. SS. Holder. Valeria. 8. Talent. Divine Protection. Tier. SS. Holder. Benjamin Olsen. 9. Talent. Grasp of Greed. Tier. SS. Holder. Logan Harris. 10. Talent. Hidden. Tier. Hidden. Holder. Hidden. As Lin Tian's gaze swept across the leaderboard, he understood that the one ranked first was undoubtedly his extraordinary enhancement talent. The leaderboard explicitly displayed a total of 6 individuals with SSS-tier talents. Counting himself, players from his country occupied half of the standings. But many of those choosing to conceal their information were also from his country, while the revealed names of SSS-tier talent holders were predominantly foreign players. This leaderboard only recorded the top 100, with the lowest being of S-tier talent, underscoring the rarity of elite talents. Chapter 73, Players Arrive, Leaderboard Unveiled. The regional channel was once again set ablaze with excitement following the announcement of the talent leaderboard. Wow, SSS talents. 6 of them. Who are these divine beings? Rajkumar? That name sounds like it's from the Indian region. Blood of the Berserker sounds fierce. Chinshan. He is from our country. Indomitable Barrier. This talent name screams top tier MT. Lin is also from our country. Elemental Sovereign. A mage S divine talent. Emily sounds like she S from the western regions. Holy Flame Judgment. Could she be a battle cleric? Who is the hidden great ranked first? Both tier and holder concealed? Of course. It must be because the tier is too high or they choose not to reveal themselves. Perhaps they are from our country too. Is there a great figure willing to guide a younger brother? The younger brother is self-sufficient and can shout 666. Lin Tian paid little attention to the clamor in the channel and proceeded to click on the level leaderboard. Level leaderboard. 1. Level. Hidden. Name. Hidden. 2. Level. 10. Name. Chen Jingming. 3. Level. 10. Name. Carl White. 4. Level. 10. Name. Yi Yao. 5. Level. 10. Name. Shangwan Yunfei. 6. Level. 10. Name. Rajkumar. 7. Level. 10. Name. Emily. 8. Level. 10. Name. Lin. 9. Level. 10. Name. Chinshan. 10. Level. 10. Name. James Nelson. The rest are all level 10 players, including several names he had just seen on the talent leaderboard, such as Yi Yao, Lin, and Chinshan. The ranking seems to be based on the order of reaching level 10. Some in the channel noted the hidden first on the level leaderboard. The first on the level leaderboard is also hidden. And look, from the second onward, they are all level 10? What does this mean? Could someone be above level 10? Impossible. The earliest batch in our village has just recently reached level 10. Could it be that great figure who first repaired the teleportation array? It must be. No wonder they arrived at the main city first. Their level must be ahead. Great figure. Please let me cling to your leg. Lin Tian then opened the wealth leaderboard. Wealth leaderboard. 1. Amount. Hidden. Name. Hidden. 2. Amount. 201 gold. Name. Xianjiang. 3. Amount. 187 gold. Name. Jin Zaihuan. 4. Amount. 169 gold. Name. Fred Smith. 5. Amount. 158 gold. Name. Emily. 6. Amount. 142 gold. Name. Logan Harris. 7. Amount. 135 gold. Name. James Nelson. 8. Amount. 128 gold. Name. Yi Yao. 9. Amount. 121 gold. Name. Lin. 10. Amount. 115 gold. Name. Chinshan. The second place, Xianjiang, possessing 201 gold, had caused an uproar in the channel. Xianjiang? That name sounds like the god of wealth, right? Over 200 gold? A tycoon. Definitely a tycoon. I only have 5 silver coins to my name. Do the great figures need any trinkets? Look, many of the prominent figures on the leaderboard are also high on the wealth rankings. Of course, defeating bosses yields gold. And selling equipment requires gold. Those with strength will undoubtedly be wealthy. Subsequently, Lin Tian clicked on the equipment leaderboard. Equipment leaderboard. 1. Equipment. Hidden. Tier. Hidden. Holder. Hidden. 2. Equipment. Beast Ripper. Tier. A. Holder. Carl White. 3. Equipment. Nature S Guardian Robe. Tier. A. Holder. Emily. 4. Equipment, rock solid shield, tier A, holder, Qinshan. 5. Equipment, Shadow Fong dual daggers, tier A, holder, Yiyao. 6. Equipment, flame roarer, tier A, holder, Li Yan. 7. Equipment, windwalker boots, tier A, holder, Shangguan Yunfei. 8. Equipment, ancestor S guardian, tier A, holder, Benjamin Olsen. 9. Equipment, bloodhowl battle axe, tier B, holder, Rajkumar. 10. Equipment, spirit monkey amulet, tier B, holder, Valeria. A tier A equipment is scarce, predominantly tier B. The few pieces of tier A equipment listed are primarily held by those with top-tier talents, further affirming the correlation between strength and equipment acquisition. Tier A equipment. I can't believe there are so many. Indeed, the distinguished elites are truly formidable. Our team is still utilizing the subpar D and E tier equipment. Has the Premier's gear been concealed once more? Is its rank also hidden? Could it possibly be of S rank? Unthinkable. Is there S rank equipment available at this stage? What extraordinary attributes must it possess? It must undoubtedly belong to that top-tier player. Perhaps it is the individual who first soloed a boss. Pet rankings. 1. Pet, hidden rank, hidden owner, hidden 2. Pet, jungle cheetah rank, C owner, Anna Green 3. Pet, rock scorpion rank, C owner, Stone Ming 4. Pet, wind spirit rank, D owner, Feng Ziyu 5. Pet, poisonous vine rank, D owner, Black Wilson. The scarcity of pets is evident, as their ranks are generally low. The other pets on the leaderboard similarly possess low ranks, with the highest being merely C, and their numbers are few, indicating the immense difficulty in acquiring pets. The pet leaderboard appears quite vacant. Is it that so few possess pets? How does one obtain a C-rank pet? I have yet to even encounter a pet egg. And the Premier's rank is also hidden. How many treasures does this elite player possess? Surely their pets cannot be of B or A rank. Lastly, we have the mount rankings. 1. Mount, hidden rank, hidden owner, hidden 2. Mount, prairie warwolf rank, C owner, Batayer 3. Mount, stamina pack horse rank, D owner, Zhao Day 4. Mount, swift goat rank, D owner, Pierre Dubin. The number of mounts exceeds that of pets slightly, yet their ranks remain comparably low. I have indeed seen others ride mounts, though their speed seems hardly superior to that of running. A C-rank werewolf? It looks quite impressive. The Premier's mount is undoubtedly that of the hidden elite. I would wager it is a high-tier treasure. Needless to say, this is obvious. After perusing all the rankings, Lin Tian closed the luminous screen. The individual who concealed all information at the top of every list is, of course, him. In the regional chat, discussions surrounding this mysterious hidden elite have reached a fever pitch, with myriad speculations emerging. Yet no one could fathom that all of this belongs to a single person, nor could they imagine that this individual is presently in Loxia City, calmly observing their conversation. A subtle smile played at the corners of Lin Tian's lips. Let the outside world speculate. This serves to deftly avert many unnecessary troubles. What he needs to do now is maintain this leading advantage, skillfully harnessing his talents to continue growing stronger. The game of the 10,000 Realms Championship seems to have only just begun to become truly intriguing. His gaze drifted towards the bustling and grand Loxia City outside the window. To lead is to persist in leading. Chapter 74, Absorbing Soul Coins. Within his newly acquired residence in Loxia City, Lin Tian meticulously reviewed all the rankings before stretching luxuriously, his joints emitting a soft crackle. The continuous battles and advancements left him somewhat fatigued, yet he was more filled with anticipation for the future. He turned to the quietly standing Celia beside him and inquired, "Celia, please teach me how to absorb soul coins. I would like to see how much attribute growth I can achieve." "Of course, master." Celia nodded gently, stepping forward, lifting her delicate right hand, and lightly tapping her fingertip against Lin Tian's forehead. A cool sensation washed over him, and an influx of information surged into Lin Tian's consciousness. Ding. Acquired special skill, energy absorption. Lin Tian immediately examined the skill description. Energy absorption. Effect. Allows active energy extraction from specified special items, converting the energy contained within the item into a usable form for oneself. Current energy conversion and absorption efficiency is stably maintained at 50. Only 50 absorption efficiency? Lin Tian furrowed his brow slightly and looked at Celia, asking, "Is the absorption efficiency of this skill truly only 50? Is there no more efficient method?" Celia respectfully replied, "Indeed, master. Within the abyss, an absorption efficiency of 50 is the highest I am aware of. The purple light that emanated from me during my previous absorption of soul coins was energy that could not be fully absorbed and was thus wasted. The vast majority of abyssal monsters possess energy absorption efficiencies ranging only between 30 and 40. My ability to achieve this 50 efficiency stems from my father being the lord of the abyssal corruption city." At that point, Celia's gaze dimmed momentarily. As if recalling some unpleasant past, Lin Tian nodded in understanding. Yet internally, he still felt that this efficiency was too low. He had a multitude of skills and items awaiting rank upgrades. all of which require the consumption of precious enhancement points. If the efficiency of absorbing coins is so low, it means he would need to expend more enhancement points to elevate the quality of the coins, which is evidently unwise. However, at present, there is no better alternative. Lin Tian decided to first test the effects. With a thought, he activated the newly acquired energy absorption skill for enhancement. Ding. Would you like to consume 10,000 enhancement points to upgrade energy absorption? It requires 10,000 points. Lin Tian was slightly taken aback. This was more than he had anticipated. Yet upon reflection, the skill for efficiently absorbing energy is indeed precious, and this cost seems reasonable. He glanced at the remaining 3,444 enhancement points on the panel and hesitated no longer. Confirm enhancement. Ding. Energy absorption upgrade successful. Current remaining enhancement points, 3,444 to 10,000 444. Upon reviewing the skill description once more, a satisfied smile spread across Lin Tian's face. Energy absorption. Effect. Allows active energy extraction from specified special items, converting the energy contained within the item into a usable form for oneself. Current energy conversion and absorption efficiency has reached an extraordinary 100. The efficiency has skyrocketed to 100. This means he will be able to fully absorb the energy from the coins without any waste. Lin Tian retrieved 2 purple gold coins from his backpack. First, he shall ascertain the extent of enhancement that the coins and soul coins can provide. He activated his enhancement on the 2 purple gold coins in hand. Ding. Consumed 50 enhancement points. Purple gold coin enhancement successful. Current remaining enhancement points, 23,444 to 5023, 394. Purple gold coin, 684 to 2682. Coin, 2. The 2 purple gold coins in his hand transformed, becoming 2 regular, multifaceted transparent crystals, within which a faint purple light slowly swirled. Lin Tian picked up one of the crystals and activated the enhancement once again. Ding. Consumed 100 enhancement points. Coin enhancement successful. Coin, 1. Soul coin, 1. Current remaining enhancement points, 23,394 to 123, 294. At that moment, he held 2 purple crystals in his hand. One was a lighter hue, a pale purple, with energy flowing relatively calmly within. The other exhibited a profound, deep purple, with energy fluctuations markedly more powerful and restrained, the soul coin. Lin Tian first picked up the pale purple crystal coin, recalling the image of Celia absorbing it by pressing it to her forehead. Imitating her, he placed the coin against his own brow and slowly activated the energy absorption skill, unlike the overflowing energy and swirling purple light that accompanied Celia's absorption. The crystal coin adhered to Lin Tian's forehead emitted a gentle and pure warmth, seamlessly permeating his skin and flowing through his limbs and bones. The entire process was efficient and silent, with scarcely any energy dissipating. After 10 minutes, Lin Tian opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. The crystal coin on his forehead had transformed into a completely transparent state, resembling an ordinary piece of crystal, devoid of any energy fluctuations. Ding. Absorption of the crystal coin completed, all attributes increased by 5. The system's prompt resonated, filling Lin Tian with delight. To gain 5 points in all attributes from absorbing a single crystal coin was akin to the benefits of allocating all free attribute points obtained from leveling up. However, he pondered on how high the upper limit of such enhancements could go, suppressing his excitement. He lifted the deep purple soul crystal coin and once again pressed it to his brow, activating energy absorption. The energy contained within the soul crystal coin was considerably more substantial and refined than that of the crystal coin, resulting in a slightly slower absorption process. A more profound and formidable energy stream surged into his body, not only strengthening his physical form, but seemingly touching upon something deeper within. 15 minutes later, the absorption was complete, and the soul crystal coin too had turned transparent. Ding. Absorption of the soul crystal coin completed, all attributes increased by 10, and soul strength received a slight enhancement. An increase of 10 points in all attributes was double that of the crystal coin, along with an additional enhancement to his soul strength. Soul strength? Lin Tian felt curiosity about this new concept and wondered what specific effects it might have. He turned to Celia and inquired, Celia, do you know the exact effects of enhancing soul strength? Celia gently shook her head, a hint of regret crossing her features. Master, I am not entirely sure. Soul crystal coins are exceedingly rare, even in the abyss. I only knew that they could enhance soul strength, but I have never used one myself. The first time I utilized a soul crystal coin was the one you bestowed upon me. She paused, her voice lowering. Perhaps my father would know more about it. After all, he is the Lord of the Abyss and possesses vast knowledge. Chapter 75, Rest. Mentioning her father visibly dampened Celia's spirits, a flicker of sorrow and longing crossing her eyes. Lin Tian cleared his throat, attempting to shift the topic. It's all right. If we don't know, we don't know. We will figure it out in due time. It could be a hidden benefit. Hearing this, Celia made an effort to calm herself and nodded. After a while, Lin Tian glanced at the two transparent crystals in his hand, now devoid of energy, and murmured, "Must the absorption of the crystal coins be done by pressing them to the forehead? It feels somewhat cumbersome and appears rather foolish." Upon hearing his complaint, Celia couldn't help but stifle a laugh and explained, "Not at all, master. You can absorb them by holding them in your hand as well. I pressed them to my forehead earlier because my current level is only 0 and my absorption ability is quite weak. Placing it on the energy concentrating area of my brow can slightly accelerate the absorption speed. Moreover, my absorption efficiency was originally only 50. The process was already slow and arduous, necessitating any feasible method to assist. You possess an efficiency of 100. Absorbing directly by holding it in your hand will already yield the maximum efficiency. Well, you knew this all along, yet chose not to tell me. Were you deliberately waiting for me to make a fool of myself?" Lin Tian feigned a stern expression and gently flicked Celia's smooth forehead with his fingers. "Ouch!" Celia exclaimed, rubbing her forehead with a pouting expression, though her eyes sparkled with amusement. "Master, I was wrong. I won't do it again next time. That's more like it." Lin Tian chuckled, deciding to let it go. After this little interlude, Celia's mood had noticeably improved. He looked out the window. The city of falling sunset was now enveloped in the embrace of night, illuminated only by magical lamps and a few shops. "All right, enough of this. Since we haven't had a moment's rest since returning from the Abyss Fortress, and now that night has fallen, let's take a good rest tonight," Lin Tian said. "Tomorrow morning, we will check on the 2 shops we purchased. The steward and staff should arrive by then." He paused, recalling a more pressing matter, "And we must hasten to complete the job change quest. It's already level 15. And I'm still a basic mage. That's unacceptable." He stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with anticipation and a hint of uncertainty. "Theoretically, I should be able to pursue both hidden professions with these 2 hidden profession certificates, right?" His gaze shifted to the quietly standing Celia, and he spoke, "All right, we'll call it a day for now. You can return to the pet space to rest." However, upon hearing this, Celia's calm demeanor was suddenly replaced by panic. She quickly raised her head, her pale purple eyes glistening with unshed tears, her long lashes fluttering as she urgently pleaded, "Master, please don't put me in there." Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. "There's nothing in there. It's terrifyingly quiet, like a forgotten corner of the abyss. I dread that feeling of loneliness." As she spoke, she grew increasingly agitated, her eyes reddening, crystalline tears threatening to spill over. "Please, master, let me stay outside. I promise I won't disturb your rest. I can stay in the corner." Lin Tian gazed at Celia, who looked so heart-wrenchingly vulnerable, especially considering the recent loss of her father and her troubled past. His heart softened. The cold pet space must indeed feel like another prison for her. Sighing, he waved his hand. All right, stop crying. If you don't want to go in, then you can find a place to stay in the room." "Thank you, master. You're the best." Celia beamed, her face lighting up with joy, as if the clouds had parted after a rainstorm, dispelling the earlier gloom. The rapid shift in her demeanor made Lin Tian wonder if her previous sorrow had been feigned. After a long day, he was inevitably covered in dust and the sense of battle. Lin Tian pointed towards the side of the room. "There's a washroom over there. You can freshen up." The World of All Realms game was extraordinarily realistic. Although skills in combat were digitized, sensations such as hunger, fatigue, and cleanliness were indistinguishable from reality. Celia nodded obediently and gracefully walked towards the washroom. Lin Tian himself found a guest washroom to tidy up a bit. The warm water washed away his fatigue, leaving him feeling considerably refreshed. After changing into comfortable clothing, he yawned and made his way to the spacious master bedroom on the 2nd floor. The soft bed seemed to possess an irresistible allure. Lin Tian nearly collapsed onto it, letting out a contented sigh as he felt his entire body relax. Just as he began to drift into slumber, a soft knocking sound interrupted him. Immediately following, Celia's familiar, timid, and sweet voice floated in from outside. "Master, are you asleep? Can I come in?" Lin Tian jolted awake, the sleepiness fading significantly, and instinctively felt that this late at night was somewhat inappropriate. He hurriedly called out, "Wait, don't." However, before he could finish his sentence, the bedroom door was gently pushed open, revealing a narrow crack. Celia, timidly tilting her body, peeked in. Just a glimpse was enough to leave Lin Tian feeling lightheaded, the drowsiness he had just subdued evaporating in an instant, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. Standing outside the door, Celia had somehow donned a classic black and white maid outfit. Lin Tian inwardly exclaimed in bewilderment. What peculiar taste did the previous occupant possess? Why on earth would such ill-fitting garments be stored in this house? The outfit clung tightly to Celia, accentuating her breathtaking curves. Her long, snow-white hair was still damp, a few strands sticking to her lightly flushed cheeks and slender neck, adding an alluring touch of seduction. Her skin, once a cool lavender, now seemed to bask in a delicate pink glow, stretching from her cheeks down to her collarbone, radiating an irresistible sheen in the soft magical light of the bedroom. Those lavender eyes, often imbued with an air of melancholy and dignity, now glistened with unshed tears, darting shyly away, trembling like butterfly wings. Too bashful to meet Lin Tian's gaze, Her petite nose quivered slightly, and her full lips, reminiscent of rose petals, were pressed together, seemingly at a loss for words due to her nerves. Her small hands, devoid of a place to rest, clutched the too short hem of her maid dress, attempting to pull it down, an action that only served to further emphasize her long, elegant legs, subtly glowing with skin's natural sheen. Chapter 76. The Shop. Her pointed ears twitched uncontrollably, betraying her inner turmoil. Clearly, mustering the courage to wear this outfit and approach the door had consumed all her current bravery. Lin Tian stood there, utterly stunned, swallowing hard as a dryness crept into his throat, his heart racing uncontrollably. He forcibly averted his gaze. His voice slightly altered. "Why are you dressed like that, running over here instead of sleeping?" Hearing Lin Tian's question, Celia lowered her head even further, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with infinite shyness and a hint of barely perceptible dependence. "Master, I'm afraid alone in that room. It feels so big and empty. I lack a sense of security. When I close my eyes, I remember unpleasant things. May I sleep beside you? Just staying near you would be enough." Her voice dwindled to a near inaudible murmur, but the pleading tone and her slightly trembling shoulders possessed a more profound impact than any loud request. Lin Tian felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. Reason shouting at him that this was an absolute no-go, far too risky. He attempted to refuse sternly. "Nonsense. What kind of talk is this? Hurry back and sleep by yourself." Yet, Celia seemed to have determined that he was more susceptible to gentle persuasion than harshness. She raised her tear-filled eyes, gazing at him with the look of a forsaken creature, her voice choked. "Please, master, just for tonight. I promise I will be very quiet and won't disturb you. I'm truly terrified." As she spoke, her misty purple eyes gazed longingly at Lin Tian, the vulnerability, dependence, and earnestness in her expression nearly overflowing. Lin Tian, witnessing her distress, recalled the tragic loss of her father, her powers sealed, her level reset to 0, and his heart softened against his will. He sighed in resignation, pressing his forehead with a hand. All right, you win. Just this once, but remember, it's solely for sleeping. No moving around, no touching, and absolutely no strange antics." "Thank you, master. You are truly wonderful." Celia's face instantly brightened, the remnants of her tears vanishing as she darted in like a nimble little cat, fearing Lin Tian might change his mind. Lin Tian, resigned to his fate, returned to lie on one side of the large bed, positioning himself as far to the edge as possible, silently chanting to himself that form is emptiness. Celia carefully crawled onto the other side of the bed, lying down gingerly along the edge, trying to distance herself from Lin Tian. With her back turned to him, she curled up tightly like a cooked shrimp, even her breathing noticeably soft, remaining utterly still, her inner turmoil contrasting sharply with her outward calmness. The room fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by their slightly hurried breaths. Gradually, perhaps from genuine exhaustion or perhaps because Lin Tian's presence provided the longed-for sense of safety, Celia's tense body slowly relaxed, her breathing becoming long and steady. She fell asleep. It was not until he heard the soft, even rhythm of her breathing behind him that Lin Tian's anxiously suspended heart finally eased a fraction. He gazed at the ornately decorated ceiling, yet sleep eluded him. The faint, intoxicating scent emanating from her, a blend of orchids and some alluring sweetness, wafted into his nostrils. The warmth radiating from behind him, coupled with her distinctly present curves, relentlessly challenged his rational boundaries. Lin Tian silently lamented, his body stiff as a board, too afraid to move. "Celia, oh Celia, this is not gratitude, this is revenge." He felt on the verge of tears, realizing that he was doomed to a sleepless night. Outside, the moonlight of falling Sunset City cascaded quietly, while within the confines of his room, Lin Tian was destined to endure an exceedingly long and tormenting night. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the unique pale purple clouds of falling Sunset City, softly illuminating the bedroom. Celia's long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her lavender eyes. For a brief moment, she appeared bewildered, only to suddenly recall something and bolt upright, turning to look at Lin Tian beside her. At that moment, Lin Tian bore the unmistakable signs of a sleepless night, dark circles under his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. Celia stretched languidly, her exquisite curves on full display, then playfully winked at Lin Tian. "Good morning, master." Lin Tian turned his head wearily, his voice heavy with fatigue. "Morning, Celia." Observing his disheveled appearance, Celia tilted her head in confusion. "Master, what's wrong? Did you not rest well last night?" Lin Tian shot her an exasperated glance. He couldn't very well admit that it was her presence that had kept him restless throughout the night. He could only mumble vaguely, "It's nothing. Just pondering some matters. Couldn't sleep." He paused, shifting the conversation. "By the way, please don't call me master anymore. It sounds rather odd. Just call me Tian Go." "All right, Tian Go." Celia's face instantly blossomed with a joyful smile, evidently pleased with the new title. "Let us go wash up, and then we can check out those 2 new shops." Lin Tian tossed aside the covers and got out of bed. After a quick wash, Celia changed back into her original attire, As they stepped out of the front door, Lin Tian summoned the majestic, blazing flame-patterned white tiger. The fiery patterns flowed through its fur, emanating a powerful aura and searing heat. Celia, hop on. Lin Tian mounted first, then turned to her. Celia gracefully sidled up onto the tiger's back, positioning herself in front of Lin Tian. Naturally, he extended his hands forward, grasping the reins while subtly encircling her slender waist. A faint scent, reminiscent of orchids intertwined with a sweet allure, wafted into his nostrils. Let us go. Lin Tian gently patted the tiger's head. The blazing pattern white tiger emitted a deep, resonant roar, striding steadily towards the street. After a night's journey, the number of players arriving in Luoxia City via the teleportation array had significantly increased. The streets were even more bustling than the previous day, with players hurrying by or curiously gazing around. Lin Tian, mounted on such an eye-catching steed, accompanied by an enchanting exotic beauty whose allure could not be concealed even by her black robe, drew attention effortlessly. Their presence instantly captivated the gazes of all players on either side, inciting gasps and whispers of astonishment. Wow, look over there. What is that? A tiger mount. And it breathes fire, exclaimed a warrior player, nearly having his eyes pop out as his novice sword clattered to the ground. Damn it. Why should he be the only one to ride such a magnificent mount? I haven't even touched a donkey yet, grumbled a nearby assassin companion, his eyes practically glowing with envy. Hey. Isn't the focus supposed to be on the mount? Didn't you see the girl sitting in front of him? Purple skin, pointed ears. Such beauty, such a figure. Is she an NPC or a player? Can this game actually recruit such, companions? A mage player adjusted his non-existent glasses, attempting to gain a clearer view. Someone kill me. Who is this guy? His luck is off the charts, cried out an infatuated player. Big shot. He is definitely a big shot. Just look at the imposing aura of that tiger. It must be a mount from the leaderboard. Analyzed a player with a hint of knowledge, his tone brimming with certainty. Big shot. Please let me cling to your coattails. You can keep me warm at night and be adorable, exclaimed an unabashed sycophant. What is there to flaunt? Maybe he just got lucky and completed some special quest for a temporary mount that will disappear in a few days. Naturally, the sour grapes were not in short supply. A temporary mount? Can your temporary mount take a girl for a ride? Is it really that difficult to admit someone else is impressive? I bet this big shot is a hidden deity on the level or equipment rankings. Someone immediately countered. That sounds somewhat reasonable. Damn it, people make me feel inadequate. I'm still struggling for level 10 gear, while he is already surrounded by beautiful women and luxurious rides. Record this, post it in the regional channel. Title it: A mysterious big shot appears in Luoxia City, commanding a majestic fire tiger mount accompanied by a succubus. The clicks will surely explode. Let us follow him. Let us team up and see where the big shot goes. Who knows, we might trigger some hidden quest. Lin Tian, unfazed, ignored the envious and resentful gazes and the cacophony of discussions as he guided the blazing pattern white tiger onward with steady poise. Celia, seemingly accustomed to being the center of attention, merely lowered her head slightly, appearing nonchalant. Before long, they arrived at the first shop located near the Hall of Professions. Lin Tian decided to refer to this establishment as Shop Number 1, while the one at the teleportation square would be designated as Shop Number 2. Lin Tian and Celia gracefully dismounted from the tiger's back. Lin Tian waved his hand, retracting the blazing pattern white tiger into his mount space. Upon reaching the shop's entrance, they encountered a meticulously dressed middle-aged man, presumably the manager, who was instructing 3 young staff members. The trio nodded frequently, their demeanor respectful. Upon noticing Lin Tian's approach from the corner of his eye, the manager promptly ceased his instructions, turned towards Lin Tian, and performed a standard bow, respectfully greeting. Good morning, Boss Lin. It appeared that the City Lord's office had efficiently arranged all the necessary paperwork and personnel. Lin Tian silently commended the City Lord's office for their expeditiousness. The manager, surnamed Wang, succinctly introduced the basic details of the shop to Lin Tian before respectfully leading him and Celia inside for a tour. The interior of the shop was quite spacious, elegantly adorned, complete with shelves and counters, and even featured a storeroom and a small lounge, ready for business. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction and then conveyed to manager Wang that the shop would primarily focus on high-end boutique items, specializing in the sale of various advanced goods. He opened his backpack, filled with an abundance of high-grade equipment and rare materials he had acquired from monster hunting, treasure chests, and talent enhancements, all of which were surplus to his needs. The goods were all at least B-grade, with some exceptional A-grade items included. Lin Tian handed over half of this invaluable stock to manager Wang as the initial inventory and the shop's prized treasures. The other half he intended to place in the busier shop number 2 for sale. Finally, he solemnly instructed manager Wang, in addition to sales, we also need to actively acquire. We are interested in any high-grade equipment, materials, skill books, special items, and so forth. Acquire as much as possible. You needn't worry about funds. I will provide regular replenishments. Understood, Boss Lin. Rest assured, I will manage the shop diligently. Manager Wang replied with a bow, his eyes gleaming with intelligence, clearly a capable individual. After concluding the tour and instructions at shop number 1, Lin Tian summoned the blazing pattern white tiger once more and, with Celia, headed towards shop No. 2 located at the teleportation square. As they approached the square, the number of players increased exponentially, the atmosphere buzzing with life and energy. Their trio, a man, a tiger, and a succubus, once again created a stir, even more pronounced than before at the Hall of Professions. My goodness, look over there. That guy is back. This time at the teleportation square, exclaimed a player just emerging from the teleportation array, utterly astounded by the sight. Damn, the disparity in game experiences is too stark. While we are still running on foot, he's already cruising in a supercar. A globally limited edition, no less. Hey, did you guys notice? It seems he came from the Hall of Professions. Could he be an NPC? Some began to speculate about Lin Tian's identity. NPC my foot. Look, his information may be hidden, but he's clearly a player. Absolutely a player big shot. Does the big shot need accessories? The college type. Can shout 666. Big shot. Take a look at me. My life skills are maxed. I can alchemize and forge. Please adopt me. What shop is he heading towards? Isn't that shop always closed? Did he buy it? Buying a shop? Can you buy a shop right now? How much would that cost? Or did he complete some extraordinary quest? Ugh. It's infuriating how some people can be so fortunate. I can barely afford potions. Record a video. We must record a video. This big shot is definitely the most famous person in Luoxia City. Brothers, I have a bold idea. Let us ask the big shot where he got his mount. Let us go together. Actually you go? I'm afraid I'll be swatted back to the fountain by that tiger. Lin Tian remained oblivious to the surrounding chatter, expressionless as he traversed the crowd to the entrance of shop number 2. Here, a manager and 3 staff members were already waiting at the door, their demeanor equally respectful. Lin Tian reiterated the arrangements and instructions he had made at shop number 1 almost verbatim, handing over the remaining half of the high-grade inventory to Manager Li. With the preliminary matters of both shops settled, Lin Tian felt a significant relief, finally establishing a stable channel for resources and gold. In fact, upon arriving at the main city, there was a system auction house. However, the exorbitant fees, reaching as high as 10, and the fact that no other players had yet reached the level 3 main city, left the auction house barren, preventing him from utilizing this feature. This auction house was a platform accessible to all players, where only players could engage in auctions and bidding.